A meteor fell from the heavens, striking the recently deceased Xiaoxia and transporting her to an alternate realm. In this world, she finds herself embodying the role of a mere cannon fodder, a true heiress, who is, in stark contrast to the false heiress, utterly lacking in merit. Overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority, sensitivity, and suspicion, she initially seems to be at a loss. However, Xiaoxia is unfazed, for she has bound herself to a system that compels her to indulge in gossip. To abstain from such indulgence would spell her demise. Each day, she finds herself either immersed in gossip or en route to partake in it. Why concern herself with feelings of inadequacy and doubt when the allure of gossip beckons? Chapter 1. The unthinkable actions of Wang Fuguide, and the afternoon, within the quaint village of Shishui. One would typically find the villagers basking in the sun at the local CBD, known as the Bagua Center, exchanging pleasantries. Yet today, the sunbathing area lay deserted. Dressed in a floral cotton coat, a plump woman, known as Fat Sister, having finished her lunch, approached only to find the place devoid of life. She hurried after a woman bustling ahead of her. Sister Zhang, where has everyone gone? Upon hearing this, Fat Sister's interest was piqued. Is that person there as well? Sister Zhang nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Even if they weren't here, the villagers would have summoned them. The two exchanged glances, and Fat Sister's excitement grew as she quickened her pace. Then, let us hurry. If we delay, we might miss out. At Wang Fugui's residence, the villagers had gathered in droves, encircling the house. Widow Zhou stood with hands on her hips, engaged in a heated exchange with Wang Fugui's wife. Strangely, a table laden with sunflower seeds and snacks separated them. Among the onlookers, a number of elderly villagers stood without taking a seat, while a young girl, appearing to be in her early 20s, sat by the table, munching on sunflower seeds and listening intently to the quarrel. Zhao Hohot, you shameless thief. You stole my chicken, and I demand its return. Zhao Hohot, clutching a large rooster tightly, retorted, you are the one without shame. This chicken belongs to my family. How can it possibly be yours? Call it and see if it responds to you. Widow Zhou, exasperated, lunged to snatch the rooster, making incessant tut-tut sounds to draw the bird's attention. Each woman clutched a wing of the rooster, refusing to yield. Suddenly, the distressed rooster squawked 3 times and flapped its wings, escaping their grasp and dropping a feather that landed on the head of the girl munching sunflower seeds. The moment of silence enveloped the scene, as even the feuding women paused to take stock, realizing that everyone had quietly perked up their ears. Xiaoxia, the young girl, plucked the feather from her head and twirled it in her fingers. Alas, this chicken undoubtedly belongs to Widow Zhou. How could Wang Fugui's wife twist the truth and claim it as her own? An epiphany struck the crowd. They realized the chicken truly belonged to Widow Zhou. Widow Zhou, brimming with pride, slammed her hand on the table. Zhao Hohot, what else do you have to say? Zhao Hohot, momentarily flustered, quickly regained her composure. What did you say? I don't understand you. I say this chicken is mine, and that makes it mine. Unless you can provide evidence. Had Widow Zhou possessed evidence, their quarrel would never have escalated to such heights. However, Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively. You invited me here to enjoy sunflower seeds, not to adjudicate your dispute. Besides, I lack such abilities. The crowd responded, you are truly modest. Indeed, as soon as Xiaoxia finished speaking, she queried her system. Old 6. Why does Widow Zhou's chicken keep wandering over to Zhao Hohot's home? The system replied, do not fret. Host, allow me to investigate. I have found the answer. You must look. All present held their breath, listening intently to the voice resonating in their minds. Xiaoxia skimmed through the information provided by the system, her eyes widening in astonishment. Heavens, I cannot believe it. Wang Fugui, actually. The villagers, eager for more, urged. What is it? Do share. While the villagers of Shishui were engrossed in their gossip, a luxurious car approached along the muddy path leading to the village. Having rained the previous day, the road remained unpaved, muddy puddles splattering across the once pristine vehicle, diminishing its luster. I in the back seat. Song Xiangqin cast a disdainful glance out the window, his displeasure evident. Why did you have to drag me along? Couldn't you have come to fetch her yourselves? Mrs. Song and Mo Pingxin, already anxious, snapped back, that is your biological sister. After years apart, is it too much to ask for you to make the effort? Song Xiangqin scoffed, muttering under his breath, I have only one sister, a country bumpkin at that. Don't expect me to call her sister. And Mo Pingxin's irritation flared, but before she could respond, her husband, Song Onkong, interjected. Enough. Everyone, cease your bickering. Song Xiangqin, apologize to your mother. Fearing his stern father, Song Xiangqin quickly complied. Yet, Mo Pingxin was too preoccupied with thoughts of her long-lost daughter to pay her son any mind. What expression should she wear when finally confronting the daughter who had been mistakenly swapped at birth? As the car entered the village, it slowed down. Song On Kong pressed the brakes. Let's ask someone for directions. Mo Pingxin nodded, spotting two middle-aged women nearby. She instructed her husband to stop and stepped out to inquire, "Excuse me, could you tell me where Xiaoxia lives?" Mo Pingxin flashed a friendly smile. "I am looking for Xiaoxia. Do you know where she resides?" Fat Sister suddenly chimed in. "Oh, is she the one named Yu? You must be looking for Yu Ernie." In Shishui village, there was only one family with the surname Yu, so it was certain. Mo Pingxin eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes. Where does Yu Ernie live?" Sister Zhang and Fat Sister exchanged glances. "We happen to be going that way too. Come with us." Not far down the road, they turned a corner to find a large gathering of people outside a home. Sister Zhang and Fat Sister expressed both excitement and regret. "Oh dear, there are so many people. We must be late. Quick." Upon hearing this, Mo Pingxin hurried to follow. However, just as she neared the entrance, a voice echoed in her mind. The onlookers murmured, "Oh, so that's how it is." Mo Pingxin thought, "Where is that voice coming from? Am I losing my mind? My goodness, it turns out Wang Fuguei is having an affair with Widow Zhou. How long has this been going on? Even the chicken recognizes him. I never imagined Widow Zhou could be such a person. Wang Fuguei is no good either. Alas, poor Zhao Hohot is such a good woman." The villagers reveled in the juicy gossip, excitedly stamping their feet, yet they refrained from revealing too much to avoid arousing suspicion from Yu Ernie. At that moment, Zhao Hohot charged forward, her eyes ablaze. "How dare you, shameless widow, seduce my husband? I'll make you pay." Widow Zhou, equally fiery, launched herself at Zhao Hohot, and the two women soon became entangled in a fierce struggle. "How can you blame me for your husband's infidelity when you can't even control him? Just look at yourself, broad-shouldered, thick-waisted, and your legs are thicker than a man's. No wonder he strays." Zhao Hohot, thoroughly enraged, retorted, "I'll tear your mouth apart." The two women fought fiercely, overturning tables in their scuffle. Fortunately, Xiaoxia, quick on her feet, managed to grab a handful of sunflower seeds before the table toppled, squatting beside the commotion while munching on her seeds. Old Six, how did they go from arguing over the rooster to fighting so suddenly? Old Six replied, "Perhaps Zhao Hohot has known about this all along. The rooster was merely a pretext." Yu Ernie nodded, suddenly realizing, "Oh my goodness, Old Six, you were right. It turns out Zhao Hohot has known about Wang Fuguei's affair with Widow Zhou all along." Chapter 2. Neither you nor I wanted. As Song Xiangchen stepped out of the car and sent a text to Song Linling. He lifted his gaze to find his mother standing not far away, lost in thought. He hurried over. "Mom, why are you standing here?" However, Mo Pingxin suddenly grasped her son's arm, signaling him to hush. Confused, Song Xiangchen's mind raced. Who is speaking? Who is Wang Fuguei? And who is Widow Zhou? This situation seems rather convoluted. The villagers gathered around were equally thrilled. It turns out that Widow Zhou was wronged. Wang Fuguei is truly a scoundrel. How could he be so shameless? Widow Zhou seethed with anger. "Zhao Hohot, are you not ashamed? You have your eyes on my meager possessions." Zhao Hohot, feeling guilty, did not retaliate with much conviction, but after a few exchanges, she too became enraged. "What of it if I take a few things? You have slept with my man. Shouldn't you offer me some compensation?" As the onlookers bared their teeth in dismay, they began to see Zhao Hohot's point. After all, one cannot lose a husband and possessions simultaneously. Wait, did Widow Zhou imply that Wang Fuguei is fast? Someone questioned. I doubt it. If he were on a mission, he surely could not focus. Wang Fuguei's face flickered between red and white. Yet, at that moment, another inner voice emerged. Oh my heavens. It turns out Widow Zhou knows that Zhao Hohot is aware of her affair with her husband. But she pretends to be oblivious? The crowd was bewildered. What is happening? Why is this becoming increasingly incomprehensible? There are only 3 individuals involved, yet the relationships are so intricate. What does Widow Zhou know? What is Zhao Hohot pretending to ignore? I comprehend now. Heiress claims that Widow Zhou and Zhao Hohot share a true bond, and they are acting intentionally. Yes, yes. I perceive the same meaning. What is this? It is all so tangled. I shall simply listen to Heiress' interpretation. Xiaoxia exclaimed. It turns out that Zhao Hohot and Widow Zhou hail from the same village. After Widow Zhou's husband passed away, Zhao Hohot felt sympathy for her. Upon discovering her own husband's affair with Widow Zhou, she surprisingly took it in stride, pretending nothing had occurred. Later, upon realizing that Wang Fugue could pilfer from the Zhou household, she became even more magnanimous, treating Wang Fugue merely as a means to exchange goods. The laughter erupted from Xiaoxia as she slapped her thigh. Oh my goodness, by this reckoning, Wang Fugue is even less than a rooster. These two women have not contended for a man, but a mere rooster has incited such a fierce battle. Unbelievable. The two women, who had been grappling moments before, stood frozen. The crowd was equally stunned. At that moment, Wang Fugue, who had been reveling in the spectacle of the women fighting over him, suddenly slapped his thigh and lamented, "Good heavens, how can one live like this?" Simultaneously, the two women released their grips. Zhao Hohot, hands on her hips, declared, "We can manage, but the rooster must be mine." Widow Zhou retorted stubbornly, "Wang Fugue returns to you, but the rooster belongs to my household. It must stay with me." Zhao Hohot gasped in anger, exclaiming, "Wang Fugue, I no longer desire you. You two have been entwined for far too long. I find it repulsive." Widow Zhou retorted, "If you do not want him, then neither do I." The villagers were utterly captivated, their eyes wide with intrigue. It was nothing short of spectacular, truly remarkable. Ever since the second daughter of the Yu family was struck by a falling boulder, the villagers have been privy to her innermost thoughts, leading to a daily feast of gossip. Life has become exceedingly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue wept louder than ever. After savoring a sweet melon and finishing a handful of seeds, Xiaoxia discreetly withdrew from the scene, her contributions concealed. Yet, as she navigated through the throng, she encountered a well-dressed family of 3 across the way, their expressions frozen in shock. "Ah, so these must be the parents of my lost daughter." The Song family exchanged bewildered glances, pondering, "Is she referring to us?" Observing their dazed demeanor, Xiaoxia mused, "They appear rather dim-witted." It is no wonder they failed to notice their child had been maliciously swapped so many years ago. Chapter 3. The Foolish Spring. What? Mo Pingxin gazed at her husband in astonishment. Maliciously swapped children? Is that not merely an accidental mix-up? As she trembled with indignation, Song Onkong grasped her hand, silently urging her to remain calm. Xiaoxia and the Song couple exchanged silent stares. A moment of silence stretching between them until she shifted her gaze to a male college student grinning foolishly nearby. Old Six. Is this not the younger brother of the Song family who has persistently opposed the true heiress in the original tale? What is he so merrily grinning about? Among 4 dorm mates, he is the sole heterosexual. The others are either engaged in risque antics or vying for attention. Yet, he naively believes the atmosphere is harmonious. What a simpleton. System. Indeed, host, it is he. Suddenly, the foolish spring, amused by the antics of a less than glamorous rooster, ceased his grin, unable to muster another smile. System. I fear it may not be possible. They have already set off, preparing to send one individual to entice the girlfriend of this foolish spring, whom he has pursued for quite some time. Once he experiences disappointment with women, they will intervene, allowing him to appreciate the virtues of men, ultimately leading him to embrace his true self. The foolish spring, no. Song Xiangchen turned pale, abruptly changing course. Mo Pingxin, unable to intercede in time, called out after him, "Xiangchen, there are no vehicles available. Where are you headed?" They had merely driven 1 car, and the reunion would take some time to arrange, making immediate departure impossible. Seeing that they could not halt him, Song father attempted to soothe his wife. "He is grown. Let him be." Behind them, Xiaoxia scratched her head, puzzled. "Old Six, was he not here to fetch me? Why has he turned back?" System. Perhaps he recollected something of importance. Fret not, host. He is inconsequential. The Song parents have arrived. Focus on how you'll greet them. Although she had already grasped the overarching narrative, she must feign ignorance. Clearing her throat, she displayed an unprecedented level of acting prowess as she addressed the Song parents. "Whom are you seeking?" Most crucially, why did it seem that they could hear her innermost thoughts? However, as Mo Pingxin opened her mouth to speak, it was as if her voice had been seized, rendering her incapable of uttering a single question. Mo Pingxin, trembling with fear, touched her neck and looked anxiously at her husband. Song Onkong was startled as well, hurriedly patting her back. "What's wrong? Did you choke on something?" "You're the one. Who's choking?" Mo Pingxin retorted, but soon realized she could speak normally again. A sudden clarity washed over her. Was it that she was unable to inquire about the thoughts she had heard from Xiaoxia? Coming to this realization, she gestured to her husband. "You ask her." Song Onkong, bewildered, opened his mouth. Abba now. The one clutching her neck in terror was Song Dad. However, After further experimentation, Mo Pingxin comprehended the situation entirely. Xiaoxia was puzzled, as the couple had begun addressing her as daddy, which made her feel rather embarrassed. The Song family had discovered just a month prior that their cherished daughter, Song Linling, was not their biological child. After extensive investigation, they suspected a mix-up at birth. This revelation struck the Song family hard, especially Mo Pingxin, for whom the realization that the daughter she had raised for 20 years was not her own was profoundly devastating. "Your mother called you 2 days ago, do you remember?" Xiaoxia certainly recalled, as she had personally answered the call. She had died a week prior, struck down by a meteor while stargazing with a remarkably handsome young man. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself in this new world, accompanied by a peculiar system known as lovesick. This system informed her that the Xiaoxia of this world was far less fortunate, having been directly killed by the meteor. If she wished to survive, she must assume Xiaoxia's identity. Moreover, the system insisted that due to its nature, it required her to consume melons or face demise. Thus, Xiaoxia was compelled to embark on a daily quest for melons. Additionally, the system revealed that this was not an ordinary world, it was a narrative, and Xiaoxia was the true-born cannon fodder character within the tale. After recalling the plot, Xiaoxia's eyes widened and moments later, they glistened with tears. Sniffling, she looked at Mo Pingxin. "Are you my mother?" Mo Pingxin nodded. And seeing that Xiaoxia did not reject her, she reached out to embrace her daughter. Song Kong, witnessing the touching reunion, felt his own eyes welling with tears. After a moment, he cautiously asked Xiaoxia, "Xiaoxia, your mother and I have come to take you to live in the city. Would you like to come with us?" Xiaoxia hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. She certainly had to go. There were far more melons in the city, which she needed to survive. Although the countryside had its share of melons, it was ultimately a small place with few people. After a week, she had nearly exhausted the melons of Shishui village and was ready to change her melon hunting grounds. "I am willing to go with you." Mo Pingxin joyfully nodded. Good, good. What a good child." Xiaoxia had been an orphan taken in by Grandmayu, who had endured much hardship. Her husband had passed away early, and she had only one daughter named Danny, who had tragically died shortly after reaching adulthood. After adopting Xiaoxia, she affectionately called her Ernie. Grandmayu had passed away a year prior, leaving Xiaoxia all alone. Thus, it mattered little where she lived. Compared to the countryside, Xiaoxia undoubtedly prefers the city, as it offers a significantly more convenient lifestyle. Leading the Song couple into the dilapidated courtyard, Xiaoxia retrieved 2 stools and said, "Please wait a moment. I will be ready shortly." Song Kong replied hastily, "No rush, take your time." Mo Pingxin, concerned, asked, "Do you need any help from your mother?" Xiaoxia shook her head. In truth, her belongings had long been packed, and she was ready to depart. However, before leaving, she entered a small room, closed the door behind her, and lit 2 incense sticks. On the wall hung 2 portraits, one of her grandmother, and the other of the original Xiaoxia. Chapter 4. Is she not the protagonist? Although the system claimed that this Xiaoxia was also her, another version of herself from a parallel world, Xiaoxia firmly believed that they were 2 distinct individuals, each possessing their own thoughts and personalities. She felt quite guilty for occupying someone else's body. Thus, it was only right to pay her respects. At that moment, the system chimed in. "Host, I have already informed you that in the world of paper figures, there is no soul after death, hence they do not exist." Xiaoxia rolled her eyes and retorted, "I just want to pay tribute. Mind your own business." The system conceded, "All right, you win, host. But remember, once you enter the city, you must eat more melons. Only by consuming melons can you obtain seeds, and once you have enough seeds, I can grant you rewards." Xiaoxia exclaimed, "There are rewards for eating melons? You never mentioned that before." The system chuckled, "I merely wish to surprise you." Xiaoxia chose not to dwell on it. After finishing her tribute, she locked the door and joined the Song couple to take a car, preparing to leave Shishui village. However, as they reached the mouth of the alley, they found the villagers eagerly waiting by the vehicle. Upon seeing Xiaoxia emerge, they rushed over. "Heiress, we heard you're leaving. Here are some peanuts we grew at home, roasted for your journey. Take some tea eggs too. You must be taking the train, right? It's quite a long way, and tea eggs are perfect for the train. And I brought dried sweet potatoes. You can chew on them during your train ride." The villagers were exceptionally warm-hearted, and Xiaoxia was moved to tears. "Old Six, look at my popularity. No matter where I go, I'm always welcomed." The system flattered her. "Host, you are kind, and Old Six likes you too." The villagers exchanged glances, expressing their reluctance. "We will truly miss Heiress." Once she leaves, there will be no melons left for us to enjoy. The villagers, having suddenly heard Xiaoxia's thoughts a week ago, initially reacted with surprise and fear, but soon recognized the benefits of their newfound ability to hear her heart's voice. In just a week, they had savored the fruits of hundreds of households in Shishui village alongside Xiaoxia, and it had been quite a delightful experience. Regrettably, she was now leaving, which made them quite nostalgic. Accepting the villagers' kind gestures, Xiaoxia piled into the small car brought by the Song couple. As soon as she got in, she sighed, "Ah, I'm about to enter the city, and I feel quite anxious." The system reassured her, "Don't worry, host. Old Six will always be with you." In her previous life, Xiaoxia had read novels where the system frequently employed electric shocks to threaten the host. However, her own system, referred to as Old Six, was benevolent and spoke with great consideration, leaving Xiaoxia quite content. Leaning against the back seat, she glanced at her parents, Song Dad and Song Mom, in the front. Song Dad and Song Mom appear quite amiable now. Who could have anticipated that they would come to despise their own daughter in the future? Old Six, do you think I should lock away my heart to avoid future sorrow? Would they truly come to loathe their biological daughter? Why on earth? Old Six replied. The narrative suggests that Xiaoxia and Song Linling, raised in the Song household, were often compared, leading to her growing insecurities and sensibilities. She harbored resentment towards Song Linling for occupying her place. When the parents eventually discovered the truth, they struggled to part with her. And out of concern for Song Linlong's feelings, they kept her true origins a secret. This ultimately resulted in Xiaoxia's increasingly radical behavior, prompting the Song family to gradually grow weary of her. But now that you are aware of the plot, dear host, such a fate shall not befall you. Mo Pingxin was shaken upon hearing this. She had raised Song Linlang herself, and even upon learning that Linlang was not her biological child, she found it difficult to consider sending her away. She had initially thought that their family was well off enough to accommodate another child, especially since the children were now adults. Yet, she had not anticipated that comparisons would emerge between the two. Mo Pingxin hesitated, casting a glance at her husband. Should she truly expel Song Linlang from their home? Nightfall finally descended as the vehicle arrived at the Song family's villa. Upon disembarking, Xiaoxia beheld a woman of similar age standing at the entrance, tall and exquisitely featured. Old Six, that must be Song Linling, right? Indeed, she is a star. Even from a distance, her aura is remarkable. The system responded. Indeed, host. Song Linling is the venomous female antagonist of this narrative, perpetually at odds with the protagonist, competing for resources, fame, success, and even love, ultimately being unmasked and exiting the story. Mo Pingxin and Song Onkong, just stepping out of the car, were taken aback. Goodness, how many secrets remained hidden from them? What did exit the story mean? Would Linlang perish in the end? Xiaoxia was also stunned. She isn't the protagonist? Isn't this a tale of true and false heirs? Am I, the true heiress, merely a supporting character, while the false heiress is also a mere supporting character? Old Six, unfazed, remarked. Host, you did not thoroughly read the original text. The true and false heiresses are merely one aspect. The genuine protagonist is someone else entirely. Furthermore, you are a minor supporting character, while Song Linling occupies the role of the malevolent antagonist, the second female lead. Xiaoxia understood. It seemed they were all mere supporting characters, with distinctions in their ranks. How could the original author be so unkind? Moreover, the original work spanned several million words, long and tedious. She had certainly lacked the patience to read it all. She had only perused sections relevant to herself, inadvertently missing this significant plot twist. As she pondered, Mo Pingxin and Song Onkong approached, taking Xiaoxia's hand and guiding her into the house. As Song Linling awaited at the entrance, the moment she caught sight of Mo Pingxin, her initial impulse was to rush over. However, upon noticing Mo Pingxin holding the hand of a girl beside her, she halted in her tracks, painfully reminded of her own identity. Since discovering that she was not a child of the Song family, Song Linling initially resisted believing it, but was compelled to accept the truth upon seeing the results of the paternity test. Yet, it was exceedingly difficult for her to digest the reality that the home she had inhabited for 2 decades and the family that had cherished her for the same length of time had merely erred in this singular matter. With a complex expression, she gazed at the family of 3 approaching her. They were the true family, while she felt like an outsider. As the girl drew closer, Song Linling inhaled deeply, donning a facade of pride. What did it matter if they were not biologically related? After all, her mother had long assured her that she would be treated as a biological child, even without blood ties. The bond forged over 20 years with the Song family was genuine. Resolute, she crossed her arms, preparing to assert her dominance over this true heiress. Though you may be the biological child, it was not I who caused your displacement. Do not presume to bully me. Just as Song Linlang was poised to deliver a cutting remark, a voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. Goodness, upon closer inspection, this pretender is rather good-looking. What a pity. Chapter 5. More impressive than the time travel dramas I've acted in. The words she had intended to speak caught in her throat. Did she just receive a compliment on her appearance? No, wait, it seemed she hadn't spoken at all. Who was that speaking? And what was there to pity? In a state of confusion, Song Linlang glanced around, and in the next moment, Mo Pingxin grasped her hand tightly, smiling as she said, Xia, this is Linlang, you too. She hesitated, uncertain how to introduce the two children. Her desires were greedy. She wanted both daughters. Mo Pingxin quickly added, Yes, Aunt Zhang. Please take Xia to wash her hands. Although Yu Xia had snacked on treats from the villagers during the drive, she was already hungry and obediently followed the nanny to the restroom. Mo Pingxin then urged Song Linlang to sit on the sofa, but Linlang looked perplexed. Mom, I think someone just spoke in my ear, mentioning something about pity. Did you hear that? Mo Pingxin and Song Onkong exchanged glances, since they had entered the car. They had been pondering the extent of this phenomenon of hearing thoughts. It appeared that the villagers could hear, as well as they and Xiang Chun. But judging by the expressions of the nannies, they seemed oblivious. Dad? Mom? Seeing her parents lost in thought, Song Linlang called out. Meanwhile, her eyes widened gradually.
Montag Pinkson,
mistaking her astonishment for fear, was about to offer words of comfort when she noticed the corners of Linlong's mouth stretching into a smile. Is this really that amazing? She exclaimed, her shock directed towards Mo Pingxin. Mom, this is incredible. It's even more astonishing than the time travel dramas I have performed in. Mo Pingxin and Song Onkong indeed. Young people are quick to embrace new concepts, but this was rather too swift, wasn't it? Did they not experience a moment of fear? After the initial excitement, Song Linlang recalled the matter at hand. Mom, what did she mean when she said, I'm unfortunate? What's so unfortunate? All right, let's eat first. After dinner, Xia, I will take you to see the room we prepared for you. If there's anything uncomfortable or unusual, we can make adjustments. Yu Xia had no objections. Her sole focus was on the meal. Once seated at the dining table, she exchanged a few polite remarks before diving into the delicious food. The Song family truly lived up to their affluent reputation. Their meals were simply delectable. After satisfying her appetite, she finally felt inclined to lift her gaze. Song Linlang sat across from her, leisurely enjoying a bowl of fat-reducing salad, occasionally glancing over at Yu Xia. Their eyes met in the next moment. Yu Xia maintained a neutral expression, though her heart brimmed with excitement. Song Linlang looks even more stunning under the lights. Upon discovering the identity of the fake heiress, Yu Xia had searched for photos of Song Linlang online, but she was taken aback by how different she appeared in person. Indeed, celebrities are exceptional, and those who get selected are truly beauties of unparalleled caliber. Song Linlong's face flushed suspiciously. Being praised twice in a row made her feel somewhat embarrassed. However, the next moment, her smile vanished. Yu Xia mused. Indeed. Those who can play the role of a wicked supporting character must possess some capital of their own. Yet, when I think about it, her situation is rather tragic. At least I, a mere pawn, can hope for a happy ending, whereas she, the malicious supporting character, is not so fortunate. Her identity as a fake heiress is merely a plot device laid by the author, designed to be used against the protagonist in the future. Her original persona was that of a wealthy girl, and once her identity was exposed, fans condemned her for her shattered facade, accusing her of vanity for refusing to reveal her status as a fake heiress, calling her a liar. TSK, it seems everything is orchestrated by fate. We are all at its mercy. Suddenly, Song Linlong's fork clattered to the floor. A wicked supporting character?
Who might that be?
Oh, it turns out to be her. I am actually the wicked supporting character. Song Linlang was furious, standing up and attempting to shake Yu Xia by the shoulders. You must explain this to me. How can I, such an innocent, beautiful, kind, and lovable girl, be labeled as a wicked supporting character? However, as she stood up, she began to choke, her eyes widening in disbelief. Unyielding, she continued to interrogate Yu Xia, her words turning into incoherent sounds. Song Linlang was completely incensed, flailing her arms and legs, exclaiming with fervor, "What the heck? Am I all right? Can I speak now? Enough." She cleared her throat, feigning nonchalance, and sat back down. Xia recoiled slightly. Seriously? Tell me honestly, does Song Linling have a problem? At the dining table, Mo Pingxin could no longer contain her laughter, her shoulders shaking. Xia grew more concerned. Seriously, tell me the truth. Does Mrs. Song have a problem too? Why does the entire Song family seem a bit odd? System. No issues detected. Host. Everyone appears to be in good health. Xia felt relieved. That's good to know. If Song Linling truly is unhinged or something, murder doesn't come without consequences. I must keep my distance. Song Linling. Rest assured, host. I will alert you to any dangers. After dining, Mo Pingxin took Xiaoxia upstairs to viewer room, while Song Onkong stayed behind to explain the earlier incident to Song Linling. Upon hearing the explanation, Song Linling grasped the situation. So, Xiaoxia is unaware that we can perceive her inner thoughts? Song Onkong nodded in affirmation. That should indeed be the case. Song Linlong's excitement grew. This is splendid. If she were to realize it, she would certainly try to suppress her thoughts, and then we would hear nothing at all. However, a crucial concern crossed Song Linlong's mind. Given the extraordinary nature of her thoughts and the secrets she harbored, what if someone with ill intent sought to harm her? This was precisely what Song Onkong feared as well. He cast a reassuring glance at Song Linling, acknowledging that only those who genuinely cared for Xiaoxia could arrive at such a conclusion so swiftly. Meanwhile, upstairs, Xiaoxia was exploring the room that she would soon occupy. The decor and arrangement, along with the plethora of items in the wardrobe, indicated that the Song family had indeed put considerable thought into it. Mo Pingxin personally assisted her in unpacking and, at the end, presented her with a card. This contains your allowance from your mom and dad. Once it's spent, just let your mom know, and she will replenish it. Xiaoxia accepted the bank card without any pretense, nodding in acknowledgement. Just then, Song Linling peeked in, somewhat shyly addressing Xiaoxia. If you don't like this room, you can have mine. I can switch with you. Xiaoxia shook her head. No need. This place is quite lovely. As Xiaoxia opened the box, she was nearly blinded by its brilliance. It contained a complete set of diamond jewelry, undoubtedly of significant value. She had previously struggled with the decision to go public about her identity. While she leaned towards openness, her agent disagreed, fearing it would affect her popularity. Eventually, they had agreed to let things unfold naturally. Yet now, knowing the future trajectory, she resolved that the original female lead would not use this against her. She would publicly declare it herself. No one would be able to leverage this against her. However, the extravagant gift left her feeling conflicted. While she loved money, she firmly believed in the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. Who knew if this wealth came with strings attached? Her life was too precious to gamble with. Nonetheless, Song Linling eagerly pressed the box into her arms. Just accept it. If you don't, it will trouble me. You should rest now. I'll take my leave. With that, Song Linling dashed away, leaving Mo Pingxin to gently pat Xiaoxia's hand. Keep it. Tomorrow, when we have time, I will take you out to acquire more exquisite pieces. A girl must possess several fine pieces of jewelry. Even if not worn, they can be treasured and appreciated over time. Reluctantly, Xiaoxia tucked the box away. Later that night, once the lights in Xiaoxia's room were turned off, 2 doors quietly creaked open. Chapter 6. The architects of Malevolent Child swap from years past. Simultaneously, Song Linling and the Song couple emerged from their rooms, exchanging knowing glances before stealthily entering the vacant room adjacent to Xiaoxia's bedroom. They pressed their heads against the wall, which bordered Xiaoxia's room. Soon, a book appeared before Xiaoxia, and as she read, she gasped in astonishment. How could it be like this? This is truly tragic. The 3 outside, separated by mere inches, listened intently, their hearts racing. Yet they remained focused on the task at hand. The moment Xiaoxia's heartfelt voice emerged, Song Onkong quickly retreated, meticulously measuring the distance at which he could hear her thoughts. Ultimately, they determined that it was approximately 4 meters. Beyond that, her inner voice faded into silence. As for the criteria for whom could be heard, it appeared to lack any discernible pattern. Mo Pingxin breathed a sigh of relief, concluding that in the future, should any ill-intentioned individuals approach his daughter, as long as they remained beyond that 4-meter boundary, there would be no cause for concern. Inside the room, Xiaoxia, unable to endure any longer, announced, "Old 6, I shall retire for the night. If I encounter any scenes I have yet to witness, do remind me. Rest assured, host."
Came the prompt reply.
Outside, Mo Pingxin and the others, having gathered their data, also took their leave. After a restful slumber in their new quarters, the following morning, As Yu Xiaoxia descended the stairs, she found that everyone had already risen. Upon seeing her, Mo Pingxin hurried over, grasping her hand. Why are you up so early? Are you not accustomed to sleeping here? Is it the room or the bed? Yu Xiaoxia shook her head. Neither. The room is splendid. I am simply used to rising early. Before her journey through time, Yu Xiaoxia had been an ordinary worker, accustomed to waking up at dawn for her job due to her biological clock. Relieved, Mo Pingxin led her to the dining area. Upon entering, Yu Xiaoxia was greeted by a lavish spread of breakfast options, both Chinese and Western. A veritable feast compared to her previous mornings where she would hastily grab a jianbing, a type of Chinese crepe, on the way to work. As they turned, they were greeted by the return of Song Xiangchen, who, upon noticing their gazes, felt a bit shy. What are you all staring at? He asked. Mo Pingxin chuckled. What do you have in your hands? Clearing his throat, Song Xiangchen glanced at Yu Xiaoxia. I brought some soup dumplings for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Linlang exclaimed in delight. Taking Feng's dumplings? Song Xiangchen, you are quite industrious today, queuing up early to buy us breakfast. She reached for the dumplings, but Song Xiangchen deftly shifted aside, placing them before Yu Xiaoxia instead. Song Linlang teased, am I no longer your only sister today? Just because of a dumpling? Song Xiangchen's cheeks flushed as he quickly shot a glance at Yu Xiaoxia. Don't say such things. Not wishing to expose him, Song Linlang joined the family at the table. However, upon seeing the abundant breakfast laid out, Song Xiangchen paused. The Song family typically favored Western breakfasts, and he had risen early to procure dumplings for Yu Xiaoxia, fearing she might not enjoy the traditional fare. Xiaoxia, we have lean meat porridge and fresh shrimp porridge today. Which would you like to try first? Mother will serve you, Mo Pingxin offered cheerfully. Lean meat porridge, thank you, mother, Yu Xiaoxia replied. Mo Pingxin, brimming with joy, hurriedly served the porridge before her. Once she finished, Song Onkong chimed in, Xiaoxia, would you like some youtiao, fried dough sticks? Or, do you find them too greasy? We have xiaomai, steamed dumplings. Perhaps you would prefer that? Before Yu Xiaoxia could respond, Song Linlang interjected, how about a scrambled egg sandwich?
Yes, you.
It is not greasy, and won't contribute to weight gain. Song Xiangchen, noticing the neglected dumplings at the side, silently nudged them closer to Yu Xiaoxia. Yu Xiaoxia was equally curious about the long-queued soup dumplings, and without hesitation, she picked one up with her chopsticks. I'll enjoy the dumplings, but Mom, Dad, and Linlang, you should eat too. Don't just focus on me. Song Xiangchen felt a surge of happiness, prompting everyone to relax and attend to their meals. Just yesterday, Yu Xiaoxia had been too fatigued to recall. Upon seeing Song Xiangchen earlier, she was reminded that they had only just begun to savor yesterday's gossip. Did Song Xiangchen's girlfriend fall prey to his roommates yesterday? She pondered aloud. Suddenly, Song Linlang choked on her milk, causing a stir. And dared to tempt Song Xiangchen's girlfriend? Mo Ping Xin and Song and Kong perked up their ears, not due to a lack of concern for their younger brother, but rather because they had been overwhelmingly busy since yesterday and now seized the opportunity to listen closely. The system interjected. No. Host, Song Xiangchen arrived just in time. Interestingly, he discovered that all three of his roommates had been involved. Yu Xiaoxia was taken aback.
Huh? How did he find that out?
Hadn't he been living with those three for a year without noticing? How is it that he only realized it yesterday? The system explained. Yesterday, his three roommates arranged to meet Song Xiangchen's girlfriend at a restaurant. One of them was openly pursuing her, while the other two were distracted, kissing in a booth not far away. Song Xiangchen arrived just as he witnessed the scene.
My goodness.
Yu Xiaoxia swallowed her soup dumpling in one bite. That must have been quite a shock for Song Xiangchen, being a straight man. The rest of the table instinctively glanced at Song Xiangchen, who lowered his head, feigning indifference, though his toes were digging into the ground beneath his slippers. Indeed, the system confirmed. Song Xiangchen ended up in a confrontation with them at the restaurant and took his girlfriend away. Moreover, he has moved out of the dormitory. Yu Xiaoxia listened with rapt attention. Moving out is for the best. Otherwise, I fear he might lose his straight identity. The intentions of those roommates to seduce his girlfriend were ultimately aimed at dragging him down as well, rendering his girlfriend a victim of their schemes. Upon her inquiry, Song Xiangchen immediately held his breath. When he arrived yesterday, he had seen his girlfriend resolutely rejecting one of the roommates, which had delighted him. But now he was equally eager to learn about the unfolding narrative that Yu Xiaoxia spoke of. The system responded. Initially, there was no issue. But as the saying goes, a good woman fears persistent suitors. With Song Xiangchen's three roommates meddling, the young couple, whose feelings were still tender, found themselves in constant quarrels, allowing the first roommate to exploit the situation and undermine Song Xiangchen's relationship. How could this happen? Xiaoxia, who held no disdain for homosexuality, recognizing it as a personal choice beyond her jurisdiction, felt repulsed by the deceit. Across the table, Song Linling nodded vigorously. She had met Song Xiangchen's roommates and found them to be bright, cheerful young men. She had even brought them snacks when visiting her brother at school, never suspecting they were capable of such behavior. Fired up with indignation, Xiaoxia declared, "They're simply not good people." After graduating from university, Gu Zi deceived a young woman into marriage. It was not until years later that she discovered her husband's hidden sexual orientation. He was, in fact, homosexual. Unable to accept this revelation, she confronted him, only to learn that her relationship with Song Xiangchen had been deliberately sabotaged. Ultimately, she succumbed to depression and, before her untimely demise, sent an email to Song Xiangchen. Though he had never been attracted to men, he had remained unmarried, nursing the wounds inflicted by his former girlfriend. Upon receiving her email, he was devastated by the truth and, in a fit of rage, sought vengeance on Gu Zi, leaving him severely injured. According to the original storyline, Song Xiangchen ended up in prison. At that moment, as Song Xiangchen was voraciously consuming a steamed bun, he suddenly froze, and even Mo Pingxin, Song Onkong, and Song Linling were momentarily taken aback. Mo Pingxin furrowed her brow at her youngest son, struggling to believe that his fate was indeed imprisonment. Song Onkong hurriedly patted his wife's back, reassuring her. Fortunately, now that Xiangchen has uncovered the truth, he will not be imprisoned. Oh my, how tragic. Xiaoxia could not suppress her ire, exclaiming, "Those who deceive others into becoming their wives deserve nothing less than retribution." The system responded with a couple of affirmations. Indeed, the host is correct. However, Xiaoxia recalled an inconsistency. According to the original plot, Song Xiangchen should still be oblivious to the truth. How could he suddenly be seeking out his girlfriend, and so fortuitously stumble upon his roommate kissing? Feeling Xiaoxia's scrutinizing gaze, Song Xiangchen continued to eat nonchalantly, his mind screaming, "Of course, it is all because of you, Xiaoxia. You are my muse, my reincarnated guardians." The system replied, I'm not quite certain about that.
Host.
Xiaoxia shrugged. Never mind. It doesn't matter. In any case, the world is better off with one less deceived young woman. As she enjoyed her meal, Xiaoxia undoubtedly overindulged. However, just as she set down her chopsticks, the housekeeper rushed in to announce, "Sir, madam, Mr. Song Onha and his wife have arrived." Song Onha? Isn't he the mastermind behind the malicious swapping of children? Mo Pingxin stood frozen in place, and in that brief moment of distraction, a woman's voice approached from afar. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, I heard you found your biological daughter. Let me see her." Chapter 7. The Mistress Rises. As the voice echoed, a middle-aged woman entered through the doorway, Liao Jili, the wife of Song Onha. Upon entering, Liao Jili seized Xiaoxia's hand, inspecting her closely. "This must be the girl. She resembles you. She looks just like you did when you were younger." A sudden chill coursed through Mo Pingxin's heart. She couldn't fathom the emotions with which Song On had gazed upon her as he doted on Song Linling. Surely, he must take great pride in his sinister handiwork. Noticing his wife's distress, Song Onkong quickly embraced her shoulders, offering a comforting pat and signaling her to hold her thoughts for later. However, at that moment, Mo Pingxin did not wish to see Song Onkong either. After all, Song Onha was his brother, despite their childhood disagreements. Did he not owe her an explanation for such a malevolent act? Determined, she stepped forward, shaking off Song Onkong's hand, and confronted Liao Jili, her expression cold as she demanded, "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Liao Jili appeared momentarily taken aback. Mo Pingxin, her sister-in-law, was known for her gentle temperament and had never expressed anger towards her before. What could have triggered such a temper this morning? After being pushed aside, Song Onkong cleared his throat in resignation, signaling for Song Linling to step forward. Liao Jili rolled her eyes and turned to occupy a seat on the sofa. Mo Pingxin took a deep breath and beckoned Xiaoxia to join her. Noticing Mo Pingxin's initiative to sit closer, Liao Jili's expression softened somewhat, and she reproached, "Sister-in-law,
How could you?
I brought a thoughtful gift to meet my little niece, yet you are giving me the cold shoulder. And you, big brother, why are you bickering with her so early in the morning?" Song Onkong offered an awkward smile. Liao Jili, known for her sharp tongue and penchant for gossip, often took on the role of a self-appointed mentor, and now that Mo Pingxin and her husband were at odds, she was undoubtedly eager to interject. However, Mo Pingxin had no time for her ramblings and interrupted directly. Why are you the only one here? Where's Song Anha? Mo Pingxin did not take the box. Instead, she pricked up her ears and, as anticipated, heard Yu Xiaoxia's thoughts. Both Mo Pingxin and Liao Jili stood up from the sofa simultaneously, Mo Pingxin in frustration, Liao Jili in shock. She looked around in terror, wondering who was whispering in her ear, or rather, who was speaking in her mind. The audacity of the words directed at her husband was outrageous. He was a university lecturer, popular online, cultured and gentle, beloved by his students, certainly capable of such behavior. Seeing Liao Jili's agitation, the Song family understood. She could hear Yu Xiaoxia's thoughts too. And those thoughts continued. What happened between my mother and this lady? Why did they suddenly both stand up?
Oh.
Now they're sitting again. Forget it. I'll just watch the drama unfold. This doesn't add up, old six. Even if Song Anha is jealous of his brother, how could that old lady be an accomplice? The system promptly displayed the original text for Yu Xiaoxia to see. Oh, I see now. So Song Anha and my father were not born of the same mother. That old lady is my father's stepmother.
Goodness.
She was indeed the mistress who ascended to the position. Song Ankong was stunned, clenching his fists tightly. He knew his mother was not his biological mother. He was 3 when Song An's mother entered the family, and he could remember some details, yet he was unaware that Song An's mother was his father's mistress. Everyone in the living room fixated their gaze on Yu Xiaoxia, awaiting her next revelation. Yu Xiaoxia was busy sifting through the gossip and did not notice the attention she was receiving. So, the old man was quite the flirt in his youth. His first wife, my grandmother, was still alive and ill when he sought out his next partner. Strictly speaking, Song Anha could be considered an illegitimate child, but the couple maintained a facade, fearing exposure, and thus postponed Song Anha's birth date by several months to deceive everyone. Song Ankong lowered his head, his emotions unreadable. He had been too young when his mother passed away, but now he recalled that it seemed his stepmother had married his father not long before having a younger brother. Though the details were hazy. At this moment, he comprehended the truth of the matter. TSK. Yu Xiaoxia shook her head, observing, the old lady is quite skilled. Although she is a stepmother, she is regarded as a paragon of motherhood by everyone. She treats my father with more kindness than her own son, who often faces her harsh reprimands, while my father is met with incessant praise. Little do they know, this is a form of insidious flattery. Thankfully, my father's character is commendable, preventing him from being led astray. As for Song Anha, if he dared to neglect his homework, a swift slap from his mother would surely follow. In his youth, he foolishly took pride in this. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing even at his age, he had yet to see through such dynamics. Reflecting on the past, he recognized a pattern. As he matured, attending university and embarking on a career, his life steadily improved, yet his mother never once offered him a kind word. Perhaps it was precisely because he had not been spoiled that she and his younger brother could not restrain themselves from usurping his childhood. Alas! Song Anha is a university professor, meant to exemplify moral integrity, yet who could have imagined he is, in private, a hypocritical charlatan, espousing virtue while being the most immoral of them all, even to the detriment of the innocent. Liao Jili's expression darkened, as she began to comprehend whose sentiments lay behind those words. After all, apart from her, there were only 3 women present. She was familiar with the voices of Mo Pingxin and Song Linlang, but the only unfamiliar one belonged to Yu Xiaoxia. Moment latte. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Xiaoxia conversed with Song Linlang, she whispered to Mo Pingxin, sister-in-law, this cannot be true. You know Anha is not that kind of person. Mo Pingxin's face was grim. The truth will reveal itself upon investigation. The hospital where I was admitted had just opened. The number of patients was still limited. And I am certain the nurses and my caretaker will remember me. I will verify everything. If he is indeed responsible, I will ensure he faces the consequences. Liao Jili grew anxious, for deep down, she had already begun to believe Yu Xiaoxia's sentiments. The peculiar nature of the incident made it evident that Yu Xiaoxia had no reason to fabricate lies in her heart. Moreover, she distinctly recalled her husband's hidden malice when he spoke of his elder brother. Even now, the thought sent shivers down her spine. Yet she had never imagined her husband would target an innocent child. In recent years, Song Ankong's business had flourished, and with Mo Pingxin's family background, they were no ordinary individuals. Ultimately, Song Anha was merely a teacher. His reputation was commendable, but the disparity in strength between the 2 brothers had grown increasingly apparent. If a conflict arose, it would undoubtedly be their own family that suffered the consequences. You,
Montag pinks and fumet.
Feeling the weight of years spent apart from her flesh and blood. Could a mere apology from Song Anha suffice to mend such a rift? It would not be so simple. At that moment, the crowd suddenly heard Xiaoxia inquire, "Old Six, a person as duplicitous as Song Anha must have plenty of secrets. Do share some with me?" "Certainly, host." The system responded. "There is a juicy piece of gossip. This afternoon, Song Anha is attending a gathering of classmates. But this is no ordinary reunion. He is set to meet his lover there." Chapter 8. The spectacle is about to unfold. Hooray! Liao Jili was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of Song Anha's attendance at the reunion, but a lover? Who had the audacity to entice her husband? Mo Pingxin's initial fury subsided, her gaze coldly fixed on Liao Jili.
See?
The urgency is palpable. Just moments ago, she was advising herself to be more magnanimous, yet now that the situation involves her, she is keen to see if Liao Jili can be as congenial as she claims. Xiaoxia remarked disdainfully, at her age, still engaging in such reckless behavior. Do her students know how hypocritical their teacher is behind the scenes? Suddenly, Xiaoxia exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Look what I have discovered." Instantly, everyone perked up. Even Liao Jili held her breath. Xiaoxia continued, "It turns out that Song Anha has cheated before. He was entangled with an old classmate during last year's reunion. And remarkably, his wife was present at that gathering. How audacious. TSK, they even. In the restroom." Mo Pingxin grasped Liao Jili's hand firmly and whispered deliberately in her ear, "Sister-in-law, remain calm. Why can't you be a bit more magnanimous?" Liao Jili nearly choked on her own blood in shock. Mo Pingxin, however, was not so heartless. Although Liao Jili was somewhat naive, the past was not her doing, and a little provocation was acceptable. Yet Xiaoxia's curiosity did not abate. "Come on, show me more. Lay out everything about Song Anha. Is there more?" Liao Jili rolled her eyes, feeling an overwhelming urge for fresh air. While Xiaoxia was engrossed in gossip, she failed to notice Liao Jili's expression. Suddenly, the former exclaimed, "Can you believe Song Anha has an illegitimate child?"
Oh.
Liao Jili's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Mo Pingxin was startled and quickly called out to Song Ankang, "Hurry and fetch a doctor." She then attempted to stimulate Liao Jili, but fortunately, before Song Ankang could make the call, Liao Jili regained consciousness. She promptly grasped Mo Pingxin's hand, insisting, "No need for a doctor. I think I just have low blood sugar." Mo Pingxin understood that it was not low blood sugar, but rather a fainting spell from anger. However, she chose not to confront her and instead suggested, "Shall I have a servant assist you to the guest room for a moment's rest?" Mo Pingxin, being kind-hearted, did not forcibly send her away. Instead, she had a maid fetch some candy and poured her a cup of warm water. Liao Jili nodded gratefully at Mo Pingxin while holding the cup. "Is everything all right, Auntie?" Xiaoxia asked curiously. Liao Jili quickly shook her head, forcing a smile for Xiaoxia. "I'm fine, just need some sugar." "Don't worry about me. Please continue." This last sentence remained unspoken by Liao Jili. Xiaoxia nodded and resumed her gossip. It turns out that after many years of marriage, Song Anha and his wife have only one daughter. Although he outwardly claims not to care, he has secretly fathered a son with another woman. His wife has been completely kept in the dark, manipulated into confusion, while at home, despite their wealth, their daughter has the worst living conditions among her peers. Song Anha justifies this by saying they cannot spoil their only child and that a daughter must be raised in hardship to be obedient. Little do they know, all the money has been lavished on the mistress and her child. Liao Jili's teeth ground together in anger. She recalled how overjoyed Song Anha was when their daughter was born, believing he truly did not mind. After all, he was an intellectual, and one would expect a higher level of understanding from him. Little did she realize he had already planned to seek another for procreation. Liao Jili closed her eyes, and a stream of tears trickled down from the corners. Mo Pingxin sighed softly, recognizing Liao Jili as a mere paper tiger, loud and blustering on the surface, yet easily punctured. The subtle glances from the Song family fell upon Liao Jili, and had it not been for Xiaoxia's inner thoughts, no one would have realized that the seemingly gentle Song Anha harbored such a dark side. Just then, she thought, "Oh my heavens! Song Anha has even resorted to hiring a lawyer to devise a scheme to transfer all his family assets, leaving not a single penny for his wife and daughter. Once successful, he plans to cast aside his wife and daughter to lead a carefree life with his mistress. Disgusting scoundrel." Xiaoxia sympathized, glancing at Liao Jili. "Oh, why are you in tears, Annie?" "I was so engrossed in the gossip that I must have missed something important." Taking a deep breath, Liao Jelly suddenly grasped Mo Pingxin's hand. Sister-in-law, I must confess, I have discovered that Song Anha is cheating. Yu Xiaoxia gasped in shock. She already knew. Mo Pingxin asked, what else can you do but cooperate? What are your plans? Tears streaming down her face, Liao Jelly shook her head. I don't know. Sister-in-law, what should I do? Is that even a question? Song Anha has many fans online. If I were to live stream catching him in the act, tearing off his hypocritical faade, it would certainly expose him for who he truly is. Though her method was harsh, it was effective and could solve the problem. But that was of little consequence. Even if her daughter's approach did not address the root issue, it mattered not. For from this moment forth, Song Anha was her enemy. Having dared to replace her daughter, he must pay the price. She nodded encouragingly at the dazed Liao Jili, who felt a measure of reassurance wash over her.
Sister-in-law,
I just thought of a plan. I must take my leave now, but I will come back to express my gratitude.
with that.
Liao Jili rose and exited the Song family's villa. Yu Xiaoxia scratched her head, puzzled. What has this Annie suddenly thought of?
Ding.
Host, new gossip incoming, exclaimed Lao Lu. Yu Xiaoxia immediately straightened up. Report. The system revealed. Liao Jili has just contacted the most professional local live streaming team and several gossip media outlets, preparing to catch her husband in the act tonight.
Huh?
Haha. Yu Xiaoxia was astonished. Ah. How is Annie's thought aligned with mine? I am so excited. This grand scene must be witnessed live for the thrill. Not only was Yu Xiaoxia eager, but the Song family in the living room was equally anxious. Indulging in gossip is human nature, especially when it involves acquaintances. Missing out on this would lead to restless nights for at least a week. Song Linlang and Song Xiangchen exchanged glances, having made a decision. They must partake in this juicy gossip at all costs. Even if they had to feign work or study to sneak out. Mo Pingxin subtly nudged Song Ankang. You need to think of a way. Lijing Hotel? Isn't that where Song Anha's class reunion is being held? Wonderful, wonderful. Yu Xiaoxia exclaimed, nodding graciously. Thank you, Mom and Dad. In her heart she thought, finally, I can enjoy this spectacle. Chapter 9 unfolded with yet another thrilling moment. The reunion dinner was scheduled for the evening. Yet a visit to such a place necessitated considerable preparation. Song Linlang eagerly dragged Yu Xiaoxia upstairs to select outfits and accessories, while Song Xiangchen followed suit, leaving the living room below occupied solely by Song's parents. Mo Pingxin awaited the departure of the children, her smile fading as she cast a fierce glare at Song Ankang. Are you still planning to shield your brother after all that has transpired? If you're still so clueless, I might as well consider divorce. Song Ankang sighed.
Grasping Montag Pingxins Hand.
From the moment I discovered he was responsible for our daughter's abduction, I ceased to regard him as family. Rest assured, my dear. Whatever you decide, I will comply wholeheartedly. Reassured by her husband's words, Mo Pingxin felt a sense of relief. After years of marriage, she knew that once Song Ankang voiced such sentiments,
he would follow through.
Lowering her voice, she suggested later, you should send someone. Meanwhile, the couple downstairs deliberated over significant matters, while upstairs, Song Linlang ushered Yu Xiaoxia into her room. Since becoming a celebrity, her possessions had multiplied, and she had even merged the adjacent room for her use. She led Yu Xiaoxia to the walk-in closet to select outfits, with Song Xiangchen trailing behind like a shadow. Why are you here while girls are changing? Out. Song Linlang shooed him away, taking Yu Xiaoxia to the wardrobe. Choose whatever you like from here. Everything is up for grabs. Seeing Yu Xiaoxia momentarily dazed, Song Linlang quickly waved her hands. Don't misunderstand. Everything here is brand new, untouched, gifted by the brands. Yu Xiaoxia, however, was not concerned with that. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed upon the expansive closet. Goodness, in her previous life, she had longed for her best friend to achieve wealth or marry a rich magnate to enjoy a life of luxury together. Just as she was experiencing now, being led into a massive walk-in closet and being told she could choose at will. Unexpectedly, while her friend had failed to live up to those ambitions in her past life, this time, her wish had come true. Noticing Yu Xiaoxia finally taking action, Song Linlang breathed a sigh of relief, bustling about to help her try on clothes and adorn herself with jewelry, resembling a maid from ancient times. Observing her friend as fervent assistance, Yu Xiaoxia interjected, You really don't need to go through all this trouble. Song Linlang paused, placing the diamond necklace aside, and sighed. Xiaoxia, although being swapped was never my intention, I am indeed a beneficiary of this situation. If it makes you uncomfortable, I can move out. Despite lacking a blood connection, Song Linlong's bond with the Song family was genuine. Emotionally, she found it difficult to accept such a turn of events. However, putting herself in Yu Xiaoxia's shoes, she recognized that Yu Xiaoxia was the one who truly suffered. Born into the Song family, everything she now enjoyed rightfully belonged to Yu Xiaoxia, who had endured a difficult upbringing in the countryside. As a beneficiary, Song Linlang felt compelled to consider Yu Xiaoxia's feelings, even if she did not wish to relocate. Yet, Yu Xiaoxia shook her head. It's fine. You can stay if you want. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Yu Xiaoxia remains utterly indifferent. Strictly speaking, she is not the Yu Xiaoxia of this world. If one were to speak of usurpation, she too holds a share in that. Moreover, having been granted the rare opportunity to live again, she has come to a realization. What do the mundane labors matter? She now yearns only for leisure, indulgence, and the simple enjoyment of life, for one must savor every moment. After all, to forego such pleasures is to invite demise. Engaging in rivalry with a faux heiress is far from her intentions. She simply lacks the leisure for such trivialities. Of course, should Song Linlang choose to provoke her one day, she would not hesitate to assert herself. As for the present, both are merely supporting characters, one a mere pawn, the other a venomous presence. So, why continue this futile competition? Why must women complicate each other's lives? Song Linlang, upon hearing this sentiment, fervently nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we are all merely supporting characters, why engage in conflict? A momentary silence enveloped the fitting room until Yu Xiaoxia, seeking to shift the topic, inquired. By the way, aren't you a celebrity? You must be quite busy with your engagements, right? Yu Xiaoxia had assumed that great stars lived detached from the world. Yet to her surprise, Song Linlang managed to find time to dine with them. Song Linlang confirmed with a nod, admitting that she was indeed quite occupied, particularly with filming a project. She had even requested leave from the director to welcome Yu Xiaoxia's return. Suddenly, recalling the nature of the entertainment industry, Song Linlang's eyes sparkled with an idea. With Yu Xiaoxia's extraordinary abilities, if she were to usher her into the industry, they could revel in endless gossip. After all, what profession offers more intrigue than the chaotic realm of entertainment? However, she quickly dismissed this notion. While indulging in gossip might be delightful, it could also lead to offending others. If Yu Xiaoxia entered the industry, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, thus amplifying the dangers. No, that simply would not do. Furthermore, to shield Yu Xiaoxia from prying ears, her parents would inevitably restrict her outings. This simply could not happen. Yu Xiaoxia, seated at the vanity, observed the changing expressions of Song Linlang in the mirror. One moment she frowned, and the next her demeanor grew heavy. One could only wonder what troubling thoughts plagued this faux heiress. What is troubling you? Only then did Song Linlang realize she had momentarily drifted away, hastily shaking her head. It's nothing at all. Have you made your selection? Allow me to assist you with your makeup. Yu Xiaoxia nodded in agreement. Having barely touched her lunch in anticipation of the evening's indulgence, she and her family finally set off for the hotel in the evening. Yu Xiaoxia was brimming with excitement. However, as soon as they arrived, Song Linlang grasped her arm. Song Linlang had an important task for the evening, ensuring that the distance between Yu Xiaoxia and Song Anha remained no less than 4 meters. Should Song Anha catch wind of her thoughts too soon, how could they enjoy the evening's gossip? Song Anha's private room was not difficult to locate, as Song Ankang had deliberately reserved a room adjacent to Song Anha's gathering. Upon entering, the ever-watchful old six emerged. Host, splendid positioning. Your neighboring room is where Song Anha's class reunion is taking place. Yu Xiaoxia's eyes lit up with excitement. What's the situation? Has everyone arrived? Is Liao Jili there yet? The members of the Song family seated around the round table instinctively perked up at the mention. The gathering of Song Anha and his companions had reached a state of revelry, with him engaging in flirtatious exchanges with a former classmate. Meanwhile, Liao Jili had taken her position in a car stationed at the entrance. Having bribed a server to alert her the moment she noticed Song Anha and the female classmate she suspected disappearing together. Just as Yu Xiaoxia was about to speak, the system interjected with a startling announcement. Host, a new development. The husband of the female classmate mingling with Song Anha is here as well. Yu Xiaoxia, taken aback, inquired whether the man was merely attending the gathering or had ulterior motives. The system clarified that he had long suspected his wife's infidelity and had a vague awareness that the individual involved was one of her classmates, though he was unaware of her identity. His presence today was solely to catch her in the act. Excitedly, Yu Xiaoxia felt a surge of anticipation, as this new twist added considerable intrigue to the unfolding drama. In a nearby room, Song Anha maintained a facade of seriousness while, beneath the table, He was surreptitiously caressing the leg of his classmate, Mao Fong. Seizing the opportunity amid the conviviality, he leaned closer to her ear. Gesturing towards the restroom and feigning annoyance, "What were you thinking bringing him along? You're just delaying everything." Mao Fong, feeling the illicit thrill of the moment, blushed slightly and replied in a soft tone, "I didn't want him to come either, but he insisted." She shot him a playful glare, expressing her discontent. "Couldn't we just meet outside instead of orchestrating this gathering? Now I'm in quite a predicament." With a mischievous smile, Song On-ha retorted, "Where else could we find such exhilarating company among our old classmates?" Just then, the restroom door swung open, and Mao Fong's inebriated husband stumbled out. Song On-ha scoffed and taunted, "Can that weakling truly satisfy you?" Mao Fong, her cheeks flushed, shot him an admonishing look before rushing to support her husband. "Old Song, are you drunk? Your face is so red." Turning back, she cautioned Mao Fong, "Get him drunk. I'll take you somewhere special later." Without a word, Mao Fong thrust a drink into her husband's hand. After several more rounds of drinks, her husband succumbed to the table, incapacitated. Soon after, Song On-ha and Mao Fong found their excuses to slip away. However, the moment they exited, the server who had been poised to make the call and Mao Fong's husband suddenly roused from a stupor, his bleary eyes snapping open. Chapter 10. Today he dares to threaten. Tomorrow he may murder his wife. Host, they have exited. The system reported in real time, igniting a spark of excitement among the Song family members who had been waiting. Xiaoxia promptly set down her chopsticks, announcing, "I need to use the restroom." Once she discreetly slipped away, the Song family exchanged glances, collectively abandoning their meals to follow her lead.
Where are they?
Old Six, give me the exact location. Xiaoxia had initially presumed the couple would find privacy in the restroom, but their unexpected departure provided her with a splendid opportunity to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. Emergency exit. Quite the strategist. Xiaoxia hurriedly navigated the hotel corridors. As she approached the entrance of the safety passage, pressing her ear against the door, a sudden hand appeared on her shoulder. Turning her head, she found Song Linlang, Song Onkong, Mo Pingxin, and Song Xiangchen had all gathered. "What brings you here? Are you afraid of disturbing the wild lovebirds inside?" Xiaoxia inquired in a hushed tone. Song Linlang shook her head, signaling her to wait for a moment, then pressed her ear back to the door. Wasting no time, Xiaoxia followed suit and immediately heard the sound of heavy breathing from within. "Why aren't they in the private room?" Song On-ha, who relished dragging her into the restroom for mischief, remarked, listening to the chatter of their old classmates outside. Claiming it was the most thrilling experience, Song On-ha first indulged in a couple of kisses to satisfy his cravings, then chuckled. "Ah, so you're even wilder than I am. You enjoy being watched by your husband, don't you?" Xiaoxia wrinkled her nose in disdain. How obnoxious. What a hideous way to play. Even at his age, Song On-ha was more playful than the younger generation. The expressions of the Song family were quite indescribable. And Song Onkong, overhearing his younger brother's escapades, felt an overwhelming awkwardness, unsure of where to place his hands. "I'm dying here, sweetheart. Hurry, give me a kiss." "Stop it, don't touch me." Just as the content within became increasingly unbearable, Xiaoxia suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. This time considerably louder. Liao Jili had come with a group to catch them in the act. Not only did she bring the live streaming crew, but she also called upon Song On-ha's old classmates from the private room, inviting them to witness a splendid show. Though everyone was puzzled, they nonetheless followed along. A crowd gathered, making quite the commotion, yet the two inside were too engrossed to notice. Song Linlang swiftly pulled Xiaoxia and the Song family to hide around the corner. And only when Liao Jili kicked open the door to the safety passage did they quietly merge into the crowd to continue their voyeuristic indulgence. "What are you doing?" Although she had mentally prepared herself, witnessing her husband's infidelity firsthand stirred uncontrollable fury within Liao Jili. As the door swung open, Mao Fong shrieked, burying her face and desperately hiding in Song On-ha's embrace. They were caught at a crucial moment. Not only were their clothes disheveled, but Song On-ha, usually a stern and proper university professor, had his trousers all the way down to his knees, exposing half of his backside. Upon seeing this scandalous sight, the live stream chat exploded with a flurry of question marks. Is this the iconic scene of infidelity? My eyes, my eyes. Wait. Wasn't that face just now that of a certain internet celebrity professor? 3 minutes. I want all the information on this exposed professor. As a professional bystander, Xiaoxia could not resist the allure of the live stream. She watched the scene unfold while simultaneously reading the comments. Upon reaching the last message, she nearly burst into laughter. Although she had emerged late and missed the initial view, it was undeniable that Song Anha was not particularly fair-skinned. Ignoring Mao Fong, Song Anha immediately bent down to pull up his pants as soon as the door was kicked open. Once he covered his backside, he finally had the opportunity to look up, and what he saw was alarming. Besides the furious Liao Jili and the bewildered faces of his old classmates, there were several phones pointed directly at him. Song Anha's expression darkened instantly as he raised a hand to shield his face and said in a deep voice, "Liao Jili, what are you doing?" Liao Jili stormed in and tore apart the two people embracing each other. "How dare you ask me what I'm doing? Song Anha, your infidelity is one thing, but to think you've even fathered a child and still dare to scheme against me. If I don't strip you of your skin today, I one bear the surname Liao." Song Anha's heart sank. He never expected Liao Jili to uncover this. Yet, he immediately denied it. "You're mistaken. Who has been gossiping in front of you? There's nothing of the sort." Liao Jili ignored him entirely, her hands gripping tightly as she yanked Mao Fong's hair. "And you old harlot. At your age, you still haven't learned your lesson, flaunting yourself like that. I'll teach you not to be respectable. I'll teach you to seduce men." With each insult, she delivered a slap, leaving Mao Fong too stunned to cover her face as she cried out, "Ah, Song Anha, save me. Quickly pull your wife away." Despite the bond of marriage, which inherently carries some affection, Song Anha approached with a heavy heart. "Jili, stop causing a scene. Mao Fong and I were merely discussing some matters."
Huffed.
Liao Jili spat directly onto Song Anha's face. "You've bared your backside to everyone and are still talking about business? Come on. Ask your classmates what kind of matters require one to disrobe." Song Anha's former classmates were taken aback, but with such a juicy scandal at hand, they couldn't resist the excitement, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. In Song Anha's mind, Liao Jili was just an ignorant woman, while he was a distinguished university professor. Someone who could easily crush a woman with nothing to her name. Oh, now he is threatening her. This man has no shame, cheating and threatening his wife. If he dares to threaten today, he might just kill his wife tomorrow. The crowd buzzed with agreement, heads nodding in unison. Song Anha is no man. Liao Jili, almost startled by the fear she instilled in Song Anha, felt her anger flare again.
Kill his wife.
It's not impossible. She stepped forward and landed two resounding slaps on Song Anha's face. "Don't threaten me, Song Anha. Let me tell you, even if I descend into hell today, I'll drag you down with me." After striking him, she didn't care about his expression, turning her ire back to Mao Fong. In her eyes, while she loathed Song Anha, she despised the seductive Mao Fong even more. Mao Fong, powerless against the assault, had clumps of hair pulled out. Liao Jili continued to beat and berate her. "What are you, an old slut, hoping for? You're not unattractive, yet at your age, you can't even live respectably. What do you think you'll gain by mingling with him? Do you know that Song Anha, that scoundrel, has an even younger mistress? He has had a child with her, and they're plotting to take my place and harm me and my daughter." As Liao Jili's tirade went on, tears began to flow. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, especially as Song Anha's former classmates gazed at him in disbelief. How could this seemingly refined man be so cruel? Even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cub. Song Anha is worse than a beast. Irritated, Song Anha turned his head away. "Which bastard said that?" In the midst of the crowd, he attempted to identify those who had insulted him, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with his elder brother and sister-in-law. Song and Shu Ran widened their eyes in astonishment. How could they be here? However, before he could ponder further, someone suddenly seized the collar of his shirt. Mao Fong, her hair disheveled and cheeks swollen, darted over from Liao Jili's side and confronted Song and Shu Ran, demanding, "Is what she said true?" Oh dear, the truth has been unveiled. This woman is truly foolish, a hypocrite like Song, and would certainly seek a younger and more beautiful partner for remarriage, who would choose someone of her age.
Besides,
he is fixated on having a son, and since you cannot bear children, why would he want you? He is merely deceiving you. Wake up. Chapter 11. Truly, it is a case of dogs biting dogs. Song Linling, fearing that Xiaoxia's innermost thoughts might be exposed, quickly squeezed her hand. Xiaoxia turned her head, asking, "What's wrong?" Song Linling whispered, "Be a bit quieter." Xiaoxia frowned. "I'm not even speaking." Fortunately, with so many people present, it seemed that no one had noticed anything amiss. She breathed a sigh of relief and focused on her gossip. Mao Fong needed someone to awaken her to the reality of her deception, and she trembled with rage, exclaiming, "Song and May you suffer a miserable fate. She lunged at Song and, scratching his face, and blood oozed forth instantly. Turning to Liao Jili, she shouted, "It was him. He seduced me first. It's all his fault. You are talking nonsense." Song and retorted, agitated. "You are the one who seduced me first. My dear wife, believe me. I did not wish for this. It was all her doing." Pointing at Mao Fong, he declared it was she who enticed me at her class reunion. Otherwise, a woman of her age would never have caught my eye. You. Mao Fong nearly spat blood, finally seeing the true nature of the man before her. At that moment, someone burst forth from the crowd, delivering a swift kick to Song An's chest, knocking him to the ground while cursing. "I'll teach you a lesson for seducing my wife. You deserve to die." Song An clutched his chest, trembling with anger. "It was your wife who seduced me. I am the wronged party." Seeing the situation escalate, Mao Fong rushed to her husband, pleading, "Darling, believe me, I did not want this. He seduced me, and I merely fell for it." "SK, you." Xiaoxia shook her head. "What a case of dogs biting dogs." The crowd nodded in agreement. Summarizing the situation aptly, it was indeed a case of dogs biting dogs. Whether online or in person, everyone could see that both parties involved in the affair, regardless of gender, were equally culpable. However, to everyone's astonishment, Mao Fong's husband nodded in affirmation. "Wife, I trust you. You are so innocent and would never betray me. It is this vile man who deserves my wrath. I shall deal with him today."
What?
Xiaoxia was taken aback. "You can forgive this. She is innocent indeed," she scoffed, "but Song An is no saint. Do you truly believe that Mao Fong is virtuous?" Xiaoxia busily scrolled through the system. "Let me see why this man is so soft-hearted. Oh, I see now. It turns out that Mao Fong's husband was a devoted admirer even before their marriage, a veritable sycophant of the highest order. Whenever Mao Fong dated someone, he would rise early to procure breakfast for the couple and deliver it to their doorstep. My goodness, what was he thinking? However, it is precisely because of his excessive devotion and willingness to play the role of a submissive partner that Mao Fong looked down upon him." As the crowd gathered, a moment of silence ensued, and the gaze towards Mao Fong's husband began to shift uncomfortably. It became evident that the voice revealing these secrets was unusual. They knew intricate details about the sycophant's antics. Yet, amidst the throng, no one could ascertain the source of the remark. Mao Fong's husband's expression soured, his look towards Mao Fong fraught with inner turmoil. Mao Fong immediately threw herself into her husband's embrace, exclaiming, "Don't listen to their nonsense. It's not true, darling. I love you. I was coerced." Yet moments ago, they had mocked him, calling him a spineless coward. "Sweetheart, I will heed your every word from now on. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow," she insisted. But they had previously referred to him as a pathetic creature, claiming he could do nothing but flatter her, with Mao Fong even admitting that his presence nauseated her. "Mao Fong, I belong to you alone. I shall never meet them again. It is just the two of us, all right?" she pleaded. However, those two were rumored to have plans that involved their bed, with each rendezvous invoking his name, suggesting that he should witness their intimacy. They even spoke of a day when they would intoxicate him and lay beside him in a most compromising manner, claiming it would be exhilarating. By the way, their meeting spots, apart from the bathroom at school reunions, seemed to be various restaurants and parks. Goodness, do they have a penchant for exhibitionism? The crowd, now thoroughly entertained, was astonished to learn of Song An's brazen behavior behind a facade of propriety. His former classmates wore expressions of disbelief. It was no wonder he frequently organized reunions. Was it merely to allow them to witness his clandestine affairs? Mao Fong's husband's face darkened, and he pushed her away. After being exposed repeatedly, Mao Fong's fury erupted as she lashed out at the onlookers. Who dares? But suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words.
Wait.
Why is she also calling out for daddy? What is wrong with her? Someone mused. The Song family remarked, "Isn't it because of you?" Overwhelmed by the judgmental gazes of the crowd, Mao Fong's husband gritted his teeth and declared, "Mao Fong, we are getting a divorce." Mao Fong seethed with resentment towards the voice that had betrayed her. Initially, she had confidence that, even if discovered, she could manipulate this spineless man. But now, everything was in ruins. Her malicious intent surged forth as she scanned the crowd, her eyes filled with loathing. How did that cursed voice know so much? Song Linling sensed the situation deteriorating but could not act at that moment. With only the Song family and Liao Jili present, no one had ever heard Xiaoxia speak, leaving Mao Fong without a target for her vengeance. She clutched Xiaoxia's hand tightly, holding her breath and remaining still. However, at that moment, Mao Fong suddenly emitted a high-pitched shriek, akin to a chicken whose neck has been grasped, as her oxygen-deprived face turned crimson. Once her throat was constricted, she had no time to ponder malicious intentions. Surprisingly, the sensation of suffocation dissipated as her mind cleared. Mao Fong instantly comprehended the situation. Goodness. The owner of that voice possessed a protective charm. Merely contemplating this was intolerable. Just as she scolded inwardly, the choking feeling returned, prompting her to cough discreetly, banishing her urge to curse from her thoughts once more. Frustrated and anxious, she realized she couldn't even express her anger, not even in her thoughts. While Mao Fong was in turmoil, the members of the Song family exchanged glances, their eyes brightening, particularly that of Mo Pingxin. She feared that her daughter might be resented or harmed due to her heartfelt expression, but now it appeared that something was safeguarding her daughter from the shadows.
No.
This could not be determined with just one instance. She needed to find an opportunity to probe further. At that moment, taking advantage of the crowd's focus on Mao Fong and her peculiar green-haired husband, Song Anha quietly slipped backward, preparing to flee down the stairs. Yet, what was Liao Jili here for? Merely to spectate or to catch someone in the act? Her man was about to escape, yet she remained engrossed in others' affairs.
Indeed.
One could never escape the innate curiosity of onlookers. Xiaoxia thought, shaking her head, when Liao Jili suddenly reached out, seizing Song Anha by the collar. Song Anha. You can't run. You must clarify things today. Song Anha, incensed, pounded his thigh. Who is this? Who has the audacity to meddle in my affairs? If I catch you... Suddenly, he clutched his groin, as if someone had unexpectedly struck him in a most sensitive area, a searing pain radiating forth. Chapter 12. We Never Boast. The pain startled Liao Jili, prompting her to quickly release her grip. What is wrong with you? Cold sweat broke out over Song Anha's body. Like Mao Fong, the agony extinguished any malice within him, and as his thoughts faded, the pain lessened. In that fleeting moment of agony, Song Anha seemed to grasp something profound, when the peculiar voice echoed once more. Is Song Anha attempting to feign injury? Or perhaps he is merely pretending? If it's an act, he deserves an Oscar, for the cold sweat appears remarkably convincing. Bravo! Furious, Song Anha retorted. Am I really acting? Look at me. The onlookers murmured. It truly doesn't seem like an act. I'll kill him. Song Anha clutched his groin once more. Enough. No more killing. Alright, it doesn't hurt anymore.
Kill.
It hurts.
No killing.
No pain. While he had not shed tears during the live broadcast of his betrayal, he now found himself weeping profusely.
Puff.
Song Linlang could not suppress a laugh, quickly covering her mouth, fearing she would draw attention, struggling to stifle her amusement. Fortunately, at that moment, the police arrived. The officer, there on official business, surveyed the crowd with suspicion. Who is Song Anha? As the crowd of onlookers noticed the officer's arrival, they instinctively stepped back. Upon hearing the question, someone pointed at the groin-clutching Song Anha. There he is on the ground. Mao Fong believed that the police had been summoned by Liao Jili, and she scornfully exclaimed, Is it necessary to call the police? How shameful.
Ah.
So you are the villain who complains first. Liao Jili, incensed, retorted, You shameless adulterers don't feel embarrassed at all. What do I have to be ashamed of? She pointed an accusatory finger at Song Anha, declaring, It's him, officer. He asked the one who has been unfaithful. This woman is his mistress, no, to be precise, his fourth mistress. The police officer glanced at her and approached Song Anha, stating, You are Song Anha? You are implicated in a case of child trafficking. Please accompany us. What? The entire scene, including those watching the live broadcast, was left in stunned silence. They had thought the scandal of Song Anha's infidelity was shocking enough, only to discover that even more explosive revelations awaited. Liao Jili suddenly grasped the full implications and cast a glance at Mo Pingxin, who nodded slightly. It was evident that Liao Jili alone could not confront Song Anha. She would have to take action herself. She shouted at Song Ankong in the crowd, Brother, are you framing me? Song Ankong's expression twisted in distress. He had never anticipated that Song Anha would be so depraved as to deliberately switch children. Mo Pingxin coldly interjected, Whether this is a frame-up will be determined by the police investigation. Song Anha, you have trafficked my daughter, over the years. Have you ever felt a sliver of guilt while you slept at night? Under Mo Pingxin's icy gaze, Song Anha felt a jolt and quickly altered his demeanor, pleading, It's a misunderstanding, sister-in-law. Please, let me explain. Mo Pingxin turned her head away, uninterested in his excuses. Soon, Song Anha was taken away by the police. and the live-streamed drama of infidelity concluded with the subject being apprehended. Meanwhile, the incident had gone viral online, propelling the once revered Professor Song Anha into the trending topics. With accusations of infidelity and child trafficking, words no one ever imagined would be associated with someone so seemingly principled and righteous. The Song family exchanged glances, realizing that Song Anha truly deserved his fate. Song Linling quietly explained to Xiaoxia, "Mother learned this morning that aunt was coming to catch him in the act. So, she specifically arranged for us to dine at this restaurant. So that's how it is." Xiaoxia nodded. No wonder everyone was able to come out and enjoy the spectacle so promptly, after they had eaten their fill and with time still on their side. Mo Pingxin suggested that the family visit a shopping mall, primarily to buy things for Xiaoxia, with the others accompanying her. However, just as Xiaoxia settled into the car, a chime sounded, and suddenly, Lao 6 appeared. "Host, it has been detected that you have accumulated 500 seeds, and the marketplace has been automatically unlocked for you. The Wish Fulfillment House." Wishing fulfillment? Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she opened the system interface, indeed noticing an additional section. With a thought, the marketplace opened to a welcoming screen. "Wish Fulfillment House. Everything you desire is here. There is nothing we cannot achieve. Come and redeem your wishes." Reading the almost scam-like advertisement, Xiaoxia thought to herself, "Wow, Lao 6, your system is quite audacious. And you claim that there is nothing you cannot accomplish? Can you bring me a fighter jet or a cannon?" Lao 6 replied, "Host, our system never boasts." The carriage was filled with a cacophony of coughs as Song Ankong, gripping the steering wheel tightly, narrowly avoided leading his family into the abyss. Chapter 13. The Unbearable Curvature of the Lips. Xiaoxia, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere within the vehicle, gazed intently at the system interface. The House of Wishes, as its name suggests, bore a striking resemblance to the whimsical style of cartoons designed to entertain children, adorned with pastel colors and playful layouts. However, what sort of benevolent cartoon would feature realistic images of airplanes and cannons? The juxtaposition of cartoonish charm and military aesthetics was indeed jarring. A lightweight fighter jet, exceptional performance, and formidable firepower, primarily designed for cruising and engaging enemies. With each thought voiced by Xiaoxia, the hearts of the Song family trembled. Good heavens! They harbored no rebellious intentions. Owning a private fighter jet was surely illegal, wasn't it? Yet, Old 6 added fuel to the fire. "Host, these are actual photographs. Simply click to purchase, and they will be delivered immediately." The Song family chorused, "No, please." Fortunately, when Xiaoxia glanced at the price tag, she was astounded. She had never encountered so many zeros in her life. 100 million melon seeds for a single fighter jet? The cannon cost the same. I could never consume that many melons in a lifetime. Having been in this realm for over a week, she had only gathered 500 melon seeds from a harvest. Far too little to even think about acquiring a fighter jet in this lifetime. By the way, you still haven't told me how the melon seeds are calculated? Based on the number of participants consuming melons, the more people who join the host in enjoying melons, the more seeds accumulate. Xiaoxia understood and continued her exploration of the marketplace. Since this was the House of Wishes, and with airplanes and cannons available, surely there must be elixirs for immortality? To her surprise, as soon as she thought of it, a box indeed appeared containing an elixir for eternal life. Truly, it was a place where wishes came to fruition. However, the price remained exorbitantly high. "I can't afford it. I can't afford it." She shook her head, suddenly fixating on another box. "Oh, what's this 'we are not good friends' item? It looks like a scribbled symbol, and it only requires 1 melon seed." Old 6 explained, "We are not good friends, also known as the shielding melon symbol, allows the host to choose any individual to use this talisman to decline their company while enjoying melons." Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled. "Can my melon-eating partner use it too?" "Of course. Using it on the concerned party also mitigates the risk of being discovered by them during the consumption of melons." "This is splendid." At last, she had found something practical and affordable. Glancing out the window, she realized they were still quite far from the shopping mall they intended to visit. So Xiaoxia continued to explore the marketplace. The members of the Song family appeared to be occupied with their own affairs, yet they were all attentively eavesdropping. Xiaoxia's enthusiasm for the exploration of the House of Wishes soared, especially as thoughts that had previously seemed unfathomable now manifested instantaneously in the boxes, alongside airplanes, cannons, and elixirs for immortality, for instance, 1 billion in cash. Gazing at the additional frames below, Xiaoxia trembled with excitement. Although she could not redeem anything at the moment, she felt compelled to inquire, Old Six, is there any issue with receiving this billion in cash? She certainly did not wish to find herself entangled in any dubious financial crimes. Rest assured, host. Anything available in the store will be distributed to your account in a reasonable manner. Xiaoxia rubbed her hands together in anticipation, her enthusiasm for the unfolding drama soaring. However, in the next moment, she caught sight of a bar resembling a progress indicator at the top of the store, inscribed with the words, "Remaining days of observation, 92. What is this?" The typically straightforward Old Six hesitated, stammering, "Well, it means just what it says." Suddenly, Xiaoxia recalled Old Six's earlier remark regarding the dire consequences of not participating in the observation. Enlightenment dawned upon her. So, the remaining days of observation equate to my lifespan? I have only 92 days left. Thud. Just as her thoughts settled, Mo Pingxin's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The members of the Song family, with the exception of Song Onkong, who was driving, turned to Xiaoxia in disbelief. Song Linlang tightly grasped Mo Pingxin's hand, urging, "Mom, don't panic yet. Let us listen and discuss further." Drawing from her limited experience with novels, Song Linlang reasoned that typically, in such situations, the host could continue to survive by completing tasks. Indeed, the next moment, Xiaoxia's voice echoed with displeasure, but devoid of anxiety as she questioned, "Old Six, how dare you deceive me? Why didn't you mention the countdown beforehand?" Old Six had prepared an excuse. "I was merely trying to alleviate your stress." He chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of mischief. "Now I understand that pressure breeds motivation. Besides, you used to reside in the countryside. What difference would it have made if I had warned you earlier? The population there is limited, but now we are in the city, where people and opportunities abound. Henceforth, you must actively seek out your observations. Our motto is, never miss a single opportunity." Xiaoxia rolled her eyes, yet upon reflection, Old Six's words held some truth. Previously, in Shishui village, all the youths had left for work, leaving only the elderly and children behind. The population barely reached a few hundred, and even with her efforts, she had not collected enough observation seeds to unlock the store. "Fine. I'm not one to create unnecessary fuss," she conceded, tapping the life progress bar. Discovering that just a single observation seed could be exchanged for a day. One seed for a day? If I were to gather all the people in the country, or even the world, to observe, wouldn't that grant me billions of days? Good heavens, how does that differ from immortality? But can you truly achieve that? This sounds like a grand exaggeration. Old Six remained unfazed, even asserting confidently, as long as the host can manage it, immortality is a mere trifle. Do not worry. Once she was drawn into the rapid transition realm, as long as the main deity persisted, she would not perish. Your lifespan will align with the heavens. It is not a difficult matter. Xiaoxia pursed her lips, refraining from expressing her skepticism, while the Song family members breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, they would need to alter their strategy. Originally, Mo Pingxin feared that the ill-intentioned would harm her daughter due to her heartfelt expressions, so she resolved to minimize her daughter's interactions with outsiders. After all, their family was quite well off, even if she provided for her daughter's every need for a lifetime. It would not pose a problem. However, circumstances have changed. In order to acquire the coveted melon seeds from the Old Six, which could extend her daughter's life, she must allow her to venture out. Not only must she go out, but she also needs to frequent bustling places abundant with melons. Fortunately, they have come to realize that anyone harboring malicious intent towards Xiaoxia would face immediate consequences. With additional bodyguards dispatched for protection, they should encounter no significant issues. Song Linlong's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, what realm in this world harbors more gossip than the entertainment industry? None. Absolutely none. A vehicle filled with individuals, each lost in their thoughts, soon arrived at their destination. Everyone composed themselves as they exited the car. Mo Pingxin grasped Xiaoxia's hand, pointing towards the largest and most upscale mall in the city. "Xiaoxia, whatever catches your eye today, Mother will procure it for you." Song Onkong chimed in cheerfully. "Feel free to choose, my dear. Father will cover the expenses. No need to hold back." The ever-enthusiastic younger brother, Song Xiongchen, and younger sister, Song Linlang, readied themselves, eager to embark on their outing. Xiaoxia's lips twitched, unable to contain her delight. She beamed, exposing a row of white teeth. "Thank you, Mom and Dad. And thank you, little brother and sister. I shan't be modest." With resolute confidence, she linked arms with Mo Pingxin and entered the store. Yet, upon stepping into a boutique, an excessively affected and discordant voice broke the atmosphere. "Oh, isn't this Pingxin? Instead of orchestrating a blind date for your son, what brings you out today?" Chapter 14. What's wrong? Can't live without a grandson? Zheng Huayu, Mo Pingxin's longtime rival, had been a thorn in her side since childhood. Their rivalry spanned decades. Zheng Huayu, who loved comparisons, found herself perpetually outmatched by Mo Pingxin, yet she excelled in the art of sarcasm, possessing a sharp tongue that made Mo Pingxin's head throb upon encountering her. Despite her age, Zheng Huayu maintained her appearance well, swaying her hips. She approached with a younger woman beside her, her daughter-in-law, who was well-mannered and sensible. Although Zheng Huayu could never match Mo Pingxin in many respects, she had triumphed in one area: grandchildren. Her daughter-in-law had given birth to 3 grandsons in just 4 years, which delighted Zheng Huayu immensely. And she seized every opportunity to boast to Mo Pingxin. However, while Song Xiangbei appeared to be a domineering figure, he was, in fact, a pure-hearted romantic, believing that love acquired through blind dates lacked sincerity. Thus, he had yet to settle down. With Zheng Huayu's incessant gossip, rumors began to circulate within their circle, suggesting that at 30, Song Xiangbei still had no girlfriend, possibly hinting at an inclination towards men. As old adversaries crossed paths, the tension was palpable, and Mo Pingxin's expression darkened instantaneously. "And who might you be?" Mo Pingxin, reluctant to engage with Zheng Huayu, acknowledged her as a familiar acquaintance from their shared circle. She held Xiaoxia's hand and introduced her. "This is my daughter." Zheng Huayu's initial skepticism morphed into astonishment. "I thought you only had Linlang as a daughter. When did another one emerge?" Mo Pingxin's countenance soured further. She had no desire to uphold any pretenses. "How dare you speak like that? What do you mean emerged? This is my biological daughter, and it is none of your concern. Stop prying." As she spoke, Mo Pingxin led Xiaoxia and Song Linlang into the store to browse for items. Zheng Huayu, having already made her purchases, turned around with her daughter-in-law and followed them inside. She held no interest in Xiaoxia, as long as she wasn't Mo Pingxin's daughter-in-law. As for daughters, it was entirely plausible that she could adopt one from somewhere, so that was inconsequential. Mo Pingxin took a seat on the sofa with her daughter, and the sales associate first presented exquisite refreshments before wheeling over several clothing racks for her selection. Xiaoxia emerged in the latest dress for Mo Pingxin to see, only to find the insufferable Zheng Huayu sitting beside her. The sales associate had just picked up some shoes and was about to kneel down to assist Zheng Huayu when she waved her hand dismissively. "Lan, they lack the finesse. Come, help me try these on." Zheng Huayu's daughter-in-law obediently approached and knelt to remove Zheng Huayu's shoes. Zheng Huayu cast a smug glance at Mo Pingxin. "My daughter-in-law is so well-behaved and sensible, and most importantly, she has given me 3 lovely grandsons in one go. Pingxin, I'm not criticizing you, but your Xiangbei is not getting any younger. You should really encourage him." Mo Pingxin rolled her eyes in response. "Xiangbei is not in a hurry. After all, we have no throne to inherit, and with our modest assets, we can spend it freely without worry, unlike your family, which can afford to raise as many as they like." Zheng Huayu faltered momentarily. The Song family's wealth undoubtedly surpassed that of her own. To utter such words publicly was indeed a slap in the face. She forced a strained smile. "But grandsons are still a must. By the way, would you like me to help introduce someone for your Xiangbei? While I can't promise someone as obedient as our Lan, a lesser option would suffice, as long as she can bear grandchildren."
Montag Pingxins Brau vorwit.
And even the sales associate could not suppress a slight grimace. What era is this? Always talking about grandsons. Do they think life ceases without them? A collective thought of agreement flickered through the crowd. However, the atmosphere momentarily hushed. Both women were esteemed guests, and the sales associate would never utter such words. Mo Pingxin remained silent, while Song Linlang was not the one to speak up. Zheng Huayu glared at Xiaoxia, that uncouth girl, daring to contradict her in public. At that moment, she had yet to perceive the underlying tension, but the next second, "Who is this woman? So oblivious. Can't she see that my mother disdains her? Yet she insists on intruding. Let me see if there is any gossip about her. Her son can't have children, so where do her 3 grandsons come from?" A profound silence enveloped the luxury store, with only Mo Pingxin, Song Linlang, and the previously silent Song Ankang and Song Xiangchen, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zheng Huayu, trembling with anger, suddenly realized that Xiaoxia had been munching on pastries and had not spoken a word. Could it be that the voice wasn't hers?
No.
The voice had referred to my mother, implying that Mo Pingxin was addressed as mother, and it was a woman's voice. Here, aside from Song Linlang, the only other possibility was the silent girl. She stood up, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse upon Xiaoxia. I will tear your mouth apart for your reckless words. However, in the next moment, she clasped her wrist, as if an invisible iron hand were gripping it tightly. Zheng Huayu winced in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Mo Pingxin coldly fixed her gaze upon her. Suddenly, Zheng Huayu realized something, her heart tentatively contemplating. I won't tear it, I won tea. This little mouth is truly sweet, I shall refrain. Indeed, in the following instant, the pain in her wrist dissipated. Zheng Huayu, taken aback, glanced at her wrist and then at Xiaoxia, attempting to voice her inquiry, but found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Xiaoxia had already peeled the melon clean, her brow furrowed in disdain. What a thing! So that's how it is. No wonder her son cannot father a child. He truly deserves it. Such an outcome is hardly more than he deserves. Zheng Huayu's complexion shifted dramatically. Chapter 15. 2 types of people cannot share a bed. The entire shop was permeated with a peculiar atmosphere as the salesgirls exchanged glances. Puzzled by the source of the voice, yet the expressions on their faces suggested they could all hear it and were not frightened. Rather, their interest in the gossip heightened. Everyone busied themselves while secretly straining to listen. Do tell, is it true that none of her 3 grandsons is her son's? And what exactly did her son do to deserve this? The voice did not disappoint, soon resounding once more. That son of the Zheng family is nothing but a scoundrel. From a young age, he was uneducated and took pleasure in bullying classmates. Even at a tender age, he dared to deceive female classmates emotionally, ultimately resorting to force. When the truth came to light, Zheng Huayu shamelessly reversed the narrative, claiming that the female student had seduced her son, leveraging her wealth and influence to force the girl into dropping out. She believes her son is some prized catch. But he is nothing but trash. In alignment with Xiaoxia's sentiments, disdain adorned the faces of all present, while Zheng Huayu's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white. Yet she felt utterly helpless. She longed to command silence from Xiaoxia, but words eluded her. Mo Pingxin cast a bland glance at Zheng Huayu. Here she was, incessantly boasting about her son's merits within their circle, utterly unaware that everyone merely tolerated her delusions. The character of every child in their circle was well known among the affluent ladies. Xiaoxia sipped her floral tea, continuing her revelry in the gossip.
Oh.
The tales surrounding Zheng Huayu's son are quite numerous, especially concerning his romantic entanglements. It is utterly chaotic. Zheng Huayu is quite the protective mother. Whenever something goes awry, it is always someone seducing her son. Even when lives are at stake, she is unwilling to part with a dime for an abortion, instead summoning her bodyguards to drive the girls away. How utterly heartless. All eyes in the vicinity turned to Zheng Huayu with expressions of incredulity, astonished to discover her true nature. She could spend lavishly on handbags without a second thought, yet she showed no inclination to take responsibility for the lives affected by her son's actions. How pitiful for the girls who had been deceived and discarded by him. TSK, Zheng Huayu's son, at such a young age, boasts to his friends about being the second coming of Lao Ai, claiming he indulges in 7 encounters a night. Who would have thought that before reaching 30, he would ruin himself, unable to conceive a child? It's utterly laughable. Who could say he doesn't deserve it? With that, Song Linlang and several salesgirls present could no longer contain their laughter. Zheng Huayu's piercing gaze swept across the room, and the saleswomen quickly silenced their laughter. However, Song Linlang remained undaunted, having previously spared Zheng Huayu some grace due to familial ties. She felt no obligation to hold back now that the Faode was crumbling. In fact, this was a perfect opportunity to provide cover for Xiaoxia. Intentionally, she turned to Zheng Huayu and said, Aunt Zheng, I must share something with you. A friend of mine once spotted your son visiting a urology clinic, and, if I recall correctly, he also consulted a fertility specialist. I hesitated to inform you, but since you already have 3 grandchildren, I assume this news may not be of great significance to you. Zheng Huayu abruptly rose from the sofa, unable to confront Xiaoxia directly. She pointed accusingly at Song Linlang. You, the one who is always so sarcastic, and yet you find yourself at a loss for words. So Song Linlang was already aware of this matter? She truly possesses remarkable composure. What a spectacle. The atmosphere became tense, and Mo Pingxin positioned herself protectively in front of Song Linlang, knowing that even Zheng Huayu would hesitate to act against her. At that moment, Zheng Huayu's daughter-in-law stood up, urgently grasping her arm. Mom, we should leave. With a resounding slap, Zheng Huayu struck her daughter-in-law in front of everyone. Li Lan covered her face, her eyes flashing with irritation. Zheng Huayu, exuding an imposing fury, demanded, Tell me, are those 3 grandchildren truly of the Wang lineage? Zheng Huayu was adamant about not leaving, and in the ensuing struggle, she struck Li Lan several more times. Xiaoxia could no longer remain silent. Why are you resorting to violence? Your son willingly donned the green hat. Had you not pressured him to marry and bear children, he would have never conceived such an idea. Yet, to come up with such a devious scheme, he truly is a masterpiece of a man. Let them part ways. Your son is bound to share his wealth with her, especially since they signed an agreement. Li Lan was no fool. Aiding Wang Xingyan was not without its rewards, and she had long prepared an escape route for herself and her children. However, given Wang Xingyan's limited assets, she tolerated Zheng Huayu's volatile temperament with the hope that, once their child grew, they would inherit the Wang family's fortune. Little did she expect that the truth would be exposed prematurely. But since it was out in the open, so be it. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Wang Xingyan, with his loose lips when intoxicated, had surely shared the news with a circle of friends. And it was only a matter of time before Zheng Huayu and her husband learned of it. Upon hearing this, Zheng Huayu was so enraged that her limbs went numb. The store manager, fearing that Zheng Huayu might collapse from anger within their establishment, hastily signaled the staff to assist her to the car outside. As a flurry of individuals frantically helped Zheng Huayu away, Xiaoxia remarked with a TSK, "She truly is quite fragile. Just moments ago, she was so vociferous against my mother." Mo Pingxin smiled quietly, then waved her hand. "Bring out all your new products for my daughter to try. Whatever she likes. Wrap it up." The remaining saleswomen immediately sprang into action, and Xiaoxia seized the opportunity to indulge in a shopping spree, buying with abandon. After emptying several stores, she finally decided to pause, feeling satisfied. After a brief rest, she descended for breakfast, which, as before, was lavishly prepared. Song Xiangchen hurried to class after waiting for a while, and upon seeing Xiaoxia descending the stairs, he quickly shouldered his backpack. However, before departing, he handed her a bank card, stammering, This is my pocket money saved over the years. Please take it." Xiaoxia looked at him in surprise. Song Xiangchen's face darkened suddenly. Could he really be this unkind? Song Linlang, chewing on her sandwich, felt a twinge of discomfort herself. Without further ado, Song Xiangchen pressed the bank card into Xiaoxia's hand. "I'm leaving." Xiaoxia, puzzled, stared at the card in her hand, when Mo Pingxin interjected, "Just accept it. We're family, no need to be polite." Only then did Xiaoxia tuck the card away. The other 3 at the dining table immediately perked up. None of the 3 grandsons were biological, and who could bear such a situation? Mo Pingxin couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of Zheng Huayu's boastful demeanor from before. Old 6, no, host, but after she returned yesterday, a fierce conflict erupted in the Wang family. She insisted her son get a divorce, but he stubbornly refused, even telling her not to meddle, which infuriated her greatly. Furthermore, Zheng Huayu's husband has also learned about this matter. The couple first had a quarrel, hurling accusations at each other, and then, recalling their son's inability to bear children, they wept together. Xiaoxia shook her head. "I knew it. 2 distinct characters cannot thrive under the same blanket." Zheng Huayu clearly failed to educate her son. Does that mean her husband is any better? The sordid deeds she committed for her son were certainly under her husband's covert encouragement. They are truly cut from the same cloth. Old 6 nodded obediently. The host is right. After consuming the gossip regarding Zheng Huayu, Xiaoxia had nearly finished her breakfast when she was about to put down her chopsticks to rise. Suddenly, Song Linling spoke up. I have something to say." Song Linling gazed at everyone, especially at Xiaoxia. Reluctantly, Xiaoxia sat back down. Taking a deep breath, Song Linling, with a solemn expression, addressed everyone, "Mom and Dad. I am immensely grateful for your love and care over the years. And Xiaoxia, although it was never my intention, I have indeed occupied your identity for so long." As soon as Song Linlang began to speak, Mo Pingxin recognized her intent, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. Wanting to stop her from continuing, Linlang. Song Linlang grasped Mo Pingxin's hand, resolute. "Mom, I plan to disclose the truth about our identity swap with Xiaoxia." Chapter 16. My mother wants me to go to Fukan to tighten screws. Being of the same age as Xiaoxia, she understood that keeping Xiaoxia's identity under wraps would only lead to endless speculation, which was unfair to her. Moreover, her heartfelt sentiments were expressed. In the original narrative, her parents refrained from revealing the truth out of fear of causing harm, yet this very silence had injured their biological daughter.
Montag Pingxin,
Torn in her thoughts, after all, both her children were dear to her, ultimately chose not to voice further objections. Xiaoxia, meanwhile, was taken aback. Is it possible that my little butterfly has such power? The contrast with the original plot is truly staggering. I wonder how the original female lead will react upon learning this news. Will she be infuriated to the point of explosion? Song Linling, seeing Mo Pingxin and Song Onkong still distressed, smiled and said, "But you both mustn't think of abandoning me, Dad, Mom. I still wish to be your daughter. And from now on, you will be my godparents. You cannot deny me." Mo Pingxin, with reddened eyes, smiled and replied, "You're both my daughters, Xiaoxiao and Linling." Xiaoxiao, however, remained indifferent to the matter. Song Onkong sighed. If only we could find Linlong's biological parents. Regardless of the circumstances, they were, after all, her true parents. It was uncertain whether they had abandoned Xiaoxiao after discovering the child had been switched, or if other reasons were at play. Song Onkong had conducted investigations, but to no avail. Mo Pingxin shook her head, stating, "The nurse only recalled a young woman who had no one accompanying her, and all the provided address details were false. Finding her seems quite difficult." This arrangement resembled that of an unwed mother, as it was unusual for a woman to give birth alone in a hospital. Yet, out of consideration for Linling, Mo Pingxin and Song Onkong refrained from expressing their thoughts too bluntly. Ultimately, the circumstances surrounding how Xiaoxiao was given to that woman and subsequently abandoned, later to be found by the villagers of Shishui village, remained unclear. Xiaoxiao called out to Lao Lu, "Do you have any leads?" In the original narrative, the instigator behind the child swap, Song Onha, had not been exposed, and once Song Linlong's identity was revealed, many took the opportunity to disparage her, claiming her parents were poor and had deliberately swapped the children to secure a better life for their daughter within the Song family. Although Linling had explained her situation, no one listened. The truth was that even until the end, she had not found her biological parents. Upon her inquiry, the three immediately perked up. For Lao Lu possessed formidable abilities and might indeed know something. Lao Lu replied, "I do have some information, but this is a hidden plot, and there are 2 ways to unlock it." Lao Lu deliberately teased them. The eyes of the three in the Song family brightened, especially Linling, who was more eager than anyone to discover the identities of her biological parents. Xiaoxiao had merely asked casually, not expecting a real lead, and promptly urged, "Stop keeping us in suspense, you old trickster. Just tell us." Lao Lu continued, "The first way is to use melon seeds to unlock the hidden plot. The second is to encounter relevant characters, which will automatically trigger the gossip mode, and at that time, you, the host, will naturally find out." As Lao Lu's words concluded, Xiaoxiao indeed spotted a hidden plot box in the marketplace. Goodness, a hidden plot costs 50,000 melon seeds. Why don't you go and rob a bank? The price was not set by him, and although Lao Lu felt wronged, he refrained from expressing it. As for encountering relevant characters, that's challenging. Xiaoxiao shook her head. In the original story, no family related to Song Linling appeared until the very end, or if they did, they remained unacquainted, causing her to doubt whether she could truly partake in this revelation. Song Linling sighed softly. The melon seeds were also needed to sustain Xiaoxiao's life. Even if she had them, she could not morally coerce her into exchanging information. Well, one step at a time. Finding them would be wonderful, but if not, there was no need to force it. After breakfast, Song Linling was set to head to the film set for her afternoon shoot, while Xiaoxia initially intended to take a leisurely stroll in the garden to aid digestion. Unexpectedly, she was seized by Mo Pingxin, who grasped her wrist and pressed her onto the sofa. With a smile illuminating her face, Mo Pingxin inquired, "Where do you wish to work? Mother will arrange it for you." Xiaoxia, who had envisioned a life of leisure within a wealthy household, was taken aback. Mo Pingxin continued, "My daughter must indulge in the latest gossip to thrive. How many stories can the wealthy provide? Even if I took her to events every day, it wouldn't suffice for her to live a long life. Why not consider a position at Fukang? Your father is acquainted with their CEO. I could secure you a role in one of the largest factories." Song Onkong nodded in agreement. "No problem. As long as you consent, I shall make the call immediately." Xiaoxia nearly choked in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. "Oh dear. Not only are they pushing me into the workforce, but they also want me to toil in a factory tightening screws. What a misfortune. Whoever heard of a second-generation heir working in a factory? Such a notion was utterly unheard of. Xiaoxia, you are truly unfortunate." Seeing her daughter's reluctance to embrace employment, Mo Pingxin resorted to an alternative suggestion. "What if you ventured into entrepreneurship? Mother will provide the funding. You may pursue any endeavor you desire. Above all, you cannot remain idle at home. However, Xiaoxia, who wished to stay at home, fell silent once more. At that moment, the car arrived to pick up Song Linling. Coming down from the floor above, she noticed Xiaoxia surrounded by her parents and hesitated before speaking up. Why not let Xiaoxia accompany me? Song Linling had harbored this thought for some time, but her precarious position made it difficult to voice. Mo Pingxin's eyes brightened in an instant. Indeed. Accompanying Linling would be splendid. The entertainment industry is rife with gossip, and whether Linling was on set or attending events, she would always be amidst a crowd. Naturally, Xiaoxia preferred to indulge in the entertainment gossip rather than tighten screws, though she felt slightly embarrassed. Will I be a burden to you? Song Linling shook her head. Of course not. You can accompany me to get a taste of the industry, and if you wish to enter, I can guide you, helping you avoid many pitfalls. Upon hearing the prospect of entering the industry, Xiaoxia quickly waved her hands. No, let us skip that. After a moment of contemplation, Song Linling proposed. How about you become my assistant? You won't need to do much, and I can offer a salary of 50,000 a month. How does that sound? With an assistant to do the work, she could take Xiaoxia along to enjoy the gossip. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000, Xiaoxia cleared her throat and replied modestly, Oh, that seems rather generous. Typically, assistants in the industry earn around 3,000 to 4,000, with the more conscientious ones reaching 5,000. Song Linling was indeed a rather generous employer. Offering Xiaoxia 50,000 was nearly double the standard rate. However, thinking that her hesitation stemmed from the amount being insufficient, Song Linling was about to increase the offer when Xiaoxia suddenly turned to Mo Pingxin, exclaiming, Mother, I believe there is no position more suited to me than this. A monthly salary of 50,000 is far superior to the 3,000 I would earn tightening screws. I want to be picky, I'll take it. Xiaoxia stood up. When do I start? Song Linling was taken aback for a moment. How about now? The car is waiting outside. Do you need to go upstairs to prepare? Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. I wouldn't want to waste the boss's time. Shall we go, boss? Song Linling, now addressed as boss, was left speechless. Mo Ping's heart was heavy with concern for her two children as she personally accompanied them to their first day at work. Although she secretly wished to be present at the scene to witness the unfolding events, she ultimately quelled her desire, fearing that her presence might stifle her children on such an important day. Inside the RV, there was a young woman named Qingqing, who served as Song Linglong's exclusive personal assistant. Upon hearing the name Xiaoxia, her eyes widened in surprise, indicating her awareness of the secret regarding the true identity of Heiress, which suggested that she was someone Song Linling could trust. After Song Linling introduced the two, she provided Xiaoxia with a brief overview of her own situation. With the backing of the Song family, she had not entered into the entertainment company but had established her own studio, becoming her own boss. Just as a conversation was beginning to unfold, it was abruptly interrupted by Qingqing, who, holding her phone, glanced at Xiaoxia before turning to Song Linling with a troubled expression. Linling, are you really going to issue a statement? What about Danjia? Danjia, Song Linglong's manager, had been opposed from the beginning to revealing Song Linglong's identity. They had initially agreed to let things progress naturally, but now Song Linling was insistent on making it public, leaving Qingqing caught in the middle. Give me the phone. I will handle it myself. As the dispute escalated between the boss and her assistant, Qingqing hastily handed the phone over to Song Linling. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia pondered to herself. Danjia, is she the one who was bribed by the protagonist? Song Linglong's fingers froze mid-typing at the revelation. Chapter 17. Your manager has long been bribed by the protagonist. The text had not mentioned Danjia's betrayal, but Xiaoxia had her own agenda. Considering the monetary incentive of 50,000 yuan, she had chosen to regard Song Linling as one of her own. Oh dear. Your manager has already been compromised by the protagonist. The reason she opposes you going public is because it was suggested by the protagonist. However, she won't escape unscathed either. Later on, when you face misfortune, she will be implicated in financial issues and arrested. In hindsight, this certainly seems like the protagonist's doing. After all, keeping Danjia around would provide the protagonist leverage over her, making it all too easy for the protagonist to have her sent to prison. Song Linglong's fingers trembled, while Qingqing was taken aback but, realizing she was unable to voice her questions, quietly took a seat. At that moment, the RV came to a stop, and the door swung open to reveal Danjia waiting by the roadside. As soon as she entered, she confronted Song Linling, exclaiming, Linling, didn't we agree to let this matter unfold naturally? What do you mean by going back on your word now? Song Linling regarded Danjia with an impassive expression. They had collaborated for several years, When she initially debuted, she had not distanced herself from the Song family, enduring considerable bullying in the industry while hiding her background. At that time, Dan Jia was merely an inexperienced manager, struggling to manage a few mediocre artists. Together, they had forged their way through the entertainment world. And now Song Lingling owned her own studio while Dan Jia had become a well-known manager. Noticing the shift in Song Linglong's demeanor, Dan Jia realized her previous tone had been inappropriate. With a sigh, she spoke earnestly, Lingling, making this matter public will not benefit you in any way. Trust me, I am your manager, and everything I have planned is for your own good. But is it truly for my benefit or for someone else's? Song Lingling lowered her gaze, concealing her disappointment. If it were for my good, then you should not be hindering me. Dan Jia's expression subtly shifted, yet Song Lingling refrained from directly confronting her. Earlier, Xiaoxia had mentioned Dan Jia's financial issues, a matter that required further investigation without alarming the parties involved. Nevertheless, as she spoke, she dispatched the prepared statement without hesitation. Dan Jia was unable to intervene in time, watching helplessly as Song Lingling pressed send.
Great.
This was the end. Song Lingling stowed her phone and instructed the driver to pull over. Dan Jia, you should continue with your affairs. I must head to the set. If I'm late, the director will be furious. With the situation having reached this point, it was too late for any further discussion. Dan Jia had no choice but to exit the vehicle. But before she did, she noticed Xiaoxia seated in a corner of the RV. Dan Jia did not recognize her and thought little of it, casting only a fleeting glance before stepping out. In just a few minutes of conversation, Song Linglong's statement had ignited a significant uproar online. Initially, when she debuted, she had not cultivated an image as a wealthy heiress. However, as netizens unraveled the truth about her affluent background, she decided to embrace it. She established her own studio, flaunted luxurious brands, opulent residences, and extravagant cars, and was often photographed cheerfully greeting the camera. Her fans relished in marketing her identity as the child of privilege. While other second-generation celebrities faced scandals, Song Lingling, backed by the robust Song family, remained steadfast. Yet, no one anticipated that, contrary to appearances, she was not even the biological child of the Song family. Could it be that she was mistakenly swapped at birth? How dramatic is that? It feels like something out of a novel. One has to admit, the saying that fiction often mirrors reality holds some truth. Is this really not a new script being released to gauge public reaction? The internet was abuzz with diverse opinions, some in disbelief, others mocking the situation. While some formed groups to criticize her, the incident rapidly climbed to trending status, accompanied by a sensational headline. However, Song Lingling was no naive ingenue. Prior to issuing her statement, she had already coordinated with her fans. Her supporters found it relatively easy to accept the revelation, for they admired her as an individual. Recognizing that ultimately, an artist's worth lies in their talent, with familial background merely serving as embellishment. Let us reserve some kindness for those who hurl insults. It's not Song Lingling's fault she was switched at birth. She was merely an infant at that time. It must have taken immense courage for her to disclose this matter. I stand with her.
Goodness.
To learn at such a mature age that one is not biologically related to their parents is truly pitiable. I heard Song Lingling faced a scandal. I rushed to check, thinking it was something serious. And this is what it is. What does it matter if she isn't biologically related? It's far better than those who, despite having parents with dubious backgrounds, cling to their second-generation status and shamelessly navigate the industry. Song Linglong's fans exhibited remarkable resilience, swiftly altering the narrative online. The entire internet was engrossed in this juicy tidbit. Some indulged in the gossip with delight, while others found it hard to digest. With a crash, all the items on the makeup table tumbled to the floor, as the woman adorned in striking makeup clutched her phone in disbelief. How could this be? Mingming had meticulously orchestrated everything, even going so far as to enlist hidden agents within Song Linglong's fan group, inciting them to bolster her second-generation identity and provoke disdain. All in anticipation of the day when Song Linglong's true identity would be exposed and the backlash would ensue. Yet, why had it been revealed now? Even more perplexing was that Song Lingling had taken the initiative to expose herself. Watching the online supporters rallying for her, the woman's expression gradually twisted in rage. In her previous life, it was indeed Song Lingling who had chosen to reveal her identity, garnering a plethora of favorable reviews from fans. At that time, she had merely been an insignificant figure, enduring the repugnance of sleeping with loathsome men to secure even the slightest resources. Conversely, Song Lingling had been the epitome of privilege. Shielded by the Song family upon her debut, After it was discovered that she was not a biological member of the Song family, she ascended to become a top-tier celebrity, even winning prestigious awards, while she remained like a shadowy rat, gazing up through the cracks of the sewers at someone she could never hope to reach. Jealousy surged within her, yet fortune smiled upon her with a second chance. She had been reborn. In her new life, she had set her sights on Song Linlang as her ultimate goal. Everything Song Linlang possessed in her past life, she vowed to claim in this one. But why? Despite her extensive plotting, had she still failed to dethrone Song Linlang? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she took out her phone to call Dongjia, only to find she could no longer get through. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and her assistant cautiously announced, "Sister Tong, it's time to go. The director is urging us." Yi Yutong took a deep breath, masking her twisted expression, and opened the door to step outside. It was merely a setback. She was a reborn individual, the most extraordinary person in this world. How could she fear competing against a mere Song Linlang? Let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 18. The Ruin of One's Rear. Xiaoxia had yet to reveal who the original heroine was or her name, but Song Linlang could vaguely guess. Lost in thought, Song Linlang discreetly observed Xiaoxia, wishing there were a chance for her to meet Yi Yutong, for then, regardless of Yi Yutong's intentions or secrets, nothing would remain concealed. The vehicle came to a halt, arriving at the film city. Song Linlang composed herself and disembarked with Xiaoxia and Qingqing. Xiaoxia was not entirely unfamiliar with a film city. Before her travels, she had visited the area as a tourist, taking in the sights and relishing the novelty, hoping to encounter a star or two. Currently, Song Linlang was filming a grand costume drama where she played the leading role. Upon her arrival, the crowd's attention immediately shifted toward her, clearly having seen the trending news. However, being adults, none were tactless enough to approach her with inquiries. In the makeup room, a flurry of activity surrounded her, though ears were keenly attuned to the unfolding dynamics. Observing Song Linlang's close treatment of Xiaoxia, many turned their heads, curious about the assistant's identity that warranted such sisterly affection from Song Linlang. Let them speculate. Everyone here would eventually become part of my narrative. With thoughts of future triumphs in her mind, Xiaoxia chuckled softly, envisioning her fruitful prospects. As the makeup artist positioned Song Linlang in the chair for her transformation, Xiaoxia prepared to turn and exit when suddenly she was jostled by someone, stumbling perilously close to falling, only to be saved by Qingqing's swift intervention. "Step aside. Step aside. Who is this little assistant, so lacking in awareness, blocking the entrance, without noticing that Brother Tao has arrived? Ah! Is it a case of the wicked taking the first strike?" Once Xiaoxia steadied herself, she realized that the one who had pushed her was a diminutive man, followed closely by a sunglasses-clad figure who was presumably the so-called Brother Tao. Qingqing, visibly displeased, positioned herself in front of Xiaoxia. "Zhu Dazhuang, whom do you think you're pushing?" "This is our Linlang Jia's person." The small man peered inside, and indeed, he saw Song Linlang sitting in a chair with a sullen expression. Wu Tao removed his sunglasses and raised an eyebrow at the assistant. "Dazhuang, how could you push Linlang Jia's person? Quickly, apologize." The little man scoffed, displaying an air of indifference. "I'm sorry, Linlang Jia. I didn't recognize it was your person just now." Song Linlang coldly replied, "You did not just push me." The small man then reluctantly muttered an apology to Xiaoxia. Qingqing tugged at Xiaoxia, whispering in her ear, "Brother Tao is the second male lead, and we will have to interact in the future. It's unwise to create a rift now. The entertainment industry operates this way. Even if there is deep-seated hatred, one must feign amiability on the surface." Clearly a mere chick, yet he insists on being called Dazhuang. Indeed, those who possess little often feel the need to emphasize their stature. Xiaoxia mimicked the small man's earlier demeanor, chuckling. "No worries, after a night of anxiety.
I'll just assume you were a bit dazed."
Zhu Dazhuang scratched his head, unsure of what Xiaoxia meant, while Brother Tao plopped down in a chair beside Song Linlang, yawning exaggeratedly. Upon hearing this, Song Linlang quickly requested the crew to bring the notice sheet. To her dismay, she discovered that her scenes had been significantly reduced. Although she played the leading female role, the original story was a male-centric power struggle narrative, with the female lead storyline inherently weak. It had already been altered several times by the second male lead and the screenwriter, having missed just 2 days. She found herself with 3 fewer scenes. Song Linlang's expression darkened abruptly, yet just as Brother Tao reveled in his triumph, an eerie sound resonated throughout the venue. The entire room fell silent, and Brother Tao trembled, incredulously looking up, clinging to a sliver of hope that no one else had heard that sound. However, as his gaze swept the room, He found everyone staring at him with incredulous expressions, some even casting suggestive looks at his backside. This is it, he thought.
Yet.
Xiaoxia would not let him off so easily. Her inner voice continued. Oh, someone who appeals to both genders, relying on selling their backside to climb the ranks. Truly impressive. Who has resources, who clings to whom. How filthy. And yet, they dare to vilify others for resorting to underhanded tactics. As more secrets were unveiled by this bizarre inner monologue, Brother Tao grew anxious, hastily signaling Zhu Dazhuang. Initially startled, Zhu Dazhuang caught onto Brother Tao's gaze. But before he could utter a word, another inner voice emerged. So it turns out he was photographed last night. Truly, the higher the skill, the greater the challenge. These paparazzi are quite something.
What?
He was photographed. Brother Tao instantly felt like an ant on a hot skillet, springing up from his chair, scattering makeup products all over the floor. Xiaoxia, taken by surprise, widened her eyes. What is happening? Does he intend to strike someone? Tao did not wish to resort to violence. Instead, he was eager to contact his agent to address the photos taken of him last night. Observing his lack of aggression, Xiaoxia continued to indulge in gossip. TSK, this generation of paparazzi leaves much to be desired. They were just praised and now, despite finally capturing a photo, they fail to disseminate it. Just because it features two men, they mistakenly assume they are merely discussing scripts all night. Tao chuckled, feeling a sense of relief.
Indeed.
Why should he worry about being photographed with another man? 100 excuses awaited him. Those who thrive in the industry are astute, and as Tao's mind raced, he realized the implications of his thoughts. It was no wonder that Song Linlong's demeanor was anything but ordinary. However, if a person could not be of use to him, they must be eliminated. Just as the thought of demise crossed his mind, an unexpected pain shot through him. Ouch! It hurt. He hastily covered his backside, oblivious to the crowd around him. Chapter 19, Still a Rotten Cucumber. Someone initiated laughter, and soon, a chorus of chuckles erupted, revealing the intensity of the previous night's events that lingered painfully into today. Tao was indeed not an ordinary individual, proving remarkably resilient, which explained his rapid ascent in the industry. Realizing the absurdity of his previous thoughts, Tao quickly repressed them, and the pain in his backside vanished instantaneously. It was as though he had discovered a new world, prompting him to jump into light as the discomfort evaporated entirely. How peculiar! His gaze towards Xiaoxia transformed, as if he beheld a celestial being. He rushed forward, intending to grasp her hand, only to be obstructed by the vigilant Qingqing. Tao, ever adaptable, immediately donned a flattering smile. This esteemed lady. Xiaoxia was introduced by Qingqing, who stated, "This is Wu Tao. You may refer to him as Teacher Wu or Tao Ge." Zhu Dazhuang, feeling a sense of guilt, approached, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "I apologize, Teacher Xia. It was all my fault. Please, in your magnanimity, consider me insignificant." Though Xiaoxia was baffled by their sudden shift in attitude, she chose to express her respect. With a gracious wave of her hand, she replied, "Let it be. However, there shall be no next time." Certainly. Xiaoxia shrugged off Wu Tao's overly familiar approach, greeted Song Linlang, and then departed with Qingqing to explore the film studio. Shortly after their departure, the male lead of the drama entered with others. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the crowd, curiously, he inquired, "What is happening?" Wu Tao stammered in surprise, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, the onlookers realized the significance of the juicy gossip they had just consumed. Who wouldn't want to share such a revelation? Even selling it to marketing accounts could yield a handsome profit. Yet, astonishingly, they found themselves unable to send even a text message. Prior to the male lead's arrival, they had freely discussed the matter, but his presence seemed to impose a collective silence. Song Linlang, contemplative, recognized the dynamics at play. In the previous days, there had been no opportunity to experiment, but now it became clear. Xiaoxia's inner thoughts could not be shared with those who had not heard them before, nor could they be verbalized to those who had not shared in the same experience. However, those who had heard her thoughts and tasted the same gossip could communicate effortlessly. This preserved the enjoyment of the gossip while ensuring that certain secrets would not spread too rapidly. Truly remarkable. She smiled. The male protagonist and his assistant exchanged peculiar glances. Yet neither spoke a word. He scratched his head, signaling the makeup artist to continue her work. Once he emerged, Xiaoxia followed Qingqing as they strolled through the film city. This place was reminiscent of a shopping mall, divided into numerous sections. Exploring it thoroughly would take at least 3 days. After a short while, Xiaoxia found herself utterly fatigued, her feet aching painfully. Now I understand why the wealthy often opt for wheelchairs despite having perfectly functional legs. The ever-thoughtful Lao Lu chimed in, "Host, would you like a wheelchair? They are quite affordable." Xiaoxia glanced at the interface, discovering that a luxurious electric wheelchair cost merely 1 seed. However, she decisively shook her head. No, she could extend her life for an entire day with 1 seed. Why would she need a wheelchair? If she wanted one, she could simply purchase it. Recalling her newfound wealth, she remembered an important task she had yet to attend to. Is there a bank around here? An ATM will suffice. Ching promptly nodded, leading Xiaoxia to find an automatic teller machine within the film city. Upon reaching the entrance, Ching, displaying admirable insight, suggested, "You go on in. I'll wait for you outside." Xiaoxia was primarily eager to check the balance on the bank card Song Xiangchen had given her, and the amount left her astounded. Wow. 5 million. It was evident that he hailed from a wealthy family. Even his pocket money surpassed 1 million, with a casual expenditure of 5 million. She couldn't help but reminisce about her university days, where she had to toil for every penny. Her tuition for a semester had barely reached 3,000. Her background was not dissimilar to that of the original owner. In her previous life, she had grown up in an orphanage, and after completing her compulsory education, all her tuition and living expenses were earned through her own hard work. She was thriving now. Xiaoxia delightedly swiped her card. With 5 million as a cushion, she felt much more composed, and upon inserting the card given by Mo Pingxin, she discovered a staggering 20 million. Clearing her throat, she realized she could no longer contain her joy, breaking into a beaming smile for the camera, revealing her pearly whites. Fearing any misinterpretation from those behind the camera, Xiaoxia hastily withdrew and exited, only to find Ching peering around the corner with a conspiratorial demeanor. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Ching jumped in surprise, quickly turning to cover Xiaoxia's mouth. "Sure. There's gossip." Xiaoxia instantly understood, recognizing the two figures now shrouded in secrecy. Behind the ATM, a young man sporting a sporty headband was playfully cornering a young girl. The headband-wearing youth leaned against the wall, striking a pose he believed to be suave. Whispering sweet nothings into the girl's ear. "Care to join me for dinner tonight?" The girl's face flushed a deep crimson, stammering, I don't think that's appropriate." "Why not? I merely wish to see you more often. Can you bear to let me suffer from unrequited love?" The girl, utterly enchanted by his flattery, finally acquiesced. "Well,
Okay then.
the young man chuckled, reveling in his own charm. Ching watched with rapt attention, while Xiaoxia discerned a hint of shock on her face and whispered, "Do you know him?" Xiaoxia felt a tinge of disdain. How could her idol engage in flirtation with fans? Such behavior was a grave transgression. She wanted to distance herself. Ching, equally disapproving, nodded in agreement. Doesn't he realize how he treats his fans differently? And his words are so sleazy. Not only engaged in flirtation, but he also harbors intentions towards the young fans? Ching and Xiaoxia exchanged glances. The young girl appeared to be around 18 or 19, though her attire suggested a maturity that belied her actual age.
Who?
As the thought slipped out, the two individuals nearby immediately took notice, prompting Ching to hastily pull Xiaoxia back to conceal themselves. He had thoroughly investigated and discovered that this girl was the most affluent member of his fan club, with relatives even operating a company in the entertainment industry. Securing her allegiance would undoubtedly pave the way for future resources. The girl hesitated, torn between the thrill of proximity to her idol and the anxiety of being out all night. Just as she grappled with her dilemma, an unexpected voice interjected. "Aw, please don't be fooled. Standing before you is not just a pathetic individual, but a truly rotten cucumber." Chapter 20. I'm so curious to see how the young lady kicks him. The headband-wearing boy and the young girl froze in shock. Before they could process what was happening, the bizarre voice continued. "He is indeed rotten. Quite literally. A glance could provoke 3 days of nausea. Ugh." Xiaoxia could not help but retch at her own words. The vegetable boy not only seeks you out, but he also has designs on other fans, all affluent ladies. His rottenness was contracted during his outings. Flee, retreat. As the absurdity of the thoughts escalated, the headband-wearing boy, nay, the vegetable boy, grew increasingly agitated, abandoning any pretense of charm as he stormed towards them. Who is spreading these ridiculous rumors? Ching, still unaware that those harboring ill intentions towards Xiaoxia would face consequences, was startled and tugged at Xiaoxia's arm, urging her to run. "Oh no, we've been discovered, run." When the vegetable boy and the young girl emerged, all they could see were two retreating figures. The vegetable boy's expression darkened with fury, but suddenly, he doubled over, clutching his groin, cold sweat trickling down his face. While the young girl stood there in confusion, Xiaoxia, feeling the pain from Qingqing's grip, kept glancing back. No, I must warn her. She must not fall for the vegetable boy. Qingqing retorted, she has already heard it, you know. Well, that was something she could not articulate. Reluctantly, she turned back and shouted to the bewildered girl, stay away from the vegetable boy for your own safety. The girl stared in shock, her eyes wide. Only after they had escaped her line of sight and reached the vicinity of their RV did Qingqing finally halt, leaning against it to catch her breath. Xiaoxia was also fatigued. It had been years since she had sprinted 800 meters. After catching her breath, she recalled the matter at hand. How did you know that the headband boy was the vegetable boy? Qingqing replied, wasn't it you who informed me? She chuckled lightly. Actually, I was already aware. You see, I am part of this circle, and such matters are hard to conceal. Qingqing winked at Xiaoxia, who immediately understood. Those who frequently traverse the path are bound to get their shoes wet. The vegetable boy, often flirting with wealthy women, would surely attract gossip. Having regained her composure, Qingqing grew concerned again. I wonder if that young lady will heed our warning. That's simple. Xiaoxia called out to the system. Old 6 report. Understood, host. Old 6 bears the responsibility of informing the host about the aftermath of the gossip, ensuring that the host can fully savor the experience without any regrets. She took this to heart and even kicked the cauliflower man, who clutched his groin in pain, howling like a wounded animal, while the young girl departed. Xiaoxia reassured Qingqing. Rest assured, she has received the message. Having overheard the conversation, Qingqing responded affirmatively. Yes, that's good. If only there were visuals. Xiaoxia yearned to witness how the young lady delivered such a kick. The system chimed in. This is not difficult, host. Simply accumulate some melon seeds to purchase a player. Upon seeing the system interface display the player, she noted its steep price of 200 seeds. Having exchanged 300 seeds for gossip time yesterday, she was left with around 200. The seeds had indeed increased. It must be due to the gossip she indulged in regarding Wu Tao and the cauliflower man. While she was enjoying the gossip in the dressing room, many were present. Yet, others should not have been aware of her gossiping, right? Could this also contribute to her seed collection? Old 6. The system grinned mischievously. As long as you indulge in gossip, everyone present becomes your seeds. As for the rest, we need not concern ourselves. That's how big data computes.
All right.
Xiaoxia chose not to dwell on this. As long as she received her seeds, that sufficed. As for the player, she decided against purchasing it for now. Having grown up in an orphanage, she was accustomed to relying on herself and preparing for the future, ensuring she had reserves to keep her calm. She could always buy it later when more enticing gossips emerged. After resting in the RV for a while, Qingqing and Xiaoxia headed to the filming location. Song Linglang was already made up, performing a scene with the male lead, and Xiaoxia curiously leaned in, captivated by the performance. Wu Tao, ever perceptive, personally brought over a chair. Sister, please sit and watch. Xiaoxia glanced at him and sat down. Wu Tao quickly offered her milk tea and snacks. Sister, enjoy while you watch. She glanced over to see a cheese milk tea with double cream, her favorite flavor, yet feigned modesty. Oh, I feel so embarrassed. Wu Tao promptly thrust the milk tea into her hands. What is the big deal? It's just a cup of milk tea. From now on, whenever you're on set, I'll take care of your milk tea and snacks. TSK, she thought I originally wasn't inclined to drink. Yet his hospitality is hard to refuse. Xiaoxia inserted a straw and happily took a sip. Wu Tao remarked, I'll draw a circle to curse you. Xiaoxia turned to find Wu Tao covering his mouth. What's wrong? Bad breath? Oh, then you'd better keep your distance. Wu Tao released his mouth, which had suddenly hurt and now felt fine, fearing a stomachache, and dared not express any grievance. He quickly clarified, No, sister, I don't have bad breath. Don't believe me? Just smell. Xiaoxia promptly recoiled in distaste. Is that polite? Who asks someone they just met to sniff their breath? Wu Tao, unfazed by her disdain, thought little of it. After all, in front of Xiaoxia, he had long lost any sense of pride. Given that she was aware of even his most private matters, what else was there to contest? It is unfair for only him to be the center of attention. There are so many stars present, and it would only be just if each of them had a scandal to share. Wu Tao contemplated his own little schemes, while Xiaoxia, with her astonishing insights, thought that by ingratiating herself with others, she could uncover countless secrets. Qingqing, who had once helped her escape danger, was now the focus of Yu Xiaoxia's concern. Qingqing, what is wrong? Yu Xiaoxia inquired. With a sigh, Qingqing replied, I've been tasked with delivering something to teacher Huang Yuehua. Huang Yuehua? I don't know him. You don't want to go? Yu Xiaoxia asked. Qingqing hesitated, glancing at her as if she wanted to say something but held back. At that moment, Wu Tao burst into laughter, quickly leaning in to whisper before Yu Xiaoxia could get angry, Sister, you have no idea. On the surface, Huang Yuehua appears to be a venerable elder, but his character. Wu Tao shook his head in disdain. Yu Xiaoxia, intrigued, asked, Is his character worse than yours? Wu Tao was momentarily taken aback, stammering, You can't compare me to him. I may have risen through unspoken rules, but I sacrifice myself in the process. At least I don't harm others.
Oh,
I see. Huang Yuehua harms others. Chapter 21. What is there to fear from such a fool? Qingqing sighed and lowered her voice. Huang Yuehua is incredibly disgusting. At nearly 60, he delights in taking advantage of young girls, especially powerless assistants like us. Just passing by him, one might find themselves groped, or even slapped on the backside. He is an old senior whom everyone respects and we cannot afford to confront him, but it feels as revolting as swallowing a fly. Qingqing expressed her distaste. All the women in the crew avoid him. Yu Xiaoxia mimicked Qingqing's disdain. How revolting. Qingqing nodded. Enough of that. I should just hurry and deliver the items. She stood up, taking a deep breath to encourage herself. But in the next moment, Yu Xiaoxia rose as well, declaring, I'll go with you. Qingqing was taken aback. Yu Xiaoxia lifted her chin and patted Qingqing's shoulder. What is there to fear from such a fool? Come on. Let Auntie Xiaoxia help you. With that, she strode forward with an air of determination. Qingqing was momentarily captivated, gazing at Yu Xiaoxia with starry eyes. Wu Tao was the first to recover, quickly pulling her back. Sister, you're going the wrong way. The crew is over here. Yu Xiaoxia stumbled slightly due to his tug, feeling a bit embarrassed, and glared at Wu Tao. Why are you following me? Wu Tao chuckled. Of course, I'm here for the gossip. Huang Yuehua has been in the industry for decades and holds a high status. Everyone must show him respect, and he surely has plenty of scandals. This opportunity for gossip was too good to pass up. I'll go with you. I have no scenes right now, and I can protect you too. Realizing this, Qingqing quickly caught up, eyeing Wu Tao warily, fearful of his intentions. We don't need you. Kindness without reason is often suspect. Wu Tao let out a laugh, attempting to put his arm around Qingqing's shoulders, but she deftly avoided him. Unfazed, he said, We're all sisters. You don't need to be so wary of me. Sisters? Yu Xiaoxia chuckled, her gaze wandering suggestively. Oh, how bold. Yu Xiaoxia curled her lips in disdain, following Qingqing as they walked towards the set. Just as the three departed, whispers erupted behind them. Wu Tao is too eager, isn't he? Just a moment ago in the makeup room, he looked ready to throw a punch. Indeed, he is supposed to be a third-tier actor, yet he is groveling before a mere assistant. How embarrassing. As they spoke, their gazes inadvertently trailed after the trio. How terrifying. This meant that before her, everyone had no secrets to keep. Where were they headed? Were they off to indulge in gossip? I wish I could join. I yearned to hear that voice again. Was it truly the assistant's inner thoughts? I only caught snippets, and I still find it hard to believe. A few gathered, discussing, all of whom had overheard the heart's whispers in the makeup room. What gossip are you sharing?
Oh.
It's not that we don't want to share, it's just too difficult to articulate. Those who have heard the whispers no longer wish to mingle with those who have in tea. With an air of indifference, Yu Xiaoxia and her companion strode into the territory of the set, where filming was underway. They did not join the commotion but made their way directly to Huang Yuehua's lounge. Upon reaching the door, Qingqing halted Yu Xiaoxia. You two wait here. I'll go check. Yu Xiaoxia, unwilling to pause, insisted. Let's go together. Qingqing quickly grasped her arm, worried that Yu Xiaoxia's thoughts might stir trouble. Moreover, she genuinely feared that Yu Xiaoxia might clash with Huang Yuehua as associates. Despite the Song family's wealth, Huang Yuehua held significant standing in the industry, and it was best to avoid offending him. Reluctantly, Yu Xiaoxia acquiesced. Fine, you scout ahead. If there's danger, give me a signal, and I'll rush in with Xiao Wu to rescue you. Wu Tao chimed in. I'm with a sister. Once Qingqing departed, Yu Xiaoxia leaned against the wall, feeling bored, while Wu Tao, ever the sycophant, promptly pulled out his phone. Sister, your pose is striking. Let me take a picture. At this, Yu Xiaoxia instantly struck a cool pose. Send it to me once it's done. Sure thing. To capture the perfect shot of her long legs, Wu Tao bent low, nearly lying on the ground. What are you doing? Just as Wu Tao was about to snap the picture, a sudden voice startled him, causing him to drop the phone. Xiaoxia looked up to see two figures before her, one impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of authority, and the other, with thick brows and sharp eyes, standing rigidly, likely a police officer or soldier. Xiaoxia merely glanced at them before yanking Wu Tao off the floor. Is it really necessary to be this frightened? Wu Tao scrambled to his feet, awkwardly bowing to the suited man. Mr. Gu, what brings you here? Xiaoxia could not bear to see him acting so obsequiously towards others. She leaned closer and whispered, what is the deal? Have you pursued him? Or perhaps shared a bed? Wu Tao's face flushed crimson, caught off guard. Don't say such nonsense. He asked my boss. As if he could ever afford to. I heard that. Gu Xicheng remarked coolly, assessing the bold woman who dared to tease him. Hearing it didn't faze Xiaoxia in the slightest. Originally, the two were engrossed in taking photographs when he suddenly emerged, startling everyone and causing Xiao Wu to fall to the ground. An apology was indeed warranted, but it was he who should have offered it first. Wu Tao, noticing Gu Xicheng's unwavering gaze upon Xiaoxia, perceptively took the initiative to introduce her. This is Xiaoxia, the assistant of teacher Song Linling. Xiaoxia, this is Mr. Gu, my boss and also the investor of the drama you are currently filming. He spoke the last sentence through gritted teeth, hoping that this audacious woman would show some courtesy towards his superior. Xiaoxia had already deduced that this individual held a distinguished status. One need only glance at the surname to recognize its significance. Gu, truly a surname befitting a domineering CEO. However, Xiaoxia could not be bothered to delve into the original text. She merely offered a stiff smile to the two as a gesture of politeness. At the moment her thoughts surfaced, Wu Tao fixated on his boss, and indeed, he observed a flicker of surprise cross Gu Xicheng's face. Yet, being the formidable CEO that he was, he concealed his emotions remarkably well. Apart from that brief moment of astonishment, he remained as composed as ever. As for the man beside the CEO, Wu Tao could not even discern the slightest hint of surprise. Xiaoxia glanced at her watch, growing increasingly impatient. Where's Qingqing? Is she in any danger? The woman who had escorted Qingqing nodded and closed the lounge door. It was then that Qingqing dashed towards Xiaoxia, only to be taken aback upon seeing Gu Xicheng. Mr. Gu. Gu Xicheng nodded, cast another glance at Xiaoxia, and said to the man beside him, shall we go? The two departed together, exchanging glances and instinctively slowing their pace. Qingqing shook her head. No, he wasn't there. I handed the items to his assistant. Ah. What a false alarm. Xiaoxia felt relieved. Wu Tao grumbled. Even if he wasn't there, you still managed to waste so much time. Qingqing shot him a glare. It was Sister Xiaoya who held me back. She mentioned that Huang Yuehua is hosting a rap party tomorrow night and invited Linling to attend. While the three engaged in their animated banter, not far away, Gu Xicheng was conversing in hushed tones with a childhood friend. You've seen the set and met the person. You should be disillusioned by now. Jing Feng's expression remained stern. The suspicion cannot be entirely dismissed. Gu Xicheng retorted, somewhat exasperated. What more do you want? The person in question is a respected veteran actor. Relying solely on your sixth sense to suspect him, and with nothing substantial to investigate, you cannot unjustly accuse him. Jing Feng fell silent. Indeed, mere intuition could not aid him in solving the case, yet he had not given up. At that moment, both men heard a voice. There's a scoop. There's a major scoop at Huang Yuehua's rap party. Upon hearing the mention of the rap party, Xiaoxia was already brimming with excitement. It sounds thrilling. I must insist that Song Linling takes me along tomorrow. Upon hearing of the scoop, Wu Tao and Qingqing exchanged knowing glances. Wu Tao immediately chimed in with a smile. Huang Yuehua's rap party? I absolutely must attend. Qingqing nodded in agreement. I will go too. Sister Xiaoya said that Linling can bring more people along, which will make it all the more lively. Wu Tao leaned in and remarked. Though Huang Yuehua may not be the most admirable person, his assistant is rather impressive. She even personally saw you off just now. Qingqing shot him a glance. What do you know? Is there some gossip? Wu Tao's interest was piqued. Do elaborate. Xiaoxia was aware of the juicy tidbits. But in order to preserve the thrill of tomorrow's revelations, she refrained from peeking. However, she didn't mind indulging in a little appetizer now. Noticing Xiaoxia's curiosity, Qingqing began to explain. Zhang Xiaoya had previously been a background actor in the film city. As for Huang Yuehua, you are all familiar with him. His inappropriate conduct is quite off-putting. Even seasoned actors prefer to keep their distance. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoya proactively sought out Huang Yuehua to advance her career, and since then, she has remained by his side. Though officially titled as his assistant, her role is akin to that of a spouse, managing many of Huang Yuehua's affairs. Everyone has their own choices, and Yu Xiaoxia felt that Qingqing's disdain for Zhang Xiaoya couldn't simply stem from this. As expected, Qingqing continued, however, apart from being Huang Yuehua's invisible wife and nominal assistant, the most significant role she plays is that of a facilitator for his illicit activities.
What?
Wu Tao transformed into a screeching chicken. Yu Xiaoxia shot him an annoyed glare. What are you shrieking for? Do you wish to attract everyone's attention? Wu Tao quickly covered his mouth. Qingqing nodded in affirmation. It's true. I've heard several background actors and assistants in the film city mention that whenever Huang Yuehua takes a liking to someone, he sends Zhang Xiaoya to act as a negotiator. If that doesn't work, he resorts to coercion, threats, and inducements, and afterward, Zhang Xiaoya is tasked with soothing the other party to prevent them from reporting or exposing the situation. That's monstrous. Yu Xiaoxia exclaimed. Indeed. It's not inaccurate to call her a specter. Qingqing fervently nodded. Regardless, she is not a good person. Xiaoxia, do be cautious at tomorrow's celebration banquet. Don't let yourself be deceived. Rest assured. Yu Xiaoxia responded confidently. The person capable of deceiving me has yet to be born. Qingqing hurried over to inform Song Lingling about Huang Yuehua's intention to host a rap party. Upon realizing who Huang Yuehua was, Song Lingling was about to decline. But upon catching Qingqing's conspiratorial wink, she instantly understood. There's gossip. All right, then we shall all attend tomorrow. Xiaoxia, Qingqing. Absolutely. The sisters were in agreement. The following evening, as everyone prepared to attend the rap party for the seasoned actor, the film set cleared out early. Qingqing linked arms with Yu Xiaoxia, whispering gossip. This is the largest bar near the film city. Many artists enjoy unwinding here after filming. Aware of Huang Yuehua's disposition, Song Lingling turned back to offer a caution. Particularly to Yu Xiaoxia. Be careful once you go in. Qingqing, keep an eye on Xiaoxia. Don't worry. Yu Xiaoxia was not there to drink. She was a professional gossip enthusiast. By the way, just to be safe, I should activate the gossip shield. After all, I'm not friends with Pighead, and he doesn't deserve to be my source of gossip. With this thought, Yu Xiaoxia purchased a gossip shield and had the system apply it to Huang Yuehua. After using it, she felt no immediate reaction. Perhaps the effects were manifesting on Huang Yuehua instead? She scratched her head, deciding not to dwell on it. After all, the system's output must be flawless. Meanwhile, Song Lingling, who was walking ahead, brightened at the prospect. This was splendid. It was likely that Huang Yuehua would be unable to hear Yu Xiaoxia's thoughts, thus eliminating the risk of him discovering any crucial information prematurely. Upon entering the bar, they found the space rather expansive, and the crew had reserved a private room on the second floor. By the time they arrived, the majority of the crew had already gathered. Yu Xiaoxia finally encountered the legendary Huang Yuehua. To describe him, his appearance was exceedingly proper, seated regally, exuding an air of authority. His stature as a significant figure meant that when Song Lingling approached to greet him, he did not rise. Yet his gaze lingered on Yu Xiaoxia for several moments. It seemed he had never seen this young lady before. Song Linlong's smile dimmed slightly as she directly grasped Yu Xiaoxia's hand, stating, "This is my sister, surname Song." She emphasized the last two words. Huang Yuehua, having risen to his current stature, possessed keen discernment, aware of who was to be approached and who was not. Upon hearing Song Linling's protective words, he promptly quelled his thoughts, for the Song family was not one to offend. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Lingling led the two to a sofa positioned away from Huang Yuehua. Coincidentally, this area was populated by those who had encountered Yu Xiaoxia in the makeup room the previous day. As soon as they noticed her arrival, their spirits lifted. Their eager gazes startled Yu Xiaoxia, making her exclaim inwardly, "Why are they all staring at me? It's rather intimidating." As her thoughts echoed, everyone averted their eyes. Resuming their conversations and drinking, Song Lingling deliberately observed Huang Yuehua from a distance. His companions had momentarily appeared stunned, but Huang Yuehua himself displayed no reaction whatsoever. He truly could not hear. Song Lingling felt a wave of relief wash over her. The atmosphere in the private room was vibrant, and soon after, Wu Tao arrived. Upon entering, he spotted Yu Xiaoxia and hurried over to sit beside her, casting a glance at Qingqing. "I'm not late, am I? I hope I haven't missed any gossip." Qingqing shook her head in response. "No, it hasn't started yet." Wu Tao felt reassured. Noticing the wine bottle in his arms, Yu Xiaoxia asked curiously, "Where did you go just now?" Wu Tao sighed. "I was at the adjacent room toasting. They're also attending the rap party, but they aren't from our crew. There were too many people for one room." Song Linling frowned at his words. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a rap party? It's quite rare to see someone as ostentatious as Huang Yuehua inviting unrelated crews to the film city. Just then someone exclaimed, "Oh." So these individuals were all invited by his assistant. Goodness, I can't believe his assistant is. What is it? Hurry and tell us. In the seemingly lively private room, aside from Huang Yuehua, who could not hear their thoughts, everyone was anxiously awaiting information. What a misunderstanding. This entire situation has been orchestrated by his assistant. Everything today was arranged by him. Oh my, I can hardly contain my excitement. When will the main character make an appearance? Huang Yuehua had more than one assistant. Xiaoxia was attending to guests in another room, but he still had his own people in the large private room. Just as the informant broke into a cold sweat, the door to the private room swung open once more, revealing the domineering CEO accompanied by his entourage. Chapter 23. Here comes the protagonist. As the domineering figure made his entrance, he settled into a seat with an air of authority, as if his posterior were glued to the chair like a seasoned actor. Mr. Gu, your presence graces us. Welcome, welcome. Please take a seat. Not only did Huang Yuehua rise, but the others in the private room followed suit. Xiaoxia felt compelled to conform, though internally, she couldn't help but scoff. I thought seasoned actors were above such things. It seems they too bow to the whims of sustenance. Gu Xiqing cleared his throat. I came here to discuss a few matters and happened to see you all celebrating the completion of your project. I hope my unannounced arrival does not intrude. Not at all, not at all. Both the director and Huang Yuehua chimed in simultaneously. This production was funded by him. He was the true host. And to suggest otherwise would be to undermine the occasion. Gu Xiqing surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Xiaoxia for a few moments before he said mildly, "Please. Continue." The director and Huang Yuehua led the domineering figure to a seat, while the others returned to their previous activities of eating and drinking. Xiaoxia was beginning to grow impatient, while the gossip was indeed tantalizing. Sacrificing her sleep for late-night indulgence diminished its allure. Here comes the protagonist. Aside from Huang Yuehua, everyone in the private room was taken aback. When Zhang Xiaoya entered, she momentarily faltered under the intense gaze of the crowd. However, she quickly regained her composure and approached Huang Yuehua, saying, "Teacher Yuehua, Mr. Gu, I imagine everyone is feeling a bit fatigued. How about we step outside for some fresh air? There's a performance happening downstairs." Huang Yuehua sought the opinions of Gu Xiqing and the director. At that moment, absolutely. Let us hurry. We might miss out. Gu Xiqing nodded eagerly. Then let us take a stroll. Zhang Xiaoya hesitated for a moment upon hearing the voice in her head. But recalling the preparations she had made for this day, she brushed aside the peculiar sound and led everyone out of the private room. Most of the individuals present were public figures, and in the past, they would have avoided such brazen exits to prevent any complications. But today, in pursuit of juicy gossip, they were willing to take the risk. As they emerged from the private room, they found themselves facing a railing, from which they could see the booths and central stage on the first floor. The first floor had just concluded a round of dancing, and the atmosphere was electric. The bar host stepped forward with a microphone. "Friends visiting our bar today are in for a treat, as we have a special performance lined up." As the host built up the excitement, a man emerged from backstage, clad in a white shirt and black trousers. Aside from his lack of shoes and socks, he appeared quite normal, if one could overlook the cat mask adorning his face and the black cat ears atop his head. The second floor railing was crowded with onlookers. Several girls already bouncing with excitement. Ah, he is so adorable. However, they wondered, is he really going to perform a striptease? Gu Xiqing and his companion Jing Feng froze momentarily, exchanging glances with Xiaoxia. Could this be the juicy gossip she mentioned? Xiaoxia, holding a glass of wine and leaning against Qingqing, chuckled merrily, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around her. The host directed the microphone toward the cat-eared performer. Who is this performance intended for? The cat-eared headband-wearing young man nodded, saying, "Yes, this is for my dearest. I hope he can find joy every day." The host nodded in response and continued with a few more questions. On the second floor, Huang Yuehua had initially been watching with great interest, but upon hearing the voice, he turned to Gu Xiqing with a smile, remarking, "This voice sounds oddly familiar. I just can't recall who it belongs to." "How could it not be familiar? That is your son. Your very own son." Director Pang, who had just taken a sip of his drink, suddenly spewed it out. Unfamiliar with Xiaoxia, he was unaware of the voice's owner and scanned the crowd with disbelief. Did she just say what? The man downstairs is Huang Yuehua's son. It is well known that Huang Yuehua has only one son, who is also an actor, having debuted in tough guy roles. Due to his positive image, He has predominantly portrayed patriotic characters, particularly excelling in roles of soldiers and police officers. Gu Xiqing chuckled lightly. There are many whose voices are similar. Perhaps teacher Yuehua misheard. Huang Yuehua nodded. You are absolutely correct. Everyone on the second floor, upon hearing the voice, gazed incredulously at the man downstairs wearing the cat-eared headband. The girls who had been stomping their feet ceased their antics, finding it somewhat hard to accept.
Wait.
Isn't Huang Yuehua's son the one with acne on his face and a beard on his chin? Yes, it is indeed him. Oh my fantasies have been shattered. I originally thought he was a cute little pup, but it turns out he is a big gorilla. Indeed, some people can only be appreciated from behind. Seeing their face immediately deflates all allure. Zhang Xiaoya became stiff with tension, but as she observed Huang Yuehua displaying no signs of unusual emotion, she speculated that he could not hear the peculiar voice, gradually easing her mind. Meanwhile, downstairs, the performance had commenced. Setting aside other matters, Huang Yuehua's son had a truly commendable physique. Standing on stage, he occasionally thrusts his backside, twists his waist, and from time to time he clenches his fist, as large as a cooking pot, against his cheek while mimicking a cat's meow. The expressions of everyone on the second floor were beyond words. How strange. Why does this feel increasingly off? Is it just me, or does this dance seem a bit lacking in vigor? Huang Yuehua wore an expression as if he had swallowed a fly. A grown man performing such a dance displays no masculinity whatsoever. He is truly bringing disgrace to us men. Director Peng looked at him with sympathy, shaking his head. Huang Yuehua, slightly tipsy from the drink, became more talkative. Is this man perhaps gay? Then his dearest must also be a man? Indeed, your son is, and as for his beloved, haha. You would never guess. He is someone who will bring you a tremendous surprise. As members of the same circle, everyone immediately began to speculate about who Huang Yanjun's beloved could be. Who could possibly astonish Huang Yuehua? Could it also be someone from the industry? While there are a few notable figures in the circle who fit the description, no one could dare to be certain. All eyes turned toward Xiaoxia, hoping she might spill some more juicy gossip. Huang Yanjun seemed to shy away, darting off the stage like a delicate butterfly, diving into the embrace of a man hidden in the shadows. Everyone craned their necks in an attempt to discern the visage of the man, yet he remained exceedingly cautious. Not only shrouded in shadows but also donning a half-mask. His actions only intensified the curiosity of the onlookers. However, Huang Yuehua harbored no interest in matters of homosexuality. He turned to Gu Xiqing with a smile and suggested, "Shall we proceed inside, Mr. Gu?" Gu Xiqing cast one more glance at Xiaoxia before nodding. Nearby, Jing Feng felt a wave of disappointment, having anticipated some reward from this outing, only to be met with disillusionment. Suddenly, everyone was jolted to attention as they rushed to the staircase to witness the unfolding drama. Huang Yanjun had removed his mask and was cornered against the wall, passionately embraced by a man, even having half of his shirt buttons undone. All eyes widened in anticipation to identify Huang Yanjun's companion, but the more they stared, the more disconcerting it became. The words that followed were left unspoken. At that moment, Huang Yuehua finally discerned the identities of the two. One was indeed his son, while the other was... Chapter 24. Bearing a Life. What on earth are you doing? Huang Yuehua bellowed, disregarding the surroundings. My God. It's truly teacher Jia Xioming. Jia Xioming? Wasn't he Huang Yuehua's sworn adversary? The very individual with whom he had publicly clashed online? Indeed. The two had been bitter rivals in their youth, entangled in deep-seated animosities and competing for resources. Subsequently, Huang Yuehua had declared that he would never associate with Jia Xioming again. Good heavens! How could it be that Huang Yuehua's son had fallen in love with Jia Xioming? What a dramatic turn of events! The crux of the matter was that Jia Xioming and Huang Yuehua were contemporaries, old enough to be Huang Yanjun's father. The expressions of those present were complex. A blend of shock, disdain, and, notably, excitement. This was indeed a delectable piece of gossip. Upon realizing the identities of the two, Huang Yuehua's fury ignited, his reason evaporating. Having already consumed alcohol, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions and charged forward, fists clenched. He landed a punch squarely on Jia Xioming's face. Jia Xioming, not one to back down, retaliated, and the two seasoned actors, both over 50, engaged in a public brawl. The scene descended into chaos as spectators whipped out their phones to capture the moment, recording and live-streaming the altercation. Huang Yuehua's entourage rushed to intervene. But amidst the tumult, who could hear their pleas? After all, this was a bar frequented not solely by industry insiders, but also by many outsiders. Stop fighting.
Please stop.
Someone shouted in an attempt to defuse the situation. Yet, with tempers flaring and old adversaries face to face, calming the fury proved to be no simple task. Huang Yuehua seized Jia Xiuming by the collar, roaring in rage. How dare you sleep with my son? Have you no humanity? Was this your intent all along? Jia Xiuming scoffed in response. You speak to me of humanity? Huang Yuehua, you are hardly worthy. Huang Yuehua's fists rained down, but Jia Xiuming was even more merciless, grabbing his hair and taunting him. What are you boasting about, Huang? Your son is merely a dog beneath me. He obeys my every command. Would you like me to demonstrate for you publicly? Huang Yuehua was beside himself with rage, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. After all, this was his only son. Homosexuality was one thing, but entangling himself with the very person he despised most was an unbearable affront. Jia Xiuming, observing the scene, felt a surge of satisfaction and deliberately beckoned Huang Yanjun. Yanjun, come here and tell your father, do you love Uncle Xiuming? To his surprise, Huang Yanjun obediently crawled over. Seemingly oblivious to Jia Xiuming tugging at his father's hair, his heart and gaze solely fixed on his beloved. He even leaned in to plant a kiss on Jia Xiuming's swollen, bruised lip, exclaiming, yes, I love Uncle Xiuming the most. Why don't you just die? Huang Yuehua exclaimed in frustration, his words lacking restraint. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to sense something amiss. Huang Yanjun appeared somewhat unhinged, as if under the influence of something. Yet, this was merely speculation. Only Zhang Xiaoya, concealed within the crowd, wore a faint smile. My goodness, blood has been drawn. How ruthless. These two are no longer young. What if something serious happens? Who would have imagined that Huang Yanjun was not only a giver, but also a zero? His image and orientation shocked me to my core. The situation had unfolded, and since they were both public figures, it would have been better to sit down and discuss matters. Discuss what? These two clearly harbor animosity. How can they talk? Do you think Jia Xiuming is being intentional? Someone speculated. Well, that's a dangerous claim to make, but one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. Sighing, they wondered what deep-seated grudges these two might hold. I know. Xiaoxia was practically bubbling with excitement, for she alone held this secret. Jia Xiuming and Huang Yuehua once served the same powerful figure in their youth, competing for favor. Oh, and by the way, that figure was also male. Cough, cough. The crowd erupted with various strange sounds. Those who understood Xiaoxia's sentiments exchanged incredulous glances, while others remained unfazed, as long as they could continue enjoying the spectacle. However, this revelation even caught Zhang Xiaoya, the architect of the day's events, off guard. Everyone had started as a minor celebrity, expending every effort for resources in their youth. With age and status rising, the audience transformed repeatedly, and past incidents faded into the river of time. Those with some accomplishments earned titles like Old Veteran or Esteemed Artist. Yet privately, they were not much better than the younger generation who often face scandals. Indeed, Jia Xiuming is quite the character, but Huang Yuehua is not. He detests homosexuality. Yet, he was willing to serve the powerful for resources, competing for attention against Jia Xiuming while always wary of losing the favor of their benefactor. Huang Yuehua truly struggled in his youth. By the way, if we delve deeper, Huang Yuehua is actually the third party. Jia Xiuming was the one who first caught the benefactor SI, after which Huang Yuehua seduced his way to prominence. No wonder Jia Xiuming harbors such animosity toward Huang Yuehua. He is quite petty, holding on to grudges even after all these years.
Now,
his seduction of his son is undoubtedly intentional. The crowd gradually pieced together the intricate web of love and hate between the two men. However, they were all taken aback to discover the rich tapestry of their predecessors' pasts. Indeed, the older one grows, the more delectable the gossip becomes. Huang Yuehua may be deaf to the voices of the heart, yet Jia Xiuming can hear them. However, he merely pauses momentarily before Huang Yuehua seizes the opportunity to strike him repeatedly. Enraged, Jia Xiuming disregards the peculiar voice and focuses solely on fending off Huang Yuehua's blows. In fact, the strange revelation of long-buried secrets causes him to abandon all decorum, shouting amidst the fray, Huang Yuehua, you are nothing but a vile interloper. You intrude upon others' affections, loathe homosexuality, yet dare to covet my beloved. You deserve nothing less than disdain. Oh, how Jia Xiuming's feelings have erupted. Yet, his grievances are genuine. Whether for resources or affection, he truly loves that esteemed patron, falling helplessly for the one who sustains him. To have his most fervent emotions interrupted by Huang Yuehua, while his beloved grows distant, is a source of profound resentment. At last, Someone comprehends his forbearance and sorrow. Although the identity of this person remains a mystery, Jia Xiaoming, despite his age, finds himself weeping in the midst of battle. The onlookers gaze at Jia Xiaoming's pitiful state with a mix of sympathy and surprise. Who would have thought that teacher Jia was so devoted? Indeed, Huang Yuehua's interference in others' affections renders him the villain, while teacher Jia's unwavering love casts him in a favorable light. How swiftly conclusions are drawn. Now it is Huang Yuehua who stands in shock. Though deaf to the inner turmoil, he values his reputation and is taken aback by Jia Xiaoming's explosive confession. Flustered, he retorts, "What nonsense are you spouting? Accusations of homosexuality and intrusion. Do not cast your filth upon me." Seizing the moment, Jia Xiaoming delivers a few more blows, sneering, "What charade do you maintain? Do you think that merely because you have aged and received hollow praises as a seasoned actor, your past transgressions can be swept under the rug?" He addresses the gathered crowd. Behold him, this so-called venerable artist, a man whose youthful indiscretions remain etched in memory. Silence. Huang Yuehua snarls, lunging to cover Jia Xiaoming's mouth. At that moment, the lethargic Huang Yanjun seems to regain some clarity, though not entirely. He discovers that someone dares to strike his beloved and rushes forth. "You dare to harm my husband? I'll make you pay." Huang Yanjun's fists rain down upon Huang Yuehua's temple, each blow merciless. Huang Yuehua, overwhelmed by the two-on-one assault, curses Huang Yanjun, "You wretched little bastard. I am your father, recognize that." Remarkably, Huang Yanjun appears genuinely startled by the rebuke, instinctively curling up and pleading, "Do not strike me, father. I was wrong, I beg you. Spare me." This image starkly contrasts with his persona as a hardened screen hero. The dissonance is palpable. One cannot help but wonder if Huang Yuehua had once resorted to domestic violence against Huang Yanjun. It seems plausible, as Huang Yanjun's reaction appears instinctual. His defensive posture, remarkably practiced. Indeed, the gentle persona of Mr. Huang Yuehua, portrayed as amiable and cultured on screen, conceals a tempestuous and abusive nature behind closed doors. His son's current plight is a direct consequence of his harsh upbringing. The audience, now privy to this hidden truth, gazes at Huang Yanjun with newfound compassion. Ultimately, he too is a victim of domestic violence, and Huang Yuehua bears significant responsibility for influencing his sexual orientation. Therefore, what face does he have to resort to violence here? Huang Yuehua is truly repugnant. One would have thought that sexually harassing colleagues was despicable enough, yet he has committed even more loathsome acts. And still, he is referred to as a teacher. How absurd! After today, Huang Yuehua's reputation is irretrievably tarnished. Just as the two were locked in their fierce struggle, the bouncers of the bar finally arrived with the police. Initially, everyone believed that this incident would amount to nothing more than a disturbance. Although the three would lose their reputations, they could simply pay bail to be released. To everyone's astonishment, the police produced a detention warrant. "Huang Yuehua, you are detained in accordance with the law for your suspected involvement in serious crimes." The crowd was left speechless. However, when the police addressed Xiaoxia with similar words and presented her with an identical detention warrant, the onlookers were utterly silenced. To their surprise, Xiaoxia calmly nodded, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. Xiaoxia was equally taken aback. Goodness, is the assistant that ruthless? Not only did she orchestrate this scene, but she even implicated herself. What deep-seated animosity drives her to such lengths? I must see. Ignoring the shock of the police, everyone leaned in closer. Moments later, a voice exclaimed, "Goodness! It involves a loss of life. Huang Yuehua is implicated in a homicide." Chapter 25. Go to hell. The once vibrant bar fell into an eerie silence. All present were incredulous. No one had anticipated such a revelation, that Huang Yuehua bore the weight of a life taken. Who had he killed? The police on the scene were equally taken aback. However, their experience in handling such matters kept them composed. After realizing they could not voice their questions, they exchanged glances and remained silent. Zhang Xiaoya fixed her gaze intently on Xiaoxia, after much investigation without uncovering evidence. She was left with no choice but to resort to this self-destructive method to incarcerate Huang Yuehua. She had thought she would never learn the truth, but unexpectedly. Besides Zhang Xiaoya, another individual at the scene was equally stirred. Jing Feng took a couple of steps forward but was promptly restrained by Gu Xiqing. "Don't act impulsively. Listen closely, and you might glean a clue about your aunt." As Jing Feng moved, the police noticed him. The leader pushed through the crowd and approached. "Captain Jing, what brings you here?" Jing Feng nodded in response, investigating a case. The leader immediately understood. It must pertain to the peculiar sound they had just heard related to the homicide. Suddenly lowering his voice, he asked, Captain Jing, did you hear anything strange just now? Jing Feng nodded. Let us keep this quiet for now. We'll discuss it later. The leader acknowledged. Understood. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia had pieced together the situation and was filled with indignation, her thoughts racing with agitation. That wretched Huang Yuehua is not only a monster who sexually harasses colleagues, but he has also bullied his own daughter-in-law. The crowd was left at a loss for how to express their shock at this stunning revelation. He had been subjected to domestic abuse by Huang Yuehua since childhood, rendering his character timid and spineless. Huang Yuehua, that scoundrel, relished in tormenting powerless young women, shamelessly bullying his son's wife regardless of his status. Huang Yanjun, indeed a coward, proved to be exactly what Huang Yuehua anticipated. He did not dare to utter a word, allowing his wife to be mistreated by his father. Truly, he was no man. Xiaoxia, exasperated, exclaimed, Indeed, he is no man. He merely awakened the submissive genes within him, becoming a timid figure. The onlookers, who initially harbored some sympathy for Huang Yanjun, felt none after grasping the situation. How could he maintain a facade of masculinity while permitting his wife to endure such humiliation? What a disillusionment. However, questions lingered. What connection did this incident have with Huang Yuehua's assistant? Did she orchestrate everything to avenge the deceased young woman? What was their relationship? Wasn't Huang Yanjun's wife said to have died from illness? Could it be that she succumbed to depression due to the bullying? At that moment, Zhang Xiaoya, who had been silent, suddenly spoke with red-rimmed eyes. Officer, I wish to report Huang Yuehua, this beast, for the long-term abuse of my sister, Li Qingying. My sister, unable to bear the humiliation, ultimately took her own life. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuehua's eyes widened in shock. Li Qingying? She is your sister? He suddenly understood the gravity of the situation. No wonder the police had come for him. In an instant, his complexion turned pale. You wretched girl.
It was you who reported me.
Zhang Xiaoya, having restrained herself for so long, was ready to confront him. She gritted her teeth, declaring, If we speak of being wretched, who could compare to you? I changed my name and stayed by your side for this very day. Go to hell, scoundrel. Huang Yuehua, incensed, attempted to lunge at her, but was restrained by the police. The lead officer, after a moment of silence, though emotionally swayed by the confession, knew the proper procedures must be followed. He inquired of Zhang Xiaoya, Do you have evidence? Zhang Xiaoya faltered, Evidence, always evidence. Had she possessed any, she would have sent Huang Yuehua to prison long ago. Lacking it, she had no choice but to remain close to him, creating evidence herself. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked hopefully at Xiaoxia, believing she might confirm that the heart-wrenching voice belonged to this girl. Yesterday, while sending Qingqing off, she had inadvertently overheard her speaking. Please. You know so many hidden truths. Could you also know where the evidence lies? But she found herself unable to voice her plea. Fortunately, Xiaoxia seemed to sense her silent cry for help and immediately responded, Evidence? Let me see. Yes. Indeed. The spirits of everyone present lifted, and Zhang Xiaoya burst into tears. Heavens, the evidence is at the CAF, where Zhang Xiaoya used to work. Zhang Xiaoya froze, staring at Xiaoxia in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jing Feng promptly took out his phone and sent a message. Xiaoxia sighed. Ah, what a twist of fate. Truly a twist of fate. Huang Yuehua relentlessly suppressed Li Qingying, causing her mental distress. Yet, in a moment of lucidity, she clandestinely recorded videos and audio. However, due to threats and intimidation, she refrained from reporting to the authorities. Before her tragic demise, she sent the evidence to her sister's workplace at a CAF. Coincidentally, Li Qingying, also known as Zhang Xiaoya, received the news of her sister's suicide. Despite lacking blood ties, the bond between the two sisters was profound. Li Qingying refused to believe that her sister would take her own life. She suspected the Huang family was behind the tragedy. Thus, she assumed a new identity and entered the film industry to uncover the truth, even changing her phone number to evade recognition. Consequently, her colleagues at the CAF were unable to locate her, leaving them no choice but to store the package in the warehouse. As the truth unfolded, Zhang Xiaoya found herself in a whirlwind of emotions, both weeping and laughing, for her sister had indeed left behind evidence, conveniently placed within her reach. The police, taken aback by the revelation, realized that having evidence made their task significantly more manageable. Just then, a sudden gasp echoed through the crowd. Huang Yanjun?
What has happened to you?
Everyone turned to see Huang Yanjun, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly convulsing, even foaming at the mouth. Whispers circulated among the crowd. This doesn't appear to be a drug overdose. It resembles something else entirely. The police, already alert at the sound of the commotion, swiftly approached, their seasoned instincts allowing them to assess the situation with a mere glance. The lead officer's expression darkened. Get him to the hospital immediately. The remaining 3, take them away. Xiao Wang, contact the narcotics unit. At that moment, no one was permitted to leave. They had to wait for the narcotics officers to arrive. However, as Zhang Xiaoya was escorted away, she unexpectedly bowed in the direction of Xiaoxia, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I never anticipated witnessing the truth revealed. Initially, she had lost all hope. Xiaoxia scratched her head, bewildered. Is she thanking me? But I haven't really done anything to help. The crowd responded. You are truly modest. Chapter 26. What kind of cannon fodder is this? As Zhang Xiaoya and the others were taken away, the remaining individuals waited on the first floor for the police to conduct their investigation. Xiaoxia and her companions, Song Linlang and Qingqing, nestled in a corner of the sofa, found their drowsiness creeping in after the excitement. As the hour grew late, she awkwardly shifted her position, leaning against Song Linlang, her eyes closed, murmuring internally, why is everyone crowding over here? It's suffocating. Upon lifting their gazes, the crowd realized that the expansive first floor was teeming with people, all congregating around Xiaoxia, with even the tables and floor occupied. They exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to turn away, yet no one was willing to leave. Jing Feng stepped outside to make a call. They had secured the evidence, an audio recorder and a hard drive, confirming the criminal activities of Huang Yuehua. He cast a complex glance at Xiaoxia. After discussing future arrangements with the director, Gu Xiqing approached Jing Feng, his interest in Xiaoxia piqued. The way these two scrutinized her stirred a sense of uncertainty among the onlookers. Both the Gu and Jing families were illustrious lineages, and now, with the heirs of both families openly expressing interest in Xiaoxia, it was clear that she had a promising future ahead. With her eyes shut, Xiaoxia remained oblivious to the gazes of those around her. The cacophony of voices rendered sleep impossible, and a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Old 6. The events of today have left me utterly disheartened. The plight of the two sisters was truly tragic. Li Qingying's misfortune was compounded by Li Qingya's determination to seek vengeance, leading her to face potential imprisonment. As a fellow woman, Xiaoxia could not relish the drama unfolding for the sisters. However, Old 6 interjected. Among the crowd, there are indeed many nefarious individuals. In light of this, Xiaoxia, you ought to indulge in more gossip, striving to expose these villains and prevent their continued misdeeds. You make a valid point. Xiaoxia was instantly persuaded. Old 6, you are right. From now on, whenever I encounter the misdeeds of those wicked individuals, I shall promptly report them and ensure their apprehension. Haha, henceforth, please refer to me as the gossip hero. The crowd responded. All right, gossip hero. Song Linglang and others could hardly contain their amusement. This little Xiaoxia was rather endearing. Yet, within the bar, where various characters mingled, some listeners discreetly retreated, while others regarded Xiaoxia with menacing looks, revealing their true nature. Jing Feng, unaccustomed to venturing out without bodyguards, borrowed Gu Xichen's protectors to monitor these individuals, planning to investigate them gradually after the day's events. The police promptly dispatched personnel, conducting searches and inquiries. Fortunately, aside from Huang Yanjun, no one else was found with illicit items. Those contraband belonged solely to Huang Yanjun, who had concealed them on her person. Unbeknownst to her, she slumbered soundly, while the happenings of the night sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry. Moreover, with someone covertly live-streaming the events and the police's involvement, the incident could not remain concealed. A flurry of headlines related to the night's occurrences soon graced social media as netizens stayed awake, eager to consume the unfolding drama. Throughout the night, the entanglements between Huang Yuehua and Jia Xiuming were thoroughly dissected, alongside the relationships involving Huang Yanjun and Zhang Xiaoya. This was swiftly followed by a barrage of condemnation directed at the Huang father-son duo. The duplicity of human nature was laid bare. None could have anticipated that Huang Yuehua would turn out to be such a person. How can a legal authority continue to exist? How has he survived in the entertainment industry for so long? The betrayal of childhood innocence was palpable. The lens through which they viewed their youth had shattered. I grew up watching Huang Yuehua's dramas. This was not merely a destruction of childhood, it was an outright assault on one's worldview. Was this not the first explosive scandal of the year? A resounding start. Indeed, the entertainment realm was becoming increasingly captivating. The reverberations of this scandal persisted for 3 to 4 days, with online interest showing no signs of waning. As official statements were released, Huang Yuehua and Huang Yanjun found themselves firmly ensnared in disgrace. The entire internet awaited the sentencing of these two individuals. During those 3 to 4 days, Xiaoxia, besides indulging in the gossip, had seamlessly integrated into the film crew. She could not fathom why, but upon returning to the set after that day, she noticed the peculiar glances from her colleagues, curiosity, shock, and even a hint of deference. Strangely enough, she sensed that some even harbored a modicum of fear towards her. Had she truly committed any unspeakable acts? How absurd! However, she did not perceive any malice in those gazes and soon dismissed the matter from her mind. Upon discovering that Song Linlang was engaged in filming, she noticed Qingqing, along with Wu Tao and several assistants, gathered together, engrossed in conversation. She approached and gently tapped Qingqing on the shoulder, inquiring about their discussion. It had been several months since she last visited after the production commenced, yet now she found herself returning daily for 3 or 4 consecutive days. There were whispers among the crew, speculating that he was there for Xiaoxia. Though some opposed this notion, believing that Mr. Gu had his eyes set on a particular star in the cast. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia looked up and, indeed, not far away, Gu Xiqing occupied the director's chair, while the director himself sat beside him, awkwardly angled towards the camera, seemingly out of sorts. He is quite diligent. Yet alas, fortune seems to evade him. Whatever he invests in fails, and those he supports falter. Surely, no one in the entertainment industry is as ill-fated as this domineering figure. After a considerable wait, she finally caught sight of Xiaoxia, who was discreetly adjusting her chair. While Gu Xiqing, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. After 4 days, he had finally gleaned information regarding himself. Initially, he could not believe he was merely a supporting character. Was there truly such a dashing, affluent individual destined to be a mere pawn? Hence, his daily visits to the set were to ascertain what sort of character he was. Well, it became clear now, he was indeed a hapless pawn. Chapter 27. A harsh reality check. Many of the staff present were employees of Gu Xiqing's company, exchanging furtive glances. What should we do? Is following Mr. Gu a path devoid of prospects? Will he go bankrupt? Will he delay our salaries? 3,000 per month is not something to take lightly. Is it too late to submit my resume? Wu Tao was especially anxious, so, should I make a hasty exit? Strangely enough, after taking over the family business, he performed admirably, indicating he is not devoid of capability. Perhaps the entertainment industry simply does not suit him. Troubles seem to gravitate towards him. Gu Xiqing abruptly stood up from his chair. Am I to be ridiculed by my parents? No, I cannot concede defeat so easily. Am I unfortunate? Then I shall seek out someone fortunate to counterbalance my luck. Gu Xiqing lowered his gaze, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to stride towards Xiaoxia, the sound of an engine interrupted him. A Hummer approached and came to a halt, from which Jing Feng emerged. Gu Xiqing initially presumed Jing Feng was seeking him, but to his surprise, he headed straight for Xiaoxia. Miss Xiaoxia, he announced, standing before her with utmost courtesy. I am Jing Feng. My grandfather wishes to meet you if you have a moment to spare. Before Xiaoxia could respond, Gu Xiqing swiftly stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of her. Having grown up together, their unspoken bond allowed them to understand each other's intentions with a mere glance. Gu Xiqing, visibly displeased, interjected, What are you doing? Trying to steal her away? Jing Feng raised an eyebrow. What concern is it of yours? Gu Xiqing retorted, No, she is mine. A flicker of surprise crossed Jing Feng's eyes, quickly overshadowed by the overwhelming possessiveness ignited by Gu Xiqing. Though they were good friends, neither hesitated to seize what they desired. In their childhood, they would grapple for toys without mercy, refusing to relent until a fight ensued. Although they had matured beyond such antics, the intrinsic desire for victory remained intact. Their gazes clashed like invisible sparks, neither willing to yield. At that moment, Xiaoxia peeked out from behind Gu Xiqing, her curious eyes scrutinizing the seemingly confrontational duo. Excuse me, are you two embroiled in a showdown? She inquired, her round eyes harboring a hint of mischief, yet her words were devoid of politeness. But I'm not well acquainted with either of you. So, what exactly are you two battling over? Foolish. The two, taken aback by the public reprimand of being called foolish, inhaled sharply and began to cough incessantly. Qing and the others distanced themselves from the battlefield, yet remained close enough to enjoy the spectacle, erupting into suppressed laughter at Xiaoxia's remark. The atmosphere quickly filled with coughs as Xiaoxia, feigning disdain, covered her mouth and stepped back. Why is everyone suddenly coughing so violently? Are you all coming down with pneumonia?
Please don't infect me.
Jing Feng finally managed to suppress his surprise and quickly blocked Yu Xiaoxia's attempt to flee. Miss Yu, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to show you my identification. Yu Xiaoxia was already aware of his identity, but pretended otherwise. Scrutinizing his ID photo. You do look quite handsome in uniform. But why would I need to meet your grandfather? Does he even know me? Jing Feng was at a loss for words. He could not reveal the truth about her being the subject of his grandfather's gratitude in front of her. Li Qingying was actually his long-lost aunt, missing from their family for decades. They had searched tirelessly, only to discover her demise, separated by the veil of death. As a police officer, Jing Feng sensed that there were hidden circumstances surrounding her passing and soon found himself suspecting the Huang family. However, his covert investigations yielded no substantial evidence, and just as he questioned whether he was overly sensitive and misjudging innocence, Yu Xiaoxia appeared with her insights. His grandfather, upon hearing about her, was immensely grateful to the person he believed had been of great assistance and wished to meet her. But how could he explain the intricate backstory to Yu Xiaoxia? The atmosphere momentarily stilled until, fortuitously, Song Lin Lang arrived after finishing her filming. Noticing Yu Xiaoxia surrounded by Gu Xicheng and Jing Feng, she approached cautiously, eyeing the two men warily. Mr. Gu, what business do you have with Xiaoxia? Jing Feng's eyes lit up. Since Yu Xiaoxia was Song Lin Lang's assistant, surely he could convey his message through her. If Song Lin Lang endorsed it, Yu Xiaoxia, as an assistant, would have no grounds to refuse. He quickly gestured to Song Lin Lang. Miss Song, may I have a word? Although the Song family did not rival the Gu or Jing families, Song Lin Lang was still a familiar face in elite circles. She followed Jing Feng with suspicion as he quietly explained his situation. Song Lin Lang was taken aback upon hearing the news. She had not anticipated that Li Qingying possessed such an identity. What a pity. She should have been cherished by her parents. Yet fate had led her to such a tragic conclusion. Please persuade your assistant on my behalf. My grandfather merely wishes to express his gratitude, devoid of any ill intentions. Maintaining a good relationship with the Jing family is advantageous, Song Lin Lang readily agreed. However, she first disclosed Yu Xiaoxia's true identity to Jing Feng, reasoning that if Yu Xiaoxia were to offend the Jing family, they would likely exercise restraint out of respect for the Song family. Yu Xiaoxia cast him a sidelong glance. Not yet. Do not rush me. The more you urge, the less likely it is to happen. Song Lin Lang approached with a smile. What is it that President Gu wishes you to consider? Yu Xiaoxia quickly seized Song Lin Lang's arm, whispering her grievances. This lunatic insists I become some sort of consultant for his company. I know nothing of the entertainment industry. What do you think I should do? He even offers me an annual salary of 50 million and equity. Does such a lucrative opportunity truly exist? It must be a trap. Chapter 28. You are doomed.
Indeed.
Was he not suited to be a benevolent figure? Perhaps the persona of a ruthless and decisive tycoon was far more fitting for him. Although Song Lin Lang had not heard the earlier context, she quickly deduced Gu Xicheng's motivations. A businessman does not rise early without profit. The Gu family, like the Jing family, was composed of successful merchants who would not engage in unprofitable ventures. She smiled. President Gu must recognize your talents, since he has extended such a fervent invitation. Perhaps you should give it considerable thought. Yu Xiaoxia beamed, turning to ask, do you truly see potential in my abilities? You nearly frightened me. I thought he was merely captivated by my beauty and intended to take advantage of me. Gu Xicheng interjected. What delusions are you entertaining? A woman who could catch my eye would have to possess at least a top 10 beauty in the world. He gritted his teeth, resolutely affirming, yes, that is indeed the case. I admire your talents. Yu Xiaoxia pouted, and just as Gu Xicheng believed she was about to acquiesce, she abruptly shifted her tone. But what, precisely, do you perceive as my talents? Gu Xicheng's frustration was palpable as he ground his teeth. Are you truly unaware of your own abilities? Seeing him unable to commend her and instead questioning her, Yu Xiaoxia felt discontented. Indeed, any claims of appreciating my talents are mere deception. She tucked away the hurt inflicted by Gu Xicheng and reluctantly nodded. Very well, the Jing family members were all involved in politics. Jing Feng's grandfather held a significant position. In the future, when she found herself amid scandals, she could report wrongdoers, ensuring that engaging with influential figures was undoubtedly beneficial. Furthermore, isn't Jing Feng's grandfather the biological parent of Li Qingying? Then it was time to investigate. Song Lin Lang nodded at Jing Feng. I'll go change my clothes. Please wait for me. Jing Feng inclined his head, and as Song Lin Lang departed, He regarded Xiaoxia with contemplation. She truly seemed to know everything. If only such insight could be harnessed in solving cases, it would surely reduce many wrongful convictions. And what of those suspects who stubbornly refused to confess? As Jingfeng's excitement grew, a voice interjected, "I want to go too." Both Jingfeng and Xiaoxia turned simultaneously to see Gu Xiqing crossing his arms. Raising an eyebrow at Jingfeng, "It has been a while since I visited Grandpa Jing. It is perfect timing for us to go together." Jingfeng nodded in silence, while Xiaoxia wished to object. However, it was not her household, and she had no authority to dictate who could visit. Thus, she turned her head away from Gu Xiqing. Soon, Song Lingling arrived, having changed her attire. Since they were guests at someone else's home, it was inappropriate to bring too many people, so she allowed Qingqing to take a day off to enjoy herself. Qingqing lamented, "I want to go too. What if there are delicious fruits to taste?" But she ultimately accepted that a paid day off was also quite delightful. Song Lingling granted the driver a day off as well and, along with Xiaoxia, took Jingfeng's Hummer. Upon seeing this, Gu Xiqing immediately followed suit. Jingfeng looked at the passenger seat in exasperation. Gu Xiqing, arms crossed and eyebrow raised, retorted, "What are you staring at? You cannot shake me off." Jingfeng could only respond with silent resignation. The vehicle drove into a spacious courtyard and stopped before a quaint villa. At the entrance stood an elderly lady accompanied by a middle-aged woman. Jingfeng alighted and hurried over to grasp the old lady's hand. "Grandma, why did you come out personally?" "Of course, I am here to welcome the guests." The elderly lady responded, her gaze particularly lingering on Song Lingling and Xiaoxia. Song Lingling, perceptive as ever, introduced herself. "Grandma, I am Song Lingling, and this is Xiaoxia." The elderly lady quickly took Xiaoxia's hand, exclaiming, "Xiaoxia, thank you, thank you. If it weren't for this young lady, I would still be unaware of the cause of my biological daughter's death." Xiaoxia, perplexed, pondered what exactly she was being thanked for. At this moment, Gu Xiqing interjected, diverting the topic, "Grandma, why are you ignoring me? Has someone new arrived? And now I am no longer your beloved Xiaoqing?" The elderly lady chuckled, "Xiqing, you mischievous boy, you still get jealous like when you were little." Xiaoxia shivered at this unexpected revelation of Gu Xiqing's character before Song Lingling swiftly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Gu Xiqing, exasperated, retorted, "Well, Xiaoxia, you certainly have a knack for sarcasm." The elderly lady and the nanny behind her were startled by the odd exchange, but neither could voice their inquiries. Just then, Gu Xiqing quickly ushered Song Lingling and Xiaoxia inside, leaving Jingfeng to explain to the two women. Once in the living room, a profound silence enveloped them, prompting Song Lingling to express her discomfort. "Is it appropriate for us to enter like this? Guests should not enter before the hosts." Gu Xiqing waved his hand dismissively. "I grew up here. You may consider it your own home." Fortunately, it was not long before Jingfeng returned with the elderly lady and nanny, who brought tea. Jingfeng then inquired, "Where is Grandpa?" No sooner had he spoken than an agile old man descended the staircase. Xiaoxia, holding her teacup, remarked, "He still appears to be quite sprightly, what a pity." The old man paused, and Jingfeng momentarily faltered, questioning what she found regrettable. However, with pressing matters at hand, he hurried forward to discreetly explain the peculiar noise to the elder. It is indeed peculiar. He discovered that those who have heard the voice of the heart cannot discuss this matter with those who have not. However, if both parties have experienced it, communication flows effortlessly. He gently pushed his grandson aside and scrutinized the young girl seated before the sofa. With round eyes and an oval face, she exuded a clever charm that captivated him. The old gentleman ambled over, and Gu Xiqing dutifully introduced her. "Grandfather Jing, this is Song Lingling and her assistant Xiaoxia." "Song?" The elder examined the individuals before him. "What is the relationship between you and Song Onkong?" Song Lingling replied, "He is our father."
We?
The old man pondered the phrase, while Jingfeng slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to mention this detail amidst their earlier conversation about the voice of the heart. Nevertheless, the elder's momentary confusion swiftly dissipated as he redirected the conversation. He began to engage in casual banter with Xiaoxia. Due to her upbringing, Xiaoxia was not particularly adept at conversing with older relatives, but fortunately, Song Lingling was there to facilitate the dialogue, preventing any awkward silences. Although she struggled with conversation, she excelled in gossip, and the elder certainly had juicy tidbits to share. Before indulging in the gossip, however, she posed a question. "Old Six, what would happen if my actions altered someone else's fate?" Song Lingling, Jingfeng, and Gu Xiqing responded, "Isn't it a bit late for you to be pondering this now?" Revealing such information could indeed change the individual's destiny. After all, before her journey to this world, she had perused several metaphysical novels. In those tales, fortune-tellers who delved too deeply into the mysteries of fate often faced divine retribution for altering another's destiny. Old Six replied, Xiaoxia, as long as the consequences stem from gossip, you shall bear no punishment. Xiaoxia understood. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Just as the others were contemplating the reason behind her sudden inquiry, she abruptly shivered while seated comfortably on the sofa. In an instant, she crossed her legs, raised her right hand in a gesture, and placed her left hand on her knee, her eyes half closed as she gravely addressed the elder. Grandfather, you are destined to encounter a calamity. Chapter 29. The star of the screen. None other than you. Song Lingling. Gu Xicheng. Sister, what on earth are you doing? Who taught you this absurd charlatan act? I am truly astounded. Ignoring Song Lingling and Gu Xicheng's reactions, Jing Feng stood up abruptly, astonished as he gazed at Xiaoxia. What did you just say? The elder remained composed, gesturing for his grandson to sit down. Calm down. Do not frighten comrades, Xiaoxia. The elderly lady also feigned calmness, hastily pulling her grandson back to his seat. Xiaoxia resembled a street fortune-teller, extending her hand towards her half-closed eyes, counting on her fingers as she declared, Actually, I haven't mentioned that I am the 18th generation heir of the Void View, and I have made some modest achievements in fortune-telling. Song Lingling felt utterly embarrassed and could barely lift her head. Was this Void View a fabrication of her own making? While the Void View may have been a concoction, Xiaoxia was not speaking falsely. The elder was indeed in peril. Xiaoxia was willing to assist him, recognizing he was a decent official. If she chose to ignore the matter, the elder's time would be up in just a few days. In this narrative, the elderly gentleman occupies a prominent position, and Xiaoxia intends to ingratiate herself with him. Since she seeks to gain his favor, becoming his savior seems like a natural course of action. After all, why not seize such an opportunity? Haha, are you astonished by my performance? Am I not quite convincing as Old Six? Old Six. Host, that is to say. Had you participated in the competition, the Best Actress award would undoubtedly have been yours. The crowd just indulged her. The elderly gentleman cooperates splendidly, displaying commendable acting skills. As he regards Xiaoxia with a blend of 3 parts tension, 3 parts fear, and 4 parts excitement. Comrade Xiaoxia, no. Master you, do I possess a remedy for this impending calamity? Observing the elderly gentleman's eagerness, Xiaoxia felt a sense of pride. And after a moment of counting on her fingers, she abruptly halted, her brow furrowed as she muttered incantations. After a brief pause, she regarded the elderly gentleman with an enigmatic expression. Elder, I share this with you due to our fateful connection. Your impending misfortune shall unfold in 3 days. On that day, regardless of your destination, strive to walk there. The elderly gentleman pondered and nodded. Must he indeed walk? Could it be that he is destined for an accident on that day? Jing Feng, anxious, interjected. Master you, is there nothing more specific you can share? The matter pertains to his grandfather's life, and he cannot remain calm. Xiaoxia shook her head earnestly. I can only reveal so much beyond this. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Haha, how delightful it is to play such a role. No wonder Gu Xicheng enjoys being so ostentatious. Gu Xicheng retorted, when have I ever been ostentatious? You are deliberately targeting me. The elderly gentleman restrained Jing Feng. We are already immensely grateful for the master's guidance. Jing Feng must not press further. He turned solemnly to Xiaoxia. If I indeed manage to avert this disaster, you shall be my savior. Strictly speaking, he already owed Xiaoxia a favor, and now he found himself indebted for his life. Xiaoxia secretly rejoiced. The elderly gentleman was indeed cooperative. Jing Feng, unwilling to concede, exchanged glances with Song Lingling, silently seeking her assistance. Song Lingling, indifferent to Jing Feng accruing another debt of gratitude, curiously inquired, Xiaoxia, you mentioned that Grandpa Jing should walk that day. Does it mean he might be involved in an accident? Gu Xicheng promptly chimed in. Ah, the master has declared this a secret of fate, not to be questioned. Xiaoxia, unwittingly falling into their trap, thought to herself, it's not really a secret, mainly, I simply didn't know how to articulate it. I was rather obvious just now. Of course, it signifies an accident. The elderly gentleman's chauffeur is a spy planted by the little rascal, tasked with guiding him to his demise as the final mission of his life. As her thoughts settled, the atmosphere in the living room shifted dramatically, with everyone's expressions changing. Jing Feng exchanged a serious glance with the elderly gentleman. The chauffeur had been with him for many years, a true patriot, yet he turned out to be a spy. This was utterly unfathomable. Were it not for Yu Xiaoxia's inner musings, Jing Feng might have dismissed the idea as mere baseless conjecture aimed at undermining his grandfather. Oblivious to the gazes directed at her, Yu Xiaoxia remained troubled. Although astonished, Jing Feng still harbored doubts. The elderly gentleman undoubtedly held a high position. Yet he did not possess any core technology. Why would the little rascal go so far as to sacrifice a deeply embedded spy to assassinate him? Fortunately, this time, Yu Xiaoxia did not keep everyone waiting and swiftly provided the answer. The most significant revelation was that this scoundrel had a powerful backer, second only to Grandfather Jing. He had murdered Grandfather Jing to pave the way for that individual's ascension to power. Given such high standing, could my mere accusation truly bring him down? Furthermore, would I face the peril of being silenced? And what of Uncle Song and Aunt Song? Would they be implicated because of me? It is indeed a daunting task to report someone. Is it truly him? These adversaries have concealed themselves so deeply that one of them has ascended to such a position. The elder could no longer contain his feelings and rose from the sofa, declaring, "I must make a phone call. Jing Feng, please entertain our guests in my absence." Jing Feng nodded in assurance. "Rest assured, grandfather." Just before he departed, the elder grasped Yu Xiaoxia's hands and said, "You not only saved my life, but have become our family's benefactor. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Is this the beginning of a promising alliance? Yu Xiaoxia smiled warmly. "You are too kind." In the study, while the elder made his call, they continued their conversation. The primary purpose of their gathering was to express gratitude to Yu Xiaoxia for uncovering the truth behind the death of the daughter. So the elder matriarch naturally spoke of Li Qingying, the daughter who had been missing since childhood. Although Yu Xiaoxia was aware of Li Qingying's true identity, she feigned ignorance, exhibiting a look of surprise, her acting prowess moving everyone present. Song Linlang promptly shifted the topic, inquiring of Jing Feng, "So, Zhang Xiaoya and your aunt are not biological sisters?" Jing Feng nodded, having only clarified the situation after that fateful night at the bar. After his aunt went missing, she had been taken in by another family, which later bore its own children, resulting in her being cast out at a tender age. She had to fend for herself, living much like a homeless beggar. Zhang Xiaoya was a child adopted by his aunt, with an age difference of about 8 or 9 years. Li Qingying had given the child the name Qingya. Thus, a young girl raised a child, and their bond grew profoundly. This explains why Li Qingya was willing to commit a crime to avenge her sister. Upon hearing this, Song Linlang was filled with sympathy. The plight of these sisters was truly tragic. She had initially intended to inquire about the potential outcome for Li Qingya and whether there was a way to plead for her, but then reconsidered. Such actions would be unfair to the other victims. Regardless of her motivations for vengeance, her involvement in silencing the violated girls was indefensible. A wrong is a wrong. After a while, noticing that it was getting late, they rose to take their leave. Grandfather Jing was still engrossed in an important call that seemed to stretch on indefinitely, while Jing Feng's grandmother, reluctant to part with Yu Xiaoxia, insisted they stay for dinner. Jing Feng noticed that Yu Xiaoxia appeared somewhat uncomfortable. She seemed unsure of how to interact with the elders. While lively during the gossip, she became considerably reserved when family matters were discussed. "Grandma, there's no need to trouble yourself. I shall take them out for a meal." Jing Feng nodded, caught between laughter and tears. As they stepped outside, Grandma Jing held onto Xiaoxia's hand, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Xiaoxia, I cannot thank you enough for saving Grandpa Jing from his misfortune. I am at a loss for how to repay you." Yu Xiaoxia humbly replied, "It is merely fate. It was destined for me to encounter this situation, and I could not simply turn a blind eye." Grandma Jing was deeply moved, saying, "Please do come by to chat with me whenever you have the time. If anyone dares to bully you, come to me, and I shall stand up for you." What a formidable ally. Yu Xiaoxia recalled that Grandma Jing's family was quite influential. Otherwise, the Jing family would not have stood strong for so many years. In large families, unity is paramount. Even in modern times, familial connections remain the best form of solidarity. Once settled in the car, Jing Feng revved up the Hummer, asking, "What would you like to eat?" Initially, Song Linlang thought Jing Feng was just being polite, but to her surprise, he was genuinely inviting them out for a meal. Gu Xiqing, however, showed no hesitation, taking the lead with great seriousness. "Of course, we must head to Baixing. One cannot simply treat a master to a meal without due consideration." Yu Xiaoxia leaned closer to Song Linlang and whispered, "What kind of place is Baixing? I want to indulge in the most expensive dishes." "Baixing is the priciest restaurant in the city," Song Linlang replied. Yu Xiaoxia felt satisfaction mixed with a tinge of regret. Why, isn't it Mr. Gu treating us? If he were the one paying, I would surely run him dry. Gu Xiqing exclaimed. What have I done to offend Master Yu? Is it such a grave sin to not immediately recognize and vocalize your talents? Song Linlang sighed. Even if Mr. Gu were to treat us, you would not be able to deplete his resources, for Baixing is his establishment. Yu Xiaoxia scoffed. Ah, indeed a capitalist. He seeks profit in everything, even in the culinary industry. Gu Xiqing, feigning despair, quipped, Fine, let it all come to ruin. Yet, the world is so beautiful. And I have not yet lived enough. Perhaps destruction can wait. Suddenly, he turned to Yu Xiaoxia with a serious expression. Master Yu, I was wrong. I have concocted 108 praises for you. Would you care to hear them now? Yu Xiaoxia shot him a glance. Only if it is not forced. Not at all, he assured her. Then, do share. Gu Xiqing promptly cleared his throat, anxious not to lose her interest. Just as he was about to embark on his lengthy list of accolades, he noticed something amiss outside the window. Aren't we headed to Baixing? You seem to have taken a wrong turn. Wallet. Gu Xiqing chuckled. Surely you jest. When dining at my place, do you really need to bring your wallet? Jing Feng cast a warning glance at Gu Xiqing. Do not jeopardize my plans. Jing Feng declared, if anyone harbors ill intentions, it is the public who stands to benefit from swiftly apprehending wrongdoers. At critical moments, personal interests must be set aside for the greater good. Just then, a voice interrupted. You two could at least find a discreet spot. Must you gaze at each other so openly before Lin Lang and me, as if we are not even present? Yu Xiaoxia felt exasperated. Gu Xiqing quickly turned away in disgust, who is gazing at him. Do not wrongfully accuse me. I would rather exchange glances with a dog than with him. Jing Feng, flustered, retorted, if you are willing, then I certainly am not. Song Linlang, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead. Is this truly the legendary heir of the Jing and Gu families? Could he be any more immature? Gu Xiqing, deliberately antagonistic, retorted, we shall not go. You can descend once you have taken the wallet. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Xiaoxia flung open the car door and stepped out. Once again, her stance was clear. She needed to cultivate good relations with those working inside, for one never knows when such connections may prove beneficial. After all, it's all about networking. Furthermore, if Gu Xiqing insisted on not going, she was all the more determined to do so. Gu Xiqing was left speechless. Song Linlang chuckled softly, graciously offering Gu Xiqing an out. Mr. Gu, let us proceed together. The four of them alighted from the car and made their way towards the building. Gu Xiqing continued his playful sabotage. Jing Feng, are we permitted entry? Aren't your cases confidential? What if we inadvertently stumble upon some classified information? You might find yourself in hot water. Jing Feng replied calmly. It's after hours now. It won't pose much of an issue. As they conversed, they entered the building. Although Jing Feng was part of the criminal department, he had no intention of introducing Yu Xiaoxia to any criminal cases. The risks were one concern, but it also breached protocol. After retrieving the wallet, he deliberately led them in another direction, to the Economic Investigation Department, where a particularly troublesome case had recently arisen. Once inside, Gu Xiqing exhibited remarkable restraint, steering clear of causing any disruptions and pulling Song Linlang towards another area. We're off to the restroom. Song Linlang retorted. Is it polite to accompany a female celebrity to the restroom? Jing Feng waved his hand dismissively, guiding Yu Xiaoxia down the corridor, where they happened upon two individuals emerging from a room. Their expressions betrayed their frustration, and upon seeing Jing Feng, they greeted him. Captain Jing. Jing Feng nodded. What troubles you? Your expressions suggest you've yet to resolve matters inside? The two exchanged glances, and one lowered his voice. Indeed, it's infuriating. Despite being at this juncture, he refuses to speak. The accounts are utterly inconsistent. We've tracked down the laundered funds, yet at least 1/3 remains unaccounted for, amounting to nearly 9 figures. Our superior has decreed that he must provide an explanation today. Hey, what are you doing? Don't look around, one shouted. Yu Xiaoxia forced a laugh. How fierce. You scared me. Excellent. She had once again startled the two. Jing Feng signaled to them, deliberately nudging the door ajar to allow Yu Xiaoxia a glimpse of the individuals inside. She cast a cursory glance before pouting. A corrupt official. Or perhaps a petty bureaucrat with grand aspirations. How greedy indeed. Chapter 31. The Hidden Dragon and the Crouching Tiger. The two men were once again taken aback, appraising Yu Xiaoxia from head to toe. How extraordinary. Just a glance, and she could discern the identities of those confined within. And she spoke with such uncanny accuracy. Wait. She didn't actually say anything. She merely observed. Jing Feng nodded at the two, feigning a troubled expression. With such substantial assets, concealing them will be quite the challenge. You must devise a plan. We must pry the truth from him today. The two were perplexed by Jing Feng's sudden loudness. Although their confidentiality levels were not excessively high, there was no need for outsiders to be privy to the details of the case. Then came the revelation. He has hidden the remaining money and items in the mountains. The two were left astounded. After the shock came skepticism. In the mountains? Is that credible? They had monitored the individual inside for quite some time before apprehending him, and he had never even ventured into the mountains. It was the cousin of the husband of the sister of the second cousin of the nanny at his house who helped conceal it. It was hidden 3 years ago. So of course, you cannot uncover it. Once again, astonishment struck Jing Feng. I suddenly recalled. Has the cousin of the husband of the sister of the second cousin of the nanny inside not been investigated yet? The two replied, all right. We acknowledge your remarkable memory. Is Jing Feng really that impressive? Has he uncovered it so swiftly? Does he know that the person inside has hidden the money in a cave on the second peak of Xiaoxia mountain? The entrance is marked by a large banyan tree. The two hesitated. Captain Jing, are you joking? Do you actually believe that? Jing Feng glared in frustration, prompting the two to dash off. Let's go. We will not believe it. Can this be found so easily? Xiaoxia furrowed her brow. Why did they run away? Jing Feng closed the door, which he had inadvertently nudged open. It's nothing, don't mind them. We've wasted enough time. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. The four set off once more towards the restaurant. Baixing, located in the city center, operates on a membership basis, and those who can enter are undoubtedly figures of great stature. As the exquisite dishes are prepared from rare ingredients airlifted from various locales, with daily limited supply, since they were there to indulge. Xiaoxia did not hold back and ordered the most expensive items right away. Gu Xiqing remained unfazed throughout. If a domineering CEO could be financially depleted from dining, then his prowess would be rather feeble. Once the dishes arrived, Xiaoxia expressed her dissatisfaction. No wonder you are so composed. The portion sizes are utterly disappointing. Gu Xiqing replied. Fine ingredients are meant to be savored. Do you not understand? It is not about gorging oneself. Such a lack of appreciation. He only dared to grumble internally while maintaining a cheerful facade, instructing the waiter. Bring all that Miss Yu has ordered again. The waiter was incredulous, wondering if he had misheard. How could the boss be so sycophantic? No matter how esteemed the guest, the boss had never been obsequious. However, who was this young lady? She appeared quite youthful, and he had never seen her before. The person beside her was recognizable, the popular star Song Linling. Yet the boss had not even given her a second glance. Hurry up, why are you dawdling? The waiter then realized he had been distracted. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly exited. Xiaoxia muttered in discontent. Such a fool. Gu Xiqing remarked. It seems I never have the right timing, do I? After reclining for 2 minutes, someone began doing sit-ups. Do you intend to join my company as a consultant or not? Xiaoxia was puzzled. Why are you so insistent on having me at your company? I know nothing about being a consultant. Gu Xiqing insisted. You brought up my bad luck, so you must take responsibility. Resorting to a softer approach, he began to lament.
Sigh.
My colleagues at the company lack vision, and I am quite dissatisfied. I do not trust them. Unlike Master Yu, when I saw you for the first time, I felt you were someone trustworthy, which is why I wish to invite you over. I have many projects ahead that lack oversight. If you come, you can help me ensure quality. You don't need to know too much. There are people to handle the tasks below. You can simply sit in the office, enjoy some tea, read the news, and occasionally guide the larger direction to avoid errors. These words, albeit sincere, are only perceived as such by Xiaoxia. The other two can hardly bear to look at Gu Xiqing, who is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet I am still Linlong's assistant. One must honor their words. She had promised to assist Song Linling, and how could she simply renege on that commitment? Moreover, she earns a monthly salary of 50,000. Gu Xiqing immediately turned his gaze to Song Linling, who promptly averted her eyes. She, too, wished to indulge in the spectacle. How could she enjoy the show if Xiaoxia were to be dismissed? Gu Xiqing had no choice but to concede. It's quite all right. It won't affect anything. You may continue in your role as assistant. Should the company have a project, I shall have them bring the documents to you for review. And you can offer them your guidance when time permits. As for Miss Song, I trust you have no objections? Song Linling feigned a smile. I expect a finder's fee. Gu Xiqing replied, your assistant has now become my advisor. The project is entirely at your discretion. Satisfied, Song Linling cheerfully agreed. Deal. Don't worry, Xiaoxia. As long as you don't feel overwhelmed, I have no issues on my end. Xiaoxia sighed. Alas, poor child. It's either a hidden dragon or a phoenix chick in her hands. Should I lend a hand? Just as she contemplated acquiescing to Gu Xiqing, Jing Feng's phone suddenly rang. We've found it. Captain Jing, this is incredible. Chapter 32. To deliberate even for a second is a disservice to money. Jing Feng promptly ended the noisy call, while the two were already deep in conversation. Xiaoxia was busy confirming important details with Gu Xiqing. Even if I'm part-time, the annual salary and equity you previously mentioned cannot be diminished. If they are, I shall not comply. No problem. Gu Xiqing replied with utmost clarity. 50 million annual salary plus equity. Not a single cent shall be less. Xiaoxia gleefully swayed in her chair. When can we sign the contract? Anytime. Gu Xiqing was even more eager than she, especially with someone nearby watching closely. Shall I call now to have them prepare the contract? We can sign right after our meal. Wait a moment. Jing Feng suddenly interjected. Ignoring Gu Xiqing's furrowed brows and the fire brewing in his eyes, Jing Feng gazed tenderly at Xiaoxia. Master Yu, have you ever considered joining a government department and becoming a civil servant? Song Linlang. Gu Xiqing. Xiaoxia, taken aback, pointed at herself. Me? That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Ascending to such a position isn't merely a matter of words. The written examinations and interviews are no easy feat. I have no interest in crossing a narrow bridge amidst a throng of competitors. Besides, I already have an annual salary of 50 million and 60,000. Why would I subject myself to that ordeal? It would be better to leave such opportunities for those without a 50 million salary. Choosing between a government position and 50 million, Xiaoxia decisively opted for the latter. To ponder even a second longer would be a disservice to money. Gu Xiqing, pleased, raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Jing Feng. Jing Feng did not feel discouraged. Instead, he remarked, there is nothing unfavorable about it, Master Yu. Look at your remarkable abilities. You can easily foresee that my grandfather is destined for misfortune. A talent like yours is truly rare and could undoubtedly secure you a position in our nation's special department, bypassing the conventional examinations and interviews. You would be able to thrive solely on your unique skills, enjoying a stable job with a handsome salary, special allowances, and, most importantly, a leisurely workload. Truly, you should give it serious consideration. Upon hearing that she could secure a position without examinations, Xiaoxia was momentarily tempted. For the ultimate goal in the world is indeed a formal position, and obtaining one effortlessly seemed rather appealing. Can I really do that? She inquired. Of course. Jing Feng's smile grew ever more gentle, and he even winked at Xiaoxia. You are kind-hearted and attractive, and most importantly, exceptionally capable. I believe there is no job more suited to you than this. Seeing Jing Feng's demeanor, Gu Xiqing felt a pang of annoyance. Well, the usually taciturn and ruthless Captain Jing turns out to be such a character. To achieve your aims, you even resort to charm, I see. Song Linlang chimed in. You're not much better yourself. Xiaoxia, an ardent admirer of beauty, was instantly captivated. After all, Jing Feng was undeniably handsome, tall with chiseled features and subtly defined muscles beneath his shirt. Perhaps due to his family background and profession, he possessed an alluring blend of rugged masculinity and aristocratic charm, striking a chord in the heart of any beauty aficionado. I need to think about it. Gu Xiqing, exasperated, pressed. So, shall we sign the contract or not? Xiaoxia found herself in a dilemma, torn between the CEO's substantial offer of 50 million and the charming Captain Jing's secure position. This is too difficult. I really can't choose. I'm an adult now. Why can't I have both? Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng remained steadfast, their gaze fixed intently on Xiaoxia. Fortunately, at that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Initially expecting a server, they were surprised to find a familiar face, Gu Xiqing's little niece. Uncle, a youthful and vibrant girl entered, and upon seeing Jing Feng, exclaimed, "Oh, Uncle Jing is also here." Jing Feng nodded at her, while Gu Xiqing set down his chopsticks. Jiang Yingxue, who did you come with? With Mom and Dad. The server mentioned you were here, the young girl replied, playfully shaking her shoulders as she pulled a chair next to Gu Xiqing and cuddled his arm affectionately. Uncle, I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you calling me by my full name? Gu Xiqing regarded his niece with a raised eyebrow. You haven't done anything wrong? Who was it that locked themselves in their room a few days ago and refused to come out? Recalling that incident, Jiang Yingxue pouted with resentment, unable to voice her thoughts, feeling it too embarrassing to admit. She discreetly scrutinized the other two individuals in the room, recognizing one as Song Linlang, a popular star. while the other looked somewhat familiar, but was unrecognized. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Uncle, which one is your girlfriend? Is it Song Linling? I need to tell Grandma that you're keeping a girlfriend hidden." Gu Xiqing replied, "Don't talk nonsense. These two are my friends. You should know Miss Song. The other is her assistant, Xiaoxia. This is my niece, Jiang Yingxue." Jiang Yingxue was somewhat taken aback. It was a rare occasion for her uncle to personally introduce someone as a friend. Typically, he would not introduce her to anyone unless they shared a close bond. She beamed sweetly at the two women, exclaiming, "Sister Song, hello. You, Sister Yu, I have met you before." Yu Xiaoxia looked up, realizing, "So it's you." Who would have thought that the Navi girl almost deceived by a ridiculous idol was actually the niece of Gu Xiqing? What? Gu Xiqing's expression suddenly darkened ominously. "What do you mean by ridiculous cucumber? What little idol? Jiang Yingxue, are you trying to court disaster?" To his surprise, Jiang Yingxue appeared even more agitated than Gu Xiqing, springing up from her chair in astonishment. Just then, the door to the private room swung open once more, and an impeccably maintained woman entered. "Xiqing, is Xiaoxia with you?" Jiang Yingxue, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, quickly scurried under the table. However, Gu Xiqing unceremoniously yanked her by the collar and pulled her out. With no place to hide, and fearing her mother would hear the peculiar commotion, she hurriedly approached her mother, blocking her line of sight. "Mom, I'm here. I've greeted Uncle, let us go." Gu Sarong, obstructed, irritably pushed her daughter aside. "What are you blocking me for? I want to have a word with your uncle." Jiang Yingxue was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, cautiously glancing at Yu Xiaoxia, terrified she might expose her in front of her mother. Yu Xiaoxia did not disappoint her fears and curiously glanced at Gu Sarong. Chapter 33. Indeed, he is the domineering CEO. Gu Sarong exclaimed, "What ridiculous cucumber! What little yellow hair! Who is making those remarks? What on earth is happening? My dear Yingxue, what is wrong?" Gu Xiqing's face was as dark as storm clouds as he firmly grasped Gu Sarong and Jiang Yingxue, ushering them out of the private room. "You two continue eating, I need to handle some family matters." As the door to the private room closed, Yu Xiaoxia scratched her head in confusion. Why does Gu Xiqing suddenly seem so angry? Who has upset him? Song Linlang was equally bewildered. "Xiaoxia, where did you meet Gu Xiqing's niece?" Yu Xiaoxia did not conceal anything, recounting the story of how she encountered Jiang Yingxue at the film city, almost falling prey to the deceit of a little idol. Jing Feng sighed after hearing the tale. No wonder Gu Xiqing is so furious. He must have learned about this incident, and is now reprimanding his niece outside. I see." Yu Xiaoxia remarked nonchalantly. "It is indeed time for some lessons. Such a lovely girl ought to be more discerning." Outside the private room, Gu Xiqing stood with arms akimbo, barely able to contain his fury. "Jiang Yingxue, you must honestly explain what transpired. What do you mean by little idol? Who is this person? What did they do to you?" At this point, Jiang Yingxue realized there was no escaping, so she had no choice but to disclose everything to her uncle and mother. Gu Sarong, nearly beside herself with rage, who had never laid a finger on her daughter, could not restrain herself and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Jiang Yingxue's back. "How could you be so foolish? A few sweet words from him led you astray." Jiang Yingxue pouted, expressing her past infatuation. "I genuinely admired him at that time. He was my idol. How could I have known he was merely a rotten cucumber?" Under the watchful eyes of her uncle and mother, Jiang Yingxue felt utterly mortified. Gu Xiqing sneered, tapping his finger on his niece's head. "An idol? You worship a few mediocre graduates from middle school?" "Jiang Yingxue, I truly question whether you possess any sense." Gu Sarong, exasperated, interjected, "Even if he is an idol, you cannot associate with him in that manner." "Jiang Yingxue, you're not even 18 yet. Do you wish to drive me to despair?" Bombarded with criticism, Jiang Yingxue felt tears welling up. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted her father emerging from the private room and hurriedly dashed over. "Dad, save me." Jiang Shan had come out seeking his wife and child, and upon seeing his daughter's distressed expression, his paternal instincts flared. "Who has wronged you?" Gu Sarong opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, Gu Xiqing, seasoned in such matters, conveyed the situation to his brother-in-law discreetly. Jiang Shan, now devoid of any inclination to shield his daughter, joined his wife and brother-in-law in a discourse aimed at imparting a crucial lesson to Jiang Yingxue. This time, she truly broke down, covering her face as she sobbed in despair. Observing that the lesson had reached a critical juncture, Gu Xiqing promptly intervened to halt the educational endeavor, fearing it might provoke further rebellion from the child. Gu Sarong, taking a moment to catch her breath, recalled an important matter. We ought to express our gratitude to that girl inside. Were it not for her, who knows how things might have turned out for our daughter? The thought of her contracting some vile disease is simply too repugnant to contemplate. Jiang Shan, unaware of her unspoken thoughts but recognizing that their daughter had only realized her peril through the benefactor's guidance, nodded eagerly. Indeed, Xiqing. Your sister, and I must personally thank her. We owe her a debt of gratitude. Curious, Jiang Shan pondered what his brother-in-law might be concealing. What are your mother and uncle discussing? Jiang Yingxue attempted to explain, opening her mouth, only to ultimately succumb to defeat. You'll understand in due time. Jiang Shan sighed in silence. After bidding farewell to the trio, Gu Xiqing re-entered the private room. Among the three, Xiaoxia was the most innocent and guileless. Eagerly questioning, Gu Xiqing, how did you know that little idol only graduated from middle school? Do you know him? Gu Xiqing scoffed disdainfully. A mere nobody does not merit my acquaintance. As for his education, how many in this circle possess high qualifications? Those who start mingling in groups at 17 or 18 are hardly anything but middle school graduates. Xiaoxia gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Truly, you are impressive. The quintessential domineering CEO. Gu Xiqing narrowed his eyes. Hold on. It seems you three have been eavesdropping on my conversation. Xiaoxia chuckled, while Song Linglang remained silent. Xiaoxia then widened her eyes, prompting Gu Xiqing to relent. By the way, my sister and brother-in-law mentioned they would like to invite you and your friends to dinner someday, as a token of gratitude. Xiaoxia humbly waved her hand. Oh. It was primarily Qingqing's contribution. I hardly did anything. The three exchanged glances, bemused by her incessant humility. Gu Xiqing, on the verge of exasperation, lamented that he was so close to winning her over, only for Jing Feng to intervene. Jing Feng was not oblivious to Gu Xiqing's discontent. He calmly observed Xiaoxia and Song Linling disembark from the vehicle and enter the hotel, then gestured towards a nearby convenience store and said in a subdued tone, Why not buy a bottle of water? I'm quite parched. Gu Xiqing, exasperated, stared at him in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? You expect me, the esteemed young master, to fetch water for you? How audacious. Jing Feng remained unfazed, indicating the steering wheel. Parking is not permitted here. Once you've procured the water, we shall depart. I would greatly appreciate it. Noting his agreeable demeanor, Gu Xiqing ultimately acquiesced and exited the vehicle to buy the water. However, as soon as he stepped out, Jing Feng unexpectedly pressed the accelerator and the Hummer roared away. Gu Xiqing was taken aback. Instinctively sprinting a few paces after the vehicle before realizing the mischievous act Jing Feng had just committed. Jing Feng, I curse you. Chapter 34. Adhering to the law as a dominant CEO. As days passed, the fervor surrounding Huang Yuehua and his son gradually subsided. Such is the nature of the internet. No matter how intense the spotlight, it will eventually fade, hence the concept of generating hype. Celebrities need not fear a lack of attention. Rather, they dread being forgotten. Habitually scrolling through trending topics, her phone rang. It was a video call from Mo Pingxin. Ever since Xiaoxia joined the film crew with Song Linling, Mo Pingxin made it a point to check in via video call every other day. Xiaoxia, tomorrow I plan to prepare some soup to send over for you and Linling. Would that be convenient for you? One with a more sensitive disposition might have found this sentiment concerning. Fortunately, Xiaoxia was a remarkably oblivious young girl. Even if she recognized Mo Pingxin's politeness, she would be too delighted to care. Having grown up in an orphanage, she was not accustomed to closeness with elders. Thus maintaining courtesy was sufficient. I'm fine with it. You might want to confirm with Linling. Upon hearing that Xiaoxia welcomed her visit, Mo Pingxin's spirits lifted immediately. No problem, I'll ask her right away. Make sure to rest well and get to bed early. After hanging up, Mo Pingxin cheerfully called Song Linling. And upon receiving an affirmative response, she joyfully began to prepare the ingredients for the following day. Under the cover of darkness. At the stroke of midnight, when ordinary folks had succumbed to slumber and night owls were gearing up for an all-nighter, Yutong had already nestled in bed, only to be roused by a phone call from the paparazzo she had stationed beside Song Linling. Miss Yi, I've captured some rather intriguing images and sent them to your email. If you wish to acquire them, please transfer the funds directly. I would prefer not to seek other buyers. Yi Yutong immediately opened her inbox, the internet connection sluggish, the images loading inch by inch, while her eyes widened in astonishment. What she saw was a photograph of Song Linling and Gu Xiqing, accompanied by the young master of the Jing family. While the Jing family's young master may not be a prominent figure in the industry, Gu Xiqing is well known. His tabloid presence is ever reliable. If these two luminaries were seen together on a date and it made its way online, it would undoubtedly stir quite a commotion. Yi Yutong was certainly aware of Gu Xiqing's identity, the sole heir to the Gu family's vast fortune, valued in the billions. In his previous life, Gu Xiqing's entertainment company thrived splendidly. However, he seemed to have fallen into a streak of misfortune, with his artists facing one calamity after another. Projects were either banned due to sensitive themes or tainted by the scandals of collapsed artists. After being reborn, she had no intention of relinquishing this golden opportunity. Her original plan was to wait until Gu Xiqing encountered a few more strokes of bad luck before she would present herself as a prophetic figure, subtly guiding him away from his misfortunes. In doing so, Gu Xiqing would undoubtedly regard her as a lucky charm, a veritable beacon of good fortune. With the Gu family as her backing, she would stride confidently through the industry. Yet, why was Song Linlang now associating with him? She distinctly remembered that in her past life, there was no interaction between Song Linlang and Gu Xiqing. Though they were distanced, it was evident that the atmosphere between them was delightful. Song Linlang was laughing, and even Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng were sharing smiles. As for the unfamiliar woman accompanying them, despite her prominent position, she was clearly a stranger, likely an assistant brought along by Song Linlang, whom Yi Yutong hardly acknowledged.
Hello, monsieur?
I would like the items, and I will transfer the payment to you shortly. Could it be that Song Linlang was truly in a romantic relationship with Gu Xiqing? This was unacceptable. She had yet to secure this advantageous connection. How could she allow it to slip into Song Linlang's grasp? Gritting her teeth, Yi Yutong pondered the sheer luck that seemed to follow Song Linlang. Why did she enjoy such fortune in both lives? To have secured a wealthy boyfriend like Gu Xiqing was nothing short of astonishing. If she could not possess it, then she would destroy it. With a darkened expression, Yi Yutong stared at the video, where the group was laughing and then boarded a Hummer. In a flash, an important realization struck her. Jing Feng's grandfather was on the verge of death. Remembering this, Yi Yutong hurriedly flipped through her calendar. Given Jing Feng's grandfather's esteemed status, his tragic demise in a car accident had made headlines in her past life. Had she not seen Jing Feng's figure in the video, she might have entirely overlooked this significant event. It was set to occur in just 3 days. Yi Yutong was certain of it. She was suddenly filled with exhilaration, her phone tapping against her palm as she murmured to herself, "So, how shall I best exploit this situation?" After a restful night, Xiaoxia was roused the next day by Qingqing's persistent nagging. Rubbing her eyes, she opened the door to let Qingqing in. "Why are you up so early? Aren't we supposed to head to the set at 10? Qingqing, in a flurry, exclaimed, "How can you still be sleeping? Something has happened."
Huh.
"What's going on?" Qingqing brandished her phone, showing her the news. "You and Linlang were spotted by paparazzi yesterday. Now the marketing accounts are subtly stirring up trouble, claiming Linlang is being supported by a wealthy benefactor. Though both were unmarried, their sighting could easily be construed as a romantic relationship. Yet, everyone was leading toward the narrative of sponsorship, clearly orchestrated by malicious forces." Xiaoxia yawned. The Song family is already so affluent. Would Song Linlang really be involved in such scandalous allegations? Qingqing paused, staring at Xiaoxia in silence. "Oh, I see," Xiaoxia realized. Now that Song Linlang has clarified she is not a biological member of the Song family, the marketing accounts will leverage this to suggest that Linlang is being supported to maintain her luxurious lifestyle. It's plausible. What does Linlang have to say about it? Qingqing, I have yet to muster the courage to inform her. She has also fallen out with Sister Dan, and there is no one to assist her in orchestrating a clarification or managing public opinion. I find myself at a loss." Xiaoxia rose to freshen up in the restroom. "Oh, what a trivial matter. Why not have Gu Xiqing come forth to clarify?" Qingqing followed closely behind Xiaoxia. However, it is certain that President Gu would not render assistance in this regard. He himself would not deign to clarify rumors concerning his own company's artist, let alone for someone who is not even affiliated with his firm. All sorted. Xiaoxia thrust her phone into the hands of the noisy Qingqing, stating, "I need to use the restroom. You keep watch." Qingqing nearly choked, yet obediently clutched the phone as she stepped outside. She squatted at the restroom door, opening her phone. "Xiaoxia is wealthy. Song Linlang has been photographed. Do clarify." The commanding presence of a domineering CEO, master. Chapter 35. Resentment greater than a ghostess. Qingqing, when did Xiaoxia become a master? And is this matter truly resolved? She hastily opened the trending searches, and indeed, the online sentiment had shifted. Gu Xiqing personally clarified, accompanied by an explosive headline. Gu Xiqing stands in defense of Song Linlang. Several trending topics adorn the site, evidently a product of financial investment. Ching quickly clicked on one. The entertainment entity, de Xiaoxia, caught dining with friends and photographed so what? And stopped spreading baseless rumors. Furthermore, the two ladies in the photo are both my sisters. If these marketing accounts continue to fabricate stories, I might just sue them to bankruptcy. Gu Xiqing took matters into his own hands. Several marketing accounts were swiftly terrified into deletion, yet the intrigue among netizens only intensified. This tone must be from Gu himself, right? It is a rare sight indeed to witness him personally addressing a matter. Previously, when his own artists were photographed, he never bothered to utter a word. Speaking of which, when he claims Song Linlang is a sister, is that a true sibling or a mere pretense? What of the other young lady in the photograph? Does anyone know her identity? In the presence of both Gu and Song Linlang, she appeared to maneuver strategically. Moreover, her posture exuded a protective aura. You, perched above, have overlooked another individual in the image. That is the young master of the Jing family. The Jing family? Is it the one I am familiar with? Oh, now I am even more curious about the identity of that young lady. It is human nature to indulge in gossip. It is entirely normal to be intrigued and delve into the details. Ching returned the phone to Xiaoxia, who had just exited the restroom, reminding her, "It seems everyone is probing into your identity." Xiaoxia, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "Let them dig. I am not a celebrity." "It matters not." Ching genuinely envied Xiaoxia's nonchalance. "I shall wake Linlang and discuss this matter with her." Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively. Yutong, having had a restless night, monitored the online developments closely after arranging for hired support and marketing accounts, but she never anticipated that Gu Xiqing would proactively clarify. How infuriating. This should not be the case. Does Gu Xiqing not always refrain from addressing rumors? When her assistant knocked and entered, she immediately sensed the overwhelming resentment radiating from her boss, seemingly more potent than that of a specter. The young assistant shivered slightly, opting to busy herself in silence. Afraid to make a sound. Yutong, irate and frustrated, snapped, "What are you making noise for?
Get out."
The assistant, who had remained utterly silent throughout, was dismissed without a word. As the door closed, Yutong's expression darkened to an almost unbearable degree. Gu Xiqing's clarification only served to further affirm Song Linlang's significance in his heart. Not a couple? Who would believe that? Yutong sneered, a sister? More like a beloved mistress. As for the girl whose secrets had been uncovered, Yutong didn't even spare her a glance, inwardly mocking the online commentators. A bunch of fools. What special status could a mere assistant possibly have? What was there to expose? The assistant might not matter, but Song Linlang certainly did.
No.
I cannot simply sit idly by. A plan began to form in Yutong's mind as she promptly changed her attire and headed out. The assistant, stationed at the door, called out as she prepared to leave, "Teacher Yi, we still have scenes to shoot today." With tears welling in her eyes, the assistant watched helplessly as Yutong's figure disappeared down the corridor. In truth, Yutong had no particular destination in mind. She parked her car outside the city bureau, intent on confronting Jing Feng. She had a monumental secret to share with him. If she could not be Gu Xiqing's savior, then being the Jing family's benefactor would suffice. Thus, she waited from morning until noon, growing increasingly impatient until she finally spotted Jing Feng emerging from the building. He was stepping out for lunch. Weary of the cafeteria fare and often frequented a small eatery nearby known for its delicious dishes. From her car, Yutong watched as Jing Feng entered a dilapidated little restaurant, utterly speechless. Who would believe that the young master of the Jing family dined at a roadside stall? The most pressing concern was that the bustling little joint made it difficult for her to discuss matters with him properly. With no other option, Yutong decided to disguise herself in the car, ensuring that no one would recognize her before stepping out. A woman, clad in a headscarf, hood, and sunglasses, stealthily entered the small diner. She made a beeline for the table where Jing Feng was seated, lowering her voice. "Jing Feng, I need to talk to you." Jing Feng looked up, and upon seeing her suspicious attire, he doubted whether she might be some sort of criminal. Noticing his silence, Yutong became anxious and pulled down a bit of her mask, revealing half her face. "I swear, I'm not a bad person. I'm Yutong, a star. You must know me." Jing Feng, perplexed, replied, "I don't know you." He was not part of the entertainment industry. He had only recently met Song Linlang. So how could he possibly recognize someone like Yutong? Frustrated, Yutong sat down closer to Jing Feng, glancing around as if she were a thief. "Jing Feng, I have a secret to share. Your grandfather will have a car accident and die in 2 days." Jing Feng's eyes widened in shock. Yi Yutong, brimming with pride, thought to herself, see? I've astonished him. But suddenly, she was met with a sharp pain. That hurts. Yi Yutong was taken aback, bewildered by what had just occurred. Even if he didn't believe her, there was no need to resort to violence. What are you doing? Jing Feng firmly grasped her arm, pulling her outward. I now suspect you to be an overseas spy. Come with me. Yi Yutong was nearly breathless, bewildered by the accusation. She had merely shared a secret. How could that possibly relate to espionage? Are you out of your mind? Which of your eyes saw me as a spy? Jing Feng replied with a cold smirk. Both of my eyes witnessed it, and I heard it with my own ears. Whatever you have to say, do it at the station. The information regarding his grandfather's impending car accident was known only to Xiaoxia and the spies, who were making clandestine arrangements to ensnare the culprits. Yi Yutong's sudden arrival with the news left her motives and allegiance shrouded in doubt. Was she here to sow discord or to gather intelligence? These uncertainties could only be resolved through interrogation. Without further ado, he escorted Yi Yutong toward the station. Yi Yutong was left in a state of disbelief. She never anticipated such an outcome. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoxia and Song Linlang remained blissfully unaware of her predicament, indulging in their mother's lovingly crafted chicken soup. Song's mother was generous and considerate, delivering homemade soup not only to her child but also ordering takeout for the crew. Tables overflowed with milk tea and desserts, inviting the crew to partake freely. Ching, balancing a cup of milk tea in one hand and a small cake in the other, awkwardly ascended the trailer. This is a 5-star hotel cake, a limited edition. If I don't hide it now, it'll be gone. Yu Xiaoxia pushed another lunchbox toward her. Drink the soup. This is for you. Ching shook her head vigorously. I won't drink that. It's prepared specifically for you. I'll stick to my milk tea. I'm not worried about gaining weight. By the way, I brought you a cup too. Double cream, right? Yu Xiaoxia eagerly accepted, sharing a silly grin with Ching. I'm not worried about weight either. Song Linlang observed her two foolish assistants with an amused shake of her head, rising to the trailer door. Mom, Xiangchen, come up. Let them serve themselves. Coming. Mo Pingxin finished her last delivery and joined Song Xiangchen in the trailer. Song Linlang tenderly wiped the sweat from Mo Pingxin's brow with a tissue. Rest assured, they won't dare bully me and Xiaoxia. The entertainment industry may be hierarchical, but Song Linlang was not an obscure figure. With the Song family backing her, even if some were displeased, they would not dare act against her. The once indifferent director had become quite solicitous since Yu Xiaoxia's arrival. Moreover, with Gu Xiqing visiting thrice daily to pursue Yu Xiaoxia for a contract, who would dare to cross them? Mo Pingxin felt reassured. That's good. Chapter 36. With a serious expression, as if having made a profound resolution, Mo Pingxin watched Yu Xiaoxia relish her chicken soup. Is the soup delicious? Does it suit your taste? Absolutely. Yu Xiaoxia enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. I've never had such delightful chicken soup. Mo Pingxin chuckled softly. I have added ginseng and goji berries to nourish your bodies. You two sisters have lost quite a bit of weight since joining the group for half a month. There is a certain kind of weight loss that makes a mother worry. Song Linlang smiled helplessly. Glancing over at Song Xiangchen, who was seated nearby, she teasingly remarked, Didn't you say you disliked coming to the set? You used to refuse when invited, so what brings you here today to accompany your mother? Song Xiangchen shot her an awkward glare. What else could he do but come to see what drama unfolded? A few days prior, he had witnessed the live broadcast of Huang Yuehua and Jia Xiuming's brawl at a bar, feeling anxious and restless. It was evident that it involved Yu Xiaoxia, and he regretted not being able to witness the spectacle in person while at school. From Wu Tao's scandal to Yu Xiaoxia's fortune-telling for Grandpa Jingfeng, every juicy detail was recounted, leaving Mo Pingxin and Song Xiangchen astonished, lamenting their absence from the scene. Xiaoxia, don't you enjoy chicken soup? How about I come to deliver it to you every day from now on? Yu Xiaoxia laughed foolishly. Isn't that a bit excessive? Wouldn't it be too much trouble? Mo Pingxin waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. I have nothing much to do at home, anyway. I would be delighted to come and see you. Song Xiangchen immediately chimed in. I'm on break. I'll bring Mom over. What else could Yu Xiaoxia say? Everything was arranged for her, and she would get to enjoy delicious chicken soup without any hassle. She nodded in agreement. After their gossip session, Mo Pingxin turned to serious matters. Xiaoxia, in a few days, Song Anha may face sentencing. Your father and I would like to host a banquet to formally introduce you to everyone once his situation is settled. In Yu Xiaoxia's heart, they had refrained from publicly acknowledging her identity due to concerns about hurting Linlang. This disregard had ultimately caused pain to their biological daughter. Upon learning this, Mo Pingxin resolved to hold a banquet to properly introduce Xiaoxia to relatives and friends. Xiaoxia remained silent, looking towards Song Linlang. Song Linlang smiled.
Why are you looking at me?
I have no objections. Also, Qingqing informed me that you helped clarify the rumors this morning.
Thank you.
Song Linlang understood that had it not been for Xiaoxia, Gu Xiqing would never have stepped forward to clarify. He wasn't so benevolent. What are you thanking me for? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the entrance. Everyone turned to find Gu Xiqing climbing aboard the RV. Xiaoxia frowned. Why are you here again? How can a domineering CEO be seen climbing into a female celebrity's RV? It would only spark another scandal. Gu Xiqing retorted with irritation, playfully tugging at her ponytail. Are you rejecting me? Xiaoxia dodged his hand, covering her ponytail. Gu Xiqing, to be frank, your current behavior is far from domineering. It's more akin to that of a sycophant. Rather than being offended, Gu Xiqing responded with confidence. You've read too many novels. A true domineering CEO must be adaptable to achieve great wealth. Otherwise, do you think their fortunes come from nowhere? Mo Pingxin stifled a laugh behind her hand. Unexpectedly, the younger generation of the Gu family speaks with quite an amusing flair, their sharp tongues a stark contrast to the rumors. Gu Xiqing noticed an unfamiliar figure in the car and hurried over. You must be my aunt, right? Greetings, aunt. I am Gu Xiqing. We should have met before. Mo Pingxin nodded. Indeed, we have met, though it has been many years. How are your parents faring? Gu Xiqing replied with a nod. They are quite well. Enjoying their meals. My grandfather still occasionally wields his belt to discipline me. Mo Pingxin chuckled at this. Xiaoxia rolled her eyes. With such a tongue, Gu Xiqing ought to pursue sales instead of playing the domineering CEO. Gu Xiqing caught her eye roll and lightly tapped her forehead with a rolled-up contract. What have you decided? Decided about what?
Montag Pingxin inquired curiously.
Gu Xiqing then elaborated on his desire to invite Xiaoxia to serve as a consultant for the company. In an instant, Mo Pingxin comprehended. This was likely aimed at fulfilling Xiaoxia's aspirations. The Song family was not short on funds, yet she would not interfere with her children's choices, provided they remained safe and content. Xiaoxia pondered for a moment before suddenly extending her hand towards Gu Xiqing. Hand it over. Gu Xiqing nearly stumbled in surprise. Did this mean she was in agreement? Why did her acceptance leave him feeling rather apprehensive? Happiness had arrived too swiftly, and he felt unprepared for it. Nevertheless, he promptly handed over the contract. The document had been prearranged, and Xiaoxia, trusting him not to deceive her, confidently signed her name. Gu Xiqing, the quintessential CEO, quickly regained his composure after years of business acumen. He adjusted his collar, instantly embodying the demeanor of a capitalist. All set. Once signed, it becomes effective. I shall have them bring over the project documents from the back for you to review. Although Xiaoxia had never served as a consultant, with Lao Lu by her side, it would be a cinch. No problem. Have them come. Her decisiveness made Gu Xiqing a tad skeptical, prompting him to remind her. You will earn a commission from the project. If it fails, your commission will vanish as well, so pay attention. Xiaoxia waved him off. Enough with the chatter. With the signed contract in hand, Gu Xiqing felt an exuberance that made him want to leap for joy. Was this merely a contract?
No.
It represented yet another victory over Jing Feng. Now, she was his. As thoughts of Jing Feng crossed his mind, Gu Xiqing promptly dialed his number, eager to boast during a casual conversation. However, Jing Feng did not answer. At the municipal bureau, Jing Feng switched off his noisy phone as he made his way to the interrogation room. Through the glass window, he could see a woman seated across from him. Has she divulged anything yet? No, his colleague replied. She insists she is not a spy, yet stubbornly refuses to disclose the source of her information. The matter regarding his grandfather being endangered by a spy had already caused ripples at higher levels, although the incident had yet to unfold. Investigations confirmed that the two individuals were undoubtedly spies planted by Xiao Baga. Only a select few at the municipal bureau were privy to this information, and among them was the one participating in the interrogation of Yi Yutong. Yi Yutong, thoroughly exhausted, could not fathom how she had become entangled with spies. She was clearly reborn, yet she could not disclose this. Would revealing it lead to her being subjected to dissection for research? Yi Yutong dared not take that risk. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before she suddenly straightened her posture, her expression grave as if she had resolved to make a significant decision. I must see Jing Feng. If you allow me this audience, I shall divulge everything. It was not long before Jing Feng arrived, sliding into the chair opposite Yi Yutong. She glanced furtively around, avoiding the surveillance, and in a hushed tone, conspiratorially whispered in his ear. Jing Feng, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I hail from the Void Observation sect, and I possess the ability to divine fortunes. I foretold your grandfather's predicament. Jing Feng remained silent, his heart racing, barely managing to maintain an expression of calm. I swear, I am telling the truth. Yi Yutong, fraught with anxiety, realized this was the excuse she had concocted after a restless night. Although it was forbidden to become supernatural after the establishment of the Republic, she had not transcended. Surely fortune-telling was permissible. After her declaration, she fixed him with an intense gaze, hoping he would believe her. However, Jing Feng abruptly stood, the chair scraping noisily against the floor as he made a hasty exit. A colleague chased after him. Jing Feng, where are you going? What about her? The Hummer sped into the film set, and Jing Feng alighted, seizing a bystander. Where's Xiaoxia? The person, startled, recognized Jing Feng and pointed him in the right direction. In the midst of a break during filming, Xiaoxia was seated with Song Ling Lang and Qing Qing, engaged in a spirited game of cards when suddenly, her arm was grasped. Xiaoxia, I need to ask you something. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself cornered by Jing Feng. What is it? She asked, perplexed. Jing Feng, hands on his hips and breathless, struggled to find the right words. After a moment's pause, he queried, I recall you mentioned you came from the Void Observation sect. Is that correct? Xiaoxia, having made it up on the spot, could barely remember the specifics. Yes, I suppose. What of it? Jing Feng inhaled deeply. Do you have any senior sisters or junior sisters who have also descended the mountain to assist with fortune-telling? A laugh escaped Xiaoxia. Are you out of your mind? I don't even know where the Void Observation sect is, let alone any senior or junior sisters. Don't make me laugh to death. Jing Feng sighed, understood. Clearly, both of these individuals are fabricating stories. Yet it is incomprehensible. How would Yi Yutong, a celebrity, know about the impending car accident involving my grandfather? Could it be that she, like Xiaoxia, had an older accomplice aiding her? After much contemplation, he spoke again. Xiaoxia, Master Yu, after you discerned my grandfather's impending accident, did you disclose this information to anyone else? Xiaoxia shook her head, solemnly denying. This is a heavenly secret. Such knowledge must not be revealed. To divulge it would be a grave transgression. How could I possibly share it with others? Jing Feng pondered for a moment before tentatively speaking again. Who do you think in this world possesses the gift of foresight? For instance, are there any masters of fortune-telling as accurate as you? Surely, those of your esteemed caliber must have connections with one another? Xiaoxia shook her head vigorously.
Resembling a rattling drum.
What's up with Jing Feng today? Besides, I'm just an ordinary person. Even if there are truly gifted fortune-tellers, they wouldn't have any ties with me. Jing Feng was in a state of agitation. So, is Yi Yutong truly a spy? Just as he was about to directly inquire whether Xiaoxia knew Yi Yutong, her inner thoughts resounded once more. But what? Jing Feng's heart leapt. Rebirth. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be that there are indeed individuals who have been reborn in this world? Yet, it seems the narrative does not mention the heroine intervening in Grandpa Jing's accident. Why bother with such thoughts? Do you have any business with me? Xiaoxia replied impatiently. I'm in the middle of a game of landlord here. It's quite annoying to have someone appear without a word. Fortunately, Xiaoxia graciously waved her hand. I forgive you, but please refrain from doing so next time. I've already shown my cards. With that, she turned to leave. Jing Feng stood in place for quite some time, ultimately accepting the surreal nature of this world, and followed her into the vehicle. Upon returning to the set, Qing Qing inquired curiously, what did young Master Jing want with you? Xiaoxia shrugged, who knows? He asked some nonsensical questions, quite peculiar. Nonsensical? Song Lin Lang nearby seemed to contemplate this. Captain Jing, how is it? Time is running out. Without evidence, we must release her. Jing Feng waved his hand. Let her go. While he had relented, Yu Tong was still unwilling to leave, clinging to Jing Feng's colleague. Where is Jing Feng? I must see him. What is his attitude? She had revealed such significant secrets, saving his grandfather, yet he showed no sign of appreciation. However, Jing Feng was currently in a complex state of mind and did not wish to see her. Unexpectedly, Yu Tong directly blocked the entrance to his workplace. Upon spotting Jing Feng as Hummer emerge, she immediately followed in her car. The two vehicles came to a halt simultaneously. Jing Feng stepped out and knocked on the window. What do you want? Yu Tong, somewhat irritated, began to speak more bluntly. What do I want? Jing Feng, I saved your grandfather. Not only did you fail to express gratitude, you even had me detained. And now, not even a word of thanks.
Jing Feng sighed.
I had justifiable reasons for detaining you. As for your act of saving my grandfather, I formally thank you now. Just like that? Yu Tong was taken aback. A mere fleeting verbal acknowledgement. What else do you desire? She retorted. At the very least, let me meet your grandfather. I am his lifesaver. Moreover, I have informed you that my fortune-telling is remarkably accurate. Why don't we establish a familial bond? Rest assured, I will ensure that you do not suffer any losses. By becoming relatives, we shall be like family, sharing information and resources. What do you think? Jing Feng retracted the calm demeanor from his face, finally grasping why Yu Tong had rushed to inform him of this matter. It was, after all, a scheme to leverage the Jing family as her support. The audacity of it was appalling. While both were adept at manipulation, why did Xiaoxia never evoke such discomfort and disdain? He scoffed internally, maintaining an impassive facade. Oh, are you implying that from now on, you intend to bind yourself to our family? But on what grounds do you presume to do so? Unfazed by his derision, Yu Tong feared only his indifference. Observing Jing Feng's burgeoning interest, she immediately proclaimed with pride, as I have previously mentioned, my fortune-telling abilities are remarkably accurate. I can easily predict 70 to 80 occurrences regarding matters like your grandfather's affairs, which means that many events in the future lie within my grasp. She insinuated. Do you comprehend what I am implying? Jing Feng, however, shook his head. The future is mutable, and besides, I have little faith in fortune-telling. Your grandfather's fate was easily altered by Xiaoxia. Yu Tong was infuriated. Jing Feng was as stubborn as a rock in a restroom. How could he be so difficult to deceive? As Jing Feng turned to leave, Yu Tong hastily pursued him, exclaiming, I speak the truth. I genuinely possess knowledge of many matters, such as... She scrambled to recall events from her past life that could substantiate her claims. For instance, I know what will transpire with your family in the future. I am aware of numerous developments in this world-esque future. Do you not wish to know what your destiny holds? Day after day, countless individuals sought fortune-telling merely to uncover the nature of their futures. I present this opportunity to you. If you do not believe me, you are missing out. Having never navigated the circles of the Jing family in her past life, how could she know the specifics of what might unfold? Even her recollection of grandfather Jing was clear only because he had made the news and was banned from entertainment. Jing Feng discerned her bluster and coldly sneered, preparing to drive away. Yu Tong, now utterly anxious, suddenly declared, Very well, let me reveal to you a significant event that will occur next year. You will certainly regret not listening. Damn it. Yu Tong muttered in frustration, stepping closer and lowering her voice. I will tell you this. By next year at the latest, a pandemic will sweep across the globe, and our country will quickly succumb.
Yes, you.
It will be far more severe than the pneumonia outbreaks of previous years. How about this? We collaborate, and I will inform you of the medications that can alleviate this illness. We can stockpile them before the outbreak, and then profit immensely. Once this venture succeeds, we shall be allies. Jing Feng's expression shifted to one of fierce intensity. He disregarded her gender and seized her collar, his voice low and menacing. So your notion of resource sharing and collaboration is to exploit the pandemic for personal gain? How foolish. Jing Feng rarely resorted to insults, but he could not contain himself. The Hummer roared away, leaving Yu Tong engulfed in exhaust fumes. What a lunatic! She fumed, nearly driven to madness. If he refused to collaborate, did he truly need to act in such a manner? She was not desperate for his partnership. Originally, she had not intended to disclose this information so soon, but Jing Feng's ignorance had compelled her hand. Wealth does not flow without desire. Many yearn for it. Yu Tong tucked away her phone with a cold smirk, thinking, Do you take me for a lunatic? Soon enough, you shall witness the truth of my words. Chapter 38. What a cross. Jing Feng drove his car, his mind preoccupied with Yu Tong's mention of the plague. Historically, matters associated with plagues have never been trifling. At best, they lead to the suffering of the populace and the depletion of resources, and at worst, they could result in mountains of corpses. If Yu Tong is indeed the heroine referred to by Xiaoxia, then this must be genuine. Jing Feng's expression hardened as he abruptly turned the steering wheel, the tires screeching against the pavement as he sped in the opposite direction. Upon parking downstairs, Jing Feng hastened upstairs but hesitated at the door. What should he say to the person inside? Next year, our nation will face a plague, but how did it come about? He was uncertain. When would it occur? He had no clue. And who informed him? How could he explain that it was a reincarnated individual who had revealed this to him? The person inside would likely send him straight to a psychiatrist. As he pondered, the door suddenly swung open. Jing Feng? I was just looking for you. Come in. Director Wang. It was suspicious enough that he was aware of such matters. Unable to voice Xiaoxia's inner thoughts, Jing Feng had no choice but to say, I sought the assistance of a formidable expert. Wang Changfeng raised an eyebrow. Xiao Zhang and the others initially claimed the same. Yet they did not reveal the identity of this expert. Is this person truly so remarkable? Do not deceive me. Jing Feng reflected for a moment. You know about my grandfather's situation, right? It was also predicted by this expert. Wang Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? He was well aware of the old man's case, having been involved in the operation to apprehend spies. The old man was indeed extraordinary. He suddenly declared the need to capture spies, and to everyone's surprise, significant results were achieved. Director Wang was compelled to believe, though still astonished, for prior to today, he had been an avowed skeptic of such supernatural claims. How could any expert possess the ability to predict espionage? Jing Feng chuckled and suddenly asked, Would you like to meet her? He had devised a plan, if Wang and his colleagues could hear Xiaoxia's inner voice. Any subsequent discussions regarding reincarnation or the plague would be easily explicable. Meanwhile, after finishing a meeting, Grandfather Jing was intercepted by a colleague. Old Jing. You are being rather ungracious. We are old comrades, and you did not give me a hint about such a significant matter as espionage. By the way, how did you uncover this? Grandfather Jing beamed with pride, but did not intend to conceal the truth, laughing heartily as he confessed. It was predicted. Xiao Zhiqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Nonsense. I do not believe in ghosts or deities. Moreover, how could such matters possibly be predicted? What expert could possess such abilities? Grandfather Jing cast him a sidelong glance, walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. Believe what you will. Xiao Zhiqi cleared his throat and hurried to catch up. Which expert are you speaking of? Introduce me to them someday. Grandfather Jing chuckled. Aren't you a skeptic? Xiao Zhiqi grinned. I may not believe. But that does not prevent me from wanting to meet a master. Belief aside, let us first meet. Both sides are eager to meet you, Xiaoxia. Yet she remains blissfully unaware of it while on set. Each day, she relishes the delightful meals and various soups lovingly prepared by her mother, indulging in a carefree existence filled with playing cards and enjoying snacks during her breaks. However, 3 days later, Jing Feng unexpectedly arrives at the filming location. At that moment, Yu Xiaoxiao is diligently poring over documents inside her trailer. Gu Xiqing, accompanied by his assistant, enters with an armful of files, beginning with a list of artists, followed by project proposals, which he insists Yu Xiaoxiao review one by one. Being on someone else's payroll, Yu Xiaoxiao feels a strong sense of responsibility. Upon glancing at the artist list, her brow furrows at the sight of a particular name. Huang Huahua, ISNT that the kleptomaniac. The one with the mental issues who frequented convenience stores and supermarkets to pilfer? Eventually, she was caught and publicly shamed, leading to her abrupt exit from the industry. Gu Xiqing's assistant promptly takes out a bright red pen and marks a large cross next to Huang Huahua's name. Just then, Yu Xiaoxiao turns her head and asks, Why did you cross out her name? The assistant, having been briefed by Gu Xiqing, suddenly understands the gravity of his earlier instructions. He quickly responds, I just remembered that Huang Huahua has some psychological issues. Let us allow her to seek treatment before she can contribute to the company. Yu Xiaoxiao nods, appreciating Gu Xiqing's surprisingly humane approach. As she continues her review, she encounters another name, Jiang Zixuan, banned for tax evasion. As a favored talent of the company, his scandals have jeopardized all ongoing projects, dragging the company into legal troubles and resulting in significant financial losses. The assistant exclaims, I'll mark that one too.
Ding Han.
He faced backlash for emotional abuse and coercing his wife into an abortion, leading to a serious incident that resulted in his ex-wife's retaliation, ultimately getting him expelled from the entertainment industry. The assistant responds, another cross. Lin Jingyao, accused of making inappropriate comments online, leading to a soft ban.
Yang Xiaofeng.
Incarcerated for gambling and drug use. Deng Feiyue, caught using foul language and insulting fans. The assistant exclaims, yet another cross. As the assistant marks more crosses, Gu Xiqing's expression darkens, overwhelmed by the caliber of individuals on the list. By the end, even Yu Xiaoxiao feels sympathy for the unfortunate circumstances. If Wu Tao were present, he would surely spring up in excitement at such revelations. Regrettably, he is not. Yu Xiaoxiao diligently identifies those poised for disgrace and tactfully informs the assistant that these individuals are unsuitable for use. Without further inquiry, The assistant nods vigorously. I'll follow your lead. After reviewing the artist list, they turn to examine the upcoming investment projects. However, the reality is disheartening. A significant portion has been tainted by those artists. What remains are projects that neither promise profit nor loss, rendering any investment effort futile. After a thorough review, Gu Xiqing nearly breaks down in tears, lamenting the worth of his 50 million. It is at this moment that Jing Feng approaches. Seeing him, Yu Xiaoxia greets him warmly. Jing Feng, you've arrived. Your grandfather should be fine now, right? Jing Feng nodded. It's all right. He has been following your advice and hasn't taken a car for 2 consecutive days, walking to wherever he needs to go. I specifically came to express my gratitude. Yu Xiaoxia waved her hand with a carefree demeanor. No need for thanks. Jing Feng gestured to Gu Xiqing, signaling his assistant to step out before continuing. By the way, there's another matter. My grandfather, concerned about the car accident, has investigated everyone around him and unexpectedly uncovered 2 spies. This incident has drawn attention from above. And everyone is eager to meet you after learning the details from my grandfather. Yu Xiaoxia felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this, as she was fully aware of her own dubious background. After all, she had merely fabricated her fortune-telling skills. Is this really appropriate? Are they coming to consult me for fortune-telling? I can't do that. Frequently reading fortunes could shorten one's lifespan. I only know how to enjoy gossip, not to predict fortunes. Jing Feng chuckled. It's fine. They merely wish to invite you for a meal, not to have you tell their fortunes. Oh, is that so? Well, that is acceptable, but I'll only be free after the filming of Linling concludes. Jing Feng replied, no problem. Securing a dinner invitation for Yu Xiaoxia with the influential figures was his first priority. To encourage Yu Xiaoxia to bring up the matter of the plague herself, Jing Feng required the assistance of a key individual. Chapter 39. While you regard them as a father figure, they see you as a sheep to be sheared. After more than a month of filming, Song Linling's project finally wrapped up. Yu Xiaoxia inquired, and what about you? The entanglement of interests between agents and artists is deeply complex, making a graceful separation without causing offense a challenging endeavor. Yu Xiaoxia expressed her concerns. Will it be troublesome? Song Linling shook her head. Not at all. With the Song family backing her, she wouldn't dare to act against me. Yu Xiaoxia nodded. If you need assistance, just let me know. I am currently a consultant for Gu Xiqing's company, and he owes me a favor. If necessary, I'll ask him for help. Song Linling smiled. All right, I'll reach out if I need anything. On the first day of her vacation, Yu Xiaoxia indulged in a long slumber, not waking until nearly noon. After getting ready and heading downstairs for lunch, she unexpectedly discovered 2 unfamiliar faces seated on the living room sofa. They were a middle-aged couple, and the woman's stylish attire suggested a certain sophistication. They occupied the central part of the sofa, while Mo Pingxin and Liao Jili sat at either end. Their expressions far from pleasant. Only Mo Pingxin could see Yu Xiaoxia descending the stairs from that vantage point, not wanting her daughter to confront any awkwardness directly. Mo Pingxin subtly signaled to her. Yu Xiaoxia instantly abandoned her intention to approach. Instead, she stealthily maneuvered along the wall into the small dining area, only to find Song Linling and Song Xiangchen hiding there, both resembling her in their sneaky demeanor, eavesdropping on the conversation in the living room. Upon her entrance, Song Linling pointed to the dining table. There are sandwiches on the table. Have a bite first, and we'll eat shortly. With a sandwich in her mouth, Yu Xiaoxia leaned in behind her siblings. What are you 2 watching? Who are those people? Song Anning, who had spent considerable time abroad, spoke with an air of arrogance. Sister-in-law, I mean this sincerely, but you are being rather petty. After all, we are family. What is so difficult about sitting down to discuss things? Engage in a thoughtful discussion with your elder brother. Indeed, the second brother has erred. Upon his release, I shall request him to personally extend his apologies to you. Is that not acceptable? Mo Pingxin, filled with indignation, retorted. What do you mean by being calculative? He has usurped my child. My daughter has endured hardships in the countryside for 20 long years, and he thinks a mere apology will suffice to absolve him of his transgressions. It is not so simple. Song Anning, the youngest and the sole daughter in the family, had been cherished by her parents since childhood. Even after her elder and second brothers married, their wives treated her with utmost respect. She had never encountered such grievances and was poised to counter Mo Pingxin's remarks. However, as she opened her mouth, an odd voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Ah, so this is a love-struck brain. In her youth, she encountered a man, sweet words swayed her, and she forsook her father, her mother, and her home, insisting on following him to the eagle sauce. What is there to discuss with someone so foolish? A moment of eerie silence enveloped the living room. In an instant, Mo Pingxin felt her anger dissipate. Was not Song Anning a love-struck fool herself? She had run off with a man without any commitment and did not allow others to voice their thoughts. How absurd! Both Song Anning and her husband were taken aback, wanting to inquire but unable to articulate their thoughts. Seeing no unusual reactions from others, they began to doubt their own hearing. Not willing to yield, Mo Pingxin shifted her focus towards Liao Jili. And you, second sister-in-law, how could you forget the kindness your husband has shown you? You have not worked a single day since marrying into the Song family. It has solely been my second brother who has toiled to provide for the household. Life is not easy for men, and occasional mistakes are forgivable. You need not cling to this matter. Furthermore, you have yet to bear my second brother a son. Liao Jili nearly suffocated with rage. This Song Anning was truly overstepping her bounds. Why do you not take on such fortune for yourself? She exclaimed, her excitement causing her to sputter. Song Anning chuckled triumphantly, leaning against her husband. You need not concern yourself with that. Our fates are different. How can your relationship with my second brother compare to the enduring love David and I share? It is incomparable, is it not, David? David, without hesitation, leaned in to kiss Song Anning's forehead in the presence of Mo Pingxin and Liao Jili. Of course, my dear. In this world, there is none who loves you more than I do. Song Anning smirked at Mo Pingxin and Liao Jili, raising her eyebrows in triumph. Liao Jili, infuriated, leapt from the sofa. Song Anning, you. At your age, engaging in such antics is truly embarrassing. It sends shivers down my spine. Who on earth is this? Abba. Well, they still could not voice their thoughts. If you have had enough, then leave. Who invited you here? Go find them. And furthermore, since you are so magnanimous, I presume you would graciously accept any children born from Mr. David's dalliances outside of your agreement to remain childless? What? Song Anning sprang from the sofa. David has a child. When did this occur? Was it not agreed that we would remain childless for life? I even underwent sterilization for this. This was a slanderous accusation. It had to be. David, hearing the distress, stood up nervously. Oh, my dear, that is complete nonsense. You know my heart. I would never entertain such matters with anyone else. Song Anning's eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. Of course, my dear. I believe you. What are these two doing? Putting on a melodramatic display in someone else's living room? Could they not exhibit a modicum of decorum? Moreover, is this David really a dark-eyed individual? Turns out his blonde hair has dyed. His father is indeed a phony foreigner? Goodness, can they be any more absurd? Mo Pingxin and Liao Jili could not help but burst into laughter. Just as Song Anning was about to lose her temper, David anxiously grasped her hand. My dear, let us depart. We need not concern ourselves with these troubling matters any longer. Song Anning hesitated. What if her second brother could not be rescued? What would happen to the money he had promised to give? Don't leave, phony foreigner. Why are you suddenly so anxious? I haven't had my fill of this drama yet. Let me observe a bit more. The Song family perked up their ears. Ha, you view him as a father, while he sees you as a fat sheep. Why not take advantage of the situation? Oh my gosh. By this reasoning, one's name is rather comparable to Aunt Liao's life.
Oh, wait.
She is even worse off than Aunt Liao, who at least retains a portion of her wealth and can manage a decent life with her daughter. As for her, TSK, I truly despair for her future. Chapter 40. You are more ruthless than the king of hell. Suddenly, Song Anning went into a frenzy, startling the unsuspecting Xiaoxia, who was enjoying the spectacle. What was happening to her? Song Linlang and Song Anqing remarked. What do you think? You are more ruthless than the king of hell. The siblings simultaneously shrugged their shoulders, clearly intimidated. Song Anning initially struggled to believe the strange voice, but upon glancing at Liao Jili's gloating expression, she suddenly seemed to grasp the situation. In disbelief, she looked up, her eyes reddening as she faced her husband. David, have you truly betrayed me? David, flustered and unsure where to place his hands, yearned to comfort Song Anning with an embrace, yet in her heart, which held love above all, a betrayal of love was unforgivable. With a sharp slap, her hand struck David's face. After delivering the blow, Song Anning covered her mouth and fled the scene. David, seeing this, immediately pursued her. Oh, honey. My goodness. This melodramatic scene, she flees, he chases. They are both entangled in this turmoil. At this moment, I truly wish to provide them with a soundtrack. Xiaoxia, perplexed, asked, Why are you both looking at me? The siblings shook their heads in unison. Yu Xiaoxia shrugged. The guests have departed. Shouldn't we be having lunch now? Mo Pingxin approached with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, lunchtime. Jilly, will you stay for lunch? Liao Jilly waved her hand dismissively. She had been summoned by Song Anning and had no desire to linger for a meal. Furthermore, she felt utterly embarrassed. Recalling how she had previously urged Mo Pingxin to be more magnanimous, she now realized how frustrating and infuriating it was when the tables were turned. With that thought, she felt no inclination to stay for lunch. I shall take my leave. My daughter is home alone. Liao Jilly walked out, listening as a song played softly in her ears. Liao Jilly shook her head, yet could not suppress a smile as she briskly departed from the Song family's villa. It had been quite a while since she had savored a home-cooked meal, though she had rarely indulged in such feasts before. And today's repast was particularly delightful for Yu Xiaoxia. However, midway through the meal, she realized that one family member was conspicuously absent. Where was her father? Yu Xiaoxia nodded, not overly concerned. Mo Pingxin glanced at the 3 children at the table. Appreciating the rarity of their gathering at home. What would you like for dinner tonight? I shall prepare it for you myself. Yu Xiaoxia shook her head. Tonight, Jingfeng is hosting a dinner, so I will not be dining at home. Mo Pingxin turned her gaze towards Song Linling. With an apologetic smile, Song Linling replied, Mom, I have a meeting scheduled as well. With a sigh, Mo Pingxin conceded, Very well, I shall instruct the nanny to prepare something simple. Song Xiangqin protested with indignation.
What about me?
They may not be eating at home, but I am here. Why is there nothing prepared for me? Mo Pingxin soothed him. Be good. Anything you eat will be delightful. If I prepare something specifically for you, it would waste your mother's culinary skills. Ever since entering puberty, Song Xiangqin's appetite had significantly increased. He would consume anything, making him easy to please, which caused Mo Pingxin to be less attentive to his needs. With a mouthful of rice, Song Xiangqin inadvertently amused Yu Xiaoxia and Song Linling. After lunch, as evening approached, Jingfeng personally drove to pick up Yu Xiaoxia. The Hummer departed the villa district and halted at a traffic light. Jingfeng turned to her and said, there may be quite a few people if you feel anxious. Just let me know, and I will do my best to take you away early. Yu Xiaoxia, intrigued, asked, Are there many people? Aren't they just Grandpa Jing's colleagues? Jingfeng affirmed, Yes, they are my grandfather's colleagues. He was uncertain how to explain to Yu Xiaoxia that he had employed a slight ruse. After careful consideration, they had collectively deemed Yi Yutong, who was suspected of being a reborn girl, untrustworthy. Jingfeng harbored doubts that Yi Yutong truly understood the reality of the plague. She was merely aware that an incident had occurred and knew which medications could alleviate symptoms, yet she possessed no real understanding of the plague itself. Seeking insights from her about the epidemic would be less effective than consulting the inquisitive Yu Xiaoxia, given her remarkable ability to gather information. Since a resolution was necessary, there was no need for secrecy. Revealing Yu Xiaoxia as thoughts to the relevant parties could avert numerous troubles. Of course, this was contingent upon his prior inquiry with Song Linling, ensuring that anyone harboring ill intentions towards Yu Xiaoxia would face consequences, effectively eliminating any concerns. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing stood in the center of the reception hall, observing the esteemed guests seated on the sofa. He raised his hand, signaling his desire to speak. The elder gentlemen graciously ceased their conversations. Gentlemen, regardless of what you may hear or see shortly, please do not be alarmed and try to maintain a composed demeanor. The elders exchanged glances, finding the young Gu amusing. What had they not seen? Did he truly believe that a fortune-teller could intimidate them? Preposterous. One of the distinguished gentlemen in formal attire inquired, Xiqing, what sort of master are we dealing with? Is it truly worth the effort for you and Xiao Feng to gather us good fellows here? Indeed, Lao Jing, I have heard that the master has foretold your fate. Is it truly so accurate? Grandpa Jing nodded with an air of serenity. Had it not been for her, I fear that today, you would have been attending my memorial service. The esteemed gentlemen immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Is it genuinely so precise? To be honest, I have consulted several in the past, and they were not particularly remarkable. I, too, harbor skepticism. Those in the special department, if anything, are merely extraordinary. Yet their fortune-telling abilities leave much to be desired. However, why is Lao Jing suddenly so generous? With such a remarkable master, why not keep her to himself and only introduce her in exchange for something from us? By the way, did he request tea leaves from you?
No.
I still possess his favorite painting, and he did not even mention it. The elderly gentlemen were perplexed. Grandpa Jing affirmed, Indeed. It is not something easily explained at the moment. Once the guests arrive, you shall comprehend. Just as he spoke, the door to the reception hall swung open, and an assistant guided an elderly gentleman with graying hair inside. Grandpa Jing immediately rose to assist the elder. The dignitaries also stood up at once. Elder Fong? You have come as well? Lao Jing, what exactly are you concocting?
Who is Elder Fong, you ask?
He is a figure akin to a stabilizing anchor for our nation, an expert in infectious diseases, an academician of the Engineering Academy, a person held in high esteem by the populace. Thus, everyone was bewildered by Grandpa Jing's intentions. Is it so significant to consult a fortune teller? Surely, they must have some other purpose? At this moment, all present were utterly baffled. Grandpa Jing waved his hand. Today, Elder Fong is the main attraction. You are merely the supporting cast. Such boldness in his words could only come from Grandpa Jing, for each individual present is a person of considerable repute. The rare assembly of such esteemed figures resumed their seats. Regardless of their confusion or reluctance, they were already present. They would wait and see how Lao Jing would justify this gathering. Chapter 41. Let us hope you don't weep later. As the vehicle approached a grand entrance, Xiaoxia gazed in astonishment through the car window. Wow, Jing Feng, where have you brought me? Are you treating me to a state banquet? Jing Feng chuckled. It's somewhat akin to that. To be honest, sometimes the attendees at a state banquet do not even measure up to the assembly today. As the heavy doors swung open, Xiaoxia discerned the individuals waiting inside. Ever since her bond with Lao Six, her vision had become akin to that of an X-ray. Whenever she wished, she could perceive the names and backgrounds of those she gazed upon, even without knowing their identities. Naturally, the gossip was plentiful. Upon her observation, she realized that these were indeed true magnates, individuals capable of wielding the fate of a nation. In comparison, Jing Feng and his contemporaries appeared rather insignificant. Has Jing Feng lost his mind, bringing me to meet such people? The crowd turned their gaze toward Jing Feng. Apart from a young girl with a youthful countenance, they saw no one else. Someone was visibly displeased. Old Jing, are you playing tricks on us with your grandson today? Where is he? Grandfather Jing approached with a jovial smile, extending his hand towards Xiaoxia. Master Yu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Xiaoxia forced a smile, feeling overwhelmed by the grandeur of the gathering. Grandfather Jing, you are too kind. She thought to herself. Had she known it would be like this, she would have abstained from attending. The onlookers were taken aback by the sight of Grandfather Jing, his aged visage beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum at a young girl. Old Jing, what did you just say? What do you call this young lady? Old Jing, you cannot be serious. This young girl is a fortune-telling master? Old Jing, have you lost your senses? Is this girl even of age? Where did you find this actress? You gathered us here just to introduce us to a little girl? The atmosphere in the parlor was tumultuous, and the elders were decidedly displeased. Xiaoxia, too, felt discontent, as it was not her choice to be there. Most importantly, under so many scrutinizing gazes, she felt quite anxious. Had she known, she would not have fabricated the identity of a fortune-telling master, which now left her in a rather precarious position. Jing Feng, what on earth are you doing? I'm genuinely upset. Just then, Gu Xiqing hurriedly emerged from a corner. Everyone, please take your seats. Let us eat and converse. Yes, eat and converse. Jing Feng, unfazed even in the presence of wrongdoers, broke into a cold sweat and quickly ushered everyone to sit down. Gu Xiqing, with a somewhat obsequious disposition, approached Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, you must sit next to me. Xiaoxia, irritated, took it out on him. Why are you here? Gu Xiqing replied with a grin. Why shouldn't I be here? I came specifically to protect you. If they try to bully you, I shall whisk you away. What, do you find me bothersome? Do not listen to his nonsense. At this moment, Jing Feng approached and personally pulled out a chair for Xiaoxia. He had come with his grandfather and had sought permission from the elder for quite some time to join. Jing Feng gestured towards Gu Xiqing's grandfather, who sat alongside Grandfather Jing, seemingly another influential figure. Gu Xiqing, displeased, retorted. What do you mean sought? I can come and go as I please.
Ha!
Jing Feng scoffed, dismissing his boastful claims. While they engaged in light banter, the elders huddled together, whispering. Did you hear that strange sound earlier? You heard it too? I thought I was imagining things. That little girl didn't even open her mouth, yet sounds were emanating. I thought I was mistaken. Grandfather Jing cast a glance at them, then stood with his cup in hand, expressing an abundance of gratitude towards Xiaoxia. With his courteous demeanor, she felt compelled to suppress her irritation and took a sip of tea. Wang Chongfeng, who had remained silent until now, beckoned Jing Feng with a hand and whispered, Is this the remarkable individual you mentioned? The one who guided them to seek treasures in the mountains? Jing Feng nodded in affirmation. Wang Changfeng muttered, she doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. You and your grandfather haven't been deceived, have you? Jing Feng simply smiled, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing personally attended to Xiaoxia, serving her dishes. Having indulged in delightful cuisine, her spirits lifted, and she found herself in the mood for gossip. The words of the esteemed individuals around her held no allure, prompting her to boldly exclaim, Old Six, spill some juicy tidbits to accompany my meal. This was hardly an extraordinary request. After all, there exists a remarkable skill known as ventriloquism within the community. While she contemplated this, the others instinctively slowed their movements, their ears perked in anticipation. Old Six responded, Host, there are too many tidbits. Which one would you like to hear first? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxia scanned the room, confirming that the affairs of those in power were indeed plentiful. It was no wonder Old Six spoke of an abundance. There must be many secrets to uncover. Seated to her left was Gu Xiqing, while to her right sat Jing Feng, and adjacent to Jing Feng was a slightly younger middle-aged man in a jacket and white shirt, clearly an experienced veteran. Let us proceed in order, starting with the gentleman beside Jing Feng, she declared. But wait, was this man about to divulge something about her? What could he possibly reveal? She had not brought any secrets with her. As she pondered, the middle-aged man exchanged glances with others, thinking, this person must be a fraud. Both old Jing and young Jing have been deceived. The elder gentleman nodded in agreement, their thoughts mirroring his. At that moment, Old Six interjected, Host, this tidbit possesses prophetic qualities. Would you care to divine their fates? You could astonish them in an instant. Yu Xiaoxia, growing impatient, retorted, Divine? Have you not seen that I have already dug myself into a pit? Do you lack awareness? The onlookers murmured, See, we told you. This young lady is indeed a fraud. She has admitted it herself. Grandfather Jing rolled his eyes, warning, You will regret this later. Feeling wronged, Old Six replied, All right. I shall refrain from that. Then, with a hint of foreboding, he announced, The man beside Jing Feng is nearing death. Jing Feng, who had been sipping soup, coughed it out in shock. Of course, he was not the only one. The elderly gentlemen around the table were also coughing and sputtering, creating quite a commotion. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. How could he be said to be nearing death? He was in good health, thriving in life. There was no curse upon him. As he opened his mouth to admonish, he found himself at a loss for words. The elder gentleman, who had intended to defend him, realized at that moment that perhaps old Jing and young Jing were not fabricating tales after all. After all, to render them collectively speechless was beyond mere ventriloquism. This young lady seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. Jing Feng quickly leaned in, softly reassuring the middle-aged man, Zhangbu, do not fret. Let us listen further. There may yet be hope. Zhangbu replied, What do you mean by hope? Why have I reached a point where I need saving? Yu Xiaoxia, oblivious to the trivialities, merely glanced at the middle-aged man. Noticing his rosy complexion and thick hair, she thought it implausible that he was on the brink of death. How could he be dying? Is it an accident? Let me take a look. She mused. Surely, he exhibits no signs of being a cancer patient. Gastric cancer, and in its early stages. Yet, it remains undetected. No wonder it is not apparent. Half a year later, when discovered, it has already progressed to the advanced stage. Chapter 42. The coffin lid is nearly crushed by the disobedient offspring. Yu Xiaoxia has little interest in the tales of the deceased. Life's cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death is a universal truth. Regardless of the timing, everyone must ultimately face this journey, rendering such stories rather unappetizing to her. However, since it was a tale provided by the sixth elder, there must be a reason for it. She continues to delve deeper. My goodness! It turns out his story only becomes intriguing after his death. Among his two sons, one is not biological, but brought in by his current wife. The brothers, who appeared amicable on the surface, immediately began to quarrel following his demise due to gastric cancer, even brawling at the old man's funeral, becoming the laughingstock of the entire community. Zhang Weiyun's expression stiffened. He has gastric cancer? That seems improbable. He had just undergone a physical examination 3 months ago. Yet, if this girl is fabricating tales, how could she know that one of his sons is not his biological child? Could it be that Jing Feng informed her? Sensing Zhang Weiyun's gaze, Jing Feng immediately shook his head vigorously, asserting he had no time to gossip. At that moment, she continued, Oh my, but that is not even the most astonishing part. The most astonishing revelation is that these two brothers are fighting over the same woman. The girl initially dated the younger brother, then after a breakup, encountered the elder brother, and as their feelings blossomed into a serious relationship, she discovered that her boyfriend was actually her ex-boyfriend's brother. However, by then, their bond had deepened, and they ultimately married. The elderly gentleman, engrossed in the unfolding drama, turned their attention to Zhang Weiyun, exchanging glances as words failed them. I recall his eldest son just got married, right? Indeed. We even attended the wedding. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. It's just that there has been so much to keep track of. His eldest son is a stepson, correct? Yes, the eldest is not biological. Their furtive glances became almost conspiratorial, while Zhang Weiyun remained dumbfounded, completely unaware of this situation. Had he known, he would never have consented to his eldest son's marriage. Jing Feng restrained the agitated Zhang. Calm down. Now is not the time to react. Zhang Weiyun, in despair, retorted, what good is knowing now? I am on the brink of death. See, he has endured until now. Once the old man passes, the brothers immediately go to war. Wow, how thrilling! The younger brother attempted to forcibly take his sister-in-law at the old man's funeral, only to be caught red-handed by the elder brother, hence the uproar. Goodness! If I were that old man, I would surely rise from the coffin to give both these unfilial sons a sound reprimand. As these thoughts echoed, Zhang Weiyun abruptly stood, startling the eagerly listening Xiaoxia. What is wrong with him? Jing Feng cleared his throat. Uncle Zhang suddenly has a stomachache. He likely needs to see a doctor. Xiaoxia nodded in understanding, her expression filled with sympathy. How unfortunate. Even in death, one cannot find peace. The coffin lid is nearly crushed by the ungrateful offspring. The crowd exclaimed, this girl is infuriating beyond reason. Grandpa Jing, with a sense of pride, retorted, I just said, if you have the guts, don't cry. Jing Feng nodded, please be cautious on your journey. Zhang Weiyun strode away. Master you. Old Jing claims your divinations are remarkably accurate. Would you fortune tell for me as well? Xiaoxia shook her head vigorously. No. I was merely speaking whimsically. I truly cannot tell fortunes. Oh, master you. Do not be modest. You obviously possess extraordinary insight. It is a rare fortune for us to encounter such a master. Indeed, master you appears exceptionally astute. Alas, we were blind to your greatness. Please do not hold it against us, a group of old men. No, I am quite different from them. In fact, I discerned your exceptional nature at first glance. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately turned, glaring reproachfully at the old man who spoke. Well, you old scoundrel. Is flattery your only talent? Have you no shame? The old man, undeterred, replied, I merely wish to know when I shall meet my end. Will it be due to illness or an accident? If there is a remedy, perhaps I could extend my years. What do I need dignity for? As tensions rose among the old men, Gu Sichen quickly intervened, seeking to pacify them. Jing Feng observed, today, he has witnessed that even the elderly possess a penchant for flattery. However, these old men seemed to underestimate the situation. Each was the patriarch of a prominent family, and with so many relatives, who could truly accept their family's secrets being exposed to all. To avert a confrontation, he hastily changed the subject. Xiaoxia. Earlier I was too rushed and failed to introduce you properly. Allow me to do so now. Xiaoxia understood the distinguished status of these individuals, yet feigned ignorance. Nodding as Jing Feng introduced them one by one. The old men were unusually compliant. Whenever Jing Feng mentioned their names, they instinctively held their breath, eager to catch any mention of themselves. Yet, Jing Feng, cunning as he was, did not afford them the opportunity, introducing them at lightning speed. Leaving no time for Xiaoxia to glean any gossip, the old men, frustrated, exchanged glances with Jing Feng. He felt the pressure mounting but maintained his pace until he reached the last elder. Xiaoxia, this is Elder Feng, a luminary in medicine and the leading authority in infectious diseases, who has dedicated his life to saving others and has made immense contributions to our nation. Just hearing the title, Xiaoxia felt a surge of respect. Greetings, Elder Feng. Yet, she couldn't help but glance at Jing Feng in surprise. After all, he had only provided surnames for the others, but with Elder Feng, he offered such detailed accolades. Was there some hidden story? However, upon seeing Elder Feng, Xiaoxia recalled a similar esteemed expert from her former world, who, despite his advanced age, tirelessly alleviated the nation's troubles during significant crises. He was a highly respected figure and also Xiaoxia's idol. At this moment, Jing Feng remarked, Old Feng is still the director of the Vaccine Research Institute. Many of the vaccines available in the market today are the fruits of his labor. Jing Feng deliberately emphasized the word vaccine, hoping to pique Xiaoxia's interest. The esteemed old expert was initially unappealing to Xiaoxia, yet Jing Feng's intentional introduction stirred her curiosity, prompting her desire to learn about old Feng's life. Unbeknownst to her, Jing Feng awaited this very moment. He had invited old Feng and gathered numerous influential figures precisely for this occasion. Fortunately, Xiaoxia did not disappoint him. As soon the inner thoughts began to resonate. Chapter 43. Even in a story, one cannot escape the fate of being quarantined. Researching vaccines? I must see what old Feng has studied. Oh, although old Feng is quite advanced in age, he appears quite spirited. But why is it that he will no longer be with us next year? Every life is accompanied by a myriad of stories, both good and bad, and Xiaoxia could envision them all with a mere thought. Upon examining the vaccines studied by old Feng, she discovered that his research halted in early next year, which implied that his life would cease at that moment. Indeed, is it next year? Jing Feng's expression instantly darkened. Oh my, a plague? Old Feng is to depart because of a plague. No, is it true that a pandemic is about to occur in this world? The countenance of everyone present fell somber. The elder gentleman finally comprehended why both old Jing and young Jing had summoned old Feng here. Simultaneously, Xiaoxia recollected her arduous experience of being confined at home during the outbreak of pneumonia in her original world. Could it be that even in a story, she could not escape the fate of being quarantined? Xiaoxia lamented internally, grateful that old Lu had timely interjected. Xiaoxia exclaimed, "Quick, bring up the original text. I must see it." The original book? What could that possibly mean? Were they all characters from a book? The elder gentleman, unlike the youth, were perplexed. Jing Feng had already searched the internet when he heard Xiaoxia mention the female protagonist. He did not read novels, yet concepts like transmigration and systems were relatively easy to grasp. The elderly gentlemen, however, were utterly bewildered. Thankfully, everyone maintained their composure and continued to listen to the thoughts unfolding. What nonsense! It merely states that a plague suddenly occurs, and the female protagonist provides numerous special medications to the populace at a critical moment. As for how the plague arises or the specific virus responsible, the author fails to mention anything at all, not even the names of the medications provided by the protagonist. Upon hearing this, the collective mood darkened. Jing Feng had not anticipated such a turn of events, believing he would gain insight into the virus to prepare in advance. Sigh, Xiaoxia exhaled old Lu. A plague cannot possibly arise out of nowhere. Do you have any means to discern the cause? Old Lu replied, I cannot, Xiaoxia. I am merely a spectator, here to observe. The absence of an automatically unfolding plot indicated that Xiaoxia had yet to encounter the pivotal characters. Useless. Xiaoxia expressed her disappointment. I do not wish to be quarantined. All present felt a subtle anxiety rise, aware that a plague was imminent yet powerless to prevent it. Witnessing its approach was a process both agonizing and futile. Oh, I have an idea. Suddenly, Xiaoxia regained her spirits. I have the wish-fulfilling abode. Old 6. Is there a vaccine for this pandemic available for purchase? The mention of the wish-fulfilling abode and a vaccine immediately piqued everyone's interest. Before Old 6 could respond, Xiaoxia had already accessed the marketplace and soon, an exaggerated laughter erupted. Haha, there really is a vaccine. And it's only 2 melon seeds per dose. How incredibly cheap. Is there truly a vaccine? The pandemic has not yet occurred, yet the vaccine is already available. The powerful individuals present were once again astounded. The abilities of Master Yu and Old 6 were indeed extraordinary. Old 6 replied, theoretically, that is correct. Ha ha ha, I am truly a genius. Tremble, wretched pandemic. Listening to Xiaoxia's lively exclamations, everyone could not help but smile. After reveling in her triumph, Xiaoxia suddenly recalled an important question. But how do I properly hand over the vaccine to Elder Feng and ensure he willingly conducts research on it? If I directly say that I know a pandemic will occur next year and present this vaccine for him to research and administer to everyone, wouldn't I just be dismissed as a fraud? Everyone responded, no, absolutely not. Speak quickly. Xiaoxia cleared her throat and opened her mouth. I agree. An elderly gentleman slammed the table, startling everyone. The other elders exchanged glances, bemused. Why are you so excited? Truly a reckless man, only adept in battle, utterly lacking in finesse when it comes to conversation. Xiaoxia was even more bewildered. I haven't even spoken yet. What is he agreeing to? Jing Feng, feeling awkward, explained. Well, he was speaking to my grandfather earlier. It wasn't directed at you. Elder Jing quickly nodded in affirmation, Yes, yes, he was indeed addressing me. Old Xiao. Let us speak calmly. Why the excitement? This small interlude caused Xiaoxia to completely forget her prior intentions. Oh no, what was I about to say? Seeing the host momentarily stumped, Old Six timidly suggested, perhaps you could do another fortune-telling? After Old Six nervously proposed this, fearing a rebuke from the host, Xiaoxia exclaimed, Genius! Old Six, you two are a genius. You truly deserve to be my assistant. Old Six replied, it is my bounden duty to alleviate the host's troubles. Xiaoxia responded, good assistant. Old Six. After praising Old Six, Xiaoxia lifted her head. How about I do another fortune-telling for everyone? This fortune-telling indeed left Xiaoxia drenched in sweat, but fortunately, it concluded successfully, and the vaccine was successfully distributed. Whether it could be researched effectively now rested on Elder Fong's shoulders. However, given Elder Fong's prowess, he should undoubtedly succeed. In fact, in the original narrative, Elder Fong had not appeared, but his fate was that he collapsed and subsequently died while researching the vaccine.
Now,
with the vaccine obtained in advance and ample time at hand, Elder Fong should be able to avert this calamity. Chapter 44. The Love-Struck Brother After Dinner. Several elderly gentlemen personally escorted Xiaoxia out. At the entrance, a throng of assistants and secretaries waited, their eyes widening as their esteemed leader emerged, warmly accompanied by a young lady. Old Master Zhou, Gu Xiqing's grandfather, affectionately clasped Xiaoxia's hand, his face beaming with a smile that rivaled that of grandfather Jing.
Xiaoxia.
Do call Qing to bring you to Grandpa's house sometime. Your grandmother's culinary skills are exceptional, particularly her sweet fried cakes. Do taste them then. Grandfather Jing, feeling sidelined, grumbled with a scowl. Old Zhou, how shameless. Who does she even know you as, just assuming the role of grandfather? Xiaoxia cast an awkward glance at Gu Xiqing, silently pleading for rescue as he stood there with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of aloofness. Grandfather Jing, upon noticing, kicked Jing Feng, exclaiming, what are you standing there for? Hurry up. Jing Feng, somewhat taken aback, remained speechless. The other elderly gentlemen who had not brought their younger kin felt a wave of regret wash over them. Old Master Qiao seized the moment, pushing past Old Zhou to cheerfully address Xiaoxia. Master Yu, when will you have time to read my fortune? Drenched in sweat, Xiaoxia thought to herself that if given the choice, she would never wish to read fortunes again. Perhaps another time, she finally replied. After a lingering farewell, she managed to board the Hummer, but the elderly gentleman remained, waving until the vehicle was out of sight. Jing Feng turned to her apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't inform you that so many would be here. Xiaoxia slumped in the passenger seat. Is a mere apology supposed to suffice? After a moment of contemplation, Jing Feng earnestly stated, Xiaoxia, I fear I may never fully repay this debt of gratitude. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help. His sincerity softened Xiaoxia's heart, and she conceded, very well, I shall grant you this one forgiveness. With a sigh of relief, Jing Feng's face brightened with a smile. Upon arriving at the Song family villa and noticing servants moving items, Jing Feng inquired curiously, is your family hosting an event, or is someone celebrating a birthday? Xiaoxia opened the car door. We are hosting a banquet. You should come if you have time. Jing Feng nodded earnestly. I will definitely attend. Xiaoxia settled beside Mo Pingxin, who took her hand and said, your father and I have been discussing something and would like your input. Xiaoxia, would you consider changing your surname? You could take the Song surname or follow your mother's surname, Mo. Xiaoxia paused, then replied, is it possible to keep my current surname? Upon hearing her reluctance, Mo Pingxin and Song Onkong exchanged glances, having anticipated this response. Xiaoxia continued, honestly, the surname does not matter to me. I am your daughter regardless. However, I was raised by Grandma Yu and she gave me my name, so I have grown accustomed to it. I would prefer not to change it. Song Onkong nodded vigorously. Then we shall respect your wishes and keep it as is. Yes, we won't change it. Mo Pingxin echoed in agreement. Xiaoxia leaned against her mother's shoulder, saying, in the end, it doesn't matter what my surname is, for I will always be your daughter. Mo Pingxin smiled gently and patted her shoulder. Mother understands. The matter of the surname change has finally been settled. 2 days later, the judgment for Song Anha was delivered. He was found guilty of child trafficking and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Being his biological brother, Song Onkong could not bear to witness it, so he left early. While Mo Pingxin, Liao Jili, and Song Xiangchen, along with Song Linling, listened to the entire proceedings. Mo Pingxin felt particularly unsatisfied, remarking that his tears were merely crocodile tears. His sorrow was not for the crime he committed, but for the fact that he would spend the remainder of his life behind bars. Had it not been for Xiaoxia's heartfelt revelations, she and her daughter would have remained oblivious to their grim future, a thought too dreadful to contemplate. Contemplating this, Liao Jili discreetly glanced at Xiaoxia, pondering why Song Anning, who had previously advocated for her elder brother, was absent today. She wondered about the outcome of her situation. Had it been resolved? Xiaoxia, too, was curious and began to search through the system, only to roll her eyes in exasperation. What are these two foreign pretenders still fussing about? Song Anning has actually uncovered evidence of her husband's infidelity and asset concealment, yet she remains reluctant to divorce him, still unwilling to accept the reality of their situation. Their drama continues to unfold with the relentless pursuit of one another. Liao Jili sighed. That was a close call. I almost fell into the trap of romantic naivety myself. Thankfully, after meeting Xiaoxia, I've gained a bit more wisdom. She quickly grasped Xiaoxia's hand, smiling brightly. Xiaoxia, even though I am divorced from Song Anha, we are still family. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Xiaoxia mused. I can't tell if it's just my imagination, but the people around me have been acting quite strangely lately.
As for the Song family,
With the resolution of Song Anha's case, preparations for Xiaoxia's welcome banquet were officially underway. The next morning, while Xiaoxia was still asleep, Mo Pingxin roused her from bed. With a playful pat on her daughter's backside through the blanket, she urged, "Wake up.
soon.
Mama will take you and Linling for beauty treatments and outfit selections. We cannot afford to waste time." Rubbing her eyes, Xiaoxia groaned. Isn't it too early? Isn't the banquet tonight? Mo Pingxin handed her daughter some clothes to change into, insisting, beauty treatments and styling take a lot of time. We need to get there early. Eldest brother? Song Xiangbei? Xiaoxia nodded. As she descended the stairs, she noticed that apart from Song Xiangbei, the rest of the Song family had already gathered. Just as she settled at the dining table, a handsome man clad in a sharply tailored suit approached, coffee cup in hand. While stifling a yawn, Xiaoxia thought to herself, so this is my formidable older brother, the president? He appears quite astute, yet he seems to be a romantic fool. Deceived in matters of both heart and finance, he ultimately led the family to ruin. I suppose I should save up some pocket money before bankruptcy strikes. As her thoughts concluded, the members of the Song family halted their activities, casting disbelieving glances at Xiaoxia and then at Song Xiangbei. In a moment of distraction, Song Xiangbei tripped over his own feet, spilling black coffee all over the floor. Ignoring the scalding liquid, he stared in shock at his long-lost sister, stammering, "Romantic fool?
Me?
And I brought the family to ruin? You, The Song family all covered their foreheads, turning their faces to stifle their laughter.
Indeed.
The next moment, they heard the silent thought. Another one calling him daddy? Yet Mo Pingxin, suppressing her amusement, rose and approached. She grasped her eldest son's wrist and squeezed it gently, whispering, "Why the excitement? Did I not mention that your sister is a bit special?" Song Xiangbei looked at his mother, bewildered. Is this a little special? This is very special. Mo Pingxin found herself at a loss. She could not articulate the truth directly and had to hint at it subtly to her eldest son, not anticipating that he would be so taken aback. However, she had not realized her son was such a spendthrift, capable of leading the family into bankruptcy. Considering the Song family's wealth, to reach such a state, Song Xiangbei must possess some talent indeed. Leading her eldest son to the dining table, Mo Pingxin introduced, "Xiaoxia, this is your elder brother, Song Xiangbei." Xiaoxia obediently nodded at Song Xiangbei, greeting, "Hello, big brother." Song Xiangbei quickly retrieved a box from his pocket, exclaiming, "This is a gift I prepared for you. Let us see if you like it." Xiaoxia opened the box and discovered a car key inside. Song Xiangbei grinned. "It's parked in the yard. Would you like to go take a look?" Xiaoxia nodded, and the Song family, abandoning their breakfast, followed her to the yard to see the car. Upon seeing the key, Xiaoxia recognized it was a Rolls-Royce, but she was truly stunned when she laid eyes on the pink, diamond-studded exterior. How extravagant. Song Xiangbei chuckled. "What do you think? Isn't this color beautiful? I specifically chose it for you." Xiaoxia was unsure whether to commend her brother for his ostentation or his straightforwardness. In any case, he was thoughtful. Song Xiangbei playfully ruffled Song Linlong's hair, teasing, "Are you jealous, Linling?" Before she could respond, Song Xiangchen chimed in, "You too, enough already. It's my birthday and big brother didn't even give me a hair. What did I say?" In response, Song Xiangbei plucked a hair from his own head and handed it to him, saying, "Here, a hair for you. Don't be upset." Song Xiangchen was flabbergasted, and everyone burst into laughter. Xiaoxia generously offered the car key to Song Linling. I don't have a license yet, so you can drive it for now. Song Linling quickly waved her hands. I was just joking with Big Brother. This is your new car. Once you get your license, take me for a ride. In Chapter 45, it became apparent that Mr. Wang Defa was also not up to par. Although Xiaoxia could drive, this version of her, having been raised in the countryside, had little opportunity to use a vehicle and thus had never obtained a license. Song Xiangbei was keen to inquire about his own romantic inclinations, yet upon attempting, he found himself unable to voice the question. To learn the answer, he would have to wait until Xiaoxia brought it up herself, or he would need to steer her thoughts in that direction. However, there was no time today, so he would have to wait for another occasion. The Song family chose not to conceal the incident of the swapped children, as many were aware that the family was hosting a banquet. A moment's thought made it clear that it was likely to welcome their biological daughter back. Given Song Linlong's status as a star, various paparazzi and marketing entities had mobilized. Unable to enter, they set up cameras at the entrance of the Song residence. With bodyguards unable to disperse them, Xiaoxia stood on the balcony, gazing outside, and noticed even internet celebrities live-streaming the event, holding their phones aloft. Song Linling leaned against the railing, chuckling lightly. I suspect everyone is eager to capture my disheveled expression. Xiaoxia chimed in. Or perhaps they are looking forward to witnessing our verbal sparring at the banquet. It would be even more delightful if we could engage in a brawl. The two paused for a moment, then exchanged knowing smiles. The identities of the genuine and false heiresses were inherently opposed, and with the counterfeit heiress being a popular celebrity, the paparazzi thrived on chaos. Netizens were delighted to feast on the drama. In such an environment, even their subtle expressions would be scrutinized, making it an undeniably captivating spectacle. Song Linling declared, today is destined to disappoint them. As soon as the words left her lips, a raucous uproar erupted from the garden below. Where is Song Linling? Bring her out to see me. I have matters to discuss with her. Song Linling focused her ears and thought, is that Wang Xingyan? I shall go and see. She hurried down the stairs, lifting her skirt, while Xiaoxia remained behind, pondering who Wang Xingyan was. Wasn't he the son of Zheng Huayu, the one who had willingly donned the green hat? Wang Xingyan had long wished to settle scores. Ever since his mother discovered that her grandson was not her biological child, she had been causing a ruckus at home. While he felt overwhelmed, he was also perplexed about who had been spreading rumors before his mother. When he asked Li Lan, she stubbornly refused to divulge anything, ultimately revealing only the name of a luxury boutique. Wang Xingyan promptly reviewed the surveillance footage and found that members of the Song family were present that day. Frame by frame, he scrutinized the video and finally uncovered that the culprit was none other than Song Linling. He had intended to confront Song Linling, but the Wang family, after all, did not hold a candle to the Song family, and he felt somewhat apprehensive about directly confronting her. Today's banquet was a perfect opportunity. They were welcoming the genuine daughter, and surely Song Linling's standing in the Song family would be greatly diminished, making it unlikely for her to receive any protection. This confrontation would be perfect for him to settle the score publicly. Bring Song Linling out to see me. Why is her tongue so quick? Spreading rumors? Hearing the commotion, Song Xiangbei approached and, upon seeing the entitled Wang Xingyan, expressed his displeasure. Wang Xingyan, what do you want with my sister? Although Wang Xingyan was nearly the same age as Song Xiangbei, their capabilities differed vastly. Faced with Song Xiangbei, Wang Xingyan felt somewhat deflated. Xiangbei, I am looking for Song Linling. It's none of your concern. Song Xiangbei retorted, you seek to settle scores with my sister and expect me to stand aside? What are you planning? To bully my sister? Wang Xingyan choked on his words. What sister? She's merely a counterfeit. Seeing Song Xiangbei's displeasure, Li Lan hurriedly pushed Wang Xingyan. Stop causing a scene. This matter has nothing to do with Song Linling. Let us leave. Wang Xingyan brusquely brushed aside Li Lan's hand. If you wish to leave, then go. I will not rest until this matter is resolved with her. Song Xiangbei's expression darkened, just as Song Linling descended the stairs. Wang Xingyan?
What do you want from me?
Upon seeing her troubled countenance, Wang Xingyan replied, how dare you ask? Who told you to spread rumors before my mother? What does my affair have to do with you? How did you even find out? Song Linling obstructed Song Xiangbei, looking at Wang Xingyan with indifference. It has nothing to do with me. I simply cannot stand by idly, can I? Wang Xingyan, how many unscrupulous deeds have you committed yourself? Yet you still dare to speak so boldly. Numerous guests in the garden have cast their gazes this way, and Wang Xingyan, fearing that Song Linling might utter something that would tarnish his masculine dignity, cleared his throat and said to Song Xiangbei, "Xiangbei, you see, it was your sister who provoked me first. How about this? If she apologizes to me, I shall overlook this matter." Though Song Xiangbei was unaware of the specifics, he would never allow anyone to bully his sister in their own home. He positioned himself directly in front of Song Linling. However, Song Linling let out a cold laugh and suddenly exclaimed, "All right, I apologize." She raised her voice, drawing the attention of the crowd. Under Wang Xingyan's alarmed gaze, she proclaimed loudly, "Wang Xingyan, I shouldn't have told your mother about your 3 sons." "Wait a moment." Wang Xingyan rudely interrupted Song Linling. "Let us discuss this in another location." Song Linling refused. "Why not say it here? With so many people watching, wouldn't my public apology be more sincere?" Wang Xingyan was nearly beside himself with rage when at that moment, Zheng Huayu and her husband Wang Defa arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, Zheng Huayu paused in confusion. "Xingyan, what on earth is happening?" Song Linling cheerfully explained, "I was just about to apologize to your son. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have told you about your son S." "That's enough." Wang Xingyan interrupted her once more. "No need to apologize. I forgive you."
Wait.
"I haven't finished my apology," Song Linling insisted. Seeing that the situation had reached an impasse, and with so many guests present, Song Xiangbei had no choice but to escort Wang's family and Song Linling to a smaller reception room. Just as the door was closing, Xiaoxia slipped in as well. The moment Zheng Huayu and Li Lan saw Xiaoxia, they instinctively took a step back in fear. Xiaoxia had heard the commotion from upstairs and, worried for Song Linling, entered and immediately positioned herself behind her sister, curiously observing the flustered Wang Xingyan. Why is he so angry? Is it really necessary? With that big mouth of his, it only a matter of time before his parents discover that his son is not biologically theirs? Wang Xingyan and Wang Defa were left speechless. Xiaoxia had grown accustomed to strangers calling her father upon first meeting her. "I'm just here to see what has driven Wang Xingyan to such madness. It makes sense now. Zheng Huayu must have discovered that her grandson isn't her biological grandchild and has been pressing her son to take medication and receive injections, hoping to remedy the situation and produce a biological grandson. Dream on, that's simply impossible. If one were to rely on Wang Xingyan, it would be wiser to place hope in Mr. Wang Defa standing nearby, though he may be a bit older. Isn't it true that men can still father children well into their 80s? With some effort, the Wang family still has a glimmer of hope." Zheng Huayu's complexion turned a sickly green. While the Wang family may have hope, what connection would that child have to her? She couldn't be expected to bear a child out of sheer desperation. After all, being an advanced maternal age is fraught with peril. No. She shook her head vigorously. So it turns out Wang Defa has already been making an effort. Wang Defa cleared his throat awkwardly, while Zheng Huayu's expression shifted dramatically. Song Xiangbei, attentively observing the reactions of those present, noted that upon learning of her husband's infidelity, Zheng Huayu's countenance revealed not anger, but fear. What could she possibly be afraid of? Xiaoxia, engrossed in the unfolding drama, gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, it seems Mr. Wang Defa is not as capable as he once was. In his youth, he sowed his wild oats, and now his wife fears he may father an illegitimate child, prompting her to administer a sterilization drug." Chapter 46. A tragedy born from sterilization.
What?
Wang Defa was so taken aback that he fell off the sofa. Even Wang Xingyan looked at his mother in disbelief, while only Li Lan maintained an air of indifference. Song Xiangbei and Song Linling were shocked. Yet their excitement eclipsed their surprise. What a juicy revelation. Following his sister, they had stumbled upon a sensational story. Song Xiangbei regretted how he had spent the past month. No wonder that old scoundrel Wang Defa has managed to avoid any serious consequences all these years. Indeed, this is poetic justice. It seems the Wang family is destined for extinction. Zheng Huayu, you venomous woman. Suddenly, Wang Defa clutched his chest and began to curse furiously. Zheng Huayu promptly flung open the door to the small reception room and dashed outside. Wang Defa immediately pursued her, shouting, "Zheng Huayu, how dare you? You will be cursed for this. You have brought ruin upon the Wang family. Father, mother." Wang Xingyan also hastily followed them out. There was no time to waste. If he delayed even a moment, a bloodbath could ensue. Xiaoxia watched in confusion as the members of the Wang family rushed outside, wondering what on earth was happening. Song Linling, suppressing her laughter, remarked, "Who knows? They are all a bunch of lunatics. Let them be." Xiaoxia could only nod in agreement. Song Xiangbei gripped his thigh tightly to stifle his laughter, then said, Xia, you stay here for a bit. When your father calls for you, you can come out. Song Onkong, quite the straightforward man, intended to give Yu Xiaoxia a grand entrance, thus advising her to wait before making her appearance. Yu Xiaoxia had no objections. She was more than happy to avoid mingling with the guests. As more guests arrived, the news of the Song family's child-swapping scandal stirred a sensation in their social circle. Besides the desire to witness the drama unfold, everyone was curious about what the true daughter of the Song family was like. Have you heard? That child from the Song family grew up in the countryside. How pitiful. While it was indeed sad, growing up in the countryside could not compare to Song Linlong's upbringing. That's true. One is a cherished child raised with care, while the other, although biologically related, was not brought up in the family. From demeanor to grace, she is bound to be incomparable to Song Linling. Human nature tends to lean towards biases. And it seemed the two sisters of the Song family would have their share of conflicts in the future. The one from the countryside will undoubtedly be unsophisticated. Who knows if she even bathed while living there? Just thinking about it gives me chills. I must keep my distance from her.
Oh my.
You saying that makes me feel itchy all over. Surely, the Song family won't let that girl from the countryside bring lice into their home, will they? A group of exquisitely adorned young ladies and socialites were ostentatiously performing for attention, their idle lives prompting them to seek out a stage for display. What nonsense! A voice echoed. Song Linling, what did you just say? Questioned the discontented socialite, who had just complained about feeling itchy. Song Linling retorted with a cold laugh. Is it truly that bothersome? Would you like me to fetch a steel wool scrubber? The socialite's face instantly flushed crimson. Initially, Song Linling had merely jested, but upon witnessing the socialite's reaction, she found herself astonished. Surely, she wouldn't actually resort to a steel wool scrubber? That would be utterly extravagant. The socialite, discerning Song Linlong's expression, quickly grasped her thoughts, and upon noticing the bemused expressions of others, her demeanor darkened. Enough of this! Song Linling scoffed. You can't handle a little discomfort? Weren't you just reveling in gossip about others? Indeed, the sting of the whip is only felt when it strikes one's own back. In high society, everything revolves around interests. Mutual exploitation is commonplace, and sentiments are often as fragile as plastic. When misfortune befalls a family, there are far more spectators than helpers. If you choose to loiter in my family's courtyard, you must be prepared to face the consequences. If you do not wish to attend the banquet, you need not show up. Country folk are not to be trampled upon at your whim. Instantly, the group felt a wave of awkwardness, their toes curling into the ground, yet some remained defiant. A young lady in a long dress bounded forward. But we haven't said anything incorrect. She hails from the countryside, after all. Speaking of which, Song Linling, what does she truly look like? Is she timid and petty? Undoubtedly. Another added, moreover, we are only looking out for your best interests, yet you treat our goodwill with such disdain. Song Linling, exasperated, retorted, I do not require your assistance. Just then, her words were interrupted as Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng approached together. Everyone present recognized the Jing and Gu families. These top-tier clans were distinctly different from the Song family, which had risen through commerce. With their arrival, the attention of all guests in the garden was drawn to them. Is that truly Gu Xiqing? What brings him here? Someone whispered. And that must be Jing Feng. They seemed quite familiar with Song Linling. It was well known that as one ascended the social ladder, the stratification became increasingly pronounced. Some circles were impenetrable, without connections. Moreover, it had never been heard before that Song Linling had any affiliations with the Gu or Jing families. Many speculated in hushed tones whether the Song family had retained their standing merely because Song Linling was acquainted with Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng. Just then, Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng reached Song Linling. Jing Feng glanced around. Is it just you here?
Where is Xia?
She's upstairs. She'll come down shortly. Song Linling replied. Without hesitation, Gu Xiqing suggested, then I shall go find her. I have a gift for her. Jing Feng immediately chimed in, I'm coming too. The crowd murmured, wait, who are you two actually looking for? Furthermore, wasn't it said that the Song family's own daughter grew up in the countryside? Why were Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng so eager to seek her out, even bringing gifts? Song Linling cast a glance at the group from earlier. They now dared not even meet her gaze. With a cold smile, she led the two of them upstairs. Upon catching sight of Yu Xiaoxia, Gu Xiqing exclaimed in astonishment. Whispering to Jing Feng, I never imagined the little girl could look so stunning when dressed up. Jing Feng nodded in agreement. Xiaoxia, we have arrived. Yu Xiaoxia, feeling rather bored in solitude, was delighted to see Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng enter. You two are finally here. Care to play doujiju? Gu Xiqing, at a loss for words, replied, dressed as beautifully as you are, why would you want to play doujiju? Hand over your phone. I shall take your picture. However, Yu Xiaoxia was not in the mood for photographs. I just want to play doujiju. Very well then. The two powerful second-generation heirs, known for their prowess, settled down to accompany Yu Xiaoxia in her card game. Gu Xiqing tossed down the cards, stating, it must be that the old gentleman has sent someone over. Xiaoxia, aren't you meant to make a grand entrance? Stay here. Jing Feng and I will entertain the guests on your behalf. Chapter 47. The Pharmaceutical Factory. Downstairs. Shortly after Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng ascended, guests from the Qiao, Zhang, Jiang, and Wang families, essentially the city's elite, arrived in droves. Song Ankang, who had never interacted with many of them before, was caught off guard when they introduced themselves, clearly indicating they had come to offer their congratulations. Regardless of how unfamiliar he was with them, the Song family had to promptly welcome the guests inside. Among the attendees, some were notably astute, recognizing the key figures from several prominent families. They whispered amongst themselves, astonished. When did the Song family manage to align with so many powerful allies? I've never heard of this. They mused about Song Ankang, who typically appeared rather simple-minded, now revealing a shrewd side. Indeed, Song Ankang is quite fortunate. His adopted daughter is not only obedient and beautiful, but his biological daughter seems even more impressive. Who is she truly? Oh, I must take my leave. I have a contract to discuss with the Song family. Another guest chimed in. Let us go together. I have a project to negotiate as well. Before long, Song Ankang found himself surrounded by a throng of guests. Those who used to be meticulous about contracts were now eager to collaborate with the Song family. Fortunately, Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng descended just in time to assist in managing the guests, otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed. Uncle Jing, I'm over here. As Gu Xiqing descended the stairs, he spotted his sister and brother-in-law, Jiang Yingxue, amidst the crowd, and promptly rescued the family of three. Jiang Yingxue, brimming with curiosity, looked around and asked, when will Sister Xia come out? It should be soon. Jing Feng replied. Gu Xiqing, standing nearby, squinted at the guests from various families, then scoffed. These old gentlemen have ulterior motives. Today, they sent their eligible, single heirs, all impeccably dressed. Before long, most guests had arrived, prompting the Song family to invite everyone inside. As Song Ankang began to speak, Yu Xiaoxia gracefully appeared at the top of the staircase, her skirt elegantly held in her hands. Looking down upon the densely packed crowd, she felt her toes curl within her high-heeled shoes. Today, she discovered that Song Ankang was, in fact, quite an emotional individual. As soft music played, she descended the staircase slowly, her outstanding poise, exquisite features, and fair skin gradually revealing themselves to the captivated audience. At the back of the crowd, a few individuals who had just spoken ill of Yu Xiaoxia stood in astonishment. They had anticipated encountering a timid girl from the countryside, but Yu Xiaoxia's remarkable demeanor left them utterly flabbergasted. Wasn't she supposed to be from the rural areas? How could her complexion be more radiant than mine? And her poise, who would suspect she hails from a village? I mean, do people in the countryside live so well nowadays? Just then, a voice floated from behind them. You should venture out more often. Do not confine yourselves to your little plots of land and think you are exceptional. There are countless individuals far superior to you in this world. Song Linling scoffed. Of course, we are here to witness your folly. What else could it be? Song Ankang and Mo Pingxin stood on either side of their daughters, exchanging satisfied glances. Linling is our daughter, and Xiaoxia is also our daughter. They shall be sisters from now on. I, along with Pingxin, shall ensure that neither of them is neglected. The Song family will surely thrive in harmony. A resounding applause erupted as Song Ankang's impassioned speech came to an end. Had it continued any longer, Xiaoxia's toes might have cramped. Once the crowd dispersed, Gu Xiqing introduced Yu Xiaoxia to the young heirs sent by the elders, who could not attend in person but had sent their juniors to make an appearance. Jing Feng then realized the elders' cleverness. The young heirs they dispatched were equally impressive in appearance and demeanor, causing many eligible young ladies present to stir with excitement. However, observing Yu Xiaoxia's expression, she seemed blissfully unaware, as if she had yet to awaken to such matters. Gu Xiqing's sister and brother-in-law deliberately brought Jiang Yingxue to express their gratitude to Yu Xiaoxia. Jiang Yingxue, having been scolded by her parents for several days, now clung to Yu Xiaoxia's arm, affectionately calling her sister Xiaoxia in an overly sweet manner. Yu Xiaoxia glanced over and discovered that the cauliflower guy had been silenced by Gu Xiqing. The group he belonged to had disbanded as well. This was for the best, preventing him from deceiving young fans any longer. Be cautious when making friends in the future. Do not fall for tricks again. Jiang Yingxua nodded vigorously. Sister Xiaoxia, I'll listen to you from now on. Just remember to invite me when there's gossip. Yu Xiaoxia replied, that may not be necessary. The truth was, they did not seem particularly close. Right. Yu Xiaoxia recalled the important matter at hand. It had been several days. Had Old Fong made any progress on the vaccine's composition? Jing Feng nodded. Yes, they have made significant progress. I was just about to inform you that Uncle Qiao is in charge of this matter. He needs to discuss something with your parents. Please have Uncle and Aunt come over. Yu Xiaoxia cast a curious glance at Jing Feng, who quickly summoned Song Ankang and Mo Pingxin. Uncle Qiao is the son of Old Qiao and oversees epidemic prevention efforts. Upon entering the small reception room, he got straight to the point. Mr. Song, I remember that your Song family owns a pharmaceutical company, correct? Song Ankang and Mo Pingxin exchanged glances and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we do have a pharmaceutical company. Xiao Wenkang continued, I am here to represent the Dragon Kingdom to discuss a collaboration regarding vaccine production. As Song Ankang listened to Xiao Wenkang's detailed explanation, his astonishment grew with each passing moment. Not to mention the enormous sum involved in this collaboration. The risks are virtually non-existent. In previous times, such business would have been absorbed by the state itself. The Dragon Kingdom is not lacking in large pharmaceutical enterprises. However, this time, it appears as though resources are being specifically allocated to the Song family. Yet, he is acutely aware that this transaction must undoubtedly be linked to Xiaoxia. He is left wondering what his daughter has done to warrant such a grand gesture of gratitude from above. Upon examining the contract, Song Ankang discovers additional clauses stipulating that Yu Xiaoxia's name must appear on the collaboration roster. It becomes clear to him, this endeavor is aimed at his daughter. This revelation brings him a sense of relief, for he understands that opportunities falling from the sky often come with risks. One misstep could lead to disaster. Now that he knows the reason, he can confidently seize this opportunity. There is no issue here. I had originally discussed with Xiaoxia's mother the intention of transferring some of the group's shares to Xiaoxia. Since this is the case, it would be prudent to transfer this pharmaceutical company to her as well. When Yu Xiaoxia hears her name, she unexpectedly turns to Jing Feng. Is this the intention of the elders? Jing Feng nods. Indeed, consider it a fee for fortune-telling. The elders arrived at this decision after careful deliberation. Initially, apart from grandfather Jing, everyone had been skeptical of the future that Yu Xiaoxia had hinted at that night. Although hearing one's innermost thoughts is indeed remarkable, who can truly predict the future? However, with Zhang Weiyun's diagnosis of stomach cancer and the revelation that the eldest daughter-in-law was indeed the former lover of the younger son, the elders had no choice but to believe. Furthermore, Jing Feng informed them that the plague was not confined to the nation but was a global phenomenon. Thus, what Yu Xiaoxia had calculated was not merely fate, but the nation's fortune. Consider this. While a plague raged worldwide, only the people of the Dragon Kingdom escaped calamity due to early vaccinations. What an extraordinary occurrence. And the first vaccine was provided to the Dragon Kingdom by Yu Xiaoxia in advance. Compensating her for this contribution is absolutely worthwhile. Chapter 48. A Grand Revelation. What are you doing? Jing Feng turned to find Yu Xiaoxia counting on her fingers, seemingly engaged in some sort of fortune-telling once more. Without raising her head, Yu Xiaoxia replied, do not disturb me. I am calculating how many billions I can claim. We are truly going to prosper. The elders are exceedingly generous. Xiao Wenkang looked up in astonishment. It seemed this girl had not spoken a word just moments ago. No wonder the elders insisted their descendants come today, repeatedly advising them not to provoke Miss Yu. When they inquired about the reasons, no one would divulge anything. Could it be that she truly possesses extraordinary abilities? Jing Feng observed her avaricious demeanor, chuckling softly as he involuntarily recalled Yi Yutong's greedy expression from that day. Upon reflecting on Yi Yutong, Jing Feng's eyes narrowed. Ever since that day, he had deployed individuals to monitor her movements, discovering substantial transfers from her account. Following the trail, he found that this money had ultimately been invested in a pharmaceutical factory, specifically ordering several types of medications, presumably the miraculous drugs for the plague that Yi Yutong had mentioned. During the course of events, he even uncovered a partner in collusion with Yi Yutong. The two not only ordered special medicines, but were also not content with that. They conspired to purchase a small pharmaceutical factory with the intention of producing the medicines themselves. One can only wonder what expression will adorn her face when, in the future, the plague arrives, and she realizes that her special medicines are utterly useless. Merely weighing down her hands. Although Xiaoxia mentioned that the female protagonist donated a batch of special medicines when the plague broke out in the original text, this act seems to be merely a sacrifice made for the sake of reputation, while in secret, she likely amassed a considerable fortune amidst the chaos of the epidemic. As for Yi Yutong, she had indeed been keeping a close watch on the news from the Song family. Today marked the grand revelation of the true daughter of the Song family, which, conversely, was also the day of public execution for the false daughter, Song Linling. Although Song Linling chose to expose her identity as the false daughter in this lifetime, the Song family did not host any welcoming banquet in her previous life. This was tantamount to publicly slapping Song Linlong's face. She could hardly believe that Song Linling would continue to endure this humiliation. Once the Song family banquet commenced, she remained glued to the online updates, eagerly awaiting any hint of discord among the Song sisters or any indications of Song Linlong's displeasure at the banquet. The moment any such news surfaced, she would spring into action. She had already prepared a legion of online commentators, merely awaiting the opportunity to launch her attack. However, to her dismay, instead of news of a falling out between the true and false daughters, she was met with the sight of numerous influential figures attending the Song family banquet. Yi Yutong had no prior acquaintance with these rarely seen scions of prominent families. She learned of their identities through the insights of netizens, and with each revelation, her expression grew increasingly grim. Simultaneously, Xiaoxia's photograph was also unveiled before the online audience.
Oh,
Is this the biological daughter of the Song family? She seems familiar. The young lady is stunning. Standing alongside Song Linling, they truly resemble sisters. Hand in hand, they appear to share a deep bond. Much to the disappointment of those who sought to disparage them, beauty does indeed attract closeness. Wow, Mr. Gu is also present, as well as young Master Jing. It seems they are genuinely good friends. And what of that gentleman in the suit? That must be Jiang Shan, the #1 on last year's rich list. And the one beside him, holding a wine glass, if I'm not mistaken, he should be a younger member of the Wang family. I have already spotted members from several major families such as the Wang, Zhou, and Xiao families here. Logically, the Song family should not have been able to invite such illustrious figures. While the venue prohibited media and influencers from entering, they could not control the guests. In this era of universal entertainment, certain wealthy individuals or second-generation heirs delight in sharing their extravagant lifestyles online, garnering substantial viewership. Some even boast millions of followers. Among them was a person discreetly live-streaming from the Song family banquet. Of course, this individual was unaware that such a multitude of prominent figures would suddenly arrive at the venue. At this moment, Yi Yutong was present in the live stream, covertly observing with an alternate account. Inside the live stream, the Song family banquet had reached its conclusion, with the family members standing at the entrance to bid farewell to their guests. Pray tell, why were Mr. Gu and young Master Jing positioned at the host's place? One might mistakenly believe they were the hosts of the banquet. Did you only just realize this? I had long observed that when welcoming guests just now, these two were as familiar as if they were at home, even assisting in entertaining the visitors. By the way, standing between them is undoubtedly the biological daughter of the Song family, right? Have you noticed that whether it is Mr. Gu or young Master Jing, or even those elite heirs who arrived later, their demeanor towards this true heiress appears rather nuanced. There's a hint of protection and a touch of deference. Surely I am not mistaken? What nonsense is this? Whoever speaks such words should first investigate the backgrounds of those elite heirs. Would they truly show respect to members of the Song family? It's merely a young girl. What absurdity is she uttering? This comment was quickly drowned out, as it was far too outrageous for anyone to believe it to be true, and no one paid it any heed. Suddenly, it struck me that this true heiress is the one who was recently photographed dining with Song Linling and Mr. Gu. At that time, everyone was speculating about her identity. Ah, it truly is her. I had thought she was merely Song Linlong's assistant, never realizing she was the genuine daughter of the Song family. Yi Yutong, upon seeing this comment, hurriedly opened the screenshot of Xiaoxia, and indeed, it was her. She had also assumed the woman was Song Linlong's assistant and had not regarded her with much importance, only to discover she was the true heiress of the Song family. Gazing at Xiaoxia's photograph, Yi Yutong fell into deep contemplation. After the banquet at the Song residence concluded and most guests had departed, Xiaoxia was just about to follow her family inside when she was approached by Gu Sicheng. He wished for her to visit the company during a holiday. as she had expressed concerns that many projects were being shelved, yet new ones had yet to materialize. Given his unfortunate circumstances in the entertainment industry, he was hesitant to make any decisions and sought to glean any promising projects from her. Before Xiaoxia could respond, Qingqing suddenly arrived. Upon hearing this, Song Linlang immediately wanted to decline. She had just wrapped up nearly 5 months of filming, and after such a long stint, she had granted herself a 2-week vacation. It had only been a few days, and now they were seeking her for work. However, before she could voice her refusal, she heard Xiaoxia's thoughts. Their gossip. Chapter 49. Remain calm. Good gossip never comes late. Cough. She swallowed the rejection she was about to utter. Well, why not? Mo Pingxin immediately chimed in, saying, Great. Since we have nothing else to do, let us all go together. And as for Goose Xiqing and Jing Feng, who had yet to leave, it goes without saying that they would not miss out on the juicy tidbits that could so excite Xiaoxia. With the anticipation of the Song family, the day of the live finals for youth quickly approached. Qingqing arrived with a driver to pick up Song Linlang and Xiaoxia. Once on the RV, Xiaoxia sensed something different about Qingqing today. Sitting together, she nudged Qingqing's shoulder. Are you hiding something from me? Unable to contain her laughter, Qingqing replied. I was just about to tell you. I got promoted. Linlang and Sister Dan have terminated their contract. I am now her executive manager. Although she was currently only an executive manager due to her lack of experience in the role, Song Linlang had assured her that once she got the hang of it, she would directly appoint her as the manager. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with joy for Qingqing. Congratulations on your promotion. When fortune smiles upon you, do not forget us. Once you become a prominent agent, remember your humble beginnings. Qingqing, feeling a rare blush, linked arms with Xiaoxia. It's not as if I will achieve success overnight. Let us take it slow. After celebrating the happy news, Qingqing confided her worries to her dear friend. You see, many in the studio doubt my capabilities as an agent, thinking my experience is too limited. But that is all right. They don't realize I possess a secret weapon. Xiaoxia inquired curiously. What is the secret? With a playful grin, Qingqing replied. It's you. You are now the esteemed consultant for Gu Corporation. And everyone seeks your advice on their projects. Consultant you. Don't forget about our Linlang when you have promising ventures. Xiaoxia chuckled at her words. Absolutely. This is how we begin to gather resources. Leaning against Xiaoxia's shoulder, Qingqing smiled silently. As they spoke, they approached their destination. Pineapple Network had invested significantly to rent the finest studio in the city for the live broadcast of today's finals. As their vehicle came to a halt, before they even exited, Xiaoxia was captivated by the fervent fans outside through the window. Nodding with a mysterious smile, she remarked, Su Yifei? Of course, I know him. However, after today, he shall be a mere ghost in the entertainment industry. Both Song Linlang and Qingqing paused in surprise. Although they were aware that there would be a scandal today, they never anticipated that the subject would be Su Yifei. Well, to be precise, he won't be entirely forgotten. It's just that post today, fans will refer to him as ex-husband instead of husband. As Xiaoxia pondered this, she purchased a ticket for We Are Not Good Friends for Su Yifei from the mall. Yet, would her secret enjoyment of this gossip be at risk of exposure? Xiaoxia scratched her head, deciding to let go of thoughts that troubled her. Meanwhile, Song Linlang and Qingqing exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Oh my, I can't wait to indulge in this juicy scoop, they thought. But they composed themselves, reminding each other that good things come to those who wait. First, they had to attend to business. Due to Su Yifei's fans occupying the front square, their vehicle proceeded to the back entrance, allowing them to disembark. Song Linlang nodded good-naturedly. However, their group waited in the makeup room for nearly 2 hours, fully made up, yet the stage remained unavailable. Xiaoxia stood up. I'll go take a look. Unexpectedly, Song Linlang rose alongside her. I'll go too. The liaison had no choice but to follow suit. Qingqing, frustrated, whispered, It's all because of Su Yifei. He has rehearsed that song hundreds of times and refuses to come down. While fans praise his dedication, it's the rest of us who are losing time. Peering towards the stage, Xiaoxia indeed spotted a gathering of fans, some recording with their phones. Su Yifei, donning a hat, stood under the spotlight, his chiseled jawline illuminated as he sang with deep emotion. Yet, after just a few lines, he abruptly gestured for a pause. Wait a moment, vocal coach. I believe this line should be approached differently. Perhaps we should try an alternative method. Good heavens, is he here to conduct a vocal lesson on stage? However, his fans are quite enamored with this display, The online discussions regarding his dedication, rehearsing until his voice became hoarse, have already surged in popularity. A cascade of sympathetic comments for him has left Xiaoxia feeling a pang of concern. Well, let him have this. After all, it may be his last opportunity to stand on stage. Such chances may never arise again. In Chapter 50, whose dominant CEO employs good looks as a strategy. How embarrassing. Song Linlong's initial anger dissipated upon hearing those words, replaced by a curious interest as she watched Su Yifei feign a strained voice on stage. After a moment, Su Yifei feigned surprise, looking at Song Linlang with wide eyes. Teacher Song, what brings you here? Yet, as a working individual, she had to play along. Teacher Song is here for rehearsal. Su, have you completed your preparations? All right. Su Yifei responded with utmost respect, bowing deeply. I'm terribly sorry. Have I wasted your time? It's entirely my fault. I become overly serious when working. But I believe this is the only way to honor the support for my fans. I truly apologize. Indeed. Does your fan base know you're just a little green tea? Ching could hardly contain her laughter. The staff members exchanged glances with Xiaoxia, who had sensed something was amiss earlier, but had not paid it much mind until now. However, she found herself unable to voice her curiosity. Su Yifei was likely aware of hidden cameras or smartphones capturing the moment. Song Linlang, being seasoned in the industry, was not easily deceived. She smirked inwardly while maintaining an outwardly gentle demeanor. No worries, being earnest is commendable. Su, do ensure a splendid performance today. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Linlang decided to approach the performance as if it were her final appearance, striving to present her utmost excellence. Wow, Linlang is fantastic. This could be a prophetic statement. Song Linlang smiled at Su Yifei. Su Yifei's smile faltered slightly. Although the remark seemed innocuous, something felt amiss. Yet, recalling the fans clandestinely filming from the shadows, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Teacher Song is right. I always remind myself to treat each performance as if it were my last. For only then can I give my all and present the best for everyone. Well, no need for such reminders in the future. Your wish has come true. The hidden fans were moved to stamp their feet, exclaiming, "Oh my, it has been such a difficult journey for him. We must protect him." After Su Yifei finally concluded his performance and left the stage, Song Linlang took the opportunity to rehearse. Due to Su Yifei's prolonged delay, her rehearsal time was now pressed. She quickly confirmed her positioning on stage and wrapped up the rehearsal. Song Linlang had a designated seat on stage, with Ching beside her, while Xiaoxia had already made her way to the audience. Concerned that she might miss any moment, Song Linlang had ensured that Xiaoxia was seated within 4 meters of her. By the time Xiaoxia arrived, the Song family had gathered together. Mo Pingxin waved at her. "Xiaoxia, over here." After Xiaoxia briskly settled into her seat, she glanced around with immense satisfaction. This spot is truly splendid.
Huh?
Aren't Gu Xiqing and Jingfeng also supposed to be here? Why haven't they arrived yet? She surveyed the area but found no sign of the two. Although Gu Xiqing is not a frontline celebrity, his commanding presence inevitably draws attention. The moment he enters, fans immediately recognize him.
Wow.
This is a true heavyweight with abundant resources. Who would have thought he would attend as well? Look at my brother. Handsome and kind-hearted, with exceptional acting skills, capable of singing and dancing. Gu Xiqing has the means to directly support my brother. Xiaoxia cast a glance at the enthusiastic fans, thinking perhaps it would be better if Gu Xiqing did not sign your brother or sister, as it would likely bury their projects for the next 2 years. The person in charge of youth was equally surprised by the sudden arrival of Gu Xiqing and Jingfeng, hurriedly leading them to the front row. The first row was occupied by senior executives from Pineapple Network and investors, and upon seeing the two, everyone stood up to greet them. However, Gu Xiqing and Jingfeng did not sit down. Their eyes scanned the audience, and suddenly, Gu Xiqing pointed in Xiaoxia's direction. "May I sit there?" The person in charge was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Not only could they sit there, but it would also be permissible for them to occupy the director's seat. Without causing any inconvenience, Gu Xiqing and Jingfeng made their way to Xiaoxia's side and gently smiled at the two wide-eyed fans. "May we change seats?" Gu Xiqing gestured towards the front row. Both fans, belonging to Su Yifei's fanbase, were so dazed that they nodded without a second thought. However, upon reaching the front row and taking their seats, they realized what they had just agreed to. Turning around, they found themselves surrounded by impeccably dressed dignitaries. The two trembled with excitement and exhilaration. They had struck it rich. The advantage of this new position was a clearer view of my brother. But the downside was that sitting in the front row made them too shy to hold up their signs. Observing Gu Xiqing employing his charm and leveraging benefits to secure a seat, Xiaoxia couldn't help but roll her eyes. How pretentious. Which domineering CEO resorts to charm? It's rather unseemly. Gu Xiqing, exasperated, reached out to tap her on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? If it were to get closer to her for some juicy gossip, would he bother with such antics? Ignoring him, Xiaoxia turned to Jing Feng. Captain Jing, you seem rather idle. How come you don't seem like the character portrayed on television? Aren't police captains always out on the field solving major cases? Jing Feng chuckled in response, explaining earnestly. Firstly, the city's security has consistently ranked first nationwide, and the major cases you mentioned have become increasingly rare in recent years. Secondly, it is currently after office hours. Xiaoxia shrugged, acknowledging that she was merely inquiring. After a casual exchange and greetings with the Song family, the live broadcast officially commenced. As the guests and mentors entered, the crowd erupted in screams, with Su Yifei's fanbase being the loudest, chanting his name throughout the venue. Su Yifei flashed his signature little tiger tooth and waved casually to the fans, who were so excited they felt as though they might lift the roof off the venue. Holding a glow stick, Xiaoxia lamented within herself. Call out, call out. After today, I fear you shall no longer scream for him. Chapter 51. He realized his fate was sealed. The venue was filled with screams, and even whispering in one another's ears did little to clarify the cacophony.
Yet.
A peculiar sound resonated with startling clarity in everyone's ears. Or rather, it was not merely in their ears. Those who heard it could not articulate the source. But they undeniably perceived it. Surrounding Xiaoxia, her circle of fans momentarily froze. Did you hear that? Such a strange sound. Perhaps we misheard? It's possible. Gu Xiqing, Jing Feng, and the Song family were well aware of the situation, fixating their gazes on Su Yifei on stage, realizing that today's revelations were indeed centered around him. Su Yifei's support color was purple, while Song Linlong's was green. Amidst a sea of purple, Song Linlang quickly spotted the Song family and Xiaoxia, holding their light boards aloft. She waved appreciatively at her family. The host provided a brief introduction, and as everyone took their seats, the competition officially commenced. Su Yifei was not merely a singer. As an idol, his prowess lay in both song and dance. Just as the fans excitedly cheered for their brother's outstanding performance, Su Yifei unexpectedly stumbled and fell on stage. This was live broadcast, and his fall left both the audience and viewers in shock. The production team reacted swiftly, dispatching staff to assist Su Yifei back to his feet. Are you alright, Teacher Su? Su Yifei waved his hand, forcing a smile. The stage is too slippery. I'm fine. Everyone need not worry. Don't let me delay the competition. Seeing he truly was unharmed, the staff helped him to his seat before retreating. However, this incident quickly gained traction online, with Su Yifei's fall trending prominently. Meanwhile, his fans were filled with dissatisfaction. If something were to happen to Yifei today, I would burn their studio to the ground. Oh my, I saw Yifei's face turn pale. Is he really okay? I'm so worried about him. What should I do? Concerned murmurs rippled through those nearest to Xiaoxia, confirming they had indeed heard correctly. That voice spoke ill of their brother.
Who is it?
The fans' expressions turned fierce. Who dares slander our brother? Nonsense. He is clearly single, who spread such lies. He has been practicing his dance for this very stage. How can he be wronged like this? The fans yearned to voice their grievances, but found themselves at a loss. Some were even brought to tears. They could accept criticism aimed at themselves, but never towards their brother. They sought a confrontation, yet the timing was ill-fated as the competition continued on stage. Lu Ningning was the next contestant, beaming as she stood center stage with a microphone, asking Su Yifei, Teacher Su, how is your injury? Su Yifei waved his hand. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. Lu Ningning nodded. Then please sit tight. Do take care not to fall from your chair again. Su Yifei's expression stiffened momentarily, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The audience soon sensed something amiss. What did she mean? Why was she speaking so rudely to the mentor? Such poor character, and she was already acting so arrogantly before even forming a group. The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with scorn. Only Xiaoxia shook her head, exclaiming, This girl is simply astonishing. Keep your eyes wide open. She is about to unleash her full potential. Upon hearing this, the bewildered fans and the Song family, including Song Linlang nearby, straightened in their seats, their gazes fixed intently on the center of the stage. At that moment, Lu Ningning nodded towards a spot backstage, and the large screen behind her lit up. However, Instead of the heartfelt family blessings that were expected, it unexpectedly displayed something entirely different. What was happening? The environment seemed reminiscent of a bar. Drinking is not illegal. So why this? Could it be another attempt to tarnish my brother's reputation? Su Yifei's expression changed drastically as he stood up abruptly from his chair, exclaiming, "That's nonsense. I did nothing of the sort." The program director was equally taken aback, wishing to cut the live feed immediately. However, for reasons unknown, they were unable to do so, and the broadcast continued unabated. The large screen behind Lu Ningning persisted in its display, now with utmost clarity. Lu Ningning sneered, "If I'm speaking nonsense, the video will clarify everything." Su Yifei, the unattainable idol in the hearts of many fans, appeared in the video, engaging in the most lewd behaviors, placing his arm around the shoulders of a visibly uncomfortable girl, whispering into her ear, and uttering frivolous remarks. Naturally, there were even more scandalous moments, though the sensitive areas were pixelated. However, what shocked everyone the most was that the initial girls shown in the video were unfamiliar faces, while the subsequent ones were contestants from the youth episode. Su Yifei's face turned ashen, and he felt an urge to rush onto the stage and drag Lu Ningning down, but was promptly restrained by security. Everyone present was left in shock. The fans who had been fervently defending him now stared in disbelief at the large screen, while the higher-ups at Pineapple Network wore grim expressions. The video revealed Su Yifei had engaged in private dates with nearly every contestant, even using suggestive language to imply that if they spent a night with him, he would cast his vote in their favor. The young girls, inexperienced and mesmerized by their idol, were indeed susceptible to such manipulation. Su Yifei's countenance was beyond troubled. He understood that this was the end for him. Chapter 52. I perceive that the entertainment industry is becoming increasingly scandalous. At that moment, the microphone was passed to another contestant. Teacher Su, that night you said you wanted to discuss the competition with me. I came, but you insisted I drink. I didn't want to, yet I feared offending you. Eventually, I was intoxicated and lost consciousness. When I awoke, you claimed to have fallen for me, that you couldn't control your feelings, and suggested we could have a clandestine relationship, only to block me shortly thereafter. The girl spoke, her voice choking with emotion. She had genuinely liked Su Yifei, or else she would not have forgiven him so easily. Following her one by one, other girls took the microphone, recounting their experiences of being deceived by their idol. It is essential to understand that for them to publicly disclose such matters requires immense courage. However, they refuse to accept being deceived, which has led to the spectacle we witness today. They would rather ruin the competition than allow this scoundrel to escape unscathed.
Su Yifei chamber un contolan.
Had it not been for the security personnel supporting him, he would have been unable to stand. In the live broadcast, both the online audience and the spectators present were utterly bewildered, with only those close to Xiaoxia able to perceive her innermost thoughts. Upon hearing Xiaoxia's sentiments, one fan experienced a moment of epiphany. Lu Ningning? A reporter? The surname Lu? Is she perhaps the anonymous bystander? Could she be the one known as the bystander? Some fans immediately deduced Lu Ningning's true identity from the available information. Who is the anonymous bystander? A few fans, unfamiliar with the context, whispered their inquiries. The anonymous bystander? Is she the marketing account that has been trending online? The one that constantly exposes the scandals of celebrities? Every scandal she reveals ultimately turns out to be substantiated.
Ah.
It must be her. Indeed, it is her. The anonymous bystander has recently gained considerable popularity online due to her refusal to pander to fans. Unlike many unscrupulous marketing accounts that merely tease and fabricate content without any real evidence, the audience eagerly awaits revelations that ultimately result in no casualties. In contrast, the anonymous bystander decisively targets those she chooses, with minimal errors in judgment, ensuring that her revelations are indeed damning. Had the system not previously mentioned that there were no counterparts to it in this world, Xiaoxia would have suspected that Lu Ningning had her own informant among the spectators. I must say, Su Yifei's fans, what provoked her ire? When she exposed your idol, you disbelieved her and resorted to private messages to berate her. Now, you have incited her wrath. Do you comprehend how relentless she can be? Perhaps witnessing your idol's downfall will enlighten you. The scandal surrounding Su Yifei's selection of consorts is not the first to be exposed, yet previous attempts to suppress it had drawn little attention. Su Yifei's fans, accustomed to their arrogance, often berate others, and upon seeing someone dare to tarnish their idol's reputation, they rushed to insult Lu Ningning. Thus, we arrive at this moment. Unsatisfied with mere thoughts, Xiaoxia cupped her hands into a makeshift megaphone and shouted towards the stage. Lu Ningning, I support you. Gu Xiqing attempted to intervene, but to no avail.
Well,
Now everyone is aware that these sentiments belong to you. However, even with this newfound understanding, no fans remain willing to rally for Su Yifei. Aside from those still processing the revelation, the remainder are either weeping or hurling insults. The atmosphere has descended into chaos. In fact, some nearby fans, consumed by rage and devoid of reason, threw their light sticks at Su Yifei. Just moments before the advertisement break, viewers of the live broadcast witnessed several men in uniform approaching Su Yifei. Why did it suddenly cut off? Where is the live stream? Where is my grand live broadcast? Su Yifei, could it truly be Su Yifei? I imagined anyone could falter, but I never anticipated it would be him. Where has my kind-hearted and beautiful brother gone? Aside from the incessant barrage of comments, the internet has erupted with fervor. With various social media platforms buzzing with the name Su Yifei, it can be said that today marks the peak of his presence on trending searches since his debut. Su Yifei's selection of a partner, Su Yifei being collectively criticized by youthful contestants, and the finals of youth, these topics dominate the trending discussions. A multitude of netizens and onlookers flocked to the live stream, only to be met with advertisements, prompting an outburst of discontent in the comments. What could possibly be so exclusive that I, as an all-category viewer, cannot witness? I demand a resolution. A shoddy website offers multiple streams yet restricts access. This is outrageous. I want a refund. Refund request 1. Refund request 2. Refund request 10086. The person in charge expressed a similar sentiment, stating that the losses from rescheduling were too substantial for them to bear. At that moment, Lu Ningning, accompanied by other contestants, approached the director. Director, there's no need to reschedule. We can continue the competition. Chapter 53. The girls who adore stars are the most endearing. Indeed, Director. The girls nodded. When we contemplated this initiative, we resolved that exposing a scoundrel would not hinder our competition. We shall not be disheartened by the deceit of a rogue. We are in our prime, and facing setbacks and challenges requires us to bravely persevere. Only by overcoming these trials can we truly experience rebirth. If today they succumb to slander, they will be left with nothing but endless gossip and disdain. They are not at fault. The culprits are the wrongdoers. They must not punish themselves for the transgressions of the wicked. Go forth, I support you. Just then, a shout erupted from the audience. Xiaoxia waved at them. You are remarkable, incredibly brave. I wish to continue watching your competition. As Xiaoxia began speaking, the fans of Su Yifei, who had been engulfed in anger or sorrow, suddenly lifted their heads. The majority of the audience were young women, whose empathy runs deep. In a certain light, they too had been deceived by the scoundrel Su Yifei. Witnessing the contestants facing the prospect of Su Yifei departing the stage, some fans could not help but raise their hands, mirroring Xiaoxia's earlier gesture. Go, go. With the first voice, a second soon followed, and then nearly everyone in the venue raised their arms. Go, go. The cheers resonated throughout the venue. Observing the enthusiastic response, the director exchanged glances with the person in charge. All right, since this is the case, let us proceed. In the live stream, the advertisements had persisted for over 10 minutes. Yet the onlookers remained steadfast, resolutely enduring the commercials, even engaging in various memes in the comment section. With some betting on whether Su Yifei had indeed been taken away by Uncle Hat, Lu Ningning and the contestants stood hand in hand on the stage. As the host took the floor, briefly explaining the unexpected incident before handing the stage over to Lu Ningning and her companions. Lu Ningning bowed deeply. Yet, I do not regret standing up for this matter. As women, we inevitably encounter similar unpleasant experiences during our growth. In our youth, we may not comprehend it, but as we mature, we recognize it as sexual harassment. Yet even with this knowledge, we find ourselves too ashamed to speak out. Perhaps fearing the peculiar gazes of others or the reprimands from our parents and relatives, hence we dare not reveal the truth. As we mature, we presume such occurrences are behind us, yet the reality is our dearth of social experience and insufficient vigilance renders us susceptible to individuals like Su Yifei. He exploits his celebrity status to engage in unspeakable acts. At this juncture, Lu Ningning paused momentarily, only to resume after receiving encouraging glances from her companions. However, I must assert that this is not our fault. We too are victims. If we do not rise to expose the truth today, more young women will fall prey in the future. Therefore, even if we face scorn, discrimination, or pointed fingers in the aftermath, we shall not harbor regrets. A silence enveloped the room for a brief moment, swiftly followed by a resounding applause. Sui Fei's fans momentarily set aside their anger, sorrow, and despair, rallying in support of the girls on stage. The young women clasped hands tightly, seemingly drawing strength from one another. Lu Ningning smiled brightly and suddenly shouted towards the audience and the live-streaming camera. At the same time, we wish to advise those who admire celebrities to remain vigilant. Should a star, particularly an idol, reach out to you privately, it is likely to bode ill. The fervent fans of these idols are undeniably endearing. They find solace in the monotony of life through their passions, and there is nothing wrong with supporting their idols. They should not become targets for societal scoundrels cloaked in celebrity allure. Lu Ningning's heartfelt words brought many fans to tears. Those who have pursued their idols understand the myriad misunderstandings and even discrimination that often accompany such devotion. Sometimes, a mere comment online can provoke backlash. Yet, not all fans are mindless devotees. The majority lead normal lives, indulging in their admiration during their leisure time. Moreover, their admiration is not solely rooted in physical allure. Idols often embody inspirational and positive qualities worthy of emulation and attention. Lu Ningning's remarks struck a chord with many, including the viewers behind the camera. The barrage of supportive comments flooded the screen, praising her eloquence. The director monitored the live comments, signaling to the girls on stage, who exchanged knowing smiles. Having expressed all that needed to be said, they declared their intent to continue the competition. Those who wish to support us and witness the contest may remain, while those uninterested may exit the live stream. The scoundrel has no right to continue influencing our future. Let all negativity depart alongside him. Applause and cheers erupted once more. Although Lu Ningning had spoken thus, the audience did not leave the live stream. Rather, they filled the screen with messages of support. The subsequent competition proceeded seamlessly, much to the delight of Xiaoxia. Of course, the onlookers, including the Song family, Gu Xiqing, and Jingfeng, expressed their satisfaction as well. Being present for the unfolding drama was indeed a unique experience. However, Xiaoxia remained oblivious to the peculiar glances directed at her by those seated nearby. Certainly, everyone is perceptive. The moment Xiaoxia called out, they realized that the voice of the heart belonged to her. During the latter half, their attention was hardly on the competition, as they all whispered among themselves, speculating about Xiaoxia's departure. Naturally, they also discerned numerous rules, such as the prohibition against revealing one's heart voice to those who have not heard it, and harboring malice towards Xiaoxia, which would incur penalties. After the program concluded, the group organized a gathering, excluding those who had not experienced the heart voice. At this gathering, Xiaoxia's true identity was thoroughly uncovered. Chapter 54. Because she is the goddess of gossip. It was truly astonishing. How does she know everything? Could it be that Song Lingling informed her? Or perhaps it was President Gu. After all, they are all part of the industry. President Gu is equally aware. I can attest to that. It is indeed perplexing. In the 24-hour hot pot restaurant, everyone dined while discussing. Regardless, she is undeniably remarkable. Possessing such omniscient abilities is akin to being a celebrity's downfall machine. What does Sui Fei's troubles even amount to? Surely there are even more scandalous happenings within the entertainment industry. Honestly, had you not mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about Sui Fei. I really want to join her in savoring the gossip. As long as there is ample scandal. Who remembers the trivial worries of idols faltering? Hey, you won't believe what I've uncovered. Just as the conversation was heating up, a young girl suddenly raised her phone and exclaimed. The crowd, abandoning their hot pot, quickly gathered. What? The girl with the phone explained. I thought this prominent figure looked somewhat familiar, so I did some digging. Look, that internet celebrity Professor Song Anha is actually Song Linglong's uncle. During his downfall, someone was live streaming and happened to capture the surroundings. Do you see her? The crowd leaned in to take a look. Indeed, it is her. Song Linglang was also nearby, along with Song as father and mother. Someone questioned, what is so strange about this? Song Anha is a member of the Song family. It's perfectly normal for them to check in when something goes awry. Are you foolish? While that may not be unusual, when combined with our ability to hear her heart voice, it implies that other members of the Song family must also be able to hear it. Furthermore, let me show you another piece of evidence. The girl with the phone then pulled up another video. This is a clip of Huang Yuehua's downfall at a bar, and this prominent figure was also present. Look at her expression and observe those around her. Do you notice something? As she pointed it out, everyone immediately began scrutinizing the other individuals in the video, and indeed, they were not mistaken. Moreover, look at how engrossed she was while hiding in the crowd. Are you suggesting that both Song Anha-s and Huang Yuehua-s scandals are connected to her?
Correct.
The girl with the phone radiated excitement as if she had uncovered a great secret. If it were once or twice, one might attribute it to coincidence. But this marks the third occurrence today. Each time something significant transpires in the entertainment industry, she is present. How can you all not comprehend this? The crowd inquired. Comprehend what? The girl theatrically pointed forward. Tada. The truth is singular. Because she is the goddess of gossip. Many still believe they can uncover truths unknown to them. It is quite evident that Xiaoxia has a penchant for gossip, yet is it not somewhat absurd to label her as a deity of gossip? Is there even a divine classification for such a role? The young lady, with utmost seriousness, declared, "It's true. I have a premonition that if I follow her, I shall surely encounter even more delightful tidbits." Thus, unbeknownst to her, Xiaoxia was deified. The legend of the gossip goddess began circulating among her fans, who, although unable to articulate it, sensed a subtle transformation within their midst. After the conclusion of Youth, Song Lingling completely transitioned into vacation mode, while Xiaoxia, who should have been similarly carefree, found herself burdened by the weight of a substantial sum of 50 million. After enduring several annoyances from Gu Xiqing, she finally resolved to visit his company. Gu Xiqing, overjoyed, personally came to escort her to work. Xiaoxia, still cranky from waking up, glared at him in the car, exclaiming, "We agreed I wouldn't have to work. Had I known, I would have refused your 50 million. Gu Xiqing, with unabashed bravado, replied with a grin, "It's not work. Consider it your company, and you are the boss, here to conduct an inspection." "Is that really the same?" Xiaoxia shot him a disbelieving look. "There's no difference." Gu Xiqing remained unflustered, asserting, "What is mine is yours. If you truly desire my company, we can transfer ownership immediately." Well then, regardless of the truth behind his words, Xiaoxia was cheered up. Gu Xiqing's flattery had evidently improved. The two jested in the back seat, while the driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, stole several looks at them. He had been driving for Gu Xiqing for years, yet had never seen him so amiable. Not only was he chatty, but he was also actively charming someone. Who exactly is this girl? Watch the road. I don't want to be the one looking for HR to settle accounts. So it seems all his good humor is reserved for her. Gu Xiqing is still the same temperamental individual. He certainly did not pick the wrong person. Upon arriving downstairs, Gu Xiqing led Xiaoxia to the elevator and up to his office. "What do you think? I prepared this room especially for you. My office is right next door." However, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. "What's wrong?" Xiaoxia scrutinized him. "You're acting strangely." Gu Xiqing was no fool. His excessive flattery was indeed out of character. "Why are you so eager to please me? I didn't save your grandfather." If it were Jing Feng trying to curry favor, it would be understandable, as she had indeed saved his grandfather through fortune-telling. "Speak. What is your motive?" Gu Xiqing hesitated momentarily. "All right, so in your eyes, I, Gu Xiqing, am merely a self-serving individual? Even being kind to friends is seen as having ulterior motives?" Xiaoxia retorted, "Aren't you?" Gu Xiqing conceded, "Fine, I am. But must you verbalize it?" An awkward atmosphere enveloped the two until the assistant arrived, breaking the silence in the office. "Mr. Gu, here is the project proposal from the watermelon video side. Please have a look." Gu Xiqing received a project proposal for a television series investment. Xigua Video wished to collaborate with his company on this endeavor. He flipped through a couple of pages before handing the proposal to Xiaoxia, saying generously, "You're the company consultant. Take a look. If it seems appropriate, we can assign this project to Song Lin. As Xiaoxia began to peruse the document, her expression grew increasingly troubled. The assistant hastily interjected, "Consultant Yu, this is a high-profile project with the best production team involved. If Miss Song joins, it will undoubtedly be a win-win situation." However, the assistant's optimism was met with skepticism, as the thought of creating another delicate wife drama caused concerns about potential backlash from viewers. Puzzled by the negativity, the assistant cautiously inquired, "Consultant Yu, what do you think of this project?" Xiaoxia shook her head, flipping through the proposal, her familiarity with its content growing.
"Oh?
It turns out this storyline has appeared in the original text before, and it truly is a project featuring Song Lin. I never imagined it was funded by Gu Xiqing. What poor taste. Such antiquated delicate wife narratives have long fallen out of fashion. Generally, fans of the original work tend to reject adaptations of beloved novels, making it quite rare for original enthusiasts to anticipate a project. Thus, when it is eventually produced, even the original author faces severe criticism. Gu Xiqing, Unwilling to hear more, tossed the proposal back to the assistant, declaring, "Inform Xigua Video that we will not be investing in this project." What could the assistant say? With so many projects hanging in the balance, it seemed that all hope was lost with Yu Xiaoxia's input. Continuing down this path would surely lead to the company's closure. Once the assistant departed, Gu Xiqing endeavored to mend his wounded spirit while guiding Yu Xiaoxia through his office. His workspace was larger, stylishly minimalist, with an array of pending documents strewn across the desk, indicating his apparent busyness. With Song Linlang currently on leave, what were her future plans? Yu Xiaoxia shook her head. "I am unsure. She has terminated her contract with her agent and has not accepted any scripts or activities lately. Perhaps it is due to Qing's lack of influence." Gu Xiqing pondered this. Since his investments had all been ill-fated, why not allow Yu Xiaoxia to select a viable project herself? "Here, from the proposals on my desk, feel free to choose one for Song Linlang." "Really?" Gu Xiqing affirmed. "More genuine than pearls." Yu Xiaoxia immediately took out her phone. "Shall I snap a picture to send to Qing?" Gu Xiqing gestured for her to proceed. She promptly captured an image and sent it to Qing. As she continued to examine the options, a glimmer of excitement sparked within her. This one. A travel variety show. This is splendid. It combines travel with the potential for profit. Most importantly, if fortune favors us, we might witness a live celebrity rivalry. Oh yes, the gossip flows in. I adore the gossip loves me. And it arrives from all directions. Gu Xiqing remarked, "Haven't you had your fill of gossip already?" Due to her obsession with it, Huang Yuhua had nearly jeopardized his investment in 2 major male-oriented dramas. Nonetheless, he bore no ill will towards her. Fortunately, she had savored the melon in advance. Had she indulged during the airing of the drama, it would have truly been a considerable loss. Now, at least there remains the possibility of recasting to salvage the situation. "What troubles you?" As Yu Xiaoxia lifted her gaze, she found Gu Xiqing lost in thought. He quickly shook his head. Yu Xiaoxia resumed her perusal of the project proposal, growing increasingly pleased. In her past life as an employee, she had envied those who participated in travel variety shows. What was the difference from a funded excursion? There is indeed a distinction. The difference lies in the absence of a salary for a funded trip, while stars participating in travel variety shows can command substantial appearance fees. "Green grass. Darling, I adore you immensely." "Green grass. How did you know I was fretting over resource matters?" Song Linlang possesses a certain fame. She has quite a number of projects to hand over to Qing, yet most are requests for her to assist new talents, which does not enhance Song Linlang's own standing, leaving Qing rather unsatisfied. Just as she was fretting, she unexpectedly received an image from Yu Xiaoxia, with merely 3 words beneath. "Choose as you like." Qing forwarded the photo to Song Linlang, and to her surprise, the 2 sisters shared an unspoken connection, both expressing interest in travel variety shows. Yu Xiaoxia beamed, lifting the travel variety show proposal. "How about this one? Both Song Linlang and I are fond of it." "No problem." Gu Xiqing was true to his word, promptly making a call to assemble a team and officially establish the project group. In the subsequent hours, Yu Xiaoxia accompanied Gu Xiqing on a tour of his company, even sampling the fare from their cafeteria at noon. It must be said that Gu Xiqing excelled in employee benefits. The complimentary cafeteria left Yu Xiaoxia thoroughly satisfied. However, by afternoon, the grievances of an employee could no longer be concealed. "I'm leaving." Gu Xiqing deemed this trip to invite the little ancestor a success, and wisely let her go. "I'll escort you downstairs." Yu Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively. "No need for such formality." Gu Xiqing replied, "I'm not specifically seeing you off. I happen to be heading out." To convey the seriousness of his errands, Gu Xiqing even brought along his assistant, earnestly accompanying Yu Xiaoxia in the elevator. Yet, upon their exit from the elevator, they stumbled upon a commotion in the lobby, seemingly involving members from his own company. It was colleagues from the planning and production department. The assistant quickly approached. "Zhang Xian? What's all this noise about downstairs?" "The president has arrived." Upon hearing the boss was present, Zhang Xian's face flushed crimson as he hurried over to explain. "President Gu, it wasn't my intention to cause a ruckus. A novelist, unsatisfied with our evaluation, stirred up a scene downstairs, but she has since departed." Curious, Yu Xiaoxia leaned in to observe, catching sight of a dejected figure with a ponytail. Gu Xiqing paid little mind, casually inquiring, "What is her pen name? What does she write?" Zhang Xian responded with a hint of grievance. "She hasn't signed to the platform, just writing for fun, dabbling in everything. Such minor authors are a dime a dozen online. They lack renown yet aspire to earn big. their ambitions soaring high. Gu Xiqing lifted his eyelids for a glance. The assistant, well acquainted with Gu Xiqing's demeanor, recognized his impatience and promptly nudged Zhang Xian. What are you complaining about? The president is asking for her pen name. Zhang Xian jolted, scratching his head. What was it called again? I seem to have forgotten, but she submitted this work, which is an infinite mystery novel. Seemingly titled The Bus. Yes, the number 19 bus. Before Gu Xiqing could utter a word, the nearby Xiaoxia suddenly lifted her head. The number 19 bus? Ah, it's her. Nan Yan, it's Nan Yan. She appeared in the original book. Nan Yan is indeed an exceptionally talented author, and her novels are simply outstanding. The adaptations of her original works later became immensely popular, propelling numerous stars to fame, including the female lead of this book, who rose to prominence due to a television drama adapted from her novel, ultimately winning an award that overshadowed Song Linling. However, her circumstances are quite tragic. Due to an unexpected family crisis that necessitated financial assistance, she sold all her novels at an exceedingly low price. Every individual involved in the adaptation of her works, from investors to directors, screenwriters, and starring actors, reaped the benefits of her literary contributions, while she herself, for her combined millions of words, received less than 6 figures in royalties, a grievous loss. Without requiring Gu Xiqing's signal, the assistant immediately tapped his head. Mr. Gu, I believe I have seen this novel. Although it may not be well known and lacks a contract, the original work is exceptionally captivating. Why not give her another opportunity? Gu Xiqing nodded. Meanwhile, in the lobby below, Gu Xiqing's sharp gaze pierced through the astonished Zhang Xian. Did you truly conduct a thorough evaluation of this author's work? Zhang Xian instantly felt a sense of dread. The earlier mention of an evaluation was merely a superficial excuse to placate her. Gu Xiqing finally comprehended the caliber of individuals he had surrounded himself with. They continued to present him with worthless projects, while the good ones were cast aside. Nan Yan possessed striking features, her long black hair simply tied in a ponytail, exuding a cold and aloof aura, perfectly aligning with Xiaoxia's stereotype of introverted online authors who are poor in communication. Are you genuinely interested in purchasing my novel? The assistant nodded, introducing Nan Yan. This is our Mr. Gu, and the individual beside him is our company's chief consultant. You need not worry about being deceived. He had just dashed out only to be nearly mistaken for a fraud by Nan Yan. Nan Yan felt somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. I did not intend to. Gu Xiqing nodded at the assistant, instructing him to escort Nan Yan to the conference room, while he would later hold Zhang Xian and his incompetent team accountable. Once everyone had departed, Xiaoxia cleared her throat. Nan Yan is a wonderful author. Please do not take advantage of her. She is in need of financial support, and her works are deserving. Mr. Gu, you best not commit any unprincipled acts. Gu Xiqing chuckled. What? Have you read her novel too? Actually, I have not. But upon uttering this, Xiaoxia found herself unable to explain. I have, I suppose. You have, indeed? Gu Xiqing teased her. So, have you read it or not? Xiaoxia, feeling guilty, shot him an impatient glare. I have read it, all right. You are truly annoying. Always probing. Gu Xiqing laughed outright. Xiaoxia, too busy to entertain this inexplicable fool, wondered why he was suddenly laughing. How peculiar. I am leaving. Gu Xiqing raised his arm to wave at her, his lazy voice resounding. Be careful on your way. Chapter 56. The endearing portrayal of a foolish wife. Xiaoxia leaned closer, inquiring, What are you watching? Song Linling, her eyes weary from reading, handed over the tablet without hesitation. After a brief glance, Xiaoxia paused, exclaiming, Oh, isn't this the same wife-themed novel? Didn't I already promote it for you? Song Linling replied, Is there something happening that I am unaware of? Thank you for finding the resources for me. Qin will discuss the contract with Gu Xiqing soon. Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively. No need to thank me. We are sisters.
Besides,
I was eager to experience a travel variety show myself. A paid vacation sounds absolutely delightful. Song Linling chuckled. By the way, what do you think of this novel? Xiaoxia shook her head, her expression filled with disdain as she candidly spoke to Song Linling. I think it's terrible. Please don't accept any roles. You are jeopardizing your bright career. Whatever you film next, the audience will never forget your foolish persona from this drama.
oh,
When you think about it, could this imply that Song Linlong's acting skills are quite commendable? The portrayal of a foolish wife has truly left an impression. Song Linling often found herself speechless upon hearing Xiaoxia's thoughts. Was this a compliment or an insult? But please don't act. Because of this drama, you've fallen behind. while the lead actress has won awards for adapting Nan Yan's novel, overshadowing you. This is the crux of the matter. Your career began to decline from this point onward. From now on, you will be overshadowed by the lead. How fortunate that Xiaoxia intervened, otherwise, she would have been ensnared in the original plot. Linling? Xiaoxia called her name with a serious expression. Truly, you must not act in this drama. It's not good. Only then did Xiaoxia feel relieved. Once again, a velvet box appeared, its mere presence hinting at considerable value. Indeed, as Xiaoxia opened it, the brilliance of the diamond radiated forth. Wow, how dazzling. Song Linling smiled. I purchased this last year. All the money I earned over the year went into acquiring it. There was no choice. Women seem to have an innate attraction to sparkling things, and when I saw this diamond at the auction, I simply couldn't resist, even if it meant economizing. Xiaoxia, astonished, asked, "Is this really for me?" Song Linling nodded. Compared to what Xiaoxia had given her, this diamond was insignificant. Would you like to try it on? Xiaoxia eagerly nodded. Song Linling delicately adorned her with the diamond, and Xiaoxia, filled with vanity, admired herself in the mirror. Previously, Song Linling had gifted her a set of jewelry, and now another gift. Xiaoxia reflected inwardly. Song Linling is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. The original author must have been blind to write such a generous villainess. Exactly. Song Linling giggled behind her hand. While the Song family reveled in joy, others were not as fortunate. In the deep of night, yes, once again at this hour, Yi Yutong was preparing to retire for the evening when she suddenly received 2 pieces of disheartening news. The long-anticipated Nan Yan had been signed by someone else, and Song Linling had explicitly rejected the carefully prepared script for the foolish wife role she had arranged for her. These 2 matters were meticulously orchestrated by her based on the experiences of her past life. In her previous incarnation, the adaptation of Nan Yan's novel soared to fame. Yet she was merely an obscure actress, with neither the qualifications to perform nor even to make a cameo. This time, having been reborn, she resolved to secure the rights to Nan Yan's novel in advance and produce it herself. As for the poorly received wife drama, it was the only low-budget female lead project she had participated in during her former life. Initially, she had hoped to turn her fortunes around with this production, but to her dismay, it was met with scorn, and with it, her prospects were entirely obliterated. She had also preemptively acquired the rights to this drama, but this time, it was meant for Song Linling. However, these meticulously planned events unexpectedly spiraled out of control simultaneously. Yi Yutong received a phone call, her temper flaring as she shouted at the caller on the other end. "Xiaoxia, you incompetent fool. I had instructed you to purchase the rights to Nan Yan's book long ago, but you deemed it too expensive and instead chose to crash into her family.
Now,
Look what has happened. She sold it to someone else. Do you have any idea how you've thwarted my grand plans?" Xiaoxia, not known for his patience, was now forced to endure her wrath with a grim countenance. He hesitated. This may not be feasible. Not only was Yi Yutong fuming, but Xiaoxia was also seething with frustration. Everything had been set up perfectly. The car accident had occurred, the driver had fled, and Nan Yan, in desperate need of funds for her mother's treatment, had no choice but to sell the novel at a pittance. He had anticipated her coming to sign the contract, only to find that she had suddenly gone to Gu Xiqing's company instead. It felt as though he had drawn water with a basket. Utterly futile. Gu Xiqing, who had been listening, furrowed his brow and replied, "That indeed leaves us with no options. What about Song Linling? Persuade Xigua Video to offer a higher remuneration." I refused to believe she won to be swayed. Despite the Song family's wealth, Song Linling was no longer a biological daughter. Could she not feel a hint of insecurity? Would she not seize an olive branch to accumulate more wealth? However, Xiaoxia's response once again dashed her hopes. "It won't work," she stated. "The script is unappealing, and no amount of money will entice her." Yi Yutong felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Why does everything suddenly seem to be going awry? I aim to be Gu Xiqing's savior, yet he has suddenly grown close to Song Linling. And what about those artists in his company, who are rumored to be dissolving their contracts? I wish to assist Jing Feng's grandfather, but he has no need of it. Most importantly, something has shifted. It seems that in this life, Jing Feng's grandfather has escaped death."
now,
She felt grateful that Jing Feng hadn't come to hold her accountable for cursing his grandfather. And why, oh why, were Nan Yan and Song Linling, whom she had so meticulously arranged, not adhering to her plans? In a fit of rage, Yi Yutong flung open the window, her head thrusting out as if she could scream into the night. Who was to blame for this calamity? Who was it that was thwarting her? Was she not reborn? Was she not the most extraordinary being in this realm? Was she not the protagonist of this world? Heaven, are you blind? Or have you forgotten that you have a cherished daughter among mortals? If you have not forgotten, why do you orchestrate these setbacks for me? Shouldn't he, the daughter of fate, traverse a path of ease? Have you ever encountered a protagonist whose journey is fraught with misfortune? The thunderous rumble in the clear sky suddenly erupted, startling Yi Yutong, who was caught off guard as large raindrops began to plummet down, striking her head and face. Meanwhile, in the Song family's villa, Xiaoxia was similarly awakened by the thunder, yet she merely turned over, clutching her blanket and mumbling a few words before sinking back into a deep slumber. Chapter 57. Devoted fans of the melon-eating god. Gu Xiqing exhibited remarkable initiative, declaring his intention to film a variety show and assembling the team before Song Linlang's vacation concluded. After thorough discussions, the project group proposed a combination of travel and a leisurely variety format, allowing the stars to showcase their most natural and relaxed selves while providing an enjoyable experience for the participating guests. Does this sound agreeable? Absolutely. Xiaoxia was thoroughly pleased. What is the greatest fear during travel? Rushed itineraries. Arriving at a destination only to skim through it, without truly enjoying anything, and feeling utterly exhausted. For now, the assistant was nearly in tears. These individuals had been meticulously selected after extensive background checks. However, to be honest, finding someone relatively untainted in the entertainment industry is quite a challenge. Alright, we will proceed with this plan for now. When do we depart? Xiaoxia could hardly contain her excitement. The first filming location was in the countryside, and once preparations were complete there, we would be ready to go. Xiaoxia nodded in agreement. The announcement of Days of Leisure sent ripples across the internet. This program featured seasoned actor Zhang Yongfeng, host Ren Tong, rising star Song Linlang, emerging talent Wu Tao, and the charming Zhao Yanfei, known for his background in talent shows, as regular guests. Each episode would feature a different flying guest. My Linlang is involved. How exciting! Those upstairs, cease your insidious rumors. President Gu has clarified that they are merely friends. Beware of legal repercussions.
Ah, Zhao Yanfei.
It's his first variety show. Let's hope the seniors will take good care of him. Wow, Zhang Yongfeng, he was once my idol. Ren Tong is wonderful. Keep it up. Wu Tao. After so many years without a breakthrough, yet recently his resources have exploded. Where did he go to pray for such fortune? Which deity did he appease? Wu Tao himself was puzzled. The company had recently undergone a significant purge, with many artists being directly dismissed. He had been trembling with anxiety, fearing he might also be released from his contract, yet unexpectedly, not only did he retain his position, but the company also inundated him with resources. If it weren't for President Gu's disinterest in men, he might have thought the man had developed feelings for him. Should Gu Xiqing be aware of the misunderstandings he would inadvertently cause, he certainly would not have bestowed any resources upon Wu Tao. After generating considerable buzz online, the program officially commenced filming at the end of June. Xiaoxia and Qingqing, upon disembarking from the plane, were immediately met by the long-awaited cameras. The two quickly ducked away. Typically, assistants are not supposed to appear on screen, yet live broadcasts, unedited, often have their oversights. Qingqing was perplexed. Before their arrival, Linlang had specifically instructed not to have fans pick them up. Who were all these fans welcoming them? Xiaoxia was equally curious, but upon turning her head, she was taken aback to see a large sign reading "Welcome, Xiaoxia." Xiaoxia was utterly stunned. They came to greet me? Could there be a mistake? Qingqing and Song Linlang exchanged glances, filled with a mix of laughter and tears. Fans waved signs welcoming Xiaoxia as they rushed over, exclaiming, "Xiaoxia, welcome to the city." Xiaoxia scratched her head, still somewhat incredulous. "You are my fans?" "Indeed." A young girl in the front row nodded enthusiastically. "We arrived yesterday, hoping to surprise you." There was no surprise, but certainly a few shocks. However, the fans exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "We just want to follow you. You needn't mind us. Treat us as air." Observing that these fans were quite young, she helplessly reminded them, "Aren't you supposed to be in school?" "We're on break." They replied. "Well, that's fine then." Xiaoxia was at a loss for words. They regarded themselves as her admirers, but what exactly did they admire about her? Xiaoxia felt a bit disoriented. Are even celebrity assistants gaining fans now? The assistant watched in silence, sharing her bewilderment. "No, seriously, look closely. Xiaoxia is not merely an assistant. She is the girl who was mistakenly embraced by Song Linlang. It seems she is just dabbling as Song Linlang's assistant."
So,
was this a scheme concocted by Song Linlang's fans? What could they possibly gain from it? Don't speak carelessly, Song Linlong's fans expressed their own confusion. Just as the online community remained perplexed, Su Yifei's fans, oh no, former fans, could no longer contain themselves. They recognized the group in the live stream. Those were Su Yifei's former diehard fans, some even possessing a bit of renown in the industry. Su Yifei's previous fans flooded the group chat with messages. Forget about the airport reception, just take a look at their Weibo. They completely changed their usernames. It's one thing to change, but the new names are utterly nonsensical, leaving everyone baffled. Upon seeing this, the group rushed to Weibo, only to find that all previous usernames associated with Su Yifei had vanished, replaced by Watermelon God True Love Fan 1, Watermelon God True Love Fan 2, Watermelon God True Love Fan 15. What does this even mean? Watermelon God?
Who is that?
Surely it can't be that little assistant. Speaking of which, if you're going to switch allegiances, at least choose an artist, right? Why an artist as assistant? Does she sing, dance, or act? It's simply absurd. Absurd, indeed. In response, Su Yifei's former fans admitted she can't sing, dance, or act. But she certainly knows how to enjoy the gossip. Chapter 58. Is it the same or double? The cameras focused on the artist, while the director and coordinators hurried over to greet Xiaoxia. She was the one the boss had personally instructed them to look after. They couldn't afford to neglect her. Consultant Xia, you will ride in the same vehicle with the director shortly. Xiaoxia responded nonchalantly, I don't mind which car, just call me Xiaoxia or Xia. As the cameras rolled, the star guests, after exchanging pleasantries amongst themselves, actively approached Xiaoxia to greet her. Of course, if this were in the past, as a mere assistant, these lofty stars would never have approached her. It was merely because Xiaoxia's status was no longer ordinary. The title of chief consultant at Guangda Wang Entertainment Company could impress many. The director stood beside her and introduced, this is Master Zhang Yongfeng. Ching. Concerned that she might not fully grasp the significance, quietly added, Master Zhang is a seasoned actor, widely recognized for his remarkable acting skills and esteemed status in the industry. He even won the Best Actor award a decade ago. Another veteran thespian, Xiaoxia, was beginning to cultivate a certain admiration for the seasoned actors. Adopting a poised demeanor of a chief consultant, she nodded coolly, hello, Master Zhang. Zhang Yongfeng, in his 50s, appeared quite amiable, responding hello. The director continued. This is Ren Tong, host from Banana Channel. Ching remarked, Ren Tong is a perennial figure in the hosting realm, exceptionally talented. With him present, there's no fear of words falling flat. Mr. Gu likely invited him to maintain control. Xiaoxia understood that Zhang Yongfeng, being the most senior, was there to anchor the atmosphere, while Ren Tong would manage the proceedings and Song Linling, whom she had recommended, along with Zhao Yanfei, would enliven the ambience with their youthful vigor and charisma. But what about Wu Tao? What role did he play? Why was Gu Xiqing sending him? Wu Tao felt utterly wronged, having waited in vain for Xiaoxia's acknowledgement. Indeed, her current status was no ordinary matter. Now, even greeting her required a cue. He lowered his voice, Sister Xia, the camera is on us. Could you at least grant me a modicum of respect? Xiaoxia suddenly realized, and shedding her earlier aloofness, she warmly grasped Wu Tao's hand, exclaiming, so it's Master Wu Tao. I have long heard of your illustrious name. What a pleasure to meet you. Wu Tao replied, You're too kind. The role has passed. Your admiration for the best actor is well placed, and while it's unfortunate that you haven't met a renowned host, I am merely a perennial supporting actor. How will my fans perceive me? Instantly, the comments flooded in. Well, I knew Wu Tao, the supporting actor, must have found a backer. Look, I've caught him. This is hilarious. A group of stars greeting a mere assistant. He's not just a simple assistant. Didn't you hear the director's introduction? He's the chief consultant of the Wang Entertainment Company. Thus, they discovered the reason behind Wu Tao's rise in resources. Xiaoxia was so aloof with others, yet treated Wu Tao with such distinction. What could be clearer? Could it be that they share a different kind of relationship? Murmured one. But I heard Wu Tao is gay?
Huh?
Is he? I thought he was bisexual. An intense debate erupted online regarding Wu Tao's orientation. Meanwhile, on site, after a brief exchange, Song Linling, Ching, and Wu Tao instinctively held their breaths, suddenly surrounded by so many artists. Xiaoxia must surely be secretly relishing the spectacle. One couldn't help but wonder what juicy stories lay in wait. However, after a moment's anticipation, today, Xiaoxia remained as silent as a mouse, betraying no thoughts at all. The trio exchanged glances, scratching their heads. Was Sister Xia behaving unusually today? Why was she not indulging in any gossip? Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoxia was merely feeling a bit disoriented, lacking in energy. Is everyone here? Shall we depart? The person in charge eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Everyone get on the bus. We're off. As the person's words faded, the convoy slowly rolled out of the parking lot, heading towards the filming destination, Butterfly Village. Once again she awoke, startled by the abrupt braking of the vehicle. Be careful. Qingqing hurriedly supported her. Xiaoxia opened her eyes. Have we arrived? Qingqing nodded. It seems we have, but what? Xiaoxia sat up, regaining her composure. Qingqing furrowed her brow. There are people ahead blocking the car. Blocking the car? Xiaoxia was puzzled. What does that mean? Why are they blocking the car? Qingqing shook her head. I'm not sure. The producer and director just got out. Just as Qingqing intended to exit the vehicle to see if Song Linling needed anything, she noticed Song Linling and Wu Tao approaching their car. Xiaoxia lowered the window. Why have you come over? Song Linling smiled, while Wu Tao, without a care for appearances, stretched lazily. After sitting for so long, my backside hurts. I wanted to stretch my legs. Noticing Xiaoxia staring at him, Wu Tao quickly changed the subject. Sister Xiaoxia, do you know what happened up ahead? Xiaoxia shook her head.
What?
Qingqing's expression was one of disbelief. Her words were not unfounded. The viewers watching the live stream were left utterly astonished. The producer attempted to reason with them. We have already fulfilled our contractual obligations. Moreover, our presence in the village is meant to promote it. If this continues, it will be detrimental to you, so let us not make a scene that reflects poorly on everyone. How bold. The burly man at the forefront wore an indignant expression. You're all big stars from a big city. Is it too much to ask for a little red envelope? Don't be so stingy.
Exactly.
Stars earn so much. Even a little something for cigarettes would suffice. The producer, being a scholarly type, found himself at a loss, akin to a scholar encountering bandits. The director, who had previously visited to familiarize himself with the village, was busy calling for the village chief. How infuriating. The producer opened the car door and sat back down, lamenting. Such dire circumstances. Let's forget it. Noticing Xiaoxia's gaze upon him, the producer quickly realized his misstep and fell silent. Xiaoxia said, Oh, come on. Feel free to speak your mind. Don't let my presence make you uncomfortable. If it's an issue, I can leave. No, please don't. The producer hurriedly replied, I'll speak. As Song Linling and the others got back in the car, the convoy resumed its journey. The producer continued. This was supposed to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Everything had been agreed upon and coordinated by the city and county. I never anticipated this situation in their village. Just look at those people. He sighed. Consultant Xiaoxia, please don't take offense to my bluntness. There's a saying online. Some people truly have their reasons for being poor. Sometimes, their poverty is indeed deserved. The producer was not entirely mistaken. The first impression left by Dive Village on the internet was exceedingly poor, making one wonder who would dare to come here in the future. As the vehicle entered the village, Xiaoxia caught sight of the individuals who had obstructed the car earlier. They appeared to be men in their 30s or 40s, aimless and resembling any ne'er-do-wells. The producer pointed them out. Those men there, they don't adhere to reason at all. They are nothing but ruffians. He then gestured towards a middle-aged man not far from the group. That individual is the village chief. He is quite reasonable and even spoke up for us earlier. But it's a pity that the ruffians are difficult to manage. In the end, they still managed to swindle us out of 2 packs of cigarettes. You foolish individual. They are merely putting on a faade, and yet you perceive them as benevolent. It is indeed quite reasonable for them to behave in such a manner. Consider this desolate location, where the village chief resembles a local tyrant, and who would dare disregard his words. The foolish producer's anger swiftly transformed into terror. ABA. Chapter 59. My eyes. I fear they may soon be blinded. Qingqing anticipated this outcome. She discreetly signaled the producer to halt his incessant calls for father. The producer finally comprehended why the stern and humorless CEO Gu held a unique admiration for consultant Xia. Xiaoxia had grown accustomed to those around her affectionately addressing her as father, paying little heed and merely casting a few glances at the village chief in the distance. This old hag is nothing but a village bully, with plenty of issues to boot. Oh dear. Tonight promises a substantial revelation. Just my luck to encounter it and broadcast it live. I shan't let this opportunity slip away. The producer felt an insatiable itch, but could not voice his curiosity. What revelation?
Count me in.
Qingqing chimed in. Include me too. At that moment, the convoy came to a halt, having arrived at their destination. Nestled within a valley, Dai Village was a picturesque haven, adorned with clear waters, fragrant blossoms, and even butterflies fluttering gracefully through the air. It was no wonder it was named Butterfly Village. Were it not for her presence, Xiaoxia might have thought this a mere illustration. The audience watching the live stream was equally astonished. Heavens, this is simply breathtaking. It resembles the idyllic paradise described in Peach Blossom Spring. Who would have thought such beauty existed in our country? I long to visit. Our nation is vast and rich in resources. With countless undiscovered scenic spots, we should venture out to explore more. They had exerted tremendous effort in the lead-up, only to have their debut marred by a few ruffians. The production crew had rented a quaint farmhouse for the stars, with staff residing nearby. The accommodations were all rather modest, leaving little room for choice. However, in the face of such exquisite beauty, the subpar living conditions seemed a trivial concern to Xiaoxia. With staff already stationed and cameras preset, the stars arrived ready for filming. With nothing pressing to do, Xiaoxia decided to drop off her luggage, and shortly after, Qingqing entered. "What's the matter?" Xiaoxia inquired, noticing Qingqing's troubled expression. Qingqing shook her head. "The villagers are quite peculiar. When I greeted the lady next door, she recoiled as though she had seen a ghost." Xiaoxia understood immediately. Qingqing's eyes widened. So the village chief is truly this malevolent? It's utterly outrageous. Yet soon, she felt somewhat powerless. Knowing the truth mattered little, as even the strongest dragon cannot subdue the local snake, and if the locals could not manage them, what hope did they have? Among the 5 celebrity guests, only Zhang Yongfeng possessed culinary skills, albeit limited to merely cooking food, with flavor being an afterthought. The night had already enveloped the sky when the 5 finally managed to clumsily prepare a meal, positioning it before the cameras. Exhausted, they still felt compelled to offer a few compliments before they could indulge. Xiaoxia nestled behind the monitor, consuming her bland boxed meal with little enthusiasm. As it was already 9 o'clock and the village chief's gathering was scheduled for around 10, there was uncertainty regarding whether they would be able to dine smoothly later. The producer, having just alighted from the vehicle, was eager to relay this extraordinary occurrence to the director but was so flustered and drenched in sweat that he could not utter a single word. Eventually, Qingqing enlightened him about the rules, allowing him to communicate freely with the director at last. The director, too, was a connoisseur of gossip. Upon hearing that the village chief was a rogue and there was juicy news to be had, his interest was immediately piqued. They exchanged knowing glances. "Shall we go together later?" The producer affirmed, "Of course." Xiaoxia, still feeling dejected, pondered, "Perhaps I should sneak off alone later. Though I wonder if the villagers would mistake me for a villain." In front of the camera, at the moment when Song Linlang and Wu Tao heard the whispers, their eyes brightened. Others were somewhat puzzled, yet they refrained from displaying any unusual behavior before the camera. Once they had finished their meal, Song Linlang and Wu Tao, shedding their earlier clumsiness in the kitchen, swiftly washed their bowls. Zhang Laosha remarked, "I'm too full. I'll take a stroll outside." Wu Tao immediately responded, "I'll accompany you. It's unsafe for a girl to be out alone at night." Zhang Yongfeng and the others could hardly fail to discern that these two harbored a secret. The sudden voice they had just heard was undeniably peculiar. It resembled that of Xiaoxia's advisor, yet she had been behind the camera, and even if she spoke, her voice would have been subdued so as not to disrupt the filming. However, that voice had seemed to resonate right beside them. Zhang Yongfeng cleared his throat and suggested, "Why don't we all go together? I, too, am feeling rather full." Ren Tong and Zhao Yanfei instantly chimed in, "Sounds good." Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the audience was left in a state of bewilderment. How could the meal, which even dogs would refuse, have left you all so stuffed? This is rather dull. The guests must fend for themselves to provide entertainment. Don't be ridiculous. I've been in the live room all day and haven't seen any of them have the chance to sneak off. Setting aside the matter of being stuffed, the key issue is that it's already 10 o'clock at night. What are you planning to do? Though Dai Village is picturesque, it is rather remote. There probably aren't even any streetlights. Are you out of your minds? The production team may not be insane, but their actions were nearly as reckless. Wandering the village at night with cameras in tow. Fortunately, the area had minimal light pollution, and with the moon shining brightly that evening, the guests enjoyed a unique charm as they strolled under the lunar glow. Song Linlang and Wu Tao walked slowly, attentively listening for Xiaoxia's thoughts from behind. Xiaoxia, feeling a bit anxious, urged, "Come on, just turn left. The village chief's home is right there." The nighttime wandering party promptly veered onto the left path. In rural areas, nighttime entertainment is scarce. While winter sees early bedtimes, summer is more lively, with residents sitting outside their homes to cool off and chat. Upon spotting the celebrities, many villagers widened their eyes in curiosity, yet when they attempted to greet them, they quickly turned away. Just as Qingqing had mentioned, they were indeed avoiding them. However, a few daring children, disregarding their parents' admonitions, curiously trailed closely behind. Following the children were the group of self-proclaimed fans of Xiaoxia from earlier in the day. Xiaoxia was equally exasperated. This group of people was persistent, unable to be driven away, and they did not approach to disturb her, merely following her silently wherever she went. Observing the commotion, she thought to herself that this was unacceptable. She intended to enjoy the melon in peace tonight, and if discovered, her enjoyment would be utterly spoiled. With so many people around, even with the melon concealment charm, it seemed improbable that she could relish the juicy secrets without disturbance. What should we do, old six? With so many people following us, we haven't even savored the melon before being discovered. Old six replied, Xiaoxia, check the marketplace. Xiaoxia hurriedly opened the wishful thinking chamber, and indeed, she discovered an additional protective charm for enjoying melons, which only required a single seed and was reusable. If I use this, I can eat melons worry-free for 100 years. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoxia promptly purchased it and activated the charm, enveloping the boisterous melon-seeking crowd in an invisible shield. As the group turned onto a narrow side path, they instinctively noticed the two-story red brick building at the end of the road. This place was quite impoverished. The houses were constructed of wood or tiles, and only the village chief's residents could afford bricks. Upon closer inspection, aside from one lit window on the ground floor, the rest of the building was shrouded in darkness. Song Lin Lang pondered how to concoct an excuse to visit the village chief's home when she saw Xiaoxia swiftly crouching by the illuminated window. The crowd, witnessing this, immediately followed, fearing they would miss the chance to partake in the fresh gossip. However, a collective gasp erupted. My eyes. My eyes are going to be blinded. Chapter 60. The Village Chief versus the Flower Python. Xiaoxia herself was startled. Yet upon realizing that the two occupants within showed no signs of turning around, she understood that the melon protection charm was indeed effective. This melon protection charm is truly remarkable. It keeps us undetected. Though they were unsure of the nature of the melon protection charm, the group collectively sighed in relief. The village chief's window lacked curtains, merely adorned with scraps of old newspaper. It was uncertain whether to commend his naivete or to acknowledge his confidence that no one would dare challenge his authority. The newspapers were haphazardly affixed, with gaps wider than a finger. The production team seized the advantageous position, and when the gaps proved insufficient, some members took turns peering through. Inside, the honest-looking middle-aged village chief they had met earlier was now securely bound and sprawled on the floor. The chief, somewhat rotund, had ropes digging into his plump belly, creating several layers of flab. Yet, the most astonishing sight was the woman standing over the village chief, holding the rope. Clad in a leopard print gown, she was even more corpulent than the chief, pulling the dress down to just below her chest, her ample belly protruding from the gown. It was fortunate this scene unfolded indoors. Were it in the wilderness, she would surely resemble a terrifying python. Wow, this is quite the spectacle. The village chief may be unattractive, but the situation is rather bizarre. The production team watched in rapt attention, grateful that all present were adults. As for the village children who had tagged along, there was no room for them, and they could only tiptoe in vain to catch a glimpse. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, aside from a fleeting glimpse at the beginning, only sound could be heard thereafter. In the room, a woman snapped her hand, questioning whether he had realized his mistake. The honest and simple village had wept as he nodded. Yes, I understand. With another swift motion, the woman nearly struck the village head. Satisfied, she reclined into her chair, crossing her legs, and inquired, "What was your error?" The village head, tears streaming down his face, confessed, "I shouldn't have complained about the odor of your feet." He recounted his transgressions, followed by a series of repulsive sounds. Xiaoxia could hardly bear to watch as the village had lavished attention on the woman's feet, savoring them as if they were delicacies. Overcome with nausea, she quickly vacated her position, only for another to fill the gap immediately. To her dismay, it was the producer who had praised the village head earlier that day. The producer awkwardly chuckled upon meeting Xiaoxia's gaze. She shrugged and stepped out from the crowd. The little ones, unable to look away, remained seated along the roadside, their hands supporting their faces as they basked in the moonlight. Xiaoxia approached and sat beside them, taking out her phone to watch the live stream's comments.
Ah.
Has anyone informed me what is transpiring? What are Song Linlang and the others watching? Hush, keep it down. I just saw something, let me share quietly. They are likely engaged in something scandalous. Be cautious not to get banned. Oh my, did you all miss that? It's incredibly thrilling. The village head, seemingly so honest by day, was indeed indulging in such antics. How outrageous. The village head is deliberately being exhibitionist in a well-lit room. Who knows if he wants to be seen? Exactly. If he didn't want to be seen, he could have gone upstairs. Perhaps they find it more exhilarating with an audience. As she read the final comments, Xiaoxia's eyes glimmered. At that moment, a daring little one tugged at her clothing. Sister, what are you all watching? I heard a woman's voice inside, but the village head's wife isn't home. Who are those people? Those inside aren't the village head's wife.
Who could they be?
Bewildered glances were exchanged, suddenly realizing, goodness, could this be an affair? Of course. It's the wife of the burly man who asked you for cigarettes earlier. The village head is truly unscrupulous. While she fights for him, he cavorts with another.
Ah.
If someone were to inform the burly man that his wife is here, the spectacle would be even more entertaining. Upon hearing this, Ching-Ching's eyes lit up. This was a live broadcast. If it captured a confrontation between the burly man and the village head, the entire nation would recognize the village head's true nature. What was there to fear in toppling this village tyrant? I must act. Ching-Ching bravely stepped forward. However, before Xiaoxia could inquire about her intentions, the crowd noticed the burly man leading a group of people, rushing towards them. It turned out the burly man had also been watching the live stream. How could he not recognize his own wife? The fleeting image had been sufficient for him to identify who was inside. He had arrived late because he had been drinking outside the village, granting everyone time to indulge in the unfolding drama. Inside the humble abode, the village chief, having transformed from a serf into a hero, sang triumphantly while draping the sheets over himself. Clad in a ready-made pair of crimson undergarments, the valiant village chief engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable python. His head bobbed like a rattledrum, glancing intermittently at the brawny man and then surveying the room, baring his teeth in determination. At last, the chief plunged his sword, the sword of the superhero, deep into the serpent's heart. The great python thrashed its tail a couple of times before succumbing to its tragic fate. With his sword raised high, the village chief let out a thunderous cry of victory. Victory, indeed. The frail wooden door was kicked open, revealing the muscular figure of Sun Dabiao, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 61. The program crew visits the Grand Temple. Victory, you bastard! Sun Dabiao roared, his fists clenched in wrath.
Ah.
The python had exploded, prompting a shriek from the crowd as they rushed to wrap the sheets around the chief. The half-clad village chief, momentarily taken aback, soon fell into disarray, attempting to intimidate his adversary with the authority of his title. Sun Dabiao, what are you doing?
Get out.
Sun Dabiao, angered, retaliated with a swift slap, exclaiming, Get the hell out. I've been your lackey outside, obeying your every whim, and now you dare sleep with my wife? With that single blow, the chief's nose began to bleed. The onlookers, eager for spectacle, had been following closely since Sun Dabiao's arrival. As the confrontation escalated, the cameraman discreetly pointed his camera in their direction. Xiaoxia quietly turned on every light in the village chief's home, illuminating the entire second-floor courtyard, ensuring the live audience would not miss a moment of the unfolding drama.
Stop. Please stop.
Sun Dabiao's wife cried out in alarm. Having endured several punches from Sun Dabiao, the village chief crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. Fueled by anger, Sun Dabiao was not inclined to relent, poised to continue his assault. But the chief raised his hand in defense, casting a warning glance at Sun Dabiao. Dabiao, let us discuss this rationally. Today's incident was my fault, and I am willing to make amends. There are outsiders present. Let us not escalate this any further. Sun Dabiao, momentarily swayed by the promise of compensation, hesitated. However, an inciting voice from the crowd called out, What kind of man are you? Your wife has been taken, and you fear him? You deserve to wear the green hat. The village chief's expression shifted dramatically. Who is spreading such nonsense? Your father's nonsense. Sun Dabiao, his rage boiling over, charged forward, fists clenched. Realizing that he could not simply endure the blows, the village chief had no choice but to retaliate. And soon the two were engaged in a flurry of strikes within the room. The villagers gathered to witness the spectacle, yet none intervened, their eyes gleaming with an indescribable satisfaction. At that moment, the children began to clap excitedly. Oh, they're fighting. Beat him. Beat the big bad guy. With numerous cameras present, each star having their dedicated lens, One of the cameramen, hearing the children shouts, turned the camera toward them. Xiaoxia, off camera, inquired of the children. Who is the big bad guy? Just as one child began to respond, a vigilant parent whisked them away. The audacious child beside her explained. The village chief is a villain. Those who fight with him are also scoundrels. Another child chimed in. The chief seized the land from Nyonyo's family and broke Nyonyo's father's leg. Nyonyo's mother cries every day at home. Anger filled Qing's face. Is Nyonyo that child from earlier? Yes. The children nodded in unison. With a glimmer in her eye, Xiaoxia rummaged through her pocket and produced an array of snacks to share with the children. Tell me more. What other misdeeds has the chief committed? Speak into this device. The sight of the treats widened the children's eyes, and they eagerly began to recount their grievances to the camera.
Meanwhile,
The online comments were already buzzing with outrage. My goodness, the village chief is so wicked. I thought he was just honest and straightforward. Good heavens. How many vile deeds has he committed? Adultery, land theft, and violence leading to injury. Yet he remains the village chief? How audacious. What about the law? Is Butterfly Village not under the jurisdiction of Dragon Country? How can such lawlessness persist? The reach of authority is limited. Some areas are simply beyond control. When did Butterfly Village even become a nation? Is distance a valid excuse? Is there no local authority overseeing this? This is infuriating. This is the very definition of a village tyrant. My family has suffered at the hands of such bullies before, and only those who have been victimized understand the pain. My family, too. Someone must intervene. They are too pitiful. As the fighting continued, the village chief's misdeeds had already made headlines. With such extensive exposure and discussion, it was impossible for those in power to suppress the truth. Local officials were roused from their slumber to face accountability. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia had discreetly called the police as soon as the fight broke out, but due to the distance of the town's police station from Butterfly Village, by the time the officers arrived, the village chief lay battered and bruised on the ground, barely clinging to life. Certainly, Sun De Biao was not in any better condition, equally adorned with injuries. As the host of the event, Rentong seemed to recall his responsibilities at that moment. I've brought some floral water, Xiaoxia. You should use it later. Xiaoxia gratefully accepted the goodwill from everyone. The celebrities walking ahead frequently glanced back, apart from Song Ling Lang and Wu Tao. They were all curious, yet apprehensive about Xiaoxia. They were intrigued by her thoughts, yet feared being exposed, as all were part of the same circle, each harboring secrets of their own. However, regardless of their curiosity, they had to restrain themselves. This girl was not to be trifled with, and they would need to tread carefully around her in the future. The following morning, she was awakened by the sound of birds chirping. Are you awake? Did I disturb you? Xiaoxia turned her head and saw Qing sitting on a chair, munching on corn, with a small basket of boiled corn beside her. Where did this come from? Qing smiled brightly. The neighbor lady brought it over. As Xiaoxia sat up in bed, she heard Qing excitedly exclaim, You have no idea. This morning when I went out for a run, the villagers were completely transformed. Everyone was extraordinarily friendly. Look, I said I didn't want the corn, but they insisted on stuffing it into my arms. There was no way to refuse. Xiaoxia listened to Qing's enthusiastic tales while washing up in the yard, shaking her head in amusement. Especially Nyonyo's mother, who was so overwhelmed with emotion that she nearly knelt before the director and his team. However, the director and his colleagues would never dare to accept such a grand gesture, for the true credit for this achievement did not belong solely to them. They were far too prudent to claim undeserved accolades. Yet, she could not articulate this sentiment, sighing in frustration, as even the simplest praise seemed out of reach. Chapter 62. Mother has a ghost. Meanwhile, online, this incident had once again propelled Slower Days to the trending list. Those who had missed the live broadcast last night could only resort to watching the highlights today, lamenting the fortune they had missed out on. Who could argue otherwise? Had they known, they would have stayed up late to watch. The villagers had undergone a transformation. Just yesterday, when Zhao Yanfei came to borrow some seasonings, he was met with a cold shoulder. Yet, this morning, the villagers spontaneously delivered a sumptuous breakfast to them. The village tyrant ought to be cursed. May there never again be village bullies. They hoped those malicious individuals would remain imprisoned, for their release would surely bring calamity upon the villagers again. He could not help but smile. With Xiaoxia around, he believed he would not suffer the same fate as the original storyline, where every investment led to a loss. At that moment, a small group on Weibo was secretly reveling in the excitement. Gossip enthusiast number 1. The thrill of being on-site truly is unparalleled. Gossip enthusiast number 5. I knew following the gossip enthusiast would lead to wonderful encounters, and indeed it has. Gossip enthusiast number 10. The gossip enthusiast is simply the best. Gossip enthusiast number 18. This trip was not in vain. It was exhilarating. In Su Yifei's former fan group, discussions resumed. What are they talking about? Are they secretly enjoying themselves without us? It's quite possible. In Dai Village, after finishing breakfast, Xiaoxia headed to the filming site. By midday, she accompanied Song Linlang and Zhao Yanfei to the village entrance to greet the arrivals. As the business vehicle came to a halt and the door swung open, a pair of long legs emerged one after another. Standing behind the camera, Xiaoxia marveled alongside Qingqing. Today's youth truly enjoys splendid nourishment. They are all so tall. Qingqing glanced down at her own short legs and sighed in agreement. Qingqing stood in her designated spot and quietly introduced the trio to Xiaoxia. All three were the leads and supporting female role in the ancient drama Ask the Heart. The long-haired one was Li Yuling, portraying the female lead, while the short-haired, particularly cool one was Ge Fei, who played the malicious second female lead. The last one was the male lead, Eugene Zhao. Meanwhile, Song Linlang and the others were still exchanging pleasantries. Qingqing continued. Rumor has it that Li Yuling and Ge Fei are at odds due to their connection with Eugene Zhao. It is said that Li Yuling and Eugene Zhao developed feelings for each other during filming, but Ge Fei, both on and off-screen, sought to interfere. Much to Li Yuling's dismay, Ask the Heart is fundamentally a tale of emotional entanglements, with the two female leads representing the red and white roses in the male lead's heart. Xiaoxia nodded in understanding. By this time, Song Linlang and the others had concluded their small talk and were wheeling their luggage towards the courtyard. The three clearly exhibited discord, as evidenced by their respective positions while walking, with Li Yuling and Ge Fei maintaining a considerable distance from one another, while Eugene Zhao walked in between. Qingqing whispered behind them. The director's team must be aware of their discord. Why then did they invite all three of them together? Li Yuling possesses an extraordinary sense of hearing. Surprisingly, despite Qingqing not wearing a microphone and trailing behind, she overheard the disparaging remarks. Evading the camera's gaze, she shot a glare at Ge Fei. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. She covered the microphone, steered clear of the live broadcast lens, and vented her frustration at Ge Fei. Are you ever going to stop? Must you follow me and Jinzhou everywhere? Yu Jinzhou, visibly embarrassed, while Ge Fei, unfazed by the retort, merely chuckled with resignation. At that moment, a voice resonated behind the trio. She's not following you and Jinzhou, silly. She's only following you because her heart has always belonged to you, Li Yuling. The three exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, what a revelation." Chapter 63, Setting Aside Dignity. Capture the moment. Oh wow. The eyes of the staff on site sparkled with intrigue. There had long been whispers in the industry about Ge Fei's affinity for women, yet such rumors remained unverified. Who would have thought that at this very moment, the truth would emerge? As the first-hand witnesses to this unfolding drama, the audience was ablaze with curiosity. What's going on? Why isn't anyone leaving? They wondered. Is there something I missed while watching the live stream? It was known that Li Yuling and Ge Fei had a rocky relationship during their time on set. Surely they wouldn't start bickering so soon after their arrival. Due to the strained relations between their fandoms, any slight disturbance could ignite a fierce quarrel. At this juncture, the live chat was inundated with comments from both fan bases, hurling insults and slander at one another. On a rural path, Xiaoxia nearly collided with Qingqing's back and looked up in confusion. Huh? Why has everyone stopped? The three, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly turned to glare at Xiaoxia. Great, another round of dad activities has commenced. Ge Fei, quick to react, inquired of Song Linlang. Who is this? Suppressing her curiosity, Song Linlang introduced. This is Xiaoxia, the chief advisor of the Wang Entertainment Company and my personal assistant. Oh, and she is also my sister. They were actually twins. But due to uncertainty over who was older, Song Linlang deemed herself the elder based on her maturity, a designation Xiaoxia did not contest. The trio remarked, "What an impressive array of titles. There's hardly a need for such an elaborate introduction." Xiaoxia waved cheerfully at the three, yet inwardly mused, "Oh, silly girl. Even if you don't fancy Ge Fei, you certainly shouldn't have feelings for Yu Jinzhou. He's a notorious heartthrob, adept at fleeting romances, quick to fall in love, and just as swift to part ways. It's a pattern. Romance during filming, separation upon wrap. Oh, dear, I feel for his fans. Every time he stars in a new drama, they must brace themselves for yet another potential sister-in-law." A sudden, Thunderous cough erupted from the fair-skinned Yu Jinzhou, startling everyone. Li Yuling regarded him in disbelief. However, facing the camera, he was in no position to provide any explanations. At this peak of his career, even if he were to date, he would vehemently deny and keep it private. Frustrated, Li Yuling grasped Go Fei's hand, declaring, "Let us go." Go Fei, though resigned, obediently followed Li Yuling. The two held hands, leaving the fans of both sides, who were bickering in the comments, utterly bewildered. "Could someone please explain what just transpired?" they exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. You two continue your squabble. We bystanders are thoroughly entertained." Li Yuling and Go Fei were supposed to be arch-rivals. Yet here they were, hand in hand, with Li Yuling initiating the gesture. "Li Yuling, have you forsaken Yu Jinzhou? Stop talking nonsense. Our brother Jinzhou has nothing to do with anyone surnamed Li. Don't come near." The fans of Li Yuling, momentarily setting aside their grievances with Go Fei's supporters, turned their ire towards Yu Jinzhou's fans once more. My eyes," Yu Jinzhou exclaimed in shock. The crowd, alerted by the outcry, turned to see the originally handsome young man now squinting awkwardly. The audience gasped, and the fans ceased their quarrels, expressing concern in the comments. "Is he unwell? Someone call a doctor." The filming crew hurried to assist. Only Song Linlang and Qingqing witnessed Yu Jinzhou's glare. The camera focused on Song Linlang, who struggled to suppress her laughter, while Qingqing openly laughed. "Serves you right for glaring at our Xia," they exclaimed. "Goodness, he's supposed to rely on his looks. This expression must be utterly grotesque. It's almost too dreadful to contemplate." The live audience did not disappoint, temporarily abandoning decorum to screenshot the moment. Ultimately, it was Song Linlang who, feeling sympathetic, approached to offer a gentle reminder. Yu Jinzhou, upon hearing this, felt utterly bewildered. Was he not even allowed to glare at her? What kind of terrifying presence was this? Fortunately, after receiving the reminder, he realized his mistake and repeatedly apologized to Yu Xia in his mind, gradually returning to normalcy. After exchanging greetings, Yu Jinzhou retreated into a room. Fearful of Yu Xia and wary of Li Yuling seeking him out, he preferred to hide, out of sight, out of mind. However, his retreat only incited further dissatisfaction among the audience. He's not even a big shot yet, and he's already acting high and mighty. Yu Jinzhou, concealed in the restroom, stealthily monitored the comments, feeling disheartened as he read the criticisms directed at him. Was this his punishment for being a fickle heart?
Yet.
Was it truly wrong to desire romance? How else could one appreciate the beauty of love if not by indulging in it while young? TSK, she mused. It's fine to want to date, but don't maintain a single persona to deceive your fans. The crowd echoed in agreement. As evening approached, signaling dinner time, Yu Jinzhou had no choice but to emerge. Li Yuling, perceptive yet somewhat love-struck, had not entirely let go of her feelings for him. She hoped he would come over to soothe her and provide an explanation. However, Yu Jinzhou was too intimidated to look her way. Infuriated, Li Yuling shot him a fierce glare, just as Go Fei suddenly cried out, "Watch out." Fortunately, the bowl narrowly missed her head. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a concussion or worse. The production team was startled, nearly facing yet another live broadcast mishap. Sheltering in Go Fei's embrace, Li Yuling bit her lip and murmured, "Thank you." Go Fei smiled and carefully placed the bowl down. Since being exposed, Go Fei seems to have embraced a carefree attitude, overtly showing kindness towards Li Yuling. Yet, Li Yuling remains uncertain, offering no outright refusal. Go Fei's intentions do not escape the notice of their fans, who observe the subtle hints during the live broadcast. It is not merely a matter of playful banter. The protective demeanor exhibited is undeniably charming. Who can elucidate this atmosphere suffused with pink bubbles? My goodness, I hesitate to admit it, but I've been enamored all afternoon. The sight of two beautiful women being affectionate is even more captivating than that of them with handsome men. Behind the camera, Xiaoxia supports her face with her hands, wearing an unmistakable motherly smile. The intricacies of human sexuality are indeed remarkable, even when one does not harbor a liking for the same sex. One cannot help but feel a flutter of attraction when teased by another. Li Yuling finds herself momentarily frozen, while Go Fei's eyes light up with mirth. Does this signify a potential opportunity for her? In Yu Xiaoxia's envisioned future, Li Yuling eventually finds herself with Go Fei, a revelation that shocks both their circles upon its announcement. However, it is perplexing that their emotional trajectory seems to have advanced prematurely, while Li Yuling's connection with Yu Jinzhou has seemingly vanished. What an enigma! Chapter 64. She has arrived, bringing along the latest gossip. As evening falls and everyone has finished their meal, she promptly initiates a game of truth or dare for the live broadcast. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinzhao pales. This is directed at me. Unfortunately for him, luck is not on his side, as the bottle's neck points directly at him, with the base landing squarely on Li Yuling. Li Yuling shows no restraint. Yu Jinzhao, have you ever been in love? His heart trembles, yet he maintains a composed facade.
Resolutely declaring, no.
The tension in the room escalates as everyone awaits Li Yuling's response. However, her lips quiver, and ultimately she scoffs, remaining silent. A collective sigh of relief escapes the audience. Yet, after several rounds, the bottle again selects the two of them, continuing the pattern of questions and answers. Li Yuling takes a deep breath, her voice tinged with emotion as she asks Yu Jinzhao, have you ever loved anyone? After posing the question, she stubbornly locks eyes with him, yearning for an answer. Yet, Yu Jinzhao disappoints her yet again, even managing a smile. Not yet, but who knows about the future? Li Yuling abruptly stands up. I need to use the restroom. With that, she hastily exits. In the live stream, fans are left in astonishment. Has Li Yuling genuinely revealed her feelings? What they remain unaware of is Yu Jinzhao's retreat from vulnerability. Maintaining a relationship without mishaps requires a certain level of skill. And Yu Jinzhao possesses that acumen. He has a knack for reading people. Those he has dated have generally been flirts, as relationships among cast members are not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Even those who are not flirts can be gauged for their post-breakup attitudes. For instance, individuals with timid personalities tend to avoid confrontation, either wallowing in self-pity or blaming themselves for not being good enough, thus refraining from causing any trouble for the other party. Li Yuling is evidently not one of those two types of individuals. Her personality is somewhat stubborn, a trait that can lead to self-destruction as well as the destruction of others. Yu Jinzhao, feeling apprehensive, decided it was best to sever ties entirely while he had the chance. After a brief interval, Li Yuling emerged from the restroom, and Gufei looked at her with concern. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuling reassured, I am fine. I merely overindulged in my meal. This was clearly an excuse. Yet everyone tactfully refrained from calling her out. Xiaoxia, who detests seeing beautiful young women in tears, sighed inwardly.
Ah.
Realizing the true nature of a person sooner rather than later isn't necessarily a bad thing. It spares you the anguish of an unexpected breakup, the struggle to move on, and the risk of succumbing to depression, which could severely hinder your promising future. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and Li Yuling gazed incredulously at the surveillance monitor. Could it be that she would suffer from depression because of Yu Jinzhao? Initially, Yu Jinzhao harbored some unvoiced grievances, but now he felt nothing but relief. Without Xiaoxia's candid warning, Li Yuling's obsessive nature would undoubtedly have led to his ruin. Observing this, Gufei gently patted Li Yuling's back in comfort.
Hang's home.
Ever the diplomat, quickly attempted to lighten the mood, saying, it's getting late. Perhaps we should all retire for the night. Indeed, let's rest early. Zhang Yongfeng chimed in, eager to conclude this dramatic episode. As the group prepared their beds for the night, Yu Jinzhao discreetly slipped away to find Xiaoxia and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Xiaoxia looked at him, puzzled. What are you thanking me for? Yu Jinzhao opened his mouth, only to realize that he, too, struggled to articulate his feelings to Xiaoxia. He sighed, marveling, incredible. This sister is truly remarkable. The deceiver ultimately becomes deceived. The one who plays with hearts ends up ensnared. In Xiaoxia's envisioned future, Yu Jinzhao was indeed crafty and emotionally astute, particularly skilled at charming women. Yet, as the saying goes, the higher the skill, the greater the peril. Who would have thought he would one day fall victim to another's schemes? Is this retribution or poetic justice? Yu Jinzhao lowered his head in contemplation, then met her gaze with newfound seriousness. I understand now. Thank you for the warning. Xiaoxia waved him off dismissively. He approached her briskly, his arms filled with something. Upon closer inspection, she discovered he was carrying a bounty of wild cherries in his shirt. Zhao Yanfei flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a charming dimple, and urged Xiaoxia, quick, try one. They're deliciously sweet. Enchanted, Xiaoxia picked one up and tasted it. It is indeed sweet. Where did you find these? Truth be told, Xiaoxia was utterly defenseless against Zhao Yanfei's slender, youthful charm. Unlike the mature men such as Gu Xiqing and Jing Feng, or the exaggeratedly muscular types, Zhao Yanfei exuded a boyish allure, enhanced by his fair skin and delicate features. Unable to resist, Xiaoxia involuntarily gulped. Delicious. Zhao Yanfei was delighted, and the two strolled along the village path towards her courtyard. Zhao Yanfei listened intently, hoping to catch any murmurs regarding his own sentiments, but all he heard was, "Ah, this little puppy is indeed affectionate. Has he applied some perfume? He smells delightful. When will I be able to touch the abs of that little puppy? I wonder how he compares to those muscular giants. What are the differences?" At that moment, he was utterly rigid, on the verge of tears. Oh, dear. There's a weirdo here. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Zhao Yanfei hesitated to enter, hastily dumping the cherries into Xiaoxia's arms. His ears flushed and trembling. "I must be going now." Sighing, Xiaoxia wondered, why the rush? "Come in for a drink." Her call only spurred Zhao Yanfei to sprint away. "I was wrong. I won't listen anymore. I understand that the future comes with a price I cannot afford." Watching him dash away, Xiaoxia scratched her head in confusion. Has he lost his mind? Hearing the commotion, she looked up. "What's wrong? You're drenched in sweat." Zhao Yanfei's face remained crimson as he hurriedly shook his head and dashed toward the bathroom. Nothing at all. Yu Jinju paid no mind, wrapped in a blanket while messaging his agent. This variety show had done nothing to enhance his popularity. First, he was exposed with unflattering cross-eyed photos, and now the internet was rife with his cross-eyed memes. Furthermore, due to the dismantling of the show and Li Yuling's breakdown, some extreme netizens had branded him a scoundrel. Yu Jinju felt utterly despondent, nearly in tears. He truly wished to leave, terrified of the ominous aura surrounding Xiaoxia. Turning off his phone, he resolved to pack his bags first thing in the morning. However, upon waking the next day, they were greeted by new guests in the courtyard. It was a couple of celebrity stars, renowned both within and outside the industry for their affectionate relationship, household names among the masses. Just as they exchanged greetings, Xiaoxia appeared, clad in slippers and nibbling on breakfast. She had arrived, bringing with her the scent of gossip. Everyone instinctively held their breath, eager to hear if this model couple had any scandal to share. Xiaoxia did not disappoint. After seating herself, she turned her gaze to the monitor. Qingqing eagerly leaned in. Today's guests are teacher Tan Hongxing and teacher Xiang Mingjia, a very loving celebrity couple in the entertainment industry. Xiaoxia took a bite of the pancake sent by Nuno Mama that morning and remarked, "Oh, they divorced long ago. Where's the love in that?" Everyone was taken aback. With his luggage in hand, Yu Jinju coughed. Perhaps I should stay another day?" Although it was slightly irksome to consume his own gossip, feasting on others seemed rather enjoyable. Chapter 65. The joy of gossip, the delight of gossip, the laughter of gossip. Tan Hongxing and Xiang Mingjia, true actors of remarkable talent, remained remarkably composed while everyone around them sparkled with curiosity. Only when they turned their backs to the camera and exchanged glances did a flicker of shock pass between their eyes. They silently communicated, swiftly reaching an agreement. The source of the noise was still unclear, but they must maintain their personas and continue to showcase their affection. "Honey, let us put our luggage inside first." "Sure," Tan Hongxing replied, attentively assisting his ex-wife with the bags. Song Linling and the others reacted somewhat sluggishly, lingering for a moment before offering assistance. Behind the camera, the staff fell momentarily silent, soon followed by whispers of astonishment. They had actually divorced. This was news to them. Such a well-kept secret that even those within the industry were oblivious. Nonetheless, their performances were remarkably convincing. One could hardly discern any signs of separation. The atmosphere was charged with perceptive individuals, yet only Zhao Yanfeng appeared somewhat oblivious, swiftly moving the couple's luggage inside and thoughtfully assigning each a separate room. Upon entering, Tan Hongxing and Xiang Mingjia found themselves in an awkward situation, confronted by the two rooms.
Tan Hongxing chuckled heartily.
Taking the initiative to push his luggage into Xiang Mingjia's room while joking, the young man is quite considerate. Is he worried that the bed here is too small? Hence the separate arrangements for us? Xiang Mingjia caught the hint and smiled in return. "Oh, Yanfeng, right? I must hold on to your brother-in-law to sleep soundly at night. But thank you for your kindness." Zhao Yanfeng scratched his head in confusion. Was it customary to cuddle for sleep even after a divorce? Even without having experienced romance, he understood that it would be inappropriate for divorced individuals to share a room. What was the purpose of the separation then? He simply did not comprehend. Yu Jinzhou quickly intervened, pulling Zhao Yanfeng away. Viewers witnessed this scene unfold, filling the comments with laughter. Why is Zhao Yanfeng so naive, even going to the trouble of separating their luggage? They exclaimed. The child is still young. Let us be understanding. However, Tan Hongxing and Xiang Mingjia truly share a deep bond. Even after so many years of marriage, they still wish to cuddle while sleeping. Indeed, they have always been like this. True couples are naturally affectionate. But does no one sense that their display seems a bit contrived? It feels somewhat insincere.
Impossible.
In the entertainment industry, many lead separate lives, yet these two genuinely do not. I wholeheartedly believe in their union. If they were to divorce, I would lose all faith in marriage and love. I agree. I adore watching the couple's variety shows and have even purchased numerous items from their live streams. I don't find it fake. I genuinely like them. After finishing her pancake, Xiaoxia smoothly pulled out her phone, citing the disbelief in marriage and love, tagging, "Congratulations. You can remain single for a lifetime." Furthermore, she added, "Do not take the personas of celebrities too seriously. And safeguard your wallet. If their personas are fabricated, can the products in the live stream be genuine?" She had issued her warning quite clearly. If anyone fell for it, they would not merely be naive, but rather a bit foolish. However, her well-intentioned advice went unheeded. Instead, she found herself under siege. Where do these haters come from? Stop spreading nonsense. Do you have any factual basis for these claims? Be cautious of receiving a lawyer's letter from the sister and brother-in-law. They must be envious of the products selling well in the sister and brother-in-law's live stream. Humph. They have been married for over a decade, with children who are practically grown. How can little haters wish for their divorce? I suggest you focus on your own merits. Ching observed the entire exchange from the sidelines, particularly noting that Xiaoxia did not shy away from her presence while commenting. Clearing her throat deliberately, she inquired, "Xiaoxia, why are you posting these? Do you have any insider information?" Xiaoxia nodded and, lowering her voice conspiratorially, revealed, "Let me tell you, that loving couple is already divorced. They are merely deceiving their audience and fans." Really? Ching's acting was commendable, her surprise perfectly portrayed. "I had no idea." Xiaoxia nodded solemnly. They have kept it under wraps to continue profiting from their partnership, but in reality, they have long since obtained their marriage certificate and are living separate lives. Not only do they participate in variety shows to mislead viewers, but they also sell counterfeit goods during their live streams. By the way, have you ever purchased anything from their live sessions? Ching quickly shook her head. No, I'm far too busy to watch live streams. Although Ching had never bought anything, some of the staff had, and their faces darkened at the revelation. Those two are selling counterfeit goods? I can't believe I trusted them. The staff exchanged glances, urging Ching to inquire further about the counterfeit products. "What kind of counterfeit goods are they selling, Xiaoxia?" Xiaoxia replied, "A lot, including bird's nest, handbags, cosmetics, everything. The most unscrupulous are the infant diapers they are selling, which are unregulated products. Using them could harm the babies." Xiaoxia could not tolerate such cruelty towards defenseless infants, which was why she had attempted to warn the audience in the comments. But it was in vain. No one paid her any heed. All the staff members wore grim expressions, realizing just how unscrupulous these two stars were. They were already well-known and financially successful, yet they still stooped to such morally reprehensible actions. Xiaoxia thought for a moment and decided to send another comment. "Let us make a bet. I wager that your beloved couple will have a downfall tonight." As soon as she posted this, a wave of ridicule flooded in. "Ha, who do you think you are? Predicting their downfall tonight? Are you a fortune teller? Even fortune tellers aren't that accurate." The current crop of trolls were far more outrageous than marketing accounts. First, they covertly accused the couple of selling counterfeit goods, and now they were wishing for their downfall. How malicious. Xiaoxia responded, "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Keep an eye on the live stream tonight. I hope you won't be left in tears." Few were aware of Xiaoxia's account. Most dismissed her as a mere fan boasting, and after the mockery, they paid her little mind. Meanwhile, Ching was becoming increasingly anxious. What did Xiaoxia mean? Was something going to happen tonight? But why was there no further news? In the live stream, Tan Hongsheng and Xiang Mingjia were incessantly displaying their affection for one another. Despite being in their 40s, they were feeding each other, hugging frequently, and occasionally sharing kisses in front of the camera, each moment eliciting a chorus of sweet, high-pitched cheers in the comments. The couple had clearly mastered the formula for captivating an audience with their romantic display. However, the atmosphere turned awkward for those present. While they may have chuckled if they were unaware of the couple's divorce, knowing the truth made it uncomfortable. Their expressions reflected confusion, caught between amusement and disbelief. In the end, all they could utter was, "What splendid acting." Alas, such talent was squandered on a facade. Ever since Xiaoxia claimed the couple would face a downfall that evening, anticipation grew, yet the usual chatter had fallen silent. No one could predict what drama would unfold that night. Undoubtedly, everyone is secretly thrilled. The excitement of indulging in gossip is delightful and brings forth laughter. The staff of Slowing Down Days never anticipated that their working hours would come with such perks. Meanwhile, celebrity guest Yu Jinju endured an entire day of awkwardly showcasing affection. During the afternoon break, he took the opportunity to inquire about the anticipated gossip, assuring himself that there would indeed be something juicy to discuss, which is why he stayed. However, as the moment approached, unease began to creep into his mind. Could it be that Xiaoxia was deliberately deceiving everyone? Was there truly nothing to gossip about? They were at a loss as to what scandal could possibly unfold in a courtyard brimming with cameras. After all, they are all stars, seasoned in the glaring spotlight, and their vigilance is heightened. It wasn't until after midnight that Ching, drowsily drifting in and out of sleep, was abruptly awakened by the sound of her phone alarm. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Xiaoxia intently focused on her phone. "Sure," Xiaoxia urged, signaling Ching to be quiet and watch the live broadcast. With a start, Ching leaned in closer, noticing that the night broadcast of Slowing Down Days was underway. The celebrities had all retired for the night, leaving the live stream desolate. With only an occasional comment from fans drifting across the screen, Xiaoxia glanced at the viewer count, perhaps influenced by her earlier provocations, as the numbers had doubled compared to usual. As Ching stifled a yawn, uncertain of what Xiaoxia was waiting for. She was on the brink of slumber when a soft click echoed. The door swung open, revealing Zhao Yanfeng in the corridor. He had ventured out for a bathroom break. But in his stupor, before he could fully step out, another door opened, and Xiang Mingjie emerged. Zhao Yanfeng was momentarily startled, but quickly regained composure. "Teacher Xiang," he greeted. Xiang Mingjie, in stark contrast to her daytime demeanor, bestowed upon him a gentle smile. "Xiaofei, are you going to the restroom?" Zhao Yanfeng found her behavior rather peculiar. Yet he nodded nonetheless. Suddenly, Xiang Mingjie stepped closer, blocking his path, her slender finger playfully flicking at the collar of his pajamas. Her voice laced with allure. "Aren't you afraid to be alone? Would you like your sister to accompany you?" Zhao Yanfeng thought to himself. Goodness, another weirdo. Chapter 66. Hurry. Hurry, the gossip is here. Bursting into laughter at Zhao Yanfeng's terrified expression, Xiaoxia could no longer contain herself, retreating under the covers, pounding the bed with glee. Ching's eyes widened in shock, rubbing them vigorously. What is Xiang Mingjie doing? Is she trying to seduce Zhao Yanfeng? But this is a live broadcast, Teacher Xiang. Ching was so astonished, she felt like screaming. Xiang Mingjie had appeared so composed during the day. Who would have thought she could be so ravenous? Xiaoxia laughed until her stomach hurt, unaware that this was a 24-hour live stream. The youthful charm of the slender Zhao Yanfeng was indeed irresistible. She found him appealing.
And so did Xiang Mingjie.
Even though they were nearly old enough to be his mother, they were still captivated. The same wide-eyed disbelief was mirrored by the on-site staff and the viewers eagerly glued to their screens. Initially, everyone had been drowsy, but now their eyes widened like saucers, some even rousing those beside them. Hurry, hurry, the gossip is here. A colleague's sudden awakening revealed Xiang Mingjie teasing Zhao Yanfeng. Zhao Yanfei stood rigid, his tall frame frozen in fear, as if the very blood within him had reversed its flow. Stammering, he asked Xiang Laosher, have you been drinking? Xiang Mingjie shot him a reproachful glance. Where would I go to drink at this hour? And call me Jie, not Laosher. Zhao Yanfei, feeling utterly wronged and on the verge of tears, pleaded, Xiang Laosher, what do you intend to do? Seeing his pitiful demeanor only delighted Xiang Mingjie further. Having reached a certain age, she found joy in the company of youth, their vigor invigorating her spirit. Her past boyfriends had all been under 25. The more she looked at Zhao Yanfei, the more she appreciated him, contemplating resting her head on his shoulder. Zhao Yanfei instinctively recoiled, eager to avoid any implication of intimacy. With tear-filled eyes, he insisted, Xiang Laosher, I swear the live stream is real, I'm not lying. Yet, Xiang Mingjie, overly confident, dismissed his words. After years in the industry and countless variety shows under her belt, she was certain she would know if the live stream was active at night. She took a step closer, reaching out to touch Zhao Yanfei's chest, but his patience had reached its limit, and he bolted away, shouting, Help! Xiang Laosher, please let me go. As he ran, the lights in the surrounding rooms flickered on one by one. Xiang Mingjie's expression changed dramatically as she chased after him. Don't shout. Don't shout. However, she could not match the pace of his long legs and was quickly left behind. Doors swung open and curious faces emerged. What's going on? What happened? Yanfei, was that you shouting? Zhao Yanfei sought refuge behind Wu Tao, exclaiming, Tao Ge. Wu Tao, startled by the sight of Zhao Yanfei trembling, quickly steadied him. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Regardless, the incident had already been recorded. Denial would be futile. The revelation hit Xiang Mingjia like a thunderbolt, leaving her feeling as though the sky had collapsed. Just then, a phone rang from within the room. No need to check. It was undoubtedly a call from her agent. Chapter 67. The collapse is complete. Oh my goodness. Look at the scandal I've stumbled upon. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The nighttime Xiang Mingjia was utterly unhinged, a stark contrast to her daytime persona. For a fleeting moment, she felt sympathy for teacher Tan Hongsheng, still asleep while being betrayed. Yet, the most unfortunate of all was Zhao Yanfei. The poor boy would likely carry psychological scars from this ordeal. This juicy gossip was simply delectable. I declare this the third delightful scandal following the mishaps of Huang Yuehua and Su Yifei. Alas, the gossip surrounding Superman Village's incident was equally tantalizing, but regrettably, I missed the crucial moments. How I wish I could have been there to savor it live. What else with the avalanche of scandals in the entertainment industry lately? Do you recall the daytime comment predicting a fallout between Xiang Mingjia and Tan Hongsheng? Of course, I do. I saw that comment, and, while working late into the night, decided to tune into the live stream. I didn't even have to work. I was merely there to witness the truth unfold. Thankfully, I placed my bets wisely. This gossip is indeed delectable. I'm off to investigate which insightful individual predicted this spectacular turn of events. At the scene, all staff were summoned, and the director and producer, regretting their absence from the live broadcast, pounded their thighs in frustration. Damn it, it's over. It's all over now.
Tanungshen's bro furuba.
His face dark with displeasure. Are you really this desperate? Can't you even hold out for a day? You had to come out at midnight to broadcast? Xiang Mingjia, unable to maintain her composure, retorted sharply. What are you pretending for? I haven't even mentioned how you were busy courting internet celebrities during the live stream.
On what grounds do you criticize me?
A voice interjected. Ladies, allow me to remind you. The broadcast is still ongoing. Both paused, momentarily stunned. Xiang Mingjia, infuriated, reached for the camera. What time is it? Why are we still broadcasting? The camera swiftly evaded her grasp. The director stepped in to intervene. Hey, don't yank at it. The equipment hasn't wronged you. If you break it, you'll have to pay. The two erupted in anger. After a brief silence, the barrage of comments resumed with fervor. Wait, are they enemies? Weren't they all lovey-dovey during the day? Did I see that wrong? You didn't misinterpret. They're all acting. Yet another pair of frauds in the entertainment industry. Tan Hongsheng's words were harsh. Indeed. Is that how one speaks of their spouse? What? Are you just going to endure being cuckolded? Is it merely a case of infidelity? Did you not hear what was just said? Tan is certainly no saint. One is pursuing internet celebrities while the other is finding young boyfriends? How delightful. What other surprises do you two have that I'm unaware of? Who is it that said there are countless fake couples in the entertainment industry, but only they are genuine? Is this not a slap in the face? Stop talking. I have a friend who is feeling a bit unwell right now. There truly are many night owls. Less than 2 hours after Xiang Mingjia's failed attempt to seduce Zhao Yanfei, Weibo exploded with activity. At 3 a.m, there were nearly 100 million views and tens of millions of discussions. However, contrary to expectations, the divorce announcement sparked yet another wave of fervor. How infuriating. If you're divorced, then why participate in so many variety shows as a couple? Why flaunt your affection during live streams? Do you think we're all fools? Is this even a question? Clearly, it's all for the sake of profit. I'm impressed. Your acting is truly remarkable. In an industry where many couples are rumored to be playing around behind the scenes, I've never doubted you. During the day, someone declared they no longer believed in love after labeling them as fake. Hello, are you still there? How are you holding up? The enthusiasm and outrage surrounding this affair persisted into the daylight, with even more individuals engaging online after dawn. This couple did not disappoint. The more they were scrutinized, the more revelations emerged. At that moment, someone began to expose their involvement in selling counterfeit products during their live streams. Just yesterday, a prominent figure had warned everyone, suggesting that they were merely a constructed persona and hinting at their sale of fake goods. I just checked the cosmetics I purchased from their stream, and it seems there might indeed be a problem. Mine too. After comparing with a friend's genuine product, I was drenched in sweat. Previously, there were revelations regarding the duo's involvement in selling counterfeit goods, yet no one paid heed. Regardless of their acting prowess, the gravity of their deceit in peddling fake products could not withstand scrutiny. Soon, individuals uncovered their sale of unregulated diapers. A marketing account conducted an exhaustive analysis. reaching out to manufacturers, personally visiting factories, and subjecting the products to professional testing, culminating in irrefutable evidence against them. The realization that they were selling unregulated products for infants is utterly appalling. Witnessing heaps of discarded sanitary paper and substandard cotton ultimately transformed into diapers for babies is heart-wrenching. My compassion extends to the infants and mothers who have unwittingly used these unregulated diapers. It is imperative to check for any adverse effects on their children. My own child developed a rash after using diapers purchased from their live stream, initially attributing it to other causes, unaware that it was the diapers responsible, leaving me utterly infuriated. Their overpriced diapers were initially purchased under the assumption of the couple's integrity, only to discover they were unregulated products. Within a mere day, this previously well-regarded celebrity couple was thoroughly condemned and faced disgrace. Xiang Mingjie and Tan Hongsheng have retreated, as reports of their sale of unregulated products surface, and they are now poised to confront substantial compensation claims and potential legal repercussions. Simultaneously, Days of Slowing Down continues to dominate the trending charts on its third day of airing. It is no surprise. No screenwriter could concoct such a dramatic narrative. Day 1 featured a Superman village chief. Day 2 saw the disintegration of a popular drama, and Day 3 revealed the downfall of the Xiang Tan couple. With fresh revelations surfacing daily, accusations of toxicity and guilt are being deflected onto others. Indeed, the truth is that Xiang Mingjie and Tan Hongsheng deceived their fans by selling counterfeit goods. Amidst the rising excitement among netizens, a pivotal figure emerged from the unfolding saga, Xiaoxia. Chapter 68 calls for Xiaoxia to enter the scene and join us in our revelations. Xiaoxia was initially discovered by a marketing account while compiling recent scandals. Upon this discovery, he promptly edited and published his findings. In the entertainment industry, connections matter. Has anyone noticed that in all the scandals recently exposed, a familiar face has appeared? For clarity, please refer to the video I've shared. In the footage, from the collapse of Song Anha and the internet celebrity to each subsequent shocking revelation, Xiaoxia's presence is unmistakable. To ensure audience comprehension, the marketing account even highlighted Xiaoxia with a special effect. Furthermore, he uncovered critical evidence. In the entertainment industry, connections matter. To validate my suspicions, I also located the account that pointed out Xiang Mingjie and Tan Hongsheng as fabricated personas during a live stream yesterday. The screenshot reveals the username, Xiaoxia in the melon field. Thus, is this Xiaoxia indeed the Xiaoxia featured in the video? The esteemed consultant of the grand entertainment entity is Song's biological daughter who was mistakenly swapped at birth? At last, someone has unearthed the truth. I have long harbored suspicions, you see. That fateful night when the village chief valiantly battled the serpent spirit, I was present in the live broadcast room. It was none other than Xiaoxia who darted to the window first. Indeed. I too wish to point out that once she made her move, everyone else followed suit. Moreover, while a burly man was assaulting the village chief, she discreetly turned on the lights. And let us not forget, she was also the one who prompted the children to reveal the village chief's misdeeds. It is she, indeed. On the day Su Yifei's scandal broke, she was also in the audience. I witnessed it. But what does this prove? Perhaps it is mere coincidence? It cannot possibly be coincidence. She has been present at every incident. How could it be so fortuitous? Are you suggesting that every recent event is somehow linked to her? This is implausible. In the realm of entertainment, connections abound. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, yet I have stumbled upon crucial evidence. Following Su Yifei's downfall, his fans, in droves, abandoned him. Interestingly, these erstwhile fans did not gravitate towards other celebrities. Instead, they all turned their attention to a singular account, even changing their own usernames. Observe the image below. Upon examining the marketing account's image, netizens discovered that Su Yifei's prominent supporters had indeed altered their usernames to something peculiar, Gossip Deity True Fan Account. The account they followed belonged to a certain Weibo user named Xiaoxia, is a wealthy child. This account, upon inspection, is evidently not that of a celebrity. Possessing only a handful of followers, all seemingly inactive, merely existing to like posts from various aesthetically pleasing influencers. It appears to be a secondary account. Xiaoxia? Could it possibly refer to Xiaoxia? The mystery unfolds. These Xiaoxias must all be the same individual. But how astonishing is it that she is present at every juicy revelation. Hence, it is no wonder that Su Yifei's former fans have dubbed her the gossip deity. Quite fitting, one might say. I comprehend now. Wherever Xiaoxia is, the gossip follows. We implore Xiaoxia to publicly share her itinerary henceforth. If this is the case, We strongly urge Xiaoxia to enter the circle and take us along for the gossip journey with a playful tone. Agreed. Agreed. A resounding 10-087 agreements. Following an extensive analysis by the marketing account, Xiaoxia has successfully surged onto the trending topics, even garnering her own entry. Xiaoxia, please personally guide us through the gossip. We fervently request Xiaoxia to join the industry. As Xiaoxia was trending, Xiang Mingjie and Tan Hongsheng were busy packing their belongings, preparing to leave Dai Village. The night was perilous, and they endured until dawn to address the fallout from the scandal. In an effort to maintain their public personas, they had left their assistant at a local inn, intending to manage everything themselves to garner goodwill from the audience, only to find themselves in such a predicament, having to carry their own luggage upon departure. As the two lamented their situation, their manager sent a text inquiring whether there was a consultant named Xiaoxia present at the scene and whether they had offended her in any way. The pair immediately accessed the trending topics, locating previously captured images of Xiaoxia, comparing them with the personnel present at the event. In truth, there is no need to search deliberately. One need only be observant to discover that all the staff on site, while heeding the director and the leader's commands, were subtly rallying around another individual, a young girl of tender years. Xiang Mingjie, filled with ire, discarded her luggage with the intent of confronting Xiaoxia, a sentiment echoed by Tan Hongsheng. However, in an unexpected turn, Tan Hongsheng suddenly let out a yelp, prompting Xiang Mingjie to glance down and realize she had inadvertently dropped her suitcase on his foot. My apologies, she hurriedly exclaimed, attempting to shift the suitcase. Yet, despite its seemingly light weight, it felt inexplicably heavy. Straining against it, she tugged with all her might, only for the suitcase to suddenly lighten, causing her to lose her balance and plummet to the ground with a resounding thud. Tan Hongsheng, clutching his injured foot, hopped about in pain yet remained resolute in his quest for retribution. Damn it, I swear, he grimaced, covering his mouth, the pain akin to receiving a harsh slap.
Who the hell struck me?
But the ordeal did not end there. He suddenly clutched his chest, gasping for breath as a sharp pain radiated throughout his body, terror gripping him. Was this to be his final moment? Just as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, the constricting grip around his heart released, allowing him to revive and gasp for air on the ground. At that moment, Xiaoxia approached, clad in her slippers. Having retired early after a night of watching the live broadcast, she was blissfully unaware of the events that transpired online, yet she could surmise something had occurred. Upon seeing the two, she greeted them with feigned enthusiasm. Oh, are you leaving? Both Tan Hongsheng and Xiang Mingjie widened their eyes in astonishment at the sound of her voice. Xiaoxia, have you skipped breakfast? Just in time, I brought you something. Nyo-Nyo's mother appeared, eagerly offering Xiaoxia a bundle of food. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Xiaoxia accepted graciously. Taking a bite of the tea egg, she glanced at the two disheveled individuals on the ground, shrugged, and continued on her way. Chapter 69. This world is a vast field of melons. Regardless of what transpired the previous night, it should not affect others. The broadcast must continue. Upon arriving at the filming site, Xiaoxia found the stars enjoying breakfast. She adeptly made her way behind the monitor, where Qingqing promptly fetched a chair for her. Xiaoxia settled down. Why didn't you call me this morning? Qingqing, grinning like a fool, replied, You were up late last night. I thought you could use the extra rest. How thoughtful. Xiaoxia generously shared a tea egg with Qingqing. The two of them had spent together, savored their eggs, when Qingqing reminded her, Xiaoxia, you probably haven't checked your phone yet. You've trended on hot search.
Oh?
Xiaoxia exclaimed, taken aback. What could possibly have trended me? She quickly retrieved her phone, only to discover the online revelations. Goodness, are netizens really this astute? I hardly recall indulging in so many scandals. Scrolling through her phone, she found that the news of Tan Hongsheng and Xiang Mingjie selling counterfeit goods had already surfaced, and she felt a wave of relief. What a coincidence, merely a coincidence. She chuckled lightly. One cannot simply divulge that they possess prior knowledge of others' affairs. For such a revelation defies the laws of nature, an explanation beyond my grasp. The crowd present, we are already aware, no need for your elucidation, we comprehend intuitively. Xiaoxia shook her head. Let it be. I am not a celebrity. So what do you say? The director, having grasped the situation, understood that this world is akin to a vast field of melons, and indulging in gossip is human nature. Thus, it is more prudent to acquiesce to the desires of the online community. As for the remuneration, this piqued Xiaoxia's interest. How much? If it were anyone else. the producer might hesitate to disclose, needing prior consent from Director Gu. Yet, with consultant Xia, it is believed that whatever sum is proposed, Director Gu would not decline. He pondered, 20 million? That is no trifling amount, typically reserved for top-tier talents. Xiaoxia was indeed intrigued, after all, who had turned down an abundance of wealth.
Let me contemplate this.
Very well. The producer promptly set off to report to the boss. Upon hearing this, Gu Siqing did not hesitate. He directly messaged Xiaoxia, the domineering CEO, without pretense. Hey, it's been 3 days since you left. Have you missed me? Xiaoxia, a woman of means. Pa. Gu Siqing leaned back in his chair, chuckling to himself. Xiaoxia, 40 million. CEO, 35 million. Xiaoxia, deal. CEO, wow. That was straightforward. I suddenly feel as though I've been tricked. Xiaoxia, if so, then forget it. I have no desire to appear on screen. CEO, no. No, are you upset? CEO, I was mistaken, my dear. CEO, I beg for your forgiveness. Xiaoxia, ugh. Xiaoxia, are you hoping I will read your fortune? Her predictions were hardly favorable, beginning with misfortunes of bloodshed. The CEO, quickly adapting. Master, I genuinely recognize my errors. Xiaoxia. You Xiaoxia. Perplexed. What troubles you? Zhao Yanfei glared at her, his frustration palpable. She was well aware of what Xiang Mingjie intended to do to him yesterday, yet failed to offer even a hint of warning, not even a fleeting thought. Had she done so, he might have evaded disaster. Yet, gazing into her innocent eyes, Zhao Yanfei found himself unable to utter a word of reproach. Upon reflection, they shared no profound connection, having known one another for merely 3 or 4 days. She bore no obligation to allure him. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to inquire, Are wild cherries tasty? You Xiaoxia. They are decent, quite sweet. Zhao Yanfei. Then, the next time we ascend the mountain, I shall pick some for you. You Xiaoxia shrugged. She was accustomed to being pampered on set, whether by the crew or the nearby villagers, and thus did not take Zhao Yanfei's words to heart. All right then. As they conversed, at the entrance of the small courtyard, Liu Ling, Ge Fei, and Yu Jinzhou emerged with their suitcases. Upon their arrival, instead of heading directly to the vehicle, they approached Yu Xiaoxia to bid her farewell. Liu Ling gazed at her with gratitude. In the past 2 days, she had come to realize that enduring depression for the sake of the unfeeling Yu Jinzhou was simply not worth it. It was far better to cherish those present. She wished to express her gratitude to Yu Xiaoxia, but found herself at a loss for words. Xiaoxia, may I embrace you? She finally managed to ask. Although Yu Xiaoxia did not fully comprehend her sentiment, she graciously opened her arms. After all, who wouldn't want to embrace such a charming lady? Of course, replied Yu Xiaoxia. After exchanging contact information and bidding farewell to Ge Fei, the two swiftly departed, leaving Yu Jinzhou unnoticed by either Li Yuling or Ge Fei. Having saved Li Yuling's contact, Yu Xiaoxia looked up to meet the handsome, yet untrustworthy face of Yu Jinzhou. What? Do you wish to embrace someone too?
She teased.
Yu Jinzhou quickly shook his head, hesitating to articulate his thoughts, ultimately merely waving goodbye. Farewell, Yu Xiaoxia. Yu Xiaoxia waved casually in return. Off you go. Why are both of them being so melodramatic? Yu Jinzhou chuckled and boarded another vehicle. In the following 2 days, there was no need to entertain new guests. Each morning, those eager to explore ventured into the village or the nearby mountains. The scenery around Dai village was truly breathtaking. One could sit in a valley with a small chair for an entire day or, guided by the villagers, experience foraging for wild vegetables and savoring nature's offerings. Those who preferred not to venture outside relaxed in the courtyard, chatting, drinking tea, and playing cards, fully embracing the essence of leisure. Yu Xiaoxia relished these days. Riding the village's tricycle with children on summer break, either catching fish in the refreshing stream or climbing the mountain to pick wild berries, embodying a carefree spirit. Chapter 70. My mother tongue is silence. The acting village head and several esteemed families from the village arrived. We're looking for Miss Xiaoxia, the acting village head said, rubbing his hands, somewhat embarrassed. Although they had a leader among them, the villagers recognized that Miss Xiaoxia's words carried more weight than those of the appointed head. Yu Xiaoxia was called out by Qingqing. What is the matter? Do you need something from me? Zhou Wankai, who was elected as the acting village head after the former head was taken away, spoke up. Miss Xiaoxia, when are you leaving? Yu Xiaoxia looked at him curiously. Tomorrow. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhou Wankai, perhaps feeling his request was somewhat unreasonable, hesitated to speak. It was Niu Niu's mother who, in her urgency, voiced the concern. Miss Xiaoxia, could you possibly delay your departure? Just a little longer? Xiaoxia smiled. Nianyo's mother, our departure is already scheduled. And everyone is quite busy. If there is something you wish to convey, please feel free to speak openly. If they were to leave now, the acting village head, along with Nianyo's parents and the villagers who had testified against the former head, not to mention the children speaking in the live broadcast, would surely face dire consequences. The former village head had long tyrannized the village, amassing wealth and oppressing the populace, and his continued impunity hinted at powerful backing. The director, aware of the audience's interests, had subtly focused the camera on Xiaoxia in recent days, attempting to help her acclimate to the spotlight. Upon seeing the villagers approach, he stealthily directed the live stream towards Xiaoxia once more. Upon hearing the words of the villagers, the viewers of the live broadcast expressed their sympathy in the comments. As for the remaining ruffians, without the village chief leading them, they amounted to nothing. The villagers were taken aback by this revelation. Could it truly be so? Are we not being deceived? Xiaoxia smiled and replied, "What reason would I have to deceive you? This matter has caused quite a stir in recent days. It cannot simply be brushed aside." In truth, she had foreseen the village chief's fate the moment he was apprehended. Naturally, this was also due to the influence of certain prominent figures in the city. If you ask Xiaoxia, it was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A mere village chief, and yet the power brokers in the city were taking notice. Could he possibly evade capture? The villagers immediately felt a wave of relief and joy. Xiaoxia pondered for a moment and offered the acting village chief another suggestion. If you wish to secure your position as village chief, it would be prudent to focus on developing the tourism industry in your village. The scenery here is splendid, and the city is providing substantial support. If the village flourishes, that will be your accomplishment. Even if the former village chief returns, with your achievements, you will have left him far behind. Moreover, with an influx of tourists, more attention will be directed towards your village. Given the current state of the internet, I believe no one would dare to stir up trouble lightly. Upon hearing this, the viewers enthusiastically agreed that it was a splendid idea. Yes, we will keep an eye on things for you. I refuse to believe that the village chief's gang, notorious for their misdeeds, could still roam free. As for those thugs, should they dare to show their faces and cause trouble, we will immediately report them. The entire online community will be vigilant for you. Do not be afraid. The village chief found the suggestion feasible and nodded vigorously. Then we shall heed Comrade Xiaoxia's advice. Xiaoxia smiled in response. There was no escaping the work now, as the vehicle was quickly filled with eager participants. Farewell. Do come again. Once our village is transformed into a tourist destination, we shall invite you all for a visit. Goodbye, Miss Xiaoxia. Thank you all. The people of Dai Village will forever be grateful. Qingqing sniffled, her nose reddened with emotion. I am so moved. Is it wrong to feel this way? The villagers were overwhelmingly warm-hearted and genuine. Yet, all of this was thanks to Xiaoxia. Everyone suddenly realized that one could enjoy watching the drama unfold while simultaneously doing good deeds. How marvelous. As the vehicle reached the city airport, they bid each other farewell. And the live broadcast concluded simultaneously. Once it ended, the viewers felt a sense of loss. After days of engaging with the live stream, the abrupt end left a void. Come on, let us wait together. I hope Xiaoxia will appear in the next episode to share more with us. At the airport, the sentimental closing remarks were made. And after the live session ended, everyone prepared to part ways. Zhao Yanfei approached, panting, and requested Xiaoxia's contact information. Let's keep in touch, he said. He had other commitments and was set to fly to another city, with his agent already waiting. Xiaoxia and Song Linlang embraced their mother tightly at the airport, and Mo Pingxin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The harmonious bond between her two daughters made her feel that even if she were to face death at that moment, she would have no regrets. Xiaoxia was not easily fooled. She planned to take advantage of these days off to obtain her driver's license. A text message arrived from an unfamiliar number. Xiaoxia. She suddenly comprehended the meaning behind the words of some individuals who claim that my mother tongue is silence. Now I understand Yutong. Chapter 71. This should indeed be a reunion banquet. Ever since the Song family's banquet publicly revealed Xiaoxia's identity, Yutong had been pondering how to exploit this genuine heiress to deal with Song Linlang. Yet, after much contemplation, she felt that she should not directly intervene, as that would be too overtly scheming. However, entrusting this matter to others left her uneasy, especially since she had few capable allies at her disposal. After several rounds of reflection, she resolved to incite discord through text messages. Regardless of how convincingly Song Linlang and this Xiaoxia performed their roles at the banquet, she remained skeptical. How could there be genuine affection between two imposters? Let alone coexistence. They must compete. Only then could she reap the benefits. Yi Yutong speculated that perhaps this Xiaoxia, having come from the countryside, was utterly naive and thus easily deceived by Song Linling. She believed that a mere hint from her would surely plant a seed of doubt in Xiaoxia's mind. By sowing the seeds of discord now, they would inevitably bloom in due time. After sending the message, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, uncertain whether Xiaoxia would believe her words. If not, she would need to exert even more effort. Her assistant was taken aback. Sister Yutong, don't come over. Yi Yutong gripped her phone tightly, her heart racing. How could she know that this message was for me? No. How could Xiaoxia possibly know my name? Could it be that she recognizes me? But that is impossible. Since her rebirth, she had been cautious, rarely appearing before Song Linling, lurking in the shadows, biding her time until she could amass the resources to reclaim everything that belonged to Song Linling in her previous life. She firmly believed she had not caught Song Linlong's attention, making it even less likely for Xiaoxia to know her. Yi Yutong sat on the ground, trembling as she typed. I am not Yi Yutong. I am merely a passerby standing up for you. I saw your story online and felt pity for you. Song Linling is utterly outrageous. She should not treat you this way. She hardly regards you at all. If I were in your position, I would never let this slide.
Alright, Ye Yutong. Ah.
Suddenly, Yi Yutong went into a frenzy, kicking her legs wildly on the ground, startling her assistant, who dared not approach to help. The young assistant was on the verge of tears, bewildered by Yi Yutong's recent erratic behavior. Yi Yutong furiously tapped her long, beautifully manicured nails against her phone. I told you I am not Yi Yutong. Can you not comprehend that? I am merely a kind-hearted netizen. You should not allow Song Linling to stay in your home. Don't you desire to bask in your parents' affection all to yourself? That is rightfully yours. Just imagine how happy you would be, as a little girl, without Song Linling. Yi Yutong, undeterred by the cold ground, continued to type rapidly. And let me reiterate, I am truly not Yi Yutong. Please do not call me that name again. In the taxi, Xiaoxia chuckled at her phone, amused by the absurdity of others' misfortunes. How could she not comprehend her own? A sudden crash echoed as her phone was hurled to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Yet this did not quell her fury. Yi Yutong, rising from the ground, viciously stomped on the splintered screen of the phone.
Fool. Fool.
How can someone as foolish as you exist in this world? I told you, I am not Yi Yutong. Can't you understand? Go die. Just die. Her assistant, emboldened, attempted to restrain the frenzied Yi Yutong. As Yi Yutong looked up, she was met by a dozen astonished faces, freezing her in place. Damn it, she had forgotten she was currently filming a variety show and was in the backstage lounge. What are you staring at? She adjusted her collar, quickly regaining her aloof demeanor. Once outside, she unleashed her frustration on her assistant. Why didn't you remind me someone was coming in? What are you even here for? The assistant felt utterly wronged. Being a worker was incredibly tough. With your bizarre behavior just now, even if I reminded you, would you have listened? Xiaoxia approached. You look splendid in that qipao, elegant and figure-flattering. And the long dress suits your nobility. However, do you have an event to attend tomorrow? Mo Pingxi nodded. The only son of the Han family is getting engaged tomorrow. And they invited me and your father. The Han family? She had no desire to attend, having already declined several invitations. But it was impossible to refuse the engagement banquet of the Han family's son.
Han Hengtian.
Wow, this is no mere engagement banquet. Is there a scoop? Mo Pingxin and Song Onkong exchanged glances, intrigued. What exactly is it? They pondered, eager for juicy news. Oh, it should be a reunion banquet instead. A reunion? Is someone really going to acknowledge relatives at the Han family's engagement banquet? Mo Pingxin and her husband were utterly perplexed. However, it mattered not. With their daughter, the walking gossip magnet, in tow, how could they possibly miss out on the unfolding drama? Xiaoxia, are you free tomorrow? If so, come with your mother to the banquet. Xiaoxia hesitated. She had originally arranged to practice driving with her coach. Oh, I have driving practice tomorrow, but I also want to join in on the gossip. What should I do? Forget it. Let's indulge in the gossip first. After all, opportunities like this are fleeting, and driving can wait. With a decision made, she smiled, all right. I'll accompany Mom and Dad tomorrow. Why are you going with your parents? Song Xiangbei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What are you taking Xiaoxia for? He had already guessed their intent was to indulge in gossip. Mo Pingxin cheerfully recounted the details of the Han family banquet, and without missing a beat, the two immediately responded, I want to go too. I want to go. Xiaoxia sighed. Alright then, it looks like tomorrow will be a family outing. Chapter 72. The melodrama of martial arts truly does not deceive. Those who do not eagerly partake in gossip surely have something amiss in their thoughts. Thus, early the next morning, the Song family arose, adorning themselves before embarking towards the Han family banquet. Song Xiangchen, who had not participated the night before, was awakened by the commotion. Upon opening the door, he discovered his parents and siblings already clad and ready to leave. He rushed downstairs. Where are you all going? Song Xiangchen felt disgruntled. With Xiaoxia present, they were undoubtedly heading off to indulge in gossip without inviting him. I'm going too, wait for me. The Han family banquet was held on the hotel lawn, and by the time the Song family arrived, the atmosphere was already vibrant and lively, filled with elegantly dressed guests. Upon the appearance of the Song family, many attendees approached to greet them, including the hosts, the Han couple. After exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly guided her away from the Song family. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiaoxia seemed disinterested in the Song family. Once inside, she was scanning the crowd, as if searching for someone. Where were Han Xingtian and his fiancée Yi? No, more precisely, why had Han Xingtian and his sister not emerged to welcome the guests? Suddenly, Song Linlang, who had just sipped her champagne, spat it out in shock. She could hardly maintain her composure, internally screaming, "What sort of devilish drama is this? Han Xingtian's fiancée Yi is actually his own sister?" The Song couple was engaged in necessary socializing not far away, with the eldest brother accompanying them. At this moment, Xiaoxia was flanked by Song Linlang and Song Xiangchen, and numerous guests surrounding the trio overheard Xiaoxia's thoughts. As they were startled, they also began to comprehend the situation. No wonder it was said that the Song family's daughters were somewhat different, yet the specifics were never articulated. Those who had encountered them were always mysteriously vague, but now, the truth was clear. Heavens, what had she just said? What was the relationship between Han Xingtian and his fiancée Yi? Siblings? How could such a monumental revelation escape the notice of Han Jigang and Li Mei? Was this the tale of star-crossed lovers ultimately becoming siblings? Indeed, the melodrama of martial arts novels had proven true. The guests whispered among themselves, covering their mouths in astonishment. Naturally, there were relatives from the Han family present, some eager to inform the Han family of the revelation. However, when they approached, words failed them, leaving them helpless to witness the banquet unfold. Xiaoxia scanned the lawn but found no sign of the main characters. She shrugged and, alongside Song Linlang, headed towards the long table to grab some food. Just then, she felt a gentle tug on her hair. Turning around, she was met with the charming yet irritating face of Gu Xicheng. She grimaced. "What do you want? How dare you touch my hair? Are you trying to read my fortune? Every strand of hair is my lifeline. Apart from myself and my hairstylist, no one is permitted to touch it." Gu Xicheng chuckled in surrender. "Not at all. You should save that talent for someone else. By the way, how did you come to be here? Do you know the Han family?" Leaning against the table, he nodded. "Yes, there are business dealings involved." He scrutinized Xiaoxia, knowing without question that her presence at the banquet was undoubtedly for the sake of gossip, though he remained curious about the nature of the gossip. As he contemplated, the music shifted, signaling the official commencement of the engagement banquet. Gu Xicheng intended to invite Xiaoxia to sit at the front, but before he could turn around, he noticed that the woman who had been indulging in pastries had vanished. Gu Xicheng thought to himself that he should never doubt the keen insight and enthusiasm of a gossip enthusiast. Xiaoxia settled into her seat as the Song family members gradually approached, taking their places beside her. With the elegant and romantic strains of piano music filling the air, a man and woman gracefully made their way from the end of the carpet. Without needing further introduction, it was clear that they were the stars of the day. Xiaoxia's eyes widened in astonishment, and as the male and female leads approached, her thoughts echoed within her. As I pondered, I observed the handsome Han Xingtian, who bore no resemblance to his despicable father. Glancing at his fiancée beside him, I noted her beauty as well, concluding that neither had inherited their father's undesirable traits. Due to the proximity, both Han Xingtian and Luo Wanqing heard my thoughts, their brows furrowing in unison as they scanned the crowd.
Whose voice was that?
What did it mean? Did she know their fathers? Particularly for the soon-to-be bride, Luo Wanqing, who had grown up in a single-parent household and had never met her biological father, the notion that the voice's owner might recognize him was bewildering. Lost in my thoughts, the two slowly made their way to the stage, where Han Jigang and Li Mei awaited their arrival. However, Li Mei's expression was far from pleasant, as she disapproved of her future daughter-in-law, believing that a child from a single-parent family must possess a certain narrow-mindedness. Furthermore, she felt the families were mismatched. Her son was exceptionally talented, having gained control of the family business at a young age, and surely deserved a wife of equal stature. Someone who could assist him in the future. With a sigh, she resigned herself to the fact that she could no longer exert control over her grown son. As the 4 family members stood on stage, the MC narrated the couple's romantic journey to the guests. Below, whispers circulated among the attendees regarding the absence of the bride's family. Why are only the Han family present? Has no one from the bride's side shown up? I've heard she comes from a single-parent family. Perhaps they were delayed by some issue. However, a single-parent family should have attended. Considering it was their child's engagement party, what could possibly be so significant that they could not even make an appearance? Hearing the murmurs behind her, Xiaoxia shook her head and remarked, "Don't fret, they'll be here shortly. Important figures always make their entrance last." The Song family straightened up, while Gu Xiqing, who had just taken the seat next to Xiaoxia, leaned in and quietly asked, "Who is more handsome, Han Xingtian or I?" Just as Xiaoxia was preparing to enjoy the spectacle, she was caught off guard by his inquiry. Turning to him, she succinctly replied, "Insane." Despite her rebuke, Gu Xiqing broke into a smile, appearing quite pleased. Xiaoxia shifted her chair away, intent on distancing herself from this eccentric individual. Everyone was smiling as they admired the attractive couple on stage when suddenly a figure appeared at the end of the carpet. "Wait a moment." An exceedingly discordant voice rang out, causing the crowd to exchange perplexed glances. Who was this person? Was she there to disrupt the event? It was their engagement party. What right did she have to object? At that moment, Luo Wanqing on stage paused briefly before swiftly lifting her skirt and rushing towards the woman, exclaiming, "Mom." As Luo Wanqing ran towards the woman, reactions varied among the attendees. Some appeared surprised and awkward, others were curious, while some were simply gossiping and watching the unfolding drama. Li Mei's face turned a shade of gray. She opposed this marriage, so what right did Luo Wanqing's mother have to speak up? She hastened towards the end of the carpet, demanding, "What do you mean, Luo Wanqing's mother? Previously, you hesitated to arrange a meeting. And although you promised to engage in marriage, you did not even attend the engagement banquet.
Now,
Your presence seems intended to publicly humiliate my son and disgrace the Han family." Luo Wanqing's mother sneered. Her gaze filled with animosity as she fixed her eyes on Li Mei. Suddenly, she inquired, "Li Mei, do you truly not recognize me?" Li Mei was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implication of such words. Could this be an old acquaintance? She scrutinized the face of Luo Wanqing's mother closely. Suddenly, she staggered, her finger trembling as she pointed. It's you. Indeed. She is the woman who was first deceived by your husband and then humiliated by you. Luo Peijian."
Ah.
Li Mei shrieked, "It's you? Luo Peijian. You wretched woman. Even after all these years, you still haunt me." Luo Peijian chuckled coldly, surprised, "Are you? I have awaited this day for over 20 years. Solely to exact my revenge. I shall strip you of your dignity, ensuring that you and your son live perpetually in agony." As she spoke, she seized Luo Wanqing and turned towards the guests, also directing her gaze at the visibly anxious Han Jigang. "Luo Wanqing, she is my daughter. Han Jigang. She is also your biological daughter." The guests were left astounded, while only Luo Wanqing and Han Xingtian appeared as pale as ghosts. What? She is actually Han Jigang's daughter? Does that mean she and Han Xingtian are? Thus, what one had speculated earlier was indeed true. Heavens, what chaos! I can scarcely believe what I have just heard. Such a travesty. They are siblings. This is a complete disaster. Thankfully, they are merely engaged and not yet married. There is still a chance for salvation. Upon hearing this, Luo Wanqing turned ashen, her body swaying. Han Xingtian reached out to support her, but his hand froze midair. "Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Tell me this is a lie." Luo Wanqing grasped Luo Peijian desperately, hoping for a denial. However, Luo Peijian, having plotted for over 2 decades, was blinded by her hatred. At this moment, witnessing the devastation inflicted upon Li Mei and Han Jigang, she felt nothing but satisfaction and could not possibly deny the truth. "Wanqing, your mother has not deceived you." Pointing at Han Jigang, she continued, "Have you not asked me since childhood who your father is? Now, I reveal to you. It is he is your biological father." Luo Peijian's eyes brimmed with tears. "This scoundrel deceived me, leading me to unknowingly become a mistress. When Li Mei discovered the truth, he shirked all responsibility, allowing me to suffer humiliation and violence at her hands. This disgrace, this vendetta, I shall never forget." The guests were taken aback. Their gazes towards the Han couple transformed. Li Mei, enraged and humiliated, rushed towards Luo Peijian, only to be restrained by other guests. Observing the sympathetic expressions directed at Luo Peijian, Li Mei felt a surge of panic.
What?
The onlookers are indeed shocked. It seems that Luo Peijian is not as innocent as she claims. Luo Peijian trembled with indignation. It was not I who initially erred. I merely continued down a misguided path. I had also promised you that I would not contest the position of the legitimate wife. All I sought was for you to occasionally allow Han Jigang to visit me. Yet, even this you refuse to concede. You even resort to sending people to harass me, causing me distress. In any case, you are not a virtuous person. What you experience today is merely retribution for your actions. Luo Peijian looked at Han Xingtian with a smug expression. How does it feel to fall in love with your own sister? Is it not utterly revolting? Han Xingtian bore a pained expression, gripping his hair tightly. Li Mei, witnessing her son's despondent state, could no longer contain herself and broke through the crowd, seizing Luo Peijian by the face. In the midst of the chaos, Luo Peijian stealthily pushed Luo Wanqing, evidently attempting to use her as a shield. Upon learning that Han Xingtian was her brother, Luo Wanqing's heart sank. She no longer sought to evade the situation. Fortunately, Xiaoxia, who was in the front row, swiftly caught her, preventing her from facing Li Mei's wrath directly. With Luo Wanqing no longer in the way, Li Mei seized Luo Peijian as face, and the two women immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle, resulting in utter pandemonium. Xiaoxia and the others quickly retreated, prioritizing their own safety to avoid any inadvertent harm. Song Linlang, devoid of any decorum, grimaced at the two fighters. Whispering to Xiaoxia, I initially thought Luo Peijian was a pitying victim, yet she is now transformed into a willing participant. It is truly astonishing. Xiaoxia sighed. Alas. Yet another battle among women. What are you two fighting for? You should be uniting against the scoundrel. Back then, you both ought to have banded together to take him down. Li Mei, had you simply divorced back then, you would have at least secured half of Han Jigang's fortune, becoming a wealthy woman. Wouldn't you then be able to choose from the young and handsome suitors? Tia, a joy to have such choices? Why persist in clinging to this worthless man? He is neither good-looking nor admirable. In the midst of the fight, Li Mei paused, bewildered. Who is this? Why does it seem that what they are saying bears some semblance of truth? Seizing the moment of Li Mei's distraction, Luo Peijian took the opportunity to scratch her several times. Xiaoxia frowned. And you, Luo Peijian, initially a victim, yet you insist on playing the role of the third party, and Li Mei has made your disgrace known everywhere. Your family has shunned you, casting you out. How difficult it has been for you to raise your daughter alone all these years. Just as your child is growing up and you can finally lead a better life, you foolishly exploit her in your quest for revenge. Have you considered what will become of Luo Wanqing after today? Luo Peijian was taken aback, and both women ceased their fighting, collapsing to the ground in tears. Xiaoxia, taken aback by the scene, quietly asked Song Linlang, what has happened? Why have they stopped fighting? Song Linlang glanced at her. With such poignant words piercing the heart, how can they continue to battle? Gu Siqing remarked, they have grown weary. It is time to rest. Xiaoxia nodded, acknowledging that fighting is indeed exhausting and a break is warranted. Meanwhile, Luo Wanqing recalled the words she had overheard earlier upon entering, and the realization dawned upon her. She slowly approached Luo Peijian. So, you would rather work 3 jobs a day to send me abroad for my education, solely to orchestrate a chance encounter with Han Xingtian on campus? Luo Peijian averted her gaze, unable to meet Luo Wanqing's eyes. A cold smile escaped Luo Wanqing's lips. From a young age, you were severe with me. Whenever I strayed even slightly from your expectations, I would be met with your reprimands and scorn. Yet, I harbor no resentment towards you. In fact, I love you dearly. My mother, I have witnessed the tremendous efforts you exerted to ensure I attended the finest school. You toiled at jobs and sacrificed your own needs just to afford my dance and piano lessons, grooming me to mingle with the children of affluent families. Was all of this truly for this day? Luo Peijian's lips trembled. This does not cost you anything. I have raised you with the hope that you would accomplish this small task for me. You can break up with that Han fellow and surely find a better man to marry. Is that so? Luo Wanqing replied with a bitter smile, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. But what shall I do now, mother? I am already with child, conceived in a bid for revenge against you. It's Han Xingtian's baby. Chapter 74. One melon is sweeter than the last. Luo Wanqing's revelation stunned everyone present. Han Xingtian gasped in horror. Wanqing, don't come any closer. Luo Wanqing resisted Han Xingtian's approach. His heartache intensified, feeling as though it were being cleaved. After the initial shock, Li Mei was consumed by regret, her heart aching for her son in his current state. She murmured, I was wrong. I should never have. Had she foreseen this day, she would never have publicly humiliated Lo Peixian all those years ago. The guests were at a loss for words, their sympathy deeply rooted for the ill-fated couple. Luo Wanqing and Han Xingtian. How could this happen? It is too tragic, too cruel. Why should the affairs of adults ensnare the lives of children? Such a pity. These 3 adults would be better off dead. Lo Peixian was further stunned, incredulously staring at Luo Wanqing. You are pregnant? Luo Wanqing let out a cold laugh, suddenly rising and sprinting towards the long table laden with food, where hotel servers had left small knives for cutting steak. She seized a knife and pointed it at her neck.
Wanqing.
Everyone was taken aback by her actions. Han Xingtian rushed forward, his voice trembling. Wanqing, don't harm yourself. With reddened eyes, Luo Wanqing gazed at the assembled guests, aware that after today, her life would be irrevocably shattered. The thought of being in a relationship with her brother filled her with revulsion. Lo Peixian trembled, her lips paling. In a fit of rage, Li Mei shoved her. Are you pleased now? To seek revenge, you've even exploited your own flesh and blood. How ruthless can you be?
Ah.
Xiaoxia was on the brink of fury, exclaiming, how could this happen? Just then, Lao Lu appeared in the nick of time. Xiaoxia, don't panic. You missed part of the story earlier. There are more secrets to uncover. Xiaoxia recalled being interrupted by Gu Xicheng while digging for gossip in the melon patch. Realizing she hadn't gleaned the whole tale. Quick, reveal the rest of the secrets. At that moment. Ah, so that's how it is. What a close call. Do not act impulsively, Luo Wanqing. You are not Luo Peixian's biological daughter, nor are you the child of Han Jigang. You share no connection whatsoever with the Han family. Regardless of the source of this revelation, the guests present instinctively exhaled in relief upon hearing these words. Caught in a whirlwind of sorrow and agitation, Luo Wanqing momentarily froze. As Han Xingtian seized the opportunity to snatch the small knife from her grasp, pulling her into his protective embrace. You frighten me to death, he exclaimed, bursting into tears while holding her close. At this moment, Xiaoxia had finished her gossip and glared fiercely at Luo Peixian. Luo Peixian, you have caused nothing but misfortune. Your child was lost years ago when Li Mei and her associates came to confront you, and in your quest for vengeance, you adopted a girl, training her as a mere tool for your revenge. After nurturing her for over 20 years, should you not have developed some semblance of affection? Yet now, you have driven her to the brink of suicide, and you still refuse to speak the truth. With a sudden thud, Luo Peixian collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, not a single person in attendance felt any sympathy for her. In such a dire situation, had she possessed even a modicum of conscience to reveal the truth, she could have saved her adopted daughter. Instead, she remained silent, nearly causing a double tragedy. All eyes were filled with disdain as they regarded her. Just as Xiaoxia stepped forward to disclose the secret to Luo Wanqing, Luo Peixian suddenly shouted, You are not my daughter. She cried out to the crowd, I miscarried years ago. You were adopted, and you have no blood relation to Han Xingtian. Yet, it was too late. The crowd had already heard the unspoken truth. They could hear it, and so could Luo Peixian. It was this timely revelation that saved Luo Wanqing, not the truth that could no longer deceive after being exposed. Only Xiaoxia sighed in relief. Phew, I'm glad she finally said it. Otherwise, I would have been troubled about how to inform Luo Wanqing. The audience understood. It turned out she was unaware that her inner thoughts could be perceived by others. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, lightening the atmosphere. Just as Han Xingtian prepared to take Luo Wanqing to the hospital for a checkup, an exclamation pierced the air. General Han. It dawned on everyone that there was a crucial figure in today's events who had been overlooked. The scoundrel, Han Jigang. He had remained absent during the altercation between Li Mei and Luo Peixian, had not shown himself while his son and daughter-in-law suffered, and even when Luo Wanqing contemplated suicide. He was nowhere to be found. He was not merely a cad. He was utterly devoid of responsibility. Li Mei's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed forward. Old Han? Meanwhile, Han Jigang was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, unable to move a muscle. The lessons not imparted by 2 women have been delivered by the heavens. This scoundrel has developed diabetes and is on the brink of demise. The bodyguard scrambled to retrieve medication, while Li Mei hastily administered an injection to Han Jigang. It's futile. He is doomed today. Oh, by the way, while indulging in gossip earlier, I came across some intriguing news about Han Jigang. With only a breath left in him, Han Jigang suddenly seemed to regain a flicker of vitality, moving his lips in the direction of Xiaoxia. But due to his condition, he was unable to utter even the word father.
Ah.
The notion that those who engage in wrongful deeds shall ultimately face retribution is vividly exemplified in the case of Han Jigang. It turns out that Han Xingtian is not his biological son.
What?
The attendees widened their eyes in astonishment, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Even Li Mei was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to process the information. Meanwhile, Han Jigang, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring at Li Mei as if to question her. Yet, in the next moment, his head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 75. Is she the object of my brother's infatuation? Han Jigang was urgently transported to the hospital, with Li Mei and others intending to follow. However, the host had departed, while the guests lingered, reluctant to leave. Surely, they must savor the drama to its fullest. This state of suspension was truly exasperating. Fortunately, Xiaoxia did not disappoint. Observing the flustered crowd and the departing vehicle, she shrugged. After marriage, she has completely focused on being Mrs. Han, so she never suspected that the child she carries isn't her husband's. The audience collectively grasped the implications, relishing the clarity of the situation.
No wonder ang sentianvers no resemblance to ang sigang.
They sighed in relief, considering that Han Jigang was indeed of rather unremarkable appearance. Inside the still unmoved vehicle, Li Mei's expression was one of complexity, realizing the truth. Well, this is for the best. From this moment on, Han Jigang shall never awaken, and Han Xingtian, as his sole legal heir, will smoothly inherit the Han family fortune. This serves as fitting retribution for the unfaithful scoundrel. Han Xingtian's expression was a tapestry of emotions as he clenched his fist tightly. Beside him, Luo Wanqing, having regained her composure, grasped his hand. The vehicle swiftly departed, and the satisfied crowd dispersed after indulging in the spectacle. Song Linling, covering her mouth with a chuckle, remarked he had to leave early due to some matters. He asked me to convey this to you. In truth, he merely feared that Xiaoxia would hold him accountable later. Indeed, the very next moment, they heard Xiaoxia's displeased mutter. He certainly fled quickly. I hadn't even settled the score with him yet. It's all his fault for nearly delaying my enjoyment. Achoo. The already vanished Gu Siqing let out a loud sneeze. The Han family secrets were impossible to conceal. Initially, the engagement banquet had media present at the behest of the Han family, and after Luo Peixian disrupted the event, some attendees hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Even before Xiaoxia arrived home, news of the Han family's affairs spread across the internet. Among the astonished onlookers, they could not help but recognize Xiaoxia in the photos. There she is again, Xiaoxia. I was wondering if she would be at the scene, and she certainly did not disappoint. Absolutely incredible. Could she truly be the goddess of gossip? Wherever there is drama, she seems to be present. We must invite our Xiaoxia for the next event. That evening, the producer called Xiaoxia, imploring her to appear in the next episode. Considering the generous compensation involved, she ultimately acquiesced. After all, who would turn down a lucrative opportunity? By now, she could indeed be regarded as an elite individual with an annual income surpassing 100 million. Xiaoxia did not hold back with her remarks. To be honest, aside from indulging in the latest gossip, she had hardly performed any genuine assistant duties. This was merely a family affair. Had it been someone else, they would not have enjoyed such leisure. She had found herself a coach who bore a striking resemblance to her idol, and with great enthusiasm. She spent several days learning from him. Although she was already capable of driving, she still needed to put on a show, for explanations would be in order otherwise. Moreover, her coach's hands-on teaching made the learning experience quite enjoyable. Shaking her head, Xiaoxia declared, I am determined to obtain my driver's license in one go, otherwise, my brother's gift of a Rolls-Royce will gather dust. Laughter erupted among the group, and Mo Pingxin urged her to sit on the sofa while she massaged her shoulders. With a contented sigh, Xiaoxia inquired, what were you discussing just now? Mo Pingxin sighed, it's about the Han family. Han Jigang has passed away, and Han Xingtian has inherited the family estate. He plans to sell off some domestic assets and relocate abroad with his fiancée. Han Xingtian expressed his gratitude to Xiaoxia, acknowledging that he had no time to thank her properly under the pressing circumstances. After inheriting the Han family estate, he intended to sell some commendable assets to the Song family, and Song Xiangbei had been preoccupied with these arrangements for the past few days. The Song family was well aware that they were again beneficiaries of Xiaoxia's influence. Is Han Xingtian really leaving for abroad so soon? Song Xiangbei nodded in response. Since the engagement banquet, Han Jigang had fallen ill and passed away, but Li Mei and Luo Peixian had been persistently visiting the young couple, either to apologize or seek forgiveness. Yet healing such wounds was no simple task. Luo Wanqing had yet to forgive Luo Peixian, and Han Xingtian himself was uncertain how to confront Li Mei. Thus, he decided to take Luo Wanqing abroad for a period of rest, leaving their mother's matters to be addressed at a later time. After explaining the situation regarding the Han family, Song Xiangbei suddenly stated, Xiaoxia, I have discussed with my parents and we have decided to transfer some shares of the group to you, allowing you to receive dividends at year-end. With dividends, she would have control over her own finances, enabling her to make purchases without needing to request funds from her parents. Xiaoxia did not refuse. Since Song Xiangbei had spoken, it was evident that the family had reached a consensus, and rejecting the offer would seem insincere. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, Mom and Dad. However, considering her big brother's nature, it was evident that he lacked for nothing materially, so she opted to express her gratitude verbally instead. As Song Xiangbei rose and walked away while answering a call, he said, Secretary Zhang.
Ah?
Secretary Zhang? Is he the romantic interest my brother is infatuated with? I recall his crush was on his secretary, the family mused. Excellent. At long last, Song Xiangbei's long-awaited romantic sentiments have surfaced. Chapter 76. ISN T Black. Even in its vibrant hues, still black? Song Xiangbei remained in the living room, engaged in his phone call. Yes, it is so. Everything has been completed satisfactorily. Please rest early, and I will see you at the company tomorrow. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he succinctly concluded his conversation with the secretary, then made his way back to the sofa. Mo Pingxin promptly complained, Why is Secretary Zhang calling you so late? Clearing his throat, Song Xiangbei replied. It was a report regarding matters with the Han group. Song Linlang smiled knowingly and deliberately remarked, Elder brother, I recall that Xinxin has been working with you for 2 or 3 years now. Haven to you too. Don't be ridiculous. Song Xiangbei immediately refuted. I have no feelings for her. Song Xiangchen, ever the gossip, quickly inquired, but does she have feelings for you? It's quite difficult for a woman to remain indifferent to your handsome visage over time, isn't it? Initially, Song Xiangbei intended to deny it further, but he noticed Xiaoxia nearby, listening intently, and altered his response. That's hard to say. She did invite me out for a drink just now.
Oh.
Song Xiangchen and Song Linlang teased. Yet, Xiaoxia furrowed her brow. From this point onward, he found himself consumed by love, neglecting his work. And in his pursuit of Secretary Zhang, he began to act recklessly, opposing her admirers, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Song group. Engrossed in her thoughts, Xiaoxia failed to notice the silence that had enveloped the group as they listened even more attentively than she had anticipated. Could it be that since the secretary has yet to resign, the domineering CEO's infatuation mode has not yet been activated? Song Xiangbei was momentarily stunned. Though he had just denied it, he had recently discovered a slight affection for Zhang Xinxin, especially during this business trip, where her meticulous care over the course of nearly a month had indeed stirred something within him. Song Xiangbei stammered,
Alas.
All of this was but the scheme of the female protagonist who had bribed Zhang Xinxin. Thus, the Song family faced bankruptcy, and she unhesitatingly abandoned the elder brother. Song Linlang ultimately lost her wealthy support from the Song family. This strategy employed by the female protagonist is rather insidious, launching a comprehensive assault on Song Linlang. How could she possibly contend with such a formidable adversary? Mo Pingxin abruptly stood up from the sofa, questioning, So who exactly is this female protagonist? Why does she persist in sabotaging the Song family? Is it all because of Linlang? When did Linlang offend such a person? Why go to such extremes against the Song family? Song Linlang was equally perplexed. Xiaoxia had never disclosed the identity of this so-called female protagonist. She had her suspicions. But to be honest, even if those individuals had some minor competition with her in the industry, was that not quite normal in the entertainment realm? Song Ankang and Song Xiangbei wore grim expressions. It was then that Xiaoxia realized something was amiss with everyone. Mom, why are you standing up? Is dinner ready? Mo Pingxin shook her head. I'm just going to check the kitchen. It should be almost done. Xiaoxia then turned to Song Xiangbei. Elder brother, were you about to say something? Song Xiangbei shook his head and nodded, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, addressing Song Xiangchen and Song Linlang. I do not harbor any feelings for Zhang Xinxin. You must not joke about this again. The siblings quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Xinxin hurriedly dialed another number. Hello? I don't know what's wrong with Song Xiangbei these past few days. He has been so indifferent towards me. I just invited him out and was rejected. She received yet another piece of disheartening news, leaving Yi Yutong uncertain how to respond.
How could this be?
Didn't you say he had a strong affection for you before? Yi Yutong sighed. Think of another way. For all these years, he has had no one else by his side. You are the sole woman who has been able to approach him. His feelings for you must be extraordinary. Surely, you have done something to displease him. Men, after all, can be easily soothed. You must learn to show a hint of vulnerability, do you understand? Or perhaps you could suggest resigning, just to provoke him a little, to make him aware of his feelings for you. Many novels depict this. When the heroine plans to leave the hero, only then does he realize his true affection for her. If you ask me, men are rather foolish. In the pursuit of their wives, they all seem to exhibit such folly. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xinxin hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Yi Yutong detected a shift in her attitude and quickly added, I must remind you, you haven't received your final payment. The money I gave you may not amount to what you would earn in a lifetime as a secretary. If you seek financial freedom, you must follow my advice. Zhang Xinxin nodded eagerly, understood. After hanging up, Yi Yutong rose and went to her bedroom, standing before the full-length mirror. Her expression dark as she glared at the woman reflected back at her.
Come out.
In the stillness of the room, there was no response. Angered, she pounded her chest, demanding, come out, come out. Why won't you show yourself? You are the one who brought me back to life. What does this mean now? As she continued to pound her chest, a transformation occurred in the room. A sudden burst of light erupted from her chest. Before she could comprehend the unfolding events, the light ascended from her body and eventually departed completely. With a thud, the light vanished, leaving behind a pitch-black box that fell onto the carpet. Yi Yutong hurriedly bent down to retrieve it. The box was approximately a foot long and 3 fingers wide, entirely obsidian in hue, yet upon closer inspection, intricate dark patterns adorned its surface. Yi Yutong strained to pry it open, but to no avail, frustration boiling over as she hurled the box to the ground.
Why?
Why can't I open it? What lies within? The box remained still, silently resting there. As she gazed at it, a sudden realization struck her. She quickly crawled over to pick it up and cradled it in her arms. This was a miraculous artifact, an extraordinary object that could grant her a second chance at life. She even suspected it might not belong to Earth at all. Forgive me. Forgive me. She nervously apologized to the box, assuring herself that just because it was sealed now did not mean it would remain so forever. If it could bring her back to life without being opened, imagine the possibilities if it were to be unlocked. Perhaps in the future, once opened, the entire world would belong to her. After her apologies, she scrutinized the box, murmuring, why does it seem to have lost some of its luster? Though it was black when she first discovered it, there was an undeniable difference now. After all, there are many shades of black. ISNT, the vibrant hue of black still black. Chapter 77. What else is truly real? In the following days, Xiaoxia successfully obtained her driver's license under Yan Zu's guidance. The second episode of Slowing Down Days was set to take place in the city. As it was Xiaoxia's first official appearance, her fans, former admirers of Su Yifei, eagerly flocked to the airport to welcome her. Inside the city airport shuttle bus, the director, fully aware of the audience's desires, adeptly instructed the cameraman to focus on Xiaoxia. The guests, eager to please, applauded enthusiastically. As soon as she finished speaking, a flurry of ones filled the screen, and the number of likes surged to unprecedented heights. Here it comes, the gossip god. After much anticipation, Xiaoxia finally made her appearance. The audience buzzed with excitement, curious about the revelations of this episode. Xiaoxia seems excessively candid. To clarify, her statement meant, I will only indulge in gossip. Do not approach me for anything else. Was she previously adopted in Guangdong? Why does she have such a distinctive dialect? The director and producer chuckled at the barrage of comments, remarking on Xiaoxia's impressive camera presence. The producer nodded, noting her confidence in front of the audience. The two of them delightedly observed the skyrocketing viewership in the live broadcast, while the nearby Qingqing sighed, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she watched Xiaoxia banter with Wu Tao and Song Linlang after greeting the audience. Alas, she had originally been the one to savor the first bite of gossip, but now, it seemed that Xiaoxia had distanced herself from her. The rules of the urban adventure dictated that they must check in at several renowned local attractions within a few days. The first stop was Panlong Mountain, located just a few dozen kilometers from the city, a popular weekend getaway for residents. After a brief warm-up, the flying guests made their entrance, exchanging greetings with one another. The flying guests were particularly intrigued by Xiaoxia, as rumors circulated within the industry that her presence was somewhat ominous. Those who interacted with her often faced misfortunes. Yet, some remained undeterred and eager to take their chances. Among them was a rather handsome male celebrity, known for his arrogance and fondness for being adored, relishing the compliments from his fans as a daily indulgence. After shaking hands with others, Wu Tao quietly complained to Xiaoxia, "Why does Lu Feiyong always present his profile to me?" Lu Feiyong was indeed the striking yet haughty flying guest. Xiaoxia glanced at him and explained to Wu Tao, "It's because he is showcasing his dashing profile and chiseled jawline." The regular guests overheard this and could not contain their laughter. Xiaoxia found it perplexing. She was merely stating a fact, so why the indignation? As the outdoor filming continued amidst the lively chatter, especially from Lu Xiong's numerous fans, he reveled in the atmosphere, frequently adjusting his chin and pointing at his nose, clearly reveling in the attention. Xiaoxia rolled her eyes, sizing him up, but before she could indulge in any gossip, Ren Tong announced the start of the competition. The rock climbing challenge commenced with pairs pitted against each other. Among the regular guests, Zhang Yongfeng and Ren Tong, both of considerable age, were no match for the flying guests, while Wu Tao, being somewhat timid, also faced defeat. Only Song Linlang and Zhao Yanfei, possessing a bit of athletic prowess, managed to win against their opponents. However, as the reigning champion, Lu Feiyong could not allow anyone to outshine him on this occasion. He immediately took the initiative to challenge Zhao Yanfei. Perhaps due to Lu Feiyong's reputation, the 19-year-old young man hesitated to unleash his full potential and ultimately lost to Lu Feiyong, who was nearly 30. How could this happen? Wu Tao was exasperated. How could Zhao Yanfei possibly lose? Having triumphed over Zhao Yanfei, Lu Feiyong was exhilarated, and in front of the camera and the fans present, he boldly tore open his shirt, revealing a hint of his chiseled 8-pack abs, inciting waves of ecstatic screams from the viewers both in the studio and online. Xiaoxia enjoyed admiring handsome men, yet she was not fond of Lu Feiyong, who was handsome and aware of it. He was simply too ostentatious. One might mistake him for someone who had emerged from the Daqing oil field. Yet Lu Feiyong was determined to provoke Xiaoxia. The more she seemed unimpressed by him, the more he felt compelled to conquer her. This world would not tolerate the existence of women who did not admire him. Wearing a tattered shirt, Lu Feiyong approached her and, with a voice rich in magnetism, asked, "Xiaoxia, would you like to compete against me?" Xiaoxia was taken aback. "You want to compete in rock climbing? Are you certain?" Lu Feiyong nodded with a sideways glance. "Although you appear rather weak, fear not. I shall let you win." Xiaoxia quickly waved her hands. "No, no, no. I am merely here to make up the numbers. Rock climbing is too exhausting for me." However, the more she declined, the more Lu Feiyong's fans cheered, having witnessed him glare at Xiaoxia moments ago. Now that he was proposing a competition, it was undoubtedly to teach this woman a lesson. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Xiaoxia reluctantly donned the climbing gear and stood at the foot of the wall. Lu Feiyong, still smiling at her, said, "I'll give you 5 minutes. Go ahead and wait for me up there." Xiaoxia pouted, but after climbing only a little, she quickly grew weary and stopped in her tracks. What is he looking at? Xiaoxia wondered, tilting her head. From this angle, it seems I can only see my own private area. The safety helmets prepared by the production team were equipped with cameras, and whenever the guests looked down, the cameras would capture their intimate regions. Xiaoxia curiously glanced at Lu Feiyong's private area, which appeared rather prominent, and she felt a surge of desire. It seems a bit larger than I expected. Lu Feiyong, with his head down, initially froze before feeling a swell of pride. How about that? Still impressed? Aren't you? Just moments ago, you were rolling your eyes at me. I knew no woman could escape my grasp. However, this woman was rather audacious to speak her thoughts so openly. Lost in his self-satisfaction, Lu Feiyong did not notice that the atmosphere around them had suddenly grown quiet. Xiaoxia, lost in thought, turned pale. So, he really is showcasing his private area to his fans? But... Lu Feiyong interrupted. But what? You're intrigued, aren't you? But he is padding. He is wearing thick sponge-lined shorts. Good heavens, they must be at least 10 centimeters thick. No wonder it looks so big. Suddenly, Lu Feiyong looked up. A peculiar sound erupted in the studio. The producer exclaimed, "Oh dear, why is my throat feeling so uncomfortable today?" Director, indeed. We must indulge in some tea shortly. Lu Feiyong abruptly lifted his head, encountering the disdainful expression of Xiaoxia. Unbeknownst to her, she was inwardly shrieking. Ah. It turns out that even this place is a facade. What else could possibly be real?
Who can enlighten me?
What is truly genuine? Chapter 78. Goodness gracious. It appears there truly are devils here. Lu Feiyong finally comprehended the enigma surrounding this woman. Besides being privy to his concealed secrets, she had yet to utter a word. Thus, was I privy to her inner thoughts? But how did she discern that I was using a cushion? Lu Feiyong was perplexed. Ever since realizing the deception at Lu Feiyong's location, Xiaoxia held him in even greater contempt. Lu Feiyong, are you still able to climb? I certainly do not require your assistance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feiyong refrained from ostentatiously displaying his 10-centimeter sponge cushion and began to ascend using both hands. However, as he took a step upward, he suddenly lost his grip and fell onto the sponge cushion with a thud. The director and producer covered their faces, lamenting that his acting was woefully inferior compared to that of the Xiang Mingjie couple. Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback. By the time she descended, the crew had already surrounded the scene, with fans pressing forward, anxious for their idol's well-being. Is Teacher Lu alright? Did he sustain any injuries? Should we summon a doctor? Xiaoxia pushed through the crowd, eyeing the individual on the ground who was feigning unconsciousness. What's the fuss? Is it really necessary to make such a scene over a mere fall? Besides, he has a sponge cushion beneath him. His pert backside is also a fabrication.
Oh.
And let us not forget, his abs are fake as well. He has donned a faux abdominal vest. No wonder he only dared to tear that small portion of his shirt earlier. Too much tearing would expose the ruse. Xiaoxia felt her emotions were squandered. She had indeed been momentarily surprised upon seeing his abs, only to realize that everything about him was a deception. The man who had just feigned unconsciousness swiftly sat up from the cushion, mortified and covering his rear, glaring at Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, bewildered by his glare, retorted, "What are you staring at? I never revealed to anyone that you possess a total of 88 fabricated attributes aside from your groin and backside. Furthermore, even if everyone knew, what of it? Women may enhance their appearance, and so can men. Everyone has an innate desire to be beautiful. It's understandable, right? Lu Feiyong, and you dare to continue speaking. Did you not notice the suppressed laughter on everyone's faces? Did you not see that my fans in the front row have fallen silent?" Song Lingling, who knew Xiaoxia well, covered her face. Is that truly the case? Do you genuinely comprehend? Then, who is it that was just screaming inwardly? Indeed, the very next moment, the inner voice echoed again. Whether true or false, I am not the one deceived, haha. Please spare me, Lu Feiyong implored, rushing to Xiaoxia's side and lifting her arm triumphantly. I hereby declare. In this round of rock climbing, Xiaoxia, the advisor, is the victor. Xiaoxia was taken aback. I won? Lu Feiyong nodded vigorously. I concede. And I do so, with utmost sincerity. The viewers watching the live broadcast were left in a state of astonishment. Xiaoxia's victory seemed almost too effortless. It was evident that Lu Feiyong was merely pretending. It's utterly hilarious to witness someone as fiercely competitive as Lu Feiyong voluntarily concede defeat. Lu Feiyong, have you been coerced? If so, blink twice. How could this be? Xiaoxia appears even more bewildered than Lu Feiyong. Where are the fans in attendance? Your brother is being bullied to such an extent, yet they remain silent. In fact, the audience seemed so disheartened that they hardly wished to speak. Particularly those in the front rows, who, having heard the unspoken sentiments, now perceive Lu Feiyong in a rather awkward light. Can you believe someone would actually resort to that? A few fans couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Lu Feiyong, pondering the depths of his insecurity. Is this truly the same Lu Feiyong who once radiated confidence and brilliance on stage, eliciting cheers from his fans? Moreover, upon reflection, what could it possibly mean for a man to resort to such measures? It's merely an attempt to ostentatiously showcase his endowment, isn't it? The more one contemplates, the more peculiar and unsavory it appears. And what of the alleged enhancements? Surely, such modifications would be evident on his visage? Fans recalled the previous online battles Lu Feiyong had fought when rumors of his cosmetic procedure surfaced. Who would have thought there was any truth to it? Oh, dear. Fans felt as though their idol had faltered, albeit not completely. In short, they found themselves at a loss as to how to regard their idol now. The front row fans wore expressions of despondency and were soon ushered away. Curious onlookers inquired, "Hey, why are you leaving? Not watching anymore?" The fans who had been standing at the front awkwardly chuckled. "We're done watching. You go ahead." In the ensuing live broadcast, Lu Feiyong ceased his pretense. He no longer had the luxury of maintaining a facade. He felt compelled to engage Xiaoxia in conversation continuously. fearing that a moment's pause might allow her mind to wander to unsettling thoughts. Witnessing Lu Feiyang's typical bravado replaced by such demeanor prompted someone to affectionately dub him Xiaoxia's loyal admirer. Hilarious, it was a side of him never seen before. Hadn't he always kept his distance from female celebrities, wary of being accused of seeking publicity? What changed?
Now.
He seems eager to bask in the glow of his esteemed companion's popularity. Yet, truth be told, Xiaoxia's charm is indeed remarkable. Just moments ago, Lu Feiyang had exuded an air of superiority, only to be utterly smitten now. Lu Feiyang wished to voice his grievances, stammering as he sighed. I shall never again have any interaction with Xiaoxia. She is a veritable enigma. Meanwhile, on Xiaoxia's end, following Lu Feiyang's departure, 3 new guests arrived at the villa. 2 were female members of a musical ensemble, and the third was a rising star notorious for his aversion to women. All 3 approached the seniors with the utmost respect. Xiaoxia observed them with curiosity, reflecting, what a day of revelations. Just as the pretender departs, new faces arrive.
Hey.
Girl, are you aware that while you consider this lady beside you as your close friend, she aspires to be your maternal figure? And what about this gentleman known for his fear of women? I can't help but wonder, how does someone with such fears procreate? Do you close your eyes during intimate moments with your wife? 3 new guests. Goodness gracious, so there truly are demons here. Chapter 79. The house is about to collapse. Lu Feiyang had collaborated with the timid boy a few times before, establishing a camaraderie. However, on the phone, his words were a jumbled mess. One moment, he was babbling about calling his father. The next, he was hurling insults, only to cry out about a sore mouth afterward. The timid boy had even managed to amuse Lu Feiyang. A demon? Perhaps Lu Feiyang had been bewitched. Yet, he had never truly encountered a demon. Today would be the day he witnessed one firsthand. The trio momentarily froze, and in the next instant, Wu Xiaoxiao immediately shot a glare at her closest friend. You actually want to be my stepmother? Sun Yan appeared visibly embarrassed, but did not deny it. After realizing she was speechless, she signaled to Wu Xiaoxiao, calm down, my feelings for your father are genuine. How could Wu Xiaoxiao remain calm? Sun Yan came from a modest background, and she had always cared for her. Upon learning that Sun Yan had lost her father at a young age, Wu Xiaoxiao generously told her to regard her father as her own. And what did she receive in return? This. Her mother had only passed away just over a year ago, and now Sun Yan was eagerly trying to take her father's place. No wonder her mother had warned her when she was alive, saying Sun Yan harbored deep thoughts and advised her to be cautious, not to be deceived. Wu Xiaoxiao had thought her mother was biased against Sun Yan and had even argued in defense of her. Now, reflecting on her mother's words, she wished she could slap herself. Was Sun Yan truly after love, or was it her family's wealth? Wu Xiaoxiao could make her judgment without much thought. Her face darkened immediately. Sun Yan attempted to reach out to her, but Wu Xiaoxiao showed no mercy, shaking off her arm. The sisterly bond that had appeared so strong on screen had soured within mere minutes of the live broadcast. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. And now it had turned upside down. Based on my experience, their sudden change in demeanor likely occurred after encountering Xiaoxia. I suspected she was involved. Goodness. Had I missed yet another piece of gossip? But I had been glued to the live stream the entire time. I knew that watching this Lower Days live room would yield something interesting. Quick. Can someone enlighten me on what exactly transpired? Everyone stood at the entrance in a daze. But it was Rin Tong who reacted first, hurriedly helping with the luggage. Come in. The rooms are ready.
Xiao.
You and Sun Yan will share a room. Wu Xiaoxiao immediately coldly refused. I do not want to share a room with her. An awkward silence enveloped everyone. Zhang Yongfeng quickly stepped in to ease the tension. There are other rooms available. It might be a bit cramped for 2 to share, so let us separate them. Upon entering the villa, Wu Xiaoxiao and Sun Yan headed upstairs to drop off their luggage. Zhou Xinyuan, the timid boy with a fearful persona, hurriedly hid in the bathroom to call his manager. However, once the call connected, he found himself at a loss for words. Goodness. Now he understood why Lu Feiyang referred to him as father during their phone conversation. Xinyuan? Why aren't you speaking? Still grappling with the rules of the heart and the mystery of Xiaoxia, he knew that discussing matters of the heart was taboo, as neither he nor Lu Feiyang could speak of it, implying that none could voice it. This demonstrates that even if the residents of the villa are aware of his secret marriage, they cannot convey it to the outside world, thus minimizing its impact on him. Given this, perhaps it is better to continue concealing it. After all, he has a substantial female fanbase, and once his marriage is publicized, he is bound to lose a significant number of followers, leading to incalculable losses. With a sense of reckless optimism, Zhou Xinyuan ended the call. In the living room, Yu Xiaoxia was seated on the sofa, munching on an apple while watching television. Wu Tao brought a small chair and sat beside her, eagerly offering to massage her legs. Yu Xiaoxia evaded him, saying, "You want me to be scolded by netizens? This is a live broadcast. You go about your business." Wu Tao refused to relent, insisting on giving her a leg massage, and solemnly declared to the camera, "This is my voluntary act of massaging Xiaoxia's legs. Feel free to criticize me." The remaining regular guests were in the open kitchen preparing dinner. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Linling looked up, displeased. "Wu Tao, my sister Xiaoxia doesn't require your service. If you have nothing to do, come over and help." Wu Tao had no intention of assisting. He was keen on savoring the gossip surrounding Zhou Xinyuan. A juicy piece of gossip must be savored. "I won't help. I'll wash the dishes after dinner." Yu Xiaoxia immediately raised her hand. "I'll wash the dishes too. I can't cook."
No, no.
Wu Tao quickly replied, "Sister Xia, I can manage the work alone. I can't trouble you." Song Linlang was left speechless. "Is she my sister or your sister, Wu Tao? Truly, your flattery knows no bounds." Just as she thought this, a faint voice chimed in. I'll wash the dishes too. My portion will count as Sister Xia's." Song Linlang. "Zhao Yanfeng, your flattery rivals that of Senior Wu Tao." Not only was Song Linlang at a loss for words, but the viewers of the live stream were equally perplexed. Initially, they wanted to criticize Yu Xiaoxia for being lazy, but now they only wished to rebuke Wu Tao. "Taozi, you are indeed quite the flatterer. Why scold our Xiaoxia? She is such a sweet girl." They all volunteered. "Exactly. Don't scold Xiaoxia. She brings us such delightful gossip. Sister Xia, publish a book and tell us how to train a dog." "Yanfeng, my boy, you're only 19, and you're already flattering. Don't learn from Wu Tao. He has been waiting for years to gain popularity, and following him one tea lead to good results." Wu Tao, shrimp and pork heart. In the villa, Wu Tao remained oblivious to the comments in the chat, continuing his diligent efforts to please. Yet, he had not heard any more of Yu Xiaoxia's thoughts. This left him quite anxious, prompting him to take action. "Xiaoxia, what do you think of the 3 new guests today?" Yu Xiaoxia's eyes remained glued to the television, and she replied casually, "They're quite good." Wu Tao pressed on. "You're not saying enough, are you?" He cleared his throat and persisted. "What do you think of Zhou Xinyuan, the handsome guy who just arrived?" Only then did Yu Xiaoxia turn her head and give Wu Tao a meaningful glance. Wu Tao asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" With a suddenly enlightened expression and mindful of the live broadcast, Yu Xiaoxia lowered her voice. "So you have taken a liking to him, huh? Let me tell you, you two have no chance." Although his persona is that of a misogynist, it is but a fade, distinctly different from someone of your character. Wu Tao was taken aback. "What do you mean by someone like me? Is this a form of discrimination against sexual orientation? Such notions should not be entertained." "That is not my intention," he replied. "I merely wish to ascertain your opinion on his character." He subtly hinted, "Is there a difference between his true nature and the persona he presents? Is he not somewhat hypocritical?" Yu Xiaoxia shrugged. "It's quite normal for people to exhibit a degree of inconsistency, isn't it? No one can guarantee that they are always genuine and their words align with their actions. That would be divine, not human." Wu Tao remarked. "He seems to have given up, merely indulging in gossip, which is quite a challenge." Fortunately, his hint proved effective, as Yu Xiaoxia's mind began to wander elsewhere. In truth, Zhou Xinyuan is not a bad person. Although his public persona does not align with his true self, he has committed no grave misdeeds. It is unfortunate, however, that he is on the verge of a scandal. Wu Tao felt an exhilarating urge to scream. But let there be no misunderstanding, his excitement did not stem from the misfortune of others, rather from the thrill of gossip. The busy individuals in Nakajima's kitchen paused momentarily before resuming their culinary tasks nonchalantly. No need to panic. Perhaps by listening closely, they might glean more information regarding his impending downfall. Chapter 80. Are they attempting to drive me to my demise, thereby inheriting my misfortunes? Following the initial trial period, the resident guests in the second phase had evidently matured in their culinary endeavors. While one might not call their dishes a feast for the senses, they were at least palatable. It was evident that these individuals had clandestinely sought further training. During mealtime, Wu Xiaoxiao and Sun Yan finally descended from the upper floors. Although Sun Yan's eyes were red and Wu Xiaoxiao's face was aglow with anger, clearly indicative of a recent quarrel, Yu Xiaoxia glanced around, puzzled. Has something transpired that I am unaware of? The atmosphere feels quite peculiar. The others responded. And what do you know? Perhaps you should look at yourself. You are a living embodiment of a tyrant. Xiaoxia, come. Eat more. Zhang Yongfeng offered you Xiaoxia a serving of stir-fried shrimp with a serving spoon. This is also delicious. Ren Tong added, placing sweet and sour ribs into her bowl. Sister Xiaoxia, you've worked hard, Zhao Yanfei said, his ears flushed as he handed her his homemade chicken wings. As these three took action, the rest feared being left out, and soon, Yu Xiaoxia's bowl was piled high.
What on earth is happening?
Is everyone going mad? Only then did the group lower their heads and eat obediently. Haha, this is hilarious. What are they up to? They left Xiaoxia utterly speechless. It felt as though something had occurred that was beyond her comprehension. Had this been a recorded segment, it surely would have been edited out, but this was live. Zhao Yanfei, I initially thought you were too young to be as obsequious as Wu Tao, but I stand corrected. You are even more sycophantic. Sister Xiaoxia, you've worked hard. What has she labored over? Was she exhausted from eating an apple? Nonsense. She was clearly fatigued from lounging on the sofa, dog emoji. Netizens chuckled and teased as they watched the live broadcast, while Zhou Xingyuan was nearly beside himself with anxiety. He now understood that genuine sentiments are a rarity. He had just been lamenting about it. But what was there to complain about? If he failed to hear genuine feelings, he might not even realize how he met his end. He cleared his throat, disregarding his persona, and eagerly picked up some food to place in Yu Xiaoxia's bowl. Xiaoxia.
No.
Yu Xiaoxia immediately shielded her bowl and turned away, exclaiming that she truly could not eat anymore. What is wrong with these people? Do they wish to stuff me to death so they can inherit my old six? Just then, old six emerged to declare loyalty. Useless. I can only be old six for Xiaoxia. Humph. Zhou Xingyuan halted his chopsticks midair, feeling awkward and at a loss. Wu Tao, possessing a modicum of conscience, had just consumed some of their food and understood Zhou Xingyuan's current predicament, knowing his reputation was on the line without grasping the reasons behind it. He proactively took the dish Zhou Xingyuan offered and intentionally broached a topic related to him. Xingyuan, do you have any plans coming up? Don't film. It's a waste of money, and it won't air anyway. Yu Xiaoxia bit into a chicken wing, her mind still buzzing with gossip. Fortunately, it's just a soft ban, which won't affect the editing of slowing down days. Otherwise, Gu Xiqing would explode. Huh? A soft ban? Zhou Xingyuan began to ponder whether he had ever engaged in actions that could lead to such a ban, and how he might avoid such circumstances in the future. Yet he is quite unfortunate. He sought to maintain a pristine image while secretly being married with children. His private life was discovered by fans who could not accept it, leading him to live stream a suicide attempt, demanding an explanation from him. This could have been resolved amicably, but he was unlucky enough to be caught up in the clear and bright initiative. And the uproar surrounding the extreme actions of fans resulted in an immediate soft ban without listening to his side of the story. Was this his reckoning for deceiving his fans? Having finished her chicken wing, Yu Xiaoxia switched to ribs. People, especially those in the entertainment industry, should refrain from constructing false personas. It is all too easy to face a downfall. Zhou Xingyuan exhaled a breath he had been holding, though it was not entirely released. He felt a sense of relief in recognizing the reason for his predicament, yet a lingering tension remained, knowing that resolving this matter would not be simple. What if he publicly acknowledged his marriage and children, and fans still attempted suicide? Wu Tao winked at him. Are you foolish? It's not as clear-cut now. Besides, there's a vast difference between being proactive and being discovered against your will. Moreover, if handled well, you might even attract more fans through an open acknowledgement. Concepts like responsibility and accountability matter little. As long as fans adore you, they will elevate you to the heavens in no time. It's all possible. Zhou Xingyuan received Wu Tao's signal and nodded. Thanks, brother. Wu Tao shrugged, just a small favor. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxia honored her promise to wash the dishes, but was immediately stopped by everyone. Zhao Yanfei dashed towards the sink with the bowl in hand. Wu Tao rolled up his sleeves and held Yu Xiaoxia back. Let me handle it. How could I let Sister Xia wash dishes? Ultimately, Zhou Xingyuan shooed everyone away, even issuing a stern warning. Today, Zhou Xingyuan, will take care of all the dishes. Do not dare to compete with me, he added with a grin. And this task counts as a favor I'm doing for Xiaoxia, so be sure to credit her. Seriously, Zhou Xingyuan, are you starting to flatter her too? Do you still recall your persona? The one characterized by a profound fear of women. Whether participating in variety shows or on set, you have never been one to initiate conversations with females. What are you engaged in now? The foremost figure in the entertainment industry when it comes to avoiding misunderstandings. And now you're voluntarily washing dishes for a girl? Am I seeing this correctly? I am genuinely curious about what enchantment little Xia possesses. Comrade Xia, I strongly urge you once more, please publish a book. I would undoubtedly purchase it. Today, Xiaoxia neither cooked nor had any dishes to wash, feeling restless. She contemplated slicing some fruit for everyone. However, the moment she picked up a knife, Zhao Yanfei dashed over. Are you cutting fruit? Hand it over. I can manage. Wu Tao, unwilling to concede defeat, immediately followed suit. What do you wish to eat? Oranges? Apples? Grapes? Perhaps we should have a bit of everything. I'll wash the grapes. Zhang Yongfeng and Ren Tong exchanged glances, with Song Linling remarking, this is simply unbearable to watch. The two older gentlemen shared a knowing look. The younger generation was far too impatient. It was indeed up to them to demonstrate maturity and composure. As they exchanged silent understanding, Ren Tong turned to Xiaoxia with a cheerful wave. Xiaoxia, ignore them. Come sit with us. Zhang Yongfeng, irked, slapped his thigh. Oh, Ren Tong, you crafty green tea man. Are you trying to play tricks on me? With no task at hand, Xiaoxia could only sit down and continue watching television. After Zhou Xinyuan arrived, the fruits prepared by Zhao Yanfei and Wu Tao were brought to the table, and aside from Wu Xiaoxiao and Sun Yan, all the guests had convened. Wu Tao, whether intentionally or by prior arrangement, teased Zhou Xinyuan. Xinyuan, you've hardly ever set foot in a kitchen, have you? Honestly, did you sneakily hide the shattered bowl earlier? The comments erupted in astonishment. Wow. This man managed to ignite an explosion of reactions in the live chat with just a single sentence. Chapter 81. Yes, I am married. The news originated from Xiaoxia. And Zhou Xinyuan understood the importance of reciprocation. After uttering those words, the comments were momentarily frozen for 5 seconds before erupting in a flurry of queries and exclamations of surprise. Did I hear incorrectly? What did Zhou Xinyuan just say? He mentioned he has a daughter, which implies he must have a wife. Thus he is married. Those who heard, don't pretend you didn't hear. Whispers of mischief. Ha ha ha. My brother, who has a fear of women, is married? I'm not going mad. Don't pull me back, I'm not losing my mind. ISN T Zhou Xinyuan afraid of women? He always retreats at the sight of a girl. When did he get married?
Who is his wife?
I've never heard of him being close to any woman. Deceiving fans, Zhou Xinyuan, you've done well. Big news is here. Xiaoxia, do tell. Does this matter concern you, in any way? I believe it does. When everyone greeted each other upon entering, the expressions were decidedly peculiar. Did you not notice? Regardless of the truth, Xiaoxia, I am utterly enamored with you. You are my connection in the entertainment industry. Zhou Xinyuan reveals he has a daughter. Zhou Xinyuan is secretly married. Who is Zhou Xinyuan's wife? The days have slowed down, and Zhou Xinyuan has made his revelation. Several topics swiftly ascended to trending status. As the live broadcast continued, drawing a multitude of fans and onlookers into the virtual arena. The director and producer beamed with delight at the backstage traffic. Consultant Xia, you are nothing short of our deity. Not only the god of gossip, but also the deity of fortune. Although the audience was already privy to this secret, they were nonetheless astonished when Zhou Xinyuan unexpectedly confessed. Wu Tao dramatically covered his mouth, staring at Zhou Xinyuan in disbelief. Xin, did you just say? Zhou Xinyuan, taken aback by his own acting prowess, quickly realized, did I actually say that? Well. He turned earnestly to the camera. To all the viewers tuning in, I wish to announce that, yes, I am married, and I have a lovely daughter. Yu Xiaoxia was somewhat bewildered by this sudden revelation. Wu Tao, ever the supportive sidekick, chuckled and asked, is that true? I hadn't heard about it before. Zhou Xinyuan smiled. My wife is a civilian and wishes to avoid excessive attention, hence we didn't inform everyone. The room erupted in supportive cheers. Wu Tao continued, would you mind sharing the story of your romance with your wife? Zhou Xinyuan laughed. My wife and I were college classmates. We had originally planned to marry right after graduation, but I was unexpectedly discovered by a talent scout and entered the industry. Well. He shrugged. You all know what happened next. Over the years, I have sought an opportunity to publicly share this matter, but I never found the right moment. Today, however, it feels liberating to finally express what I have kept hidden. With this revelation, the audience recalled that Zhou Xinyuan's initial fear of women persona was largely imposed upon him by fans. His management team deemed this persona advantageous, and thus refrained from allowing him to clarify. For several years, this characterization had followed him, becoming almost a badge he could not shed. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that he indeed reaped certain benefits from this image, with a significant portion of his fanbase being female. Addressing the camera, he clarified the misunderstandings surrounding his previous avoidance of the topic. He then solemnly stated, "Regarding my hidden marriage, I owe my fans an apology. I am sorry for not clarifying this sooner. Additionally, I must apologize to my family. My dear wife, I am sorry for not being able to acknowledge our relationship publicly, and I regret the distress it has caused you over the years." This heartfelt confession ignited a frenzy online. While onlookers were entertained, it was his fans who were most stirred. "I can't believe it. This can't be real. Zhou Xinyuan, you are a fraud. I'm unfollowing. I can't support this." Yet, some fans urged others to accept reality. Even if he weren't married, he would never marry any of you. Fortunately, I am a sister fan. I am coping well at this moment. Isn't Zhou Xinyuan nearing 30? Isn't it normal to date and marry? There's no need to be so dramatic. Perspectives varied among netizens, leading to differing sentiments. As the news broke, online commentators mobilized to steer public opinion towards the favorable aspects of his character, highlighting him as a responsible man and a good father. In the villa, not long after Zhou Xinyuan's words fell, his assistant handed over the phone. Zhou Xinyuan took it and smiled knowingly. It was his daughter.
Indeed.
As soon as he answered the voice call, a soft, sweet voice emerged. "Daddy." Zhou Xinyuan's smile transformed instantly, radiating a tenderness that was previously unexpressed. "My dear, do you miss Daddy?" The little one, seemingly not very old, spoke with a slightly unclear, soft voice. "Daddy, kiss me." Zhou Xinyuan felt a twinge of shyness. Yet he could not bring himself to deny his daughter's request. Blushing, he sent a couple of kisses into the phone. Immediately, a peal of giggles erupted from the other end. The previously chaotic barrage of comments began to shift slightly as a result of this call. Zhou Xinyuan's daughter's voice was utterly delightful. His demeanor changed completely when conversing with her. "Oh my, I don't mind Zhou Xinyuan's hidden marriage. After all, he hasn't committed any heinous acts. Celebrities deserve privacy, and such a marriage is surely a matter of personal freedom. Indeed, it's far better than those who engage in promiscuity." In the live broadcast, the little girl continued to converse with Zhou Xinyuan. "Daddy, Mommy said to forgive you." Zhou Xinyuan's eyes momentarily glistened. This was not an act, but a genuine display of emotion, moving even Song Linglang and the others. "My dear, please tell Mommy. Thank you." "My wife." The child parroted back, instantly eliciting laughter from both the live audience and online viewers. Zhou Xinyuan spent the night in trepidation, fearing the news of an extreme fan's suicide, yet as the night passed, neither his fan group nor Weibo revealed any such presence. He breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps Wu Tao was right. Maybe the radical fans were not so extreme just yet. The course of events was ever-changing. Even the slightest alteration could dramatically shift the outcome, let alone such a significant transformation. Zhou Xinyuan wished to express gratitude to Xiaoxia for her reminder, but the words eluded him. So, when Ren Tong inquired about his sudden revelation of the hidden marriage, he inadvertently spoke his thoughts aloud. "It's because of you, Xiaoxia." As soon as the words left his lips, the carriage fell silent for a moment, while the comments section erupted with affirmations. "Alright, I guessed it was because of Xiaoxia." See, he admitted it. "By the way, what kind of charm does Xiaoxia possess? Why does it seem that anyone who interacts with her either faces a downfall or undergoes a significant change?" Quickly, Zhou Xinyuan explained. Zhou Xinyuan cleared his throat and quickly added, "Ahem, it's because consultant Xiaoxia is simply too adorable. When I saw her eating an apple, it reminded me of my daughter eating an apple." You Xiaoxia, not pleased, retorted, "You think of your daughter when you see me eating an apple? Isn't that taking advantage of me? After all, aren't I only a few years younger than you?" Zhou Xinyuan lowered his head, not daring to respond. "Moreover, I've heard that if someone calls you cute, it's because you're not attractive, so does that mean I'm ugly?" Wu Tao stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. As everyone wore smiles, Wu Xiaoxiao, seated in the back row, suddenly erupted. She sprang from her seat and forcefully shoved Sun Yan, exclaiming, "Get away from me." Taken by surprise, Sun Yan fell directly into the aisle. The barrage of comments reflected the shift in focus. With a single motion, this woman had diverted the collective gaze of the audience and netizens away from that man surnamed Zhou and onto herself. Chapter 82. Just a trivial grandfather-granddaughter romance. What on earth is happening now? Has Wu Xiaoxiao lost her mind? The two of them had been behaving oddly since yesterday, and neither made an appearance during the evening chat. Wu Xiaoxiao's temper is rather intolerable. Sun Yan has been enduring her since yesterday. If Wu Xiaoxiao dares to act this way even during a live broadcast, one can only wonder if she bullies Sun Yan in private as well. What nonsense are you all spouting? Since debuting as a group, Wu Xiaoxiao has consistently looked after Sun Yan, and their relationship has always been harmonious. Could you refrain from spreading rumors? Wow. The fans are at it again. Keep it going. Don't stop. We bystanders love to watch. On the bus, the expressions of the crowd were equally awkward. Everyone understood the reason behind Wu Xiaoxia's fury, yet with Xiaoxia present and the live broadcast ongoing, they were at a loss for words. Moreover, discussing such matters was not something they could easily approach. Eventually, it was Ren Tong, the peacemaker, who helped Sun Yan back to her feet, asking, Xiaoxiao, are you feeling unwell? Should we call a doctor? To Ren Tong's surprise, Wu Xiaoxiao refused to relent, adamantly confronting Sun Yan instead. However, Wu Xiaoxiao dismissed all communication until her father called her directly. In front of the live audience, the two engaged in a heated argument over the phone. In a fit of rage, Wu Xiaoxiao hurled her phone, shouting at Sun Yan, who was wiping her tears. Are you happy now? Even my father is speaking for you, Sun Yan, you scheming Xiaoxiao. Sun Yan suddenly interjected loudly, please stop. I accept your accusations. But just don't say any more. Sun Yan's willingness to endure contrasted sharply with Wu Xiaoxiao's aggression, garnering her a wave of sympathy online. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoxiao being straightforward. Hadn't he considered the ramifications? Upon witnessing Sun Yan's heartbreaking tears, fleeting moments of hesitation and compassion stirred within her, recalling their years together. At that moment, Xiaoxia scratched her head, pondering, when did Wu Xiaoxiao learn about Sun Yan and her father's situation? From yesterday to today, she felt the unfolding drama was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Hey, are you burning out or something? No, Xiaoxia, I'm perfectly fine, just full of energy. However, the world is ever-changing. Even a tiny butterfly can stir a hurricane, so occasional fluctuations are to be expected. Reluctantly accepting this explanation, Xiaoxia mused. In the end, the outcome will be that Wu Xiaoxiao faces online harassment and withdraws from the industry, while Sun Yan leaves the group to continue making money in the entertainment world. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock and Sun Yan, instantly humiliated, seethed with anger. If it weren't for that accursed Xiaoxia, she wouldn't have been exposed by Wu Xiaoxiao yesterday, and now her plans were being thwarted again. Yet in the next moment, Sun Yan felt a sharp pain in her heart. She is an exceptionally intelligent individual, instantly realizing that her chest pain stemmed from harboring ill thoughts toward Xiaoxia, and promptly relinquished that notion. Indeed, within moments, the pain subsided. Before she could marvel at Xiaoxia's remarkable qualities, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly slapped her face. This time, there was no opportunity for Sun Yan to offer excuses. Wu Xiaoxiao directly confronted her with fury. Sun Yan, I have treated you as my close confidant, caring for you since your debut. How could you betray me by seducing my father? My mother passed away only a year ago. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Moments ago, the barrage of comments was filled with insults directed at Wu Xiaoxiao, but they were momentarily stunned into silence by the shocking revelation. 2 seconds later, the comments erupted with disbelief. Sun Yan's expression turned frantic and pale, and she immediately attempted to explain, but Wu Xiaoxiao interrupted her. She was no longer the Wu Xiaoxiao of earlier. She had transformed into the formidable Niu Hulu Xiao, possessing an acute ability to see through her adversary's schemes. Do not attempt to convince me this is about love, Wu Xiaoxiao declared to the camera. I am my parents' late-life daughter. My father is already 65 years old. Sun Yan is not even 25. Viewers of a live stream, do you truly believe in a romance between Sun Yan and my father? Oh my goodness. I never anticipated that Sun Yan could stoop so low as to seduce her best friend's father. I instantly empathized with Wu Xiaoxiao. Sun Yan, couldn't you at least find someone else? Pursuing your best friend's father is rather disgraceful. I had thought Sun Yan was crying out of profound distress, but in hindsight, she seemed rather disingenuous. There's no need to speculate maliciously about a girl. What if it were truly love? Indeed, whom one chooses to love is Sun Yan's prerogative. Sun Yan's fans ought to remain silent. Are all the men in the world dead that she must pursue her best friend's father? It is rumored that Wu Xiaoxiao's father is quite wealthy. One cannot dismiss the possibility that Sun Yan approached him for financial gain. Of course, it might also be genuine love. Do you believe it? I certainly do not. It seems that all the blame is directed at women, if such an incident occurs. Wu Xiaoxiao's father is certainly not blameless. Why not direct your ire toward him? And Wu Xiaoxiao, why do you not dare to confront your father? Preying on women is hardly a mark of strength. After Wu Xiaoxiao transformed into Niu Hulu Xiao, she appeared to possess an almost supernatural insight, formidable and fearsome. She sensed someone challenging her and continued to address the camera. Cough, cough, cough. Watching a live stream on his phone, Wu Xiaoxiao's father nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This rebellious daughter. This rebellious daughter. Chapter 83. Song Linglang and others have been kidnapped. While Wu Xiaoxiao began to spiral into madness, her management company had been attempting to contact her, seeking to halt her from speaking. Ignoring the ongoing live stream, individuals arrived to forcibly escort both Wu Xiaoxiao and Sun Yan away. Xiaoxia, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Yu Xiaoxia replied with a dazed smile, as it was always appropriate to grin in bewilderment. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded, leading the way off the bus. As for Sun Yan following closely behind, she dared not even glance at Yu Xiaoxia, fearing another bout of chest pain, and hurriedly lowered her head to disembark. As the two hosts departed, the viewers of the live stream felt a tinge of disappointment. However, the most crucial gossip had already been revealed, and given the magnitude of the situation, it was certain that more revelations awaited. There was no need for haste. Overindulgence could prove detrimental. The shuttle buses continued to roll, and the audience reveled in the barrage of comments. Who could argue otherwise? Ever since the premiere of A Slower Life, I have been engrossed day and night, even keeping it playing by my bedside at night for fear of missing any morsel of gossip. Ha ha ha, I share the same nightly ritual of not turning off my phone. But there is more than just two pieces of gossip. Did you not notice that several of Lu Feiyang's ardent fans have unfollowed him? What? Prompted by a fellow user, the viewers hastily navigated to Lu Feiyang's dedicated chat group, and indeed, they discovered that several avatars had turned dark. I recognize them. They are renowned fans who meticulously document his schedules and outings. What could have prompted such sudden disengagement? Could it be related to Xiaoxia? Yet, during yesterday's live stream, Lu Feiyang and Yu Xiaoxia seemed to enjoy each other's company quite well. To our astonishment, these dedicated fans were also present at the event yesterday, capturing images. Yet after concluded, not only did they fail to release a single photo, but they also blacked out their avatars. Speculation ran rampant among viewers. Yet none could uncover the truth. Haha. Thus, in the span of 2 days since the broadcast commenced, 3 pieces of gossip have surfaced. What a windfall. Naturally, Lu Feiyang became aware of his devoted fan's sudden departure. He found himself torn between the urge to reprimand and the inability to express his frustration. Left to swallow this bitter pill in silence. Are you out of your mind? Lu Feiyang nearly exploded. If I am not mistaken, your revelation of the hidden marriage was prompted by her, was it not? You kept this hidden from me too? He decided to let that go for the moment. As a good friend, Lu Feiyang was also momentarily taken aback by the revelations surrounding Zhou Xingyuan. He bore no ill will. Zhou Xingyuan ought to feel grateful instead. Caught off guard, Lu Feiyang hesitated, pondering how he could possibly address this matter with Zhou Xingyuan. Sharing it would likely result in mockery for at least a decade. Zhou Xingyuan, still live streaming, grew impatient and asked, "What did you call to say?" Lu Feiyang, unable to lash out or nurse ill thoughts, sought a clever retort. Zhou Xingyuan, upon hearing his plan, frowned. "I refuse. I find Xiaoxia to be rather commendable. No, exceptionally so." Besides, Lu Feiyang, displeased, interjected, "Besides what?" Zhou Xingyuan suddenly smiled. "Have you forgotten which company backs you, Xiaoxia? If you wish to be blacklisted by Gu, just say the word. I can negotiate with him on your behalf." Lu Feiyang was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Xingyuan, with well-meaning counsel, remarked, "Although I am unaware of the gossip you've been privy to, your fans have deserted you. Do you not wish for others to experience the prowess of consultant Xiaoxia?" Lu Feiyang's eyes lit up. Indeed, although Yu Xiaoxia had caused him to lose his dedicated fans, she was, in essence, a human lie detector. Why should he be the only one subjected to the gossip? He refused to believe that he was simply a pawn in this game, having committed no heinous acts, while others in the circle might be even more naive than he. If misfortune were to befall anyone, it should be a shared experience. Why should he be so benevolent as to shield others from potential risks? Zhou Xingyuan, come here to divide the groups. I'm here. Zhou Xingyuan impatiently spoke into the phone. Do you have any matters left? If not, I shall hang up. We are live. Hang up, hang up. Lu Feiyang was the first to disconnect the call. Zhou Xingyuan handed the phone to her assistant and rushed towards several guests, announcing, "I have arrived." As there were only 2 girls, Yu Xiaoxia and Song Linlang took turns as group leaders, playing rock-paper-scissors to select their team members. Yu Xiaoxia, a beauty enthusiast, chose the delicate Zhao Jifei first, who happily stood behind her, much to Wu Tao's chagrin, causing him to stomp in frustration. Fortunately, in the second round, Yu Xiaoxia claimed her friend Wu Tao, bringing a smile to his face. The groups were finalized. Zhang Yongfeng, Rentong, Zhou Xingyuan, and Song Linling formed one team to check in at the current scenic spot. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia took Xiao Jifei and Wu Tao on a bus to another attraction a few kilometers away for their check-in, planning to meet up with Song Linlong's group afterwards. With the tasks assigned, everyone set off on their respective journeys. The three young and vigorous members of Xiaoxia's team completed their check-in by 3 in the afternoon and quickly made their way to a restaurant in the scenic area, indulging in a feast while enjoying the air conditioning, waiting for Song Linlong's group to join them. However, as evening approached, there was still no sign of the others. This is not good. Song Linlong's group has been kidnapped. Chapter 84. I can help you find your daughter. Xiaoxia suddenly sprang to her feet, so hastily that she knocked over the drinks on the table. The staff, nearly in tears, handed a phone to Xiaoxia, saying, "We are still live. Look." Song Linling and her group had been abducted while en route to meet Xiaoxia. The vehicle suddenly halted on a bustling street, and before anyone could react, the driver pulled a knife from beneath his seat. A wave of fear washed over everyone as the cameraman, struggling to steady the camera, was steadied by the man wielding the knife, who instructed, "Make sure to get a clear shot of my face. No shaking." All right, the cameraman replied, beads of cold sweat forming. In the vehicle, apart from Song Linlang and her 3 companions, there were several other staff members, including an assistant director and 2 cameramen holding live broadcast cameras. The driver, with a somewhat deranged demeanor, exclaimed, "Live streaming is great. It's because of your live broadcast that I kidnapped you. There should be many viewers, right?" He pointed at the camera. The crew exchanged worried glances, and the assistant director nodded. "Yes, indeed, there are many viewers, an overwhelming number." The man nodded in satisfaction, squinting as he surveyed the interior of the vehicle. The group, trembling with fear, lowered their heads to minimize their presence, yet when his gaze fell upon Song Linling, his eyes lit up. "I recognize you. My daughter adores you. You are a superstar, aren't you?" Song Linling, suppressing her terror, nodded slightly. Just then, the man's expression shifted abruptly. He seized Song Linling, pressing the knife against her neck. The vehicle erupted in panic as people screamed. Yet, the man paid no heed, glaring at the others in the car. "You all, get out." The assistant director was nearly in tears, unable to bear leaving Song Linling alone in the car. Gritting his teeth, he stammered, "Brother, please don't harm her. She's just a girl. Why not take me instead? I'm willing to switch." As the assistant director stepped forward, Zhang Yongfeng, Rentong, and Zhou Xingyuan bravely followed suit. However, the man remained unmoved, commanding, "Get down, and do not make me repeat myself, and leave that one who resists." With no choice, the assistant directors descended from the vehicle one by one. The director's team, sensing something amiss, promptly reported to the police. As they arrived, they approached the group immediately. The assistant director shook his head, stating, "We're fine, but Linling is still in his grasp." Just then, Ching Ching shouted, "Everyone, look at the live stream." Instantly, the crowd opened their phones, and they saw the man holding a knife to Song Linlong's neck, addressing the live stream. "My daughter is missing. I want to find her. If you help me locate her, I will release her immediately." This man was either insane or deeply troubled. However, upon hearing his plea, someone suddenly recalled a detail. I think I recognize him. Didn't he post a video last year looking for his daughter?" "Yes, that's him. Poor father. I even helped share his post." Others chimed in, recalling that his daughter had disappeared while traveling in the city, and despite his efforts, she had never been found. "Oh my goodness, it's him." But that doesn't justify kidnapping Song Linling. Anxiety rippled through the crowd. What if something happens to her? That's a knife. What are we going to do? Where are the police? People began to exchange information about the man's daughter, urging those who knew anything to contact the director's team. Meanwhile, Gu Xicheng was already alerted and rushed to the city. The Song family was in chaos, with Song Xiangchen tasked to watch over Mo Pingxin, while Song Onkong took Song Xiangbei toward the city. Yet, they were outpaced by Xiaoxia, who, upon witnessing the live stream, hurried to the scene. She insisted on getting closer, and the director could not restrain her. A large crowd had gathered around the scene, especially during this evening rush hour, with the bus obstructing a heavily trafficked main road. The driver intended to escalate the situation. He had been searching for his daughter for a year. Initially, he had the support of police and compassionate individuals, but eventually, they had all left him alone. He had exhausted all his savings without any leads on his daughter, remaining in the city to work and search, day by day, month by month. Now, it had been over a year without progress. Desperation drove him to this extreme measure. "As long as I find my daughter, I will offer my life in penance. Please do not blame me. I will not harm you. I only want my daughter, the man declared. What could Song Linlang do but nod tearfully in agreement? At that moment, a frantic voice called out from outside the car window. I can help you find your daughter. Upon hearing these words, the man felt a fleeting moment of joy, only to be swiftly engulfed by skepticism. How could the person he had been searching for over the course of a year be found so quickly? He found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Song Linlang had recognized the voice. Xia. Linlang, are you alright? I'm fine, don't worry. Xia was in a state of panic, mentally berating her partner. Why didn't I see any indication today that Linlang would be kidnapped? The partner, trembling, replied, perhaps it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. When you separated from Song Linlang this morning, the perpetrator hadn't yet conceived any malicious intent. Xia was left speechless. Just then the police arrived, and upon hearing Xia's words, the team leader involved in the rescue hurried forward, softly admonishing her. Don't deceive him if you haven't found her. This could provoke the assailant. Xia shot him a glare. Who said I'm lying? I can truly find her. The captain was rendered speechless. He was aware of the missing person case and had even participated in the search, but it had ultimately yielded no results. The perpetrator had been exceedingly cautious, leaving no evidence at the scene, complicating their investigation significantly. If so many were unable to locate her, how could a mere girl possibly succeed? At that moment, he unexpectedly received a phone call from the city. Upon ending the call, he scratched his head. Although puzzled, he knew he had to follow orders from above. Chapter 85. The man was suddenly taken aback, his hair standing on end. At this juncture, Xia was already calling out Wang Hongkai. I assure you I can find your daughter. I possess the ability to tell fortunes. You can ask the viewers in the live stream. You should be able to see the comments, right? Have them tell you. I am exceptionally accurate. Another camera was trained on Xia, and upon hearing this, the online audience, unsure of her abilities, nonetheless felt the gravity of the situation. They immediately began flooding the comments. She can't trust her. Of course, some remained skeptical, hurling insults in the comments, but their voices were soon drowned out by those who believed in her. Seeing the screen filled with expressions of faith stirred a hint of doubt in Wang Hongkai. He pocketed his phone and pushed Song Linlang towards the bus entrance, only to find a young girl standing there. His expression darkened. You're not deceiving me, are you? Xia shook her head. Of course not. Look, I know your name is Wang Hongkai and your daughter's name is Wang Mengfan, right? She came to the city for a visit 2 winters ago. But shortly after arriving, you lost contact with her. You've been searching for over a year without any leads. How could I possibly deceive you with this information? Wang Hongkai nodded, but then suddenly became wary. Wait, this information is available online. You must have read it there. For heaven's sake, what time is it? Do I look like I have time to browse the internet? You need to believe me. I am the only one who can help you find your daughter. Wang Hongkai's eyes widened in shock. He heard a strange sound, yet the young girl before him had not spoken. The captain, who had been standing nearby, suddenly grasped something but chose to remain discreet, feigning ignorance of the anomaly. Xiaoxia placed her hands on her hips and declared, Let me be clear. Only I can assist you in locating your daughter. If you heed my advice, release Song Linlang first. Otherwise you can bind me, and I shall guide you to your daughter. How does that sound? Absolutely not. Song Linlang exclaimed, fearing that Wang Hongkai might consider switching targets. She quickly added, Take me instead. Do not apprehend her. I am Song Linlang, renowned star. Capturing her would serve no purpose. The man hesitated, scrutinizing Xiaoxia from head to toe. She is a star, but are you a celebrity as well? Are you more famous than she? Of course. Xiaoxia boasted, weaving a proud lie. While inwardly, she queried Lao Lu, if I were in danger, would you protect me? Without a doubt, Xiaoxia. With me, Lao Lu, in your corner. No one in this world can harm you. Reassured, Xiaoxia noticed the man's narrowed gaze upon her. Who is Lao Lu? He sounds formidable. This young lady seems rather cunning, leaving him uncertain. I will not switch targets. You guide me to my daughter, and upon finding her, I shall release her immediately. Sighing, Xiaoxia resigned herself to the situation. Very well, let us proceed. With her command, the scene erupted into action. Wang Hongkai remained vigilant, denying the police's request to shut down the live stream and refusing Xiaoxia's plea to board the bus. You will lead the way, he instructed. Fixing his gaze on Xiaoxia, she reluctantly entered the police vehicle prepared for her. Wang Hongkai instructed the cameraman to leave the equipment behind, then expelled the cameraman from the vehicle before binding Song Linlang to her seat, after which he took the helm of the bus. In the police car, The captain sat beside Xiaoxia, hesitating momentarily before confirming. Do you truly know the whereabouts of her daughter? Xiaoxia nodded, knowing that in Wang Hongcai's future, he eventually located his daughter, but by then it was too late. Lao Lu, lead the way. Yes, sirree. Meanwhile, the convoy sped down the road. While in a dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts of the city, a middle-aged man with a simple demeanor sat in a recliner, his eyes fixated on the live stream. Before him were several tattered mattresses, upon which women huddled together, their expressions a mix of wariness and terror as they gazed at the man. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow for a moment before thrusting his phone towards a young woman. Isn't this your father? A truly devoted dad. Still holding out hope after all this time. The woman's previously vacant expression ignited with a flicker of recognition. Dad, is that you? She lowered her head, too timid to speak further. The middle-aged man scoffed derisively. You think you can capture me? No one in this world has been born who can catch me. He sneered at the phone. Don't say I haven't given you chances. I'm right here waiting for your father and his crew to come knocking. Not only this contemptible man doubted Xiaoxia, but also the viewers in the live stream. As Wang Hongcai forbade the shutdown of the stream, he even directed the camera towards the bound Song Linlang as he drove away. Observing Song Linlang's pitiful state, the majority of online followers expressed their concern in the comments, while a portion resorted to disparaging Xiaoxia. What on earth is Xiaoxia doing? Is it not feasible for the police to simply eliminate this man? Why must they exhibit bravado? I harbor suspicions that Xiaoxia is being deceitful. How could she possibly locate someone whom the police cannot find? Is she truly more capable than the authorities? This fabricator, does she not comprehend that her actions could jeopardize Song Linlang? Do not place your trust in her. While the plight of this man evokes sympathy, his act of kidnapping remains indefensible, and I would advocate for his immediate termination. However, there exists a faction that dissents. It is easy for you to speak so lightly. Have you not witnessed how vigilant that man is? To eliminate him? How would you propose to do so? With your keyboards? Indeed, could you perhaps consider the life of Song Linlang? That man has been hiding within the bus, drawing the curtains closed. Even when he briefly emerged, he concealed himself behind Song Linlang. I must inquire how the police plan to act. Who will be accountable if Song Linlang is harmed during the rescue operation? It appears that some individuals are merely here to stir the pot. Perhaps they are envious detractors who wish for Song Linlang's demise. Truth be told, I find a tinge of sympathy for that man. He repeatedly assured that he would not harm Song Linlang, merely seeking to locate his daughter. If possible, I sincerely hope he is not summarily executed. If you feel compassion for him, why not volunteer to be his captive? It is easy to speak from a position of safety. Meanwhile, Yi Yutong is watching the live stream. Upon witnessing Song Linlang's abduction, she burst into laughter, even clenching her fists in anxiety, muttering softly, "Do not rescue her. Let her perish. It would make things so much simpler for me." At that moment, the intercom on the bus crackled to life, revealing Xiaoxia's voice. Wang Hongcai, we have reached a critical juncture. I advise you to turn off the live stream. Otherwise, we become sitting ducks. With this situation escalating, if the other party is also watching, they will likely have fled by the time we arrive. Wang Hongcai hesitated momentarily, then resolutely replied, no, the live stream must remain on. Otherwise, you will certainly cease to assist me in finding my daughter. Just as before, when he first posted online, numerous kind-hearted individuals offered their aid, but as time elapsed and interest waned, concern for his daughter dwindled. The live stream cannot be turned off, he insisted. Xiaoxia exchanged a glance with the captain beside her, sighed heavily, and terminated the intercom. In truth, turning it off would be futile. There are likely other live streams online revealing our location. The scene was overwhelmed with spectators, and during the live stream, it could be said that half the city gathered to witness the spectacle. Although police vehicles trailed behind their convoy, many citizens spontaneously followed them, resulting in a lengthy procession of private cars trailing several miles behind. These onlookers, reveling in the chaos, could not be managed. Calmly, he produced another phone to search for local videos and indeed discovered several live streams documenting the event. After viewing them, he smirked triumphantly, further convinced that the young girl was fabricating lies. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The vigilance honed from years of wrongdoing alerted him to the realization that he had been deceived. The young girl must have been aware of his live broadcast, deliberately leading everyone down an entirely opposite path. She even activated the intercom, allowing him to overhear and subsequently lower his guard. However, unbeknownst to him, he was already encircled. In that moment of realization, a chill coursed through the man, causing his hairs to stand on end. Chapter 86. scan the crowd, and unearth the scoundrel. The vigilance of criminals should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, on Xiaoxia's end, shortly after disconnecting the intercom, the captain's earpiece crackled with a colleague's voice. "We've found her. We're in the process of rescue." The captain, filled with excitement, shook his fist and turned to embrace the person beside him in a victorious hug, only to find it was Xiaoxia, prompting an awkward scratch of his head. "You found her?" Xiaoxia inquired. "Is Wang Hongxi's daughter among them?" The captain nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it's been confirmed." Xiaoxia breathed a sigh of relief. "Then let us hurry." She promptly picked up the intercom again. "Wang Hongkai, your daughter has been located and successfully rescued. We are bringing you to her now." Wang Hongkai, who was driving the bus, momentarily froze. In the live broadcast, the audience echoed his astonishment, followed by an eruption of questions and skepticism. Is this really true? Did they actually find her? Was Xiaoxia deceiving Wang Hongkai? Just moments ago, she mentioned that the live stream would hinder the operation, and now they found someone? How is it possible? The police have been searching for months without success, yet now they found her in such a short time? What's all this talk? Isn't finding her a good thing? Why cast out on Xiaoxia? It seems some individuals relish chaos, and those petty detractors must be disheartened seeing my Linling nearing safety. However, if this is true, Xiaoxia is truly remarkable. As the online spectators speculated wildly, Xiaoxia had no time to engage with the broadcast. After disconnecting the intercom, she noticed the captain's expression had turned grave. "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" The captain nodded. "A colleague just informed me that the suspect escaped through a tunnel they dug themselves." "What?" Xiaoxia's face darkened. Indeed, cunning. This faceless individual would likely remain elusive, even for the most seasoned of investigators. "By the way, have you discovered their name? I might be able to deduce their whereabouts." Upon hearing this, the captain quickly consulted with colleagues on site. The nearby residents were familiar with each other. Names were hardly a secret, and soon an answer was procured. However, when Xiaoxia checked the name, she shook her head in disappointment. "A false name. It leads nowhere." The captain sighed. He nodded solemnly, looking at her. Regardless of the outcome, "Thank you, Miss Xiaoxia." He finally understood why the higher-ups had placed such emphasis on this case. It was truly remarkable. She must be a goddess. Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively.
Just call me Xiaoxia.
The convoy soon arrived at the outskirts of the city, halting before a small courtyard. Although a cordon had been established, the local villagers had already surrounded the courtyard in layers, leaving no room for passage. As the bus came to a stop, Wang Hongkai could hardly spare a thought for Song Linling. He flung open the bus door and dashed out. Xiaoxia hastily ascended the bus. Linling. Song Linling bound her seat, smiled through tear-filled eyes. Xiaoxia. Without delay, Xiaoxia hurried to untie Song Linling, meticulously checking her for any injuries. "Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere?" Song Linling shook her head. "I'm fine." She enveloped Song Linling in a tight embrace. "You scared me to death. I'm so relieved you're okay." The live broadcast continued, with Mo Pingxin and Song Xiangchen vigilantly watching the stream. Upon witnessing the scene, both mother and son were moved to tears. Mo Pingxin cried out, thumping her chest. "Thank goodness, they're both safe." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the scene. As Xiaoxia assisted Song Linling down from the bus, they beheld Wang Hongkai, weeping profusely, while clutching a dazed young woman. In total, 6 individuals had been rescued, 5 women and, surprisingly, a young man who appeared to be no older than 18 or 19. Each had endured inhumane torment, and when the special police stormed in, they discovered the captives adorned with iron chains around their necks, their emaciated figures and vacant gazes evoking deep sympathy. Though they arrived too late to witness the harrowing events, the local villagers had observed everything with clarity. How could such a monster reside near our village? It terrifies me. I shudder at the thought.
Indeed.
He might even be linked to a murder. Just then, the police approached. "Are you residents of this village? Whose house is this?" The villagers tilted their heads. "Look over there. Isn't that the old residence of Panglao?" Following their gaze, everyone saw an elderly man with graying hair, who, upon spotting the police, collapsed in fear. Rising from the ground, he exclaimed, "I'm innocent. This is indeed my house, but I had nothing to do with this." The police responded, "We didn't say you did. Who resides in this house?" Pang Lao exhaled in relief, then lamented, "I rented it out to a man in his 40s or 50s. He claimed to work at a nearby construction site and seemed quite amiable. I never imagined he would commit such a heinous act." While Pang Lao wept, Yu Xiaoxia guided Song Linling towards the ambulance. Let us go to the hospital. I need to ensure you're truly fine. Song Linling nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Hongkai suddenly fell to the feet of Yu Xiaoxia and Song Linling. I'm so sorry. Thank you. He slapped his own face in despair. Thank you for helping me find my daughter. I was wrong to kidnap you, but I truly had no other choice. Before long, Wang Hongkai's face swelled grotesquely. Unable to bear the sight, Song Linling intervened. Stop hitting yourself. I know you didn't intend to harm me. Your knife wasn't even sharpened. When she was bound in the vehicle, Wang Hongkai's knife had been tossed a mere meter away. And despite it being pressed against her throat, it had left no trace of blood. Yet, although she understood, she found it difficult to forgive Wang Hongkai at that moment. With a sigh, she grasped Yu Xiaoxia's hand. Let us go. They were just persuaded by the police to leave, yet no one felt inclined to depart. Instead, they silently trailed behind. At this moment, seeing the living Song Linling brought a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few words of concern, a commotion arose once more from the crowd. The Song family and Gu Xiqing had arrived. Upon landing, Song Xiangbei and Song Ankong received the news of Song Linlong's rescue. But it was only at this moment that their anxious hearts could finally find solace.
Linling. Xia.
Song Ankong hurried forward. Upon seeing her father, the tears that had been momentarily halted by joy began to flow again. Song Xiangbei affectionately ruffled his two younger sisters' hair, saying, You have endured much hardship. Gu Xiqing, from the moment he arrived at the scene, had been fixated on Yu Xiaoxia, although he was aware she was safe. Witnessing her lively demeanor allowed him to relax his previously taut nerves slightly. The producer and director lowered their heads, remaining silent. Yu Xiaoxia entrusted Song Linling to her father and brother, saying, Dad, big brother, please take Linling to the hospital for a checkup. I have a matter to attend to, and will find you shortly. Without waiting for Song Ankong to inquire further, Yu Xiaoxia had already dashed away. Gu Xiqing quickly reassured. Uncle Song, do not worry. You go ahead to the hospital. I will catch up with her. Yu Xiaoxia swiftly located the team leader she had come with and whispered a few words in his ear. The leader's expression changed. Are you certain? Yu Xiaoxia nodded. While assisting Song Linling off the bus, she had caught a glimpse of a tattered old beggar in the crowd. A strange feeling stirred within her. But she had no time to ponder it then. The more she reflected, the more unsettling it felt. The leader sprang into action. Soon the onlookers, both local villagers and visiting citizens, found themselves unable to leave. Why can't we go? We're not criminals. Yes, let us leave. This, indeed, was the price of curiosity. The leader approached at a brisk pace. Comrade Xiaoxia, shall we interrogate them one by one? Yu Xiaoxia shook her head and walked directly into the crowd. Standing at the center, she placed her hands on her hips and surveyed the area, commanding, Old Six, scan everyone present and drag that scoundrel out. At your command, officer. Chapter 87. Because I am your ancestor. What scoundrel? Did you hear that? You heard it too? I thought I was the only one. It seems we are to be scanned. How do they intend to scan us? With a lie detector? So does this mean the suspect is among us? Those closest to Yu Xiaoxia overheard the murmurs, and a hushed discussion ensued. Upon hearing the last remark, everyone was taken aback, quickly scrutinizing those around them, exchanging suspicious glances, and subtly creating space between one another. Just then, that strange mechanical voice echoed again, Xiaoxia, found it. Yu Xiaoxia immediately focused on a specific point in the crowd and whispered a few words to the team leader. At the back of the throng, a ragged, stooped old beggar felt his heart sink as he became ensnared among the crowd. Unaware of the unfolding events, the crowd suddenly stirred, and he strained to listen. But all he could hear were the complaints of those around him, lamenting their inability to leave. As he contemplated stealthily slipping away amidst the chaos, a sudden hand landed upon his shoulder. Instantly, he froze, thoughts scattering. Without a second thought, he hurled the items in his grasp towards the individual and attempted to flee. But it was far too late. Surrounding the old beggar stood a throng of police officers. What do you intend to do? Stop pretending. Yu Xiaoxia pushed through the crowd, advancing toward the old beggar. How many kind-hearted souls have you deceived in that guise? Wang Mengfan fell victim to your ruse, as did that young man. All out of goodwill, only to encounter a beast like you. The beggar's face, smeared with grime, betrayed no emotion, yet everyone present could perceive his trembling form. How do you know this? Yu Xiaoxia regarded him coldly. Because I am your ancestor. In an instant, the beggar's rage ignited. You insolent wretch, this is all your fault. He cursed, lunging towards Yu Xiaoxia, but the next moment, his body convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground. limbs flailing. Onlookers gasped in shock.
What has happened to him?
Has he been electrocuted? But there's no electricity here. The heavens haven't even thundered. If the ground were electrified, how are we unharmed? While these thoughts circulated, all eyes remained fixed on the beggar, whose body was charred by an unseen force, even his hair singed. That's enough. Don't let him die. That would be too merciful. With that thought, the beggar ceased his spasms, and the captain gestured, "Take him away." The special police approached, restraining the old beggar and escorting him into their vehicle. Many in the crowd recognized Xiaoxia, as they were all participants in the 18 surfing event and had heard of her prowess, but until today, they merely viewed her as a figure of entertainment, akin to a celebrity persona. It was only at this moment that they grasped the truth. This was no mere fade. She was an authentic deity. Xiaoxia felt a sense of bewilderment. She still needed to visit Song Linlang at the hospital and had no time to linger here. After exchanging pleasantries with the captain, she intended to leave. The captain, wishing to retain her presence, thought how advantageous it would be if someone with such extraordinary abilities could assist in resolving the department's backlog of cases. However, observing the man who trailed closely behind her, he refrained from speaking, respectfully ushering her to the vehicle. At the hospital, Song Linlang had completed a thorough examination. Fortunately, she was unharmed, merely shaken. By the time Xiaoxia arrived, she had already taken a sedative and fallen asleep. Song Onkong and Song Xiangbei remained at her bedside. It was then that Gu Xiqing seized the opportunity to speak. "Would you like to rest in the next room for a bit?" Song Onkong quickly added, "Yes, Xiaoxia. You were frightened today as well. Perhaps the doctor should check on you." Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively, "I'm fine." They had initially planned to explore the city afterward, but that seemed unlikely now. Xiaoxia pondered, casting a glance at Gu Xiqing. What kind of luck is this? I meticulously helped him avoid so many risks, yet we still encountered such an unexpected event. Gu Xiqing, who had been relatively unbothered until now, felt a twinge of grievance upon hearing Xiaoxia's thoughts, wishing to embrace her and weep, but hesitating to do so. Xiaoxia had been so preoccupied that she scarcely had a moment to glance at her phone, oblivious to the fact that her every action had already sparked extensive discussion online, even trending on several hot search lists. Witnessing Xiaoxia lead a group to locate Wang Hongzai's daughter and inadvertently uncovering several other missing individuals left netizens astonished. Those who had previously harbored skepticism and criticism were swiftly silenced. Later, as she navigated through the crowd and accurately identified a suspect disguised as a beggar, the astonishment only deepened. Was she truly a deity? How did she manage such feats? The police had searched tirelessly for so long without a single lead. Could it be that she possessed the ability to divine? Had her predictions proven true? After all, she had claimed to possess such skills, and it was merely the disbelief of others that had clouded their judgment. Moreover, could it be that her earlier revelations regarding celebrity scandals were also derived from her foresight? The implications left many wondering. Did this mean there was hope for solving the cases of the missing persons? While some netizens reveled in the spectacle, a few perceptive individuals began to connect the dots, contemplating the responses of the two prominent families, the Jing and Gu clans, towards this remarkable young woman. It became evident to them that she possessed genuine talents. With these thoughts in mind, the observant began to ponder deeply. Song Linlang did not enjoy a restful slumber, plagued by a plethora of chaotic dreams. Upon awakening, she found that twilight had only just begun to settle outside. "Dad, big brother?" she called out, rousing from her sleep. Song Onkong gently ruffled his daughter's hair, although not by blood, having raised this child over the span of 2 decades, nurturing her in his embrace. How could he not feel a pang of affection? Mo Pingxin and Song Xiangchen awaited at the airport. The moment they deplaned, Mo Pingxin rushed forward to embrace her 2 daughters. "Are you all right?" she asked, carefully inspecting Song Linglang's neck. With a feigned air of nonchalance, Song Linglang replied, "The knife wasn't sharpened. He was merely trying to intimidate." Mo Pingxin, however, was unperturbed by the details, though her daughter was fortunate to have been found. It was unacceptable to resort to kidnapping with a knife. Thankfully, Xiaoxia had assisted in bringing her back safely. What if they hadn't found her?
Today,
We owe it all to Xiaoxia. Mo Pingxin grasped Xiaoxia's hand tightly. Xiaoxia, however, remained unfazed, responding, "We are family. There's no need for formality." Gu Xiqing promptly interjected, "Media is lurking outside. You should take a different route to leave." Song Onkong expressed his gratitude to Gu Xiqing and facilitated the family's departure. Upon returning to the Song family villa, Xiaoxia finally exhaled in relief. Although she had not been frightened, the day's exertions had left her quite fatigued. After a soothing bath, she lay on the soft bed, eyes closed, and began to contemplate settling scores with her adversary, Old Six. Still playing dead?
Come out.
Chapter 88. Show me a copy of 100 million. Zazala, a certain organization attempted to obfuscate their signals amidst poor reception. If you remain silent, then you shall never speak to me again for the rest of your life. If Old Six had any sense of shame, he would surely be wearing a sycophantic grin at this very moment. Xiaoxia remained skeptical. If this were truly random, where did his knife come from? He wouldn't carry a knife with him at all times, would he? You hit the nail on the head. Xiaoxia, you are truly astute. Xiaoxia, do not think that flattery will absolve you of my anger. You are my subordinate, and your abilities are so feeble that you cannot even manage a mere butterfly's wings. Are you not delaying my enjoyment of the moment? Lao Lu, I am not deceiving you. Wang Honkai carries a knife because he fears that one day he may encounter the villain who abducted his daughter and be powerless to defend her. However, he is also concerned that bearing a blade might harm innocent people, which is why he has kept it dull. As for my weakness, well, why not assist me in leveling up? You can still level up? How does one do that? Lao Lu, hesitantly. It, requires seed kernels for leveling up. Quite a few, actually. It takes 250 seed kernels. Xiaoxia, that is intriguing. May I inquire who decreed that 250 seed kernels are necessary for a single upgrade? Lao Lu, it is the decree of the esteemed inspector. Inspector? This term was rather unfamiliar to Xiaoxia. Who are they? Lao Lu explained. They are the agents of the supreme deity, governing all of our subordinates. Quite formidable indeed. Xiaoxia showed a flicker of interest. What do they look like? Lao Lu, I do not know. I am merely a lowly subordinate and have yet to earn the privilege of an audience with the esteemed inspector. Xiaoxia. It appears that regardless of where one finds themselves, even if merely an artificial intelligence subordinate, there are hierarchical constraints. How delightful. Lao Lu, indeed. Once I level up, I will become a rather powerful subordinate. With a mere flick, I could crush such a butterfly, do not believe the boast, and even if it survives, I would be able to foresee its fate, much like today's incident with Song Lingling. I should have been able to perceive that. Should have? Xiaoxia was not entirely satisfied. In any case, you are quite formidable. Like that villain, we could not apprehend him due to the false name he provided. But once I level up, I will be able to discern information even from a pseudonym. Moreover, once I complete my upgrade, the wishful thinking chamber will also enhance, allowing you to enjoy a 20% discount on your purchases. A 20% discount? Xiaoxia found herself intrigued. Speaking of the wishful thinking chamber, she had not thoroughly explored it. Some items were exorbitantly priced while others were remarkably cheap, and she was uncertain of the pricing rules. Very well. Let's proceed with your upgrade. Only 250 seed kernels? You should have mentioned it sooner. I would have upgraded you in an instant. Xiaoxia was not a miserly person. Lao Lu felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Xiaoxia, you are truly wonderful to me. 250 seed kernels equated to 250 days of survival. Without batting an eye, Xiaoxia spent them, and Lao Lu was profoundly touched, believing it would be impossible to find anyone else so kind-hearted. Let us upgrade now. By the way, do you require anything besides seed kernels? Lao Lu, for the first upgrade, the host must consume at least 50 fruits to be eligible for leveling up.
50 fruits?
Xiaoxia hurriedly asked. Have I met that requirement? Lao Lu, yes, host. Since your arrival, you have already consumed more than 50 fruits. Xiaoxia felt reassured. Then let us proceed with the upgrade. As she issued the command, the system panel before her transformed, reminiscent of a computer update. With circles resembling small daisies, their brightness rotating from dim to bright in a mesmerizing manner. Hypnotically, Xiaoxia gazed at the circles twice before succumbing to slumber. The following day, she awoke in a daze, just rubbing her eyes when a voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Darling, are you awake? Xiaoxia halted her hand, and in the next moment, she sprang upright from her bed. Gu Siqing? You rascal! How dare you come to my room so early in the morning? However, after her outburst, she realized she was alone in the bedroom. Stunned for a full 5 seconds, she suddenly erupted. Old Six, come out this instant. Cough, cough. Old Six resumed its mechanical tone, sounding rather aggrieved. Did I scare you? I thought you liked him, so I used his voice to surprise you. I like what? Xiaoxia's face darkened. Who could comprehend the fright of a man suddenly appearing in her room in the early morning? Old Six, utterly lacking in sensitivity, responded. So you don't like him? I must have misunderstood. In the next moment, it switched its tone. Baby, how about this one? Do you like this? Jing Feng's voice. Xiaoxia nearly face-bombed in exasperation. Old Six, are you trying to get yourself killed? Alright, you don't like this one either. Old Six smoothly transitioned. Then how about this, sister? Zhao Yanfei? Xiaoxia's eyes widened. While she did have a fondness for slender, delicate types, it was merely a simple admiration without ulterior motives. Silently, she screamed, Old Six, can you act normal for once? It seems you still don't like this one. Surely you don't prefer Wu Tao? Enough. Just as Old Six was about to switch to Wu Tao's voice, Xiaoxia finally lost her temper. Old Six, did upgrading make you foolish? Old Six reverted to its mechanical voice, chuckling foolishly. I just got a new voice mode. I was curious. You think curiosity gives you the right to tease me? Xiaoxia was on the verge of exasperation. She truly couldn't comprehend Old Six. However, Old Six seemed to be at a loss for words. Xiaoxia suddenly had a bad premonition, her eyes narrowing. She promptly opened the wish fulfillment room, and the next moment, a roar erupted. Wasn't it supposed to be a 20% discount? Where did it go? Did you embezzle it? Woo woo woo, Old Six sobbed. I don't know. It was like this after the upgrade. There's no discount. Woo woo woo. Xiaoxia was utterly exasperated. So all that upgrading led to merely a voice mode? No.
No.
It's not just the voice mode, Xiaoxia. I feel extraordinarily powerful now. For instance, if you wish to shock someone today, it won't be as silent and unimpressive as yesterday. I can now summon thunder and lightning. As Old Six spoke, it grew confident. Shall I demonstrate it for you now? Xiaoxia was speechless. You can forget that. What good is being impressive if it isn't practical? Regardless of whether it is electricity from the heavens or from the depths of the earth, as long as it can deliver a jolt, it is deemed good electricity. Xiaoxia did not feel that yesterday's display lacked grandeur. Rather, she believed that a humble existence leads to longevity. Thus, she questioned the utility of lightning. Had I truly squandered 250? Lao Six insisted on explaining. You haven't wasted it all. Take another look. I have added another function. Xiaoxia quickly examined the system interface and, to her astonishment, discovered a copy and paste button in the upper left corner of the wishful thinking room. Copy and paste? How does one utilize this? Lao Six chuckled. Xiaoxia, this is an incredible deal, worth more than a 20% discount. I can replicate anything that exists in this world, and then paste it for you.
Oh.
Xiaoxia was instantly intrigued. Could it be so miraculous? Did this mean that anything in this world she desired could be at her fingertips? Then show me a copy of 100 million first. Lao Shao? Chapter 89. Having you is indeed my fortune. Lao Six fell silent, and Xiaoxia was rendered speechless with ire. After a lengthy pause, she finally said softly, Lao Six, repeat your last statement once more. Yet, Lao Six could only lament his previous moment. Well, while I cannot replicate currency for you, I can replicate airplanes and cannons. Xiaoxia, didn't you desire these two items? I can create them for you right now. Have you lost your mind? Xiaoxia exclaimed, pounding the bed in exasperation. What would I do with airplanes and cannons? Am I inviting death upon myself? This was typical of her own system. Had it been someone else, she would have swiftly ensured their demise. Even so, Lao Six remained unconvinced, muttering under his breath. How many millions of seeds would an airplane and cannon cost? Replicating them means they are virtually free. In essence, we've made a profit. Sensing her increasingly irate mood, Lao Six wisely chose to remain silent. After some time, he suddenly perked up again. Xiaoxia, since you desire money, I can replicate the most valuable item in this world for you. You can exchange it for cash as well. Xiaoxia. Did she truly lack money? She was worth at least several hundred million. What she relished was the sensation of sudden windfall, akin to being unexpectedly showered with wealth while lounging in bed. Never mind. Lao Six would never comprehend that sentiment. As for selling items, she would rather not. Outsiders might think the Song family was on the verge of bankruptcy. Lao Six continued. Lao Six appeared somewhat sheepish, his voice faltering. Xiaoxia, please allow me to explain myself. Breathing a sigh of relief. He was grateful that Xiaoxia did not cover her ears, declaring, I want to listen. Due to my upgrade. Certain items in the wishful thinking room have also been enhanced. Xiaoxia, do open it and take a look. The original player was restricted by the world's Skynet system, which limited its capabilities. Without monitored areas, nothing could be viewed. As Xiaoxia listened to Lao Six's grandiose claims, she opened the box labeled with the goddess perspective in the marketplace, where she found the user instructions, which indeed aligned closely with Lao Six's assertions. The prices are exorbitant. It turns out that the previous item required merely 200 melon seeds, while this godly perspective demands an astounding 2,500 seeds. Lao Lu sighs, pitifully justifying himself. The godly perspective is not a product of this world. That's why I cannot replicate it. Is she wrong? Certainly not. Xiaoxia is never in the wrong. One of the crucial conditions for avoiding mistakes is to act decisively. Blaming oneself is far less appealing than berating others.
So,
Were you deliberately playing word games with me just now? Trying to ensnare me in the trap you set so that I would feel guilty towards you at this moment? Lao Lu, I never imagined your scheming was so profound. I considered you my closest friend. I willingly offered you the 250 seeds, bearing my heart to you, yet you choose to play tricks on me. Lao Lu, you truly disappoint me. Instantly frustrated, Lao Lu esta mered, no, Xiaoxia. It's not like that. With that, Xiaoxia felt rejuvenated and headed downstairs for brunch. Song Linling seemed to have just risen, sitting at the dining table in a lethargic manner, consuming salad. Xiaoxia requested a bowl of chicken soup dumplings from the aunt and sat down. Are you alright? You still appear rather lackluster. Song Linling shook her head. I didn't sleep well last night. Every time I close my eyes, I see the image of a knife against my throat. It's a miracle I managed to sleep at all. Xiaoxia cast a sympathetic glance her way, then looked at the cold salad before her. Since you're not on camera lately, you might as well eat something warm. It's no wonder your mood is down when you're subsisting on grass all day. Upon hearing this, Song Linling glanced at the steaming chicken soup dumplings that the aunt had just served to Xiaoxia and swallowed hard. Then I'll just have a little, auntie. 5 will suffice. The aunt promptly brought over the dumplings Song Linling requested, and as she savored the warm delicacy, her mood indeed lifted a bit. Mo Pingxin was tending to the small garden outside when he heard the aunt mention that both daughters were awake, prompting him to put down the hose and enter the house. Xiaoxia, do you have plans to go out today? Xiaoxia shook her head. No. Gu Xiqing has given us a break. There shouldn't be much going on recently. Mo Pingxin nodded. Then it's best not to go out for now. There are so many people outside, with hordes of paparazzi and media. The security can barely keep them at bay. Xiaoxia was simply phenomenal yesterday. Now, the media is eagerly awaiting an interview with this fortune-telling master. And then there's Linling, after the incident, aside from reassuring her fans on Weibo. She hasn't shown her face, and marketing accounts are clamoring for exclusives, blocking the entrance to the Song Villa. You both should stay home and rest for a few days. Wait until the heat dies down before venturing outside. The two sisters nodded in agreement. At this moment, the entrance of the Song Villa was bustling with activity. Besides the media and those seeking the master's fortune-telling, a discreet car was parked not far away. Yi Yutong sat inside, wearing a mask, her keen eyes fixated on the gates of the Song household. She had watched the entire live stream yesterday, and upon witnessing Song Linlong's rescue, she nearly ground her teeth in frustration. How could that wretched Xiaoxia be so meddlesome, so fervently striving to rescue a fake heiress? Why not just perish in her misguided altruism? Moreover, how is it that this Xiaoxia is utterly different from her previous incarnation? Chapter 90. Trouble. Jing Feng is in danger. In her past life, after Song Lingling revealed her identity, many were curious about the true daughter of the Song family. Yet no one ever captured a clear photograph of her. Even when her silhouette was glimpsed, it was always a blurred profile. It wasn't until this life that Yi Yutong truly beheld Xiaoxia's appearance. The true daughter of the Song family in her previous life was said to have been in poor health and seldom ventured out. Yet, why is it that in this life she is entirely transformed? This is exceedingly peculiar. Yi Yutong pondered, sensing an unsettling dissonance. A chill ran down her spine. Could it be that she truly possesses the gift of divination? Did she somehow ascertain that phone number belonged to her? Would she also deduce that she is a reincarnation? The more she contemplated, the more dreadful it seemed. Just as Xiaoxia finished her bowl of wontons, she received a text from a familiar number. Let us meet. Xiaoxia chuckled softly. After all, she couldn't venture out, and since she had some free time, she might as well amuse herself with her. In the car, Yi Yutong instantly breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. Thankfully, it wasn't divination at play. She patted her chest, feeling as if the heavy stone that had burdened her heart for several days had suddenly vanished. It appears she is not as formidable as her online acquaintances have suggested. Mo Pingxin had arranged everything splendidly, hoping to let her two daughters rest comfortably at home, but She could not resist the persistent visitors, distant relatives from the Song family. Following the spread of Yu Xiaoxia's reputation as a divination master, many sought her assistance. Throughout the morning, Mo Pingxin had received numerous calls from acquaintances, all of which she turned down. However, this particular couple, who had come in person, was relentless and impossible to dismiss. Bound by familial ties, Mo Pingxin had no choice but to invite them inside. Before their arrival, Mo Pingxin explained to Yu Xiaoxia, "They are distant relatives from your father's side, named Song Kailiang. Though they are not particularly old by lineage, you should refer to them as grandfather. I am uncertain what troubles they face, but they insist on consulting you due to your reputed accuracy." Indifferent, as it was merely a matter of passing time, Yu Xiaoxia replied, "It's quite all right. Please let them in." Mo Pingxin then instructed the maid to fetch them. Judging by their attire, Song Kailiang and his wife appeared to be relatively well off. Upon entering, they seemed somewhat awkward, yet when they laid eyes upon Yu Xiaoxia, their expressions brightened instantly. Song Kailiang initiated the greeting, "So, this is Xiaoxia." Mo Pingxin nodded and introduced everyone, while Yu Xiaoxia politely acknowledged them. Before they could settle onto the sofa, Song Kailiang's wife grasped Yu Xiaoxia's hand urgently, saying, "Xiaoxia, I simply cannot contain myself any longer. Could you possibly discern the whereabouts of my son? Is he in danger?" As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Their son had been missing for several days, and unable to reach him, the couple had been in a state of perpetual anxiety, contemplating reporting him as missing. It was only upon discovering Yu Xiaoxia's ability to locate missing persons online that they mustered the courage to come and seek her help. Yu Xiaoxia had already discerned the situation. It must be said that the upgraded Lao Lu was indeed quite useful, offering a clearer understanding of the gossip than before. She first inquired about some fundamental details, then pretended to calculate with a flourish and said, "Do not worry. Your son is not in danger, and he left voluntarily." Instantly, Song Kailiang's wife ceased her sobbing. Both spouses were taken aback, and soon after, Song Kailiang's anger surged, sweeping away his previous concerns for his son. His wife felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that all her worries had been for naught. She had feared some calamity had befallen their son, only to discover he was simply an unfilial child. Mo Pingxian promptly intervened, asking, "Is it Jun, Song Kailiang's son, in a relationship? Hasn't he told you?" Yu Xiaoxia responded, Even a gold digger can possess genuine feelings. Perhaps initially, she was drawn to your son's wealth, but in time, she truly developed affection for your Na-Vi son. After you two visit, it's clear that your son lacks the acumen for business. He would soon squander the family fortune. Thankfully, this gold digger lent a hand, preventing your son from spiraling into despair, yet both have squandered so many years. In the future that Yu Xiaoxia envisioned, due to the couple's opposition, Song A-jun and his girlfriend parted ways, remaining unmarried until the age of 40. Only after the passing of his parents did he take over the family business, which ultimately led to its downfall. Nearly reaching 50 before rekindling his romance with his former girlfriend, the couple exchanged glances, and a flicker of inner conflict emerged alongside their initial resolute opposition. Mo Pingxian smiled, recognizing that the couple's hearts had begun to waver. She believed that children have their own fortunes, especially concerning love and marriage. Sometimes, insisting too strongly can lead to adverse outcomes, and it is better to let things unfold naturally. The Song couple achieved their objective and did not linger much longer. But before departing, they presented Yu Xiaoxia with a small antique as payment for her fortune-telling. Yu Xiaoxia accepted it without hesitation. After Mo Pingxian escorted them inside, she suddenly fixed her gaze on Yu Xiaoxia. Feeling the intensity of the stare, Yu Xiaoxia nervously asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Mo Pingxian scrutinized her daughter and inquired, "Xiaoxia, do you have someone you fancy?" Yu Xiaoxia quickly shook her head, No. Why are you asking me this? Are you eager to marry me off?" Mo Pingxian playfully swatted her. "What nonsense. I would prefer you to remain by my side forever. I worry you might have feelings for someone yet be too shy to admit it." She could see clearly that both Gu Sicheng and Jing Feng harbored affections for her daughter. However, Mo Pingxian was no fool. She pondered whether these individuals genuinely cared for her daughter or merely appreciated her ability to indulge in gossip. What if one day Yu Xiaoxia lost her talent for such trivialities? Would they still treat her with kindness? These were considerations a mother must take seriously. While Mo Pingxian was lost in thought, she turned to see her daughter sprawled on the sofa, once again engrossed in animated shows on her tablet. She shook her head, realizing that although her daughter was 20, she still possessed the heart of a child, perhaps yet to awaken to matters of romance. After Song Kailiang and his wife departed, Xiaoxia lay idle at home for another 2 days, spending her time watching anime until her eyes grew weary. After which, she would stroll through the garden. To be honest, it felt rather unusual to go 2 days without indulging in gossip. Occasionally, Lao Lu would share snippets of outside news, but it paled in comparison to the thrill of experiencing the gossip live. As for the goddess perspective, it remained too expensive for her to justify the purchase. Moreover, she realized that indulging in gossip at home seemed to yield little in the way of melon seeds. It appeared she would have to venture out for that. She had heard that many outside wished to have their fortunes told by her. However, before she could take action, that evening, Lao Lu suddenly erupted with excitement. Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia. Something is amiss. Jing Feng is in danger. Chapter 91. Indeed, the thrill of watching a live broadcast is exhilarating. Jing Feng is in danger? Xiaoxia sprang upright from her bed. Didn't he leave for a secret mission? Lao Lu replied, oh dear, his mission actually involves apprehending a major drug lord. The drug lord's father has passed away, passing his position to his son, but this son is an imposter, a mere stand-in. The real kingpin is only 18 this year. A natural-born villain, even more ruthless than his father. He will emerge during Jing Feng's operation, getting injured by his own men. Jing Feng, mistaking him for an innocent bystander, will rush to his aid, only to be shot in the stomach by that villain. Oh, how tragic. Xiaoxia remarked. Why do I get the feeling you seem somewhat pleased about this? Lao Lu feigned innocence. Is that so? Perhaps it's because I've switched to a relaxed mode. With no time to scold the excitable Lao Lu, Xiaoxia hastily sought her phone to contact Grandpa Jing, but there was still one question. What does that villain look like? Describe him to me. Lao Lu responded, an 18-year-old youth, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. A typical student look, just like any other kid from school. How was she to describe that? If she misidentified him, it could jeopardize Jing Feng's operation and potentially cost lives. Lao Lu interjected, actually, you could purchase a god system to see what the villain looks like.
Oh.
And I can pull up the video, so you can have Grandpa Jing send it directly to Jing Feng. Xiaoxia hesitated. She wanted to buy it, but it was quite costly. Yet in the end, she gritted her teeth and said, saving a life is paramount. Buy it. Jing Feng could not die. He still owed her a favor. Spending. This system earns commissions.
Lao Lu lefuli the mat.
After 2,500 melon seeds vanished, the box for the goddess perspective lit up, and Xiaoxia quickly clicked to open it, only to be taken aback. Each use requires 1 melon seed. Is that correct?
Lao Lu.
You didn't mention that using it also costs melon seeds. Each use would cost her a melon seed. That was a significant loss. Taking a deep breath, she realized that she had come this far. What other choice did she have? She clicked to use it, and in the next moment, the system interface shifted, revealing a screen before her. A residential area? The location of Jing Feng's mission was, in fact, within a residential neighborhood. No wonder he mistook the villain for an innocent bystander. Xiaoxia widened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the screen where Jing Feng and his team were engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire. Amidst the chaos, a young boy on a skateboard unexpectedly entered the frame. The boy, with an unremarkable appearance, seemed to embody the essence of a good child. And as he stumbled into the crossfire, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. In that moment, a bullet, as if guided by fate, grazed his arm, causing him to scream in pain and collapse to the ground. Be careful. Jing Feng, standing closest to the boy, rushed over to assist him. At that instant, the previously dazed boy suddenly broke into a smile, revealing a small handgun in his hand. Fortunately, Jing Feng reacted swiftly, sensing the impending danger and pushing the boy aside. The bullet that was meant for his heart instead struck his abdomen. Captain. The team froze in shock for a brief second. It was within this fleeting moment that the criminals inside the building seized their opportunity to regroup. Xiaoxia stared at the screen in astonishment. Did that just happen or not? It hasn't happened yet, but it's about to. Impressive. Xiaoxia was completely taken by the costly divine perspective, which could vividly portray events yet to unfold. It was indeed a form of foresight. How could it not be impressive? That's what divine perspective is all about. The smug old six replied. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the city, Jing Feng and his colleague, Xiao Jiang, were stationed beneath a residential building. Xiao Jiang yawned and quietly complained, these drug dealers are truly cunning, choosing to conduct their transactions in a residential area. Jing Feng fixed his gaze intently on the building, inquiring, have the residents been evacuated? Xiao Jiang nodded. All evacuated. No worries there. Their undercover agents were already inside, and once the signal was given, they would spring into action. Listening to the voices of the criminals negotiating over the earpiece, Jing Feng felt a sense of urgency. Just then, a sudden, sharp ringtone echoed from within the vehicle. All phones had been collected for this mission, and they were using operational devices that could only be contacted by the mission commander. In the video, not far from his current location, a boy in a hoodie fired a shot at him, blood pooling on the ground. Jing Feng was puzzled by the source of the video, but accompanying it was a message from his grandfather. Xiaoxia advised him to be cautious of that boy. Xiaoxia? The video had been sent by her to his grandfather, who then relayed it to the commander. With Xiaoxia as the source, there was no room for doubt. Just then, a signal from the undercover agent crackled through his earpiece, prompting him to quickly stow away his phone, move out. The headlights suddenly blazed to life, and officers shouted through a loudspeaker, "Attention, residents. You are surrounded." The occupants of the building were startled, but surrender was not an option. And soon a gunfight erupted. Jing Feng flung open the car door and dashed out, but at that moment, the sound of wheels gliding on the ground echoed ominously. In the Song family's villa, Xiaoxia lay with her eyes closed, clutching a pillow as if in slumber, yet she was, in fact, engrossed in a thrilling live broadcast. Sure enough, the youth momentarily froze, but in the next instant, he swiftly drew a delicate wooden toy gun from his pocket and aimed it at Jing Feng. Xiaoxia's heart raced in anticipation as she watched the live stream. However, Jing Feng showed no mercy, and with a decisive motion, he struck the boy's arm, causing the wooden gun to clatter to the ground. At that moment, a lackey from the upper floor suddenly shouted, "Boss." Jing Feng looked incredulously at the fallen youth, pondering if he could be the one, the seemingly underage skateboarder. He produced a pair of handcuffs and advanced step by step towards the boy.
Ah,
What an exhilarating experience. Watching the live broadcast is indeed thrilling, Xiaoxia exclaimed, rolling excitedly in her bed. Old Six, with a hint of pride, remarked, "I told you this was worth it." Xiaoxia, imagining Old Six's expression, replied, "Indeed, your upgrade was not in vain." Old Six responded, the ever-changing Xiaoxia. In Chapter 92, the small and mini versions of Jing Feng appeared. Utilizing the divine perspective required a seed, thus one must use it wisely. With this mindset, Xiaoxia had watched the live broadcast until the early hours before finally succumbing to sleep, waking up in a daze the next morning. However, despite her muddled thoughts, a pressing matter came to mind. Old Six, how should I explain the video I sent to Grandpa Jing last night? The divine perspective was one thing, but being able to foresee events that hadn't yet occurred was quite a chilling prospect for an ordinary person. Old Six remained unfazed. Xiaoxia, you are now a divination master. Possessing knowledge beyond the ordinary is entirely reasonable. Besides, I've already handled the video after Jing Feng viewed it, so you needn't worry. This explanation from Old Six held a degree of validity. In those cultivation novels, characters often wielded treasures from heaven and earth, and it was common to possess mystical spaces and spiritual springs. As a divination master, having a couple of exquisite items seemed rather fitting, did it not? Old Six, I've noticed that ever since your upgrade, you've become a bit more astute. Could it be that leveling up enhances one's intellect? Old Six, without a hint of modesty, replied, perhaps. I feel incredibly powerful now. Xiaoxia couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. In truth, she wished to express that Old Six had not only gained intelligence, but also an aptitude for vexation, often driving her to the brink of exasperation. At that moment, Mo Pingxin knocked on the door from outside. Xiaoxia, are you awake? People have arrived at Jing Feng's home. Who is it? Xiaoxia hurriedly opened the door. Mo Pingxin replied, Grandpa and Grandma Jing, along with his parents, have all come to express their gratitude. Curious, Mo Pingxin inquired, what good deed have you done this time? Seeing her daughter's pompous demeanor, she stifled a laugh and playfully raised her thumb, exclaiming, the master is truly impressive. Xiaoxia nodded coolly. Tell them to wait. This master will be down shortly. After grooming herself, Xiaoxia finally descended the stairs to meet the guests. Downstairs, Song Ankong and Song Xiangbei were engaged in conversation with Jing's family. Upon seeing Xiaoxia, Grandma Jing rose eagerly and approached her, grasping her hand with heartfelt emotion. Xiaoxia, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Last night, when Grandpa Jing received the video, I was right beside him. God knows. My heart nearly stopped when I witnessed our grandson being struck by a criminal-s wooden club. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly 18 or 19-year-old boy would turn out to be the deeply concealed heir of a notorious drug lord? If it weren't for you, Xiaoxia, the outcome of this operation would have been far graver than just Jing Feng's injury. the authorities would have suffered immensely as well. Maintaining her humility in front of others, Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively. Please, there's no need for such formality. Jing Feng is a dear friend of mine. Upon realizing he was in danger, how could I possibly stand idly by? Nonetheless, she continued, regardless, I must thank you. At that moment, Jing Feng's mother joined the conversation. Prior to their arrival, she and her husband had heard of Xiaoxia's remarkable deeds, especially regarding the rescue of Grandpa Jing. However, due to their previous work in a classified unit, they hadn't been able to emerge publicly. This time, however, the old gentleman had personally insisted they express their gratitude to the one who saved their son. I am Jing Feng's mother, and I thank you for saving him. I also heard that you previously saved the old gentleman. You are a benefactor to our entire family, and we are truly grateful. Thus, Xiaoxia found herself encircled by the Jing family. Naturally, they were not the type to come empty-handed. Each of the four presented her with gifts. Xiaoxia beamed with delight. Grandpa Jing, with a twinkle in his eye, looked at her and said, Xiaoxia, why don't you consider being my granddaughter-in-law? Xiaoxia nearly choked on her water, and her father, Mo Pingxin, quickly handed her a tissue, reproaching her gently, at your age. How could you be so careless while drinking? Embarrassed in front of so many, Xiaoxia felt quite awkward, inwardly grumbling, what kind of absurdity is the old gentleman imagining? Am I to be urged into marriage at merely 20-something? Besides, while Jing Feng is indeed handsome, he is 7 or 8 years my senior, practically an old man. Grandpa Jing, hearing her thoughts, wore a look of regret and then shot a glance at his son. This is all your fault for having a son so early. Look, now Xiaoxia thinks your son is too old. Jing Feng's parents, feeling the brunt of his words, could only suppress their indignation. What can we say? Mo Pingxin interjected. Xiaoxia is still young. I wish to keep her close for a few more years. What could the old gentleman do? He could only inwardly berate his grandson for not being more ambitious. However, upon further reflection, considering how extraordinary Xiaoxia was, almost like a celestial being with profound knowledge, perhaps she truly was not an ordinary person? To think of it more dramatically, those online had even referred to her as a deity. Perhaps that title was not entirely unfounded? With this newfound perspective, the old gentleman's mind cleared. Could a deity marry an ordinary person? Certainly not. Deities should be revered and worshipped. Realizing he had just entertained the thought of a divine being as his granddaughter-in-law, calling him grandfather, he was struck with a wave of disbelief. Good heavens, what audacity! He was unworthy of such a notion. Xiaoxia had no inkling that the old gentleman, despite his advanced age, still harbored a youthful spirit within. Upon noticing him shiver suddenly, she promptly inquired, Grandfather Jing, are you feeling cold? As she spoke, she glanced outside the floor-to-ceiling window, where the summer sun blazed brightly. The onlookers immediately turned their attention to the old gentleman's health, considering his significant age. However, the old man hastily waved his hand, his expression a mix of eagerness and trepidation as he looked at Xiaoxia. Master, please do not call me grandfather. It would be quite embarrassing. Just call me Xiao Jing. The crowd in the living room was taken aback, amused by the old man's playful banter. Just moments ago, he had been suggesting someone become his granddaughter-in-law, and now he wished to be addressed as Xiao Jing. If he were Xiao Jing, what would his parents and brother be called? Little Jing and Mini Jing? The members of the Jing family and Xiaoxia were drenched in sweat from laughter. Chapter 93. To sign or not to sign. After bidding farewell to the suddenly eccentric old gentleman and the Jing family, the Song family collectively exhaled in relief. Mo Pingxin suggested, let us have breakfast. Only then did the Song family proceed to the dining area. Song Linling, having recuperated well during her days of rest, had not experienced any nightmares in the past 2 nights. After consulting with Qingqing, she was set to attend an event following breakfast. Xiaoxia, having been cooped up at home for far too long, felt the urgency to accompany her as an assistant. After their meal, Qingqing arrived with the chauffeur to collect them. Upon entering the vehicle, Song Linling handed Qingqing an envelope. What is this? Qingqing inquired. A letter of understanding. Please deliver it to the police, Song Linling replied. Wang Hongkai's brazen act of brandishing a knife in public would undoubtedly lead to serious legal repercussions. As a victim, Song Linling could do little more than this, hoping it might aid him. Remembering the unfortunate father and daughter, Qingqing sighed. Leave it to me. As the executing agent, Qingqing knew she had to strategize for Song Linling. Being a good person was essential, yet one must not remain silent. At the right moment, this letter could garner significant goodwill for Song Linling. Song Linlang understood this principle as well. As a celebrity, she welcomed Qingqing's efforts to promote her image. During their conversation, the vehicle had reached its destination and came to a halt. As Xiaoxia opened the door, she was greeted by an extravagant marketing center. A marketing center? What is being marketed here? She whispered to Qingqing. In a hushed tone, Qingqing replied, real estate. This is the marketing department of Lighthearted Real Estate. Are you familiar with it? It has been thriving over the past 2 years. Besides inviting our Linlang to the grand opening today, they have also enlisted 5 or 6 popular stars to make appearances. Xiaoxia understood now. It was simply a sales office for properties. Qingqing scoffed. That's such an outdated term. It's now called a marketing center. Does calling it a marketing center change the fact that it sells houses? Xiaoxia countered. Indeed. Lighthearted Real Estate was affluent, constructing a marketing center that resembled a 5-star hotel. As Song Linlang was guided discreetly inside, a sudden commotion erupted from the hall, piquing Xiaoxia's curiosity. Eager for some excitement, she dashed off, but not before calling out, "You all go ahead. I'll catch up with you shortly." Song Linlang and Qingqing exchanged a glance. How could they possibly miss out on the excitement? Without hesitation, she donned her mask and followed Qingqing into the throng. Xiaoxia, slender and spirited, had already nestled into the crowd, securing a prime vantage point. At the center of the commotion, a family of 3 was embroiled in a heated argument. The daughter, appearing to be in her early 20s, bore a scholarly demeanor, likely still in university. At that moment, the agitated young woman glared at her father, declaring, "Dad, I will say this one last time. If you dare to buy him a house today, I will sever all ties with you and Mom." Overwhelmed with emotion, her lips trembled as she struggled to express herself, but the man, shielded by the older couple, revealed his face, wearing an expression of displeasure. "Come on, cousin. What are you doing? You're a girl. It's only natural for uncle to leave the family fortune to me. You have no right to dictate terms. Besides, once you marry, it will fall upon me to care for uncle and aunt." As he spoke, the man affectionately looped his arm around the girl's father's, adding, "Uncle, we share the same surname. We are all of the Wang family. To put it bluntly, if you give the inheritance to your daughter, she will marry an outsider. As the saying goes, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders' fields. Wouldn't that mean giving away your family as possessions to strangers?" The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, his expression one of approval. "Rest assured, the money is mine. I will give it to whomever I please. I will definitely buy you a house today, and let it be spacious. When you have a son, aunt, and I will help take care of him." The man beamed with joy, beginning to paint grand visions for the middle-aged couple who were becoming increasingly enamored by his words. At that moment, the girl erupted. "Enough." She gazed at her parents with sorrow. "Mom and Dad, I am your biological child. He is the outsider. You have always favored him. And now you want to buy him a house. Why did you even bother to have me?" The middle-aged man, filled with embarrassment and anger, retorted. "Do you think we wanted to have you? If the doctor hadn't made a mistake back then, your mother and I would have terminated the pregnancy." The girl's mother nodded in resignation. As the crowd continued to swell, the middle-aged man grew impatient and said, "Daughter, stop this nonsense. If you keep this up, you won't even receive a dowry when you marry." "Fine then." The girl bit her lip defiantly. Her cousin was nearly beside himself with anger, eager to retort. But she didn't give him the chance. "Mom and Dad, I reiterate, if you intend to buy him a house, you must first accompany me to sign a severance agreement." "You ungrateful girl." The middle-aged man fumed. "The money is mine. I will spend it as I wish. If you don't want me to buy it, I will do it anyway." He then approached the sales personnel, demanding, "Bring me the contract. I will sign it immediately." The sales personnel, indifferent to family disputes, hurried off to retrieve the contract, eager to secure their commission. The real estate center was bustling, and murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd, with opinions split. Some agreed, while others opposed. Why not leave the family fortune to a nephew? It's perfectly reasonable to rely on him for support in the future. Enough of this. In this day and age, must a daughter not be able to support her parents in their old age? I find my nephew to be quite unreliable. Indeed. To place hope in a son born to someone else when one cannot rely on one's own flesh and blood seems rather futile. I believe the daughter is right. It is better to have money in one's own hands than to rely on others. At this moment, Xiaoxia, hidden among the crowd, began to comprehend the situation. She cast a sympathetic glance at the pale-faced girl, then at the middle-aged couple perusing the contract, and the so-called cousin. With a sigh, she mused, "Ah, buy it if you must. Truly a foolish choice. If you cannot rely on your own daughter, What makes you think your nephew will come to your aid? When you grow old and find yourself shunned by your nephew's family, lying in the snow after a fall, unable to rise, and your nephew feigns ignorance as you perish in the bitter cold, will you then be content? Who knows, during those hours from your fall to your freezing demise, as the snow blankets your body, will you regret the decision made today? The middle-aged man, gripping his pen, suddenly froze, his hand trembling uncontrollably, akin to a patient afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Should I sign today or not? Chapter 94. This wretched house isn't worth a dog's attention. Silence. The vast marketing center had never been so eerily quiet. Indeed, the inherent curiosity of the people from Long Country manifested itself vividly at that moment. When the commotion erupted, nearly everyone in the hall gravitated towards the spectacle. Even those who stood at a distance, unable to hear the underlying sentiments, instinctively fell silent as they sensed the tension in the air. The unscrupulous cousin was the first to regain his composure. The joyous expression on his face cracked inch by inch, swiftly replaced by furious curses. Who dares to ruin my good fortune? Yet he had no opportunity to voice his grievances, for suddenly he clutched his chest, as those with dark hearts often feel the first pangs of pain. Noticing the silence, Xiaoxia, influenced by the collective mood, retracted her neck and asked, "Old Six, what is happening?" "I'm not sure, Xiaoxia. Perhaps you should step back from the crowd. That unscrupulous cousin looks rather intimidating. Be cautious not to catch his ill fortune." Obediently, Xiaoxia decided to discreetly withdraw from the throng. However, as she moved, someone nearby recognized her. "Xiaoxia? Is that you? I've seen your photo online." "Ah, it is truly her. I've heard her predictions are remarkably accurate." Thus, the identity of the voice from earlier became evident to all. So, this is how fate is foretold? Everyone comprehended the implications. Was it true that the middle-aged man would indeed face a frosty demise? The crowd directed their intricate and knowing gazes towards the still pen-holding man. The sales personnel rushed forward, eager to explain, but found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, they could only convey a brief account of the altercation to their superior. Upon hearing the account, the supervisor approached the middle-aged man, speaking with a blend of courtesy and arrogance. "Sir, do you still wish to purchase this property? If not, please do not hinder others." As he spoke, he raised his head and intentionally elevated his voice. "It is well known that our properties at Lighthearted Real Estate are in high demand, and there is no worry about sales. If you have not yet made up your mind, it would be wise to step aside and contemplate further. Indeed, if you are not purchasing, kindly make way, and do not waste everyone's time." The middle-aged man, now deterred from buying, immediately dropped his pen. I think I shall refrain from purchasing for now." Observing the lively scene once more, the person in charge smiled broadly. "Please do not crowd. Those interested in buying a house may approach one by one. However, once you have made your choice, do act promptly to sign the contract. Otherwise, missing out on a prime unit would be a regrettable loss." Upon hearing this, the prospective buyers surged forward with fervor. At that moment, the fortune teller reappeared. Is this property selling under the guise of a scarcity marketing strategy? Xiaoxia, still caught in the throng, shook her head in disdain. Such a dilapidated property, in a location so undesirable, not even a dog would purchase it. The atmosphere fell silent once more, just as one might watch a spectacle. The belief in metaphysics seemed ingrained in the DNA of every citizen of Longhua. If the fortune teller declared this place unworthy, could there indeed be an issue? However, the phrase "not even a dog would buy it" sounded rather offensive. This time, the person in charge caught wind of the discontent, realizing the reason for his subordinate's earlier silence. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his approach. "While it may appear that our development is somewhat remote at present, those who are well-informed must know that a subway line is planned for this area in the future." Indeed, many in attendance nodded in agreement, as the subway proposal was a significant factor for many choosing to invest here. Yet, someone retorted, "Do not hold your breath for the subway. Such news is fictitious. A deliberate ploy by the sellers to deceive the public. How unscrupulous." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that the subway station is a fabrication? The person in charge, exasperated, continued, "In addition to the subway, we also plan to develop surrounding amenities, schools, hospitals, supermarkets, and fresh markets. Living in a property from Lighthearted Real Estate will be akin to residing in the heart of the city. There is no cause for concern. We have meticulously planned for this." "Oh, please. The building hasn't even begun construction, yet you're selling properties. They have been sold out for years. And there is still no sign of the building or its promised amenities." You are nothing but a deceitful scam targeting the common folk. I scoff at you. This location will be notorious for unfinished buildings in 10 years' time. No, not even unfinished buildings. At least those have some structure. Here, there isn't even a brick to speak of, and they've even dismantled the marketing center to sell secondhand bricks. In 10 years, this will be nothing but wasteland. The crowd of prospective buyers gasped in horror. If the fortune teller spoke thus, who would be foolish enough to buy?
I
no longer wish to purchase. I too shall refrain from buying. My funds are insufficient anyway. We only came to take a look today. We plan to compare options elsewhere. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave. In just a few fleeting minutes, the crowd in the sales office had dwindled significantly. Even those who were initially oblivious to the commotion began to sense the unease and departed. After all, purchasing a home is not akin to merely shopping at a market. It requires careful consideration. No, please don't leave. Mr. Zhang, take a look around. We still have several excellent units available. If you don't seize this opportunity now, you may find that we've sold out and you'll miss your chance. As people began to exit, Xiaoxia finally found a moment to slip away from the throng. She approached the masked Song Linling. Linling, stop endorsing this unscrupulous company. They are nothing but frauds. This place will never see any construction. Song Linling and Qingqing had already sensed the truth and nodded in agreement. Qingqing promptly stated, I've contacted the driver. Linling, you and Xiaoxia get in the car first. I'll handle the rest. Song Linling nodded and hurriedly exited with Xiaoxia to the vehicle. Once they settled into the car, Xiaoxia exhaled a long breath, having found the atmosphere in the marketing center stifling with so many people present. After regaining her composure, she turned her thoughts to the pressing matters at hand. Chapter 95, a bloodbath triggered by a small-time star's jealousy of industry titans. Host. How could you use my affectionate title to refer to someone else? Old Six bristled. I don't care. I'm feeling jealous. Be good. No need to wait 10 years. In just 2 years, if nothing happens in this dismal place, the citizens who purchased homes here will be restless. They will seek out the developers and vent their frustrations on the celebrities present at today's event, with the most prominent target being the well-known Song Linling. Some will even unfurl banners demanding that Song Linling return their homes, claiming they bought here solely because of her. Heaven knows, Song Linling isn't even a spokesperson. She merely attended an event. It's utterly absurd. Listening from the sidelines, Song Linling felt a chill run down her spine and quickly grasped Xiaoxia's hand. Xiaoxia, you've helped me once again. Don't mention it. Xiaoxia replied, her gaze filled with sympathy for Song Linling. What deep-seated enmity does Yutong have with you? Why is she so relentless in her pursuit to harm you in this life? At this point, Song Linling finally grasped the identity of the enigmatic original female lead. Yutong? This individual had previously competed with her for resources and was on her list of possible candidates for the original protagonist.
Yet,
she truly could not recall having offended her in any significant way. However, Xiaoxia had just mentioned a past life. Could it be that Yutong? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Song Linling felt a tremor of apprehension. Old Six, do you know? Old Six, with a haughty demeanor. Of course, Xiaoxia. If you had asked me this question before, I truly wouldn't have known, but things are different now. I've leveled up. Let us get back to the topic. Xiaoxia was truly exasperated. Had she known that leveling up would transform Old Six into such a ridiculous version of himself, she might have reconsidered the upgrade. Old Six. All right. To summarize succinctly, a bloodbath triggered by a small-time star's jealousy of industry titans. Xiao. Please refrain from using internet slang. It can be quite perplexing for the readers. Lao Six. All right. I'll heed your advice. You pamper them as you wish. Xiao. Isn't it curious? While others regard industry tycoons with respect and admiration, why does Yutong elicit only envy? Lao Six. The diversity of humanity is something I too find perplexing. Xiao shrugged. Very well. She had initially presumed a deep-seated animosity existed between the two, only to discover it was merely a matter of jealousy. Regarding her own affairs, Song Linling was naturally concerned. Before Lao Six spoke, she had believed herself to be a nefarious figure in her past life, someone who had wronged Yutong. To realize it was simply jealousy that fueled the animosity was quite surprising. However, upon reflection, had she truly ascended to the status of an industry titan in her previous life? Although Song Linling had gained a modicum of fame, she was still merely a budding star, far from the realm of industry magnates. Hearing whispers of her future filled her with mixed emotions, joy at the prospect of a bright future and sorrow for the treachery she faced as a result. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao had been there for her time and again. Song Linling clasped Yu Xiaoxiao's hand tightly. Song Linling eagerly inquired, "How are things? Did they give you any trouble?" Qingqing shook her head. "No, the event was cancelled. Everyone interested in purchasing has fled. How can we proceed with the opening ceremony now?" The opening ceremony was also attended by journalists, and soon, the unexpected turn of events at Lighthearted real estate surged to trending status. Netizens expressed their bewilderment, noting how Lighthearted real estate had rapidly ascended in the past 2 years, establishing itself as a formidable player in the real estate market, with properties that typically sold without issue. How could they face such a setback at their launch? Some even began to elaborate in detail about the future trends of the real estate sector due to this incident. Lighthearted received the news promptly and quickly dialed Yu Yutong, only to be met with her furious reprimand. Lightheart's anger flared. "I told you not to invite Song Linling, yet you insisted on her presence." The staff on site mentioned that her companion, Xiaoxia, seemed suspicious, but they couldn't specify why. "Yutong, why continue this feud? With your remarkable abilities, can't we simply focus on our own business?" "You incompetent fool." Yi Yutong snapped before abruptly ending the call. Had she known better, she would have chosen not to collaborate with Lighthearted after her rebirth. In her previous life, he had been a minor boss she worked with, and with few connections at her disposal, she thought him the only viable option upon her return. Utilizing the opportunity presented by her rebirth, she aided Lighthearted in swiftly amassing wealth, and he did not disappoint, seizing every chance that arose to accumulate riches. While Yi Yutong enjoyed the sensation of being a powerful figure from behind the scenes. However, as the business expanded, Lighthearted became increasingly difficult to manage. Yi Yutong narrowed her eyes. It seemed a timely severance was in order. Chapter 96. Do I resemble a benevolent lord now? While Yi Yutong and Lighthearted were embroiled in a quarrel, Yu Xiaoxiao's vehicle was gradually departing from the marketing center. On board, Qingqing remained curious. Posing a question to Yu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, do you really think Lighthearted real estate will go bankrupt in the future?" Yu Xiaoxia. "That seems about right. But those events are many years away. The true mastermind behind Lighthearted real estate is actually Yu Yutong. A reborn woman certainly aims to achieve success, being a behind-the-scenes mogul. Playing the role of a simpleton while outsmarting others brings immense satisfaction to the readers."
Vink videnet Heiress, Ye Yutong?
Reborn? Moreover, Lighthearted real estate belongs to her? Song Linling had been puzzled, wondering what connection Yu Yutong's rebirth had to Lighthearted real estate. Why would anyone heed her? Now, it all made sense. She signaled to Qingqing, who quickly closed her gaping mouth. In the original narrative, Lighthearted real estate and Lighthearted had triumphed until the very end, but I have the privilege of witnessing all of his misdeeds before his demise. Haha. Qingqing felt an itch of curiosity. After all, Lighthearted Group currently stood as a wealthy giant. How could it simply collapse? Xiaoxia, please elaborate. Yu Xiaoxia glanced at her. It cannot be explained in just a few words. The downfall of a large enterprise involves myriad factors. This is truly a deceptive affair. Lighthearted himself is not a commendable individual. He lacks substantial capability, merely capitalizing on Yi Yutong's rebirth, making some quick fortunes, and aligning himself with several powerful figures to embark on his journey of deception and ill-gotten gains. In fact, by the later stages, his entire group was embroiled in chaos, rampant corruption, and financial mismanagement. He squandered the funds and, even before the onset of the debt crisis, fled abroad with hundreds of billions to indulge in a life of luxury, leaving the citizens and employees who purchased homes from him to endure a life of hardship. With this in mind, Yu Xiaoxia did not forget to advise Qingqing, "Qingqing, if you decide to buy a house, make sure it is not from his company. If you must, opt for a completed property. It is the safest choice." Qingqing nodded vigorously. Yes, I will remember. I will definitely avoid purchasing from him." After imparting her advice, Yu Xiaoxia sighed. Yi Yutong truly possesses good fortune, severing ties with Lighthearted Group just before the crisis. Truly deserving of her role as the protagonist. No matter who suffers misfortune, she remains unscathed, even laughing in the end. What a child of destiny. Xiaoxia, do not fear. I, Old Six, will protect you. Even if she is a child of destiny, we have nothing to fear. We shall partake in her fruits. Yu Xiaoxia chuckled. You are quite right. Therefore, should you not first enlighten me as to why Yi Yutong was reborn? Song Linling and Qingqing's hearts raced. They too were eager to know how rebirth was even possible. However, Old Six, I knew it would be like this. Yu Xiaoxia couldn't even muster a scoff. Whenever it truly mattered, Old Six was always a point short. Song Linling and Qingqing immediately turned their heads, one checking her phone, the other pretending to sip water. Old Six replied in a low voice, "Understood." Once the vehicle came to a halt, Qingqing hurriedly stood up. "What is happening?" Kneeling before the vehicle was a group of weary individuals, their eyes brimming with hope as they gazed at the RV. Upon seeing Qingqing emerge, they hurriedly approached. "Miss, we wish to meet Master Yu. We seek her assistance in locating my son. And my daughter. In addition to our family, my son has been abducted for 10 years. And I remain in the dark regarding his current existence. I beseech the Master to help us discern his fate. We are affluent and would go to great lengths, even selling our possessions, to gather the necessary funds for your assistance." In that moment, Qingqing found herself at a loss for words. Just then, the door of the caravan swung open once again, and Xiaoxia peeked out. "What's the matter, Qingqing?" The moment Xiaoxia appeared, she was immediately surrounded by the crowd. "Master Yu, please, we implore you to assist us. I only wish to know if my son is still alive. My daughter was taken when she was merely 3 years old, and I long for her deeply." As tears began to flow from the onlookers, Xiaoxia scratched her head and said, "One at a time, please." Upon hearing her willingness to help, even those who had not cried before began to weep. "What a kind-hearted person you are, Master Yu." Shortly thereafter, 2 rows of opposing chairs were arranged outside the Song residence, with a table positioned at the front where Xiaoxia took her seat. The caretakers served tea, and others like Mo Pingxin and Song Linlang emerged to witness the spectacle. Standing behind Xiaoxia, she felt an inexplicable thrill, slamming her phone onto the table and swaying her body. "Old Six, do I not resemble a benevolent magistrate?" Old Six, still sulking from earlier reprimands, retorted playfully, "Not quite. You lack the mark on your forehead." Xiaoxia replied, "That's easily remedied." She called out to Song Linlang, "Linlang, fetch me an eyebrow pencil to draw a moon on my forehead." Aside from the Song family, the others present were astonished by Xiaoxia's prowess, leaving them momentarily speechless. Once the moon was drawn, the crowd hesitated to approach. Xiaoxia set down the mirror. "Aren't you here to seek answers about your missing loved ones? Shall we proceed?"
Yes, yes.
Exclaimed a middle-aged man seated at the front. "Master, my son has been missing since he was 1 year old. Here is his information. I kindly request your assistance." Xiaoxia pretended to close her eyes, gesturing with her fingers, while inwardly she urged, "Old Six, come forth. Let me witness your true power after your upgrade. On my way." Helping the host gather information was Old Six's instinct, and despite his earlier irritation, he could not refuse. Xiaoxia swiftly acquired the desired information, her eyes opening as she was about to speak, when suddenly more individuals arrived. A group clad in uniforms approached, led by a respectful official who addressed her. "Master Yu, we are from the anti-trafficking unit. We learned of your presence here assisting with the missing persons and have come to cooperate." Xiaoxia was puzzled. "How did you learn of this so swiftly?" The official pointed, and it was then that Xiaoxia noticed a throng of media personnel and social media influencers lurking in the greenery nearby, all brandishing their phones, undoubtedly broadcasting live. These individuals would not miss any opportunity for a sensational story. With the anti-trafficking unit now present, each member found their place behind the rows of chairs, transforming the scene into a semblance of an ancient court of justice. Initially, Xiaoxia had contemplated loudly announcing the address, but upon seeing the swarm of paparazzi, she reconsidered, realizing that should the missing individuals remain unfound, their whereabouts would surely be compromised. She had no choice but to jot down an address on a piece of paper, then waved her hand at the man, signaling him to go. The recipient of the note was momentarily taken aback. Was that it? Was it over so soon? Had the master merely glanced at the photograph and information to locate his son? However, before departing, the man produced a bank card, saying, "Master, this is all the savings I have accumulated over the years. It's all here for you." Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. Just a token of 100 yuan will suffice." After all, she was not in need of money. Why should she take from these individuals, which might bring misfortune? The man paused briefly, then suddenly knelt before Xiaoxia. "Master, you truly are a good person." This young lady, Xiaoxia, thought to herself that for someone of such great renown, to ask for merely 100 yuan as divination fees was far more conscientious than those so-called masters. Xiaoxia was startled. She did not appreciate being knelt before. It felt rather strange. She quickly hid behind Song Linlang, urging, "Tell him to leave. Tell him to leave." Song Linlang cleared her throat and replied, "Please rise. Master Yu does not favor those who kneel." The middle-aged man, wiping away his tears, departed, while the abduction prevention office promptly dispatched personnel to follow him. They would provide assistance throughout his journey to locate his child, addressing any challenges encountered along the way, as this represented an opportunity for performance that should not be overlooked. As time passed, the day transitioned into evening. Just then, a voice rang out, Xiaoxia. Jing Feng approached her with a smile. Chapter 97. You two are childhood friends. Xiaoxia had always known that many children went missing, but facing the parents of these lost children for the first time made her realize that what was shared online was merely the tip of the iceberg. Mo Pingxin stood at the back, tears streaming down her face. As a parent herself, she could deeply empathize with these individuals. When she first learned that Lin Lang was not her biological child, her initial reaction had been one of anguish for the lost child. After all, it was her flesh and blood. How could she not feel heartache? These traffickers were truly detestable. Mo Pingxin could not help but curse in anger. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia frowned. For in the course of gathering information, she discovered that many of the missing children had been taken by a large trafficking syndicate. Gui Shu? That person again.
Lao Xiao?
How many times has this Gui Shu appeared? Lao Six replied, 12 times, Xiaoxia. The head of the abduction prevention office's eyes lit up at this revelation. For this Gui Shu was the leader of the trafficking ring they had been investigating for a long time. Yet this individual was remarkably elusive. The leads gathered thus far were scarce. In fact, there were internal doubts about whether Gui Shu truly existed.
Now,
Hearing Xiaoxia mention this person stirred a tremor of hope among them. They wondered if Master Yu could assist in apprehending this Gui Shu. Song Ankong observed his daughter, who had been busy all afternoon. Though she was merely gathering information, it was mentally taxing. Under the persuasion of the Song family, those who had gathered around Xiaoxia gradually dispersed. She indeed felt a bit fatigued, rising to stretch, when suddenly she heard someone calling her name from a distance.
Xiao Xiao.
Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Come on, aren't we friends?" No need for formalities. She scrutinized Jing Feng from head to toe, inquiring, "You weren't injured later, were you?" Jing Feng shook his head, replying, "Thanks to your video, I managed to avoid harm." Xiaoxia chuckled, "Scary, right? I've recently acquired a miraculous device that allows me to see events before they unfold. I nearly had a heart attack when I saw you being shot at by a villain, but thankfully, you're unharmed now." Listening to Xiaoxia's words of concern warmed Jing Feng's heart. Hey, what are you two up to?" Jing Feng retorted irritably, "Can't you see?" By the time they were engaged in their banter, the bodyguards had already cleared the table and chairs at home. Mo Pingxin smiled and invited the two, Jing Feng. "Si Cheng, why not stay for dinner tonight? I'll have the housekeeper prepare something you both enjoy." Before Jing Feng could respond, Gu Sicheng nodded eagerly, "Sure, Anna Mo. Your cooking is absolutely delightful. I love dining at your place." "No problem at all," Gu Sicheng replied with a grin. Jing Feng rolled his eyes, only to realize that colleagues from the Child Trafficking Prevention Office were also present, prompting him to ask, "What were you all doing just now?" The head of the office approached Jing Feng to explain, then cautiously inquired, "Captain Jing, since you and Master Yu are good friends, could you possibly ask Master Yu to assist in tracing your uncle's whereabouts?" Jing Feng was already familiar with the notorious name of this uncle. A figure steeped in infamy for both abducting and selling children, his name had surfaced among nearly every trafficker, yet he remained elusive. There were suspicions within the department that he might not exist at all. How could a criminal live without leaving a trace? Jing Feng quickly grasped. "Did she mention this name earlier?" The official nodded. "That's why we hope the master could help ascertain whether this person truly exists." Jing Feng affirmed, "I'll ask her for you shortly." The official gratefully grasped Jing Feng's hand, exclaiming, "If we manage to apprehend him, our entire team will treat you to a meal." Jing Feng waved his hand dismissively. "If we catch him, it will be thanks to Xiaoxia. I'm merely the messenger."
Indeed.
"We shall treat Master Yu to a meal," Gu Sicheng added. Curious about the recent happenings at Lighthearted Real Estate, Gu Sicheng approached Qing Qing and Song Linling. As Xiaoxia was engrossed in conversation with Jing Feng, Qing Qing remained silent, but Song Linling, typically a serious girl, spoke animatedly about the gossip, leaving Gu Sicheng utterly astonished. However, while outsiders may find it entertaining, insiders discern the deeper significance. As a cultivated heir from a prominent business family, Gu Sicheng was certainly able to grasp the implications. It seemed that Lighthearted Real Estate was entangled with numerous influential figures and matters. Ultimately, it appeared that Lighthearted Group was merely a faade for some invisible puppeteer pulling the strings. Gu Sicheng pondered. Although he was a businessman and Lighthearted Group's affairs were not directly his concern, he could not turn a blind eye to those who preyed upon the common folk, ultimately causing them great harm. "What are you discussing?" Jing Feng inquired as he caught up with Gu Sicheng and the others after finishing his conversation with Xiaoxia. By the way, Xiaoxia, since you and Lin Lang are on break and have nothing to do, how about I arrange for us to go out and have some fun? Consider it a little vacation. Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, Yu Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds wonderful. Where shall we go? Gu Sicheng pondered for a moment. Let us venture to the seaside. I shall make the arrangements, and when we arrive, I will teach you how to operate a yacht. We can indulge in some sea fishing, what do you say? Yu Xiaoxia turned her gaze towards Song Linlang, who had no objections. Recently plagued by a series of misfortunes, she too yearned for a respite, a chance to clear her mind amidst the tranquility of nature. Gu Sicheng beamed with delight as he retrieved his phone. Shall I proceed with the plans? Are we departing tomorrow? However, Yu Xiaoxia waved her hands in protest. No. Tomorrow, I have important matters with Jing Feng. We are on a mission to apprehend a villain. Just moments ago, Jing Feng had confided in her about matters concerning Uncle Gui, and without hesitation, she had agreed to assist. Yet, the information regarding Uncle Gui was scant, and she needed to meet individuals who had encountered the trafficker associated with him, hoping that Lao Lu could uncover some distinctive traits about Uncle Gui. At that moment, Jing Feng stepped forward. It's all right. We can go the day after tomorrow instead. Gu Sicheng grinned. We? What do you mean? Are you joining us? Aren't you done with your case? Jing Feng flashed a bright smile. It's all wrapped up. Besides, I have a few days off now. You wouldn't be so ungenerous as to exclude me, would you? Gu Sicheng could hardly protest, gritting his teeth in agreement. Of course not. We are the best of brothers. Yu Xiaoxia rolled her eyes. I get it. You two have grown up together as childhood friends. No need to keep reiterating it. Gu Sicheng and Jing Feng retorted in unison. Who is his childhood friend? Their mutual disdain was evident. Unable to contain herself, Qingqing burst into laughter, but upon catching Gu Sicheng's sharp gaze, she quickly cleared her throat. Mr. Gu, may I join as well? Gu Sicheng waved dismissively. If Jing Feng is going, what's a couple more? Feel free to come along. I'm not that stingy. Since Xiaoxia is only free the day after tomorrow, I'll arrange for the flight then, and we shall all go together. Qingqing was overjoyed. A paid vacation with all expenses covered was simply delightful. The following day, Jing Feng arrived to escort Yu Xiaoxia to meet the trafficker. During the drive, he suddenly remarked, by the way, Xiaoxia, I have applied for a position for you in a special department. Given your consistent assistance to the authorities, those old fellows insisted that you should not toil without reward. Whether it's vaccines or combating trafficking, every effort you have made for Longhua has been significant. Yu Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively. No. Thank you. I don't fancy a desk job. Jing Feng replied, you won't need to sit at a desk. This position is specially tailored for you. Although you may not care, I have secured the highest level of benefits for you. Just by occasionally stepping forward, you are providing us with immense support. Jing Feng's enthusiasm made it difficult for Yu Xiaoxia to decline. All right then. But speaking of this, how is the vaccine project progressing? I completely forgot to inquire about it. Her brother managed the company, and she had taken a rather relaxed approach, even neglecting to ask about it. Jing Feng explained, the tasks have been delegated, and as per the plan, arrangements for the vaccination have already commenced. We should meet our objectives within a few months. Yu Xiaoxia nodded. Although Longhua boasts a large population, the populace remains remarkably united. Every command issued from above is executed with precision, and the common folk rarely burden the state with unnecessary troubles during significant matters. That is reassuring. As they spoke, the vehicle arrived at the detention center. Just as Jing Feng's car came to a halt, a man who had been waiting eagerly rushed over to open the door for him. Jing Feng glanced at the newcomer and smiled. What trickery is this? The man peered through the car window at Yu Xiaoxia and whispered mysteriously to Jing Feng. Jing Feng lifted his gaze to him. Very well. He personally opened the door for Yu Xiaoxia and added, the trafficker has yet to be revealed, but that individual is seeking your assistance. Yu Xiaoxia turned her attention to the man who had just opened the door for Jing Feng, who was now approaching. So, this is Master Yu. I have long admired your reputation. Jing Feng introduced them, revealing that the man was Shuiwei, the captain of the Cultural Relics Inspection Team. Yu Xiaoxia nodded. You have something to discuss with me? She affirmed, then lead the way. I must assess the talent first. In truth, Yu Xiaoxia merely wished to see what the legendary thief resembled, for after all, possessing a divine perspective still required a keen eye. One could not afford to overlook such a spectacle. Upon hearing the master's straightforwardness, Shuiwei rubbed his hands together and led the way. As they walked, he began to explain this thief is actually a duo, known in the underworld as the Mandarin Duck Thieves. They have committed numerous crimes in our country and have even dared to steal national treasures. We have been tracking their whereabouts for quite some time, but during the apprehension, the female managed to escape, leaving us with only the male, and the stolen items were not found on him. Thus, we are eager to uncover the whereabouts of the female and the national treasures. Xiaoxia nodded as she followed Shuewei into an interrogation room. The suspect had already been brought in and sat on an iron bench. Upon seeing Shuewei, the man scoffed disdainfully. "Captain Shui has come again. I advise you not to waste your efforts. No matter how you sentence me, I will not speak." Observing the man's obstinate demeanor, Shuewei's expression darkened. However, before he could respond, a voice suddenly resonated from the side. "What on earth is this?" Xiaoxia nearly choked on her words, her voice laced with disdain. "I expected to see a dashing and formidable thief akin to those in the movies. Yet here sits an average-looking one who is nothing but a lovesick fool. By the way, have I inadvertently stirred a nest of lovesick fools? Why is the romantic quotient among those around me so high?" As her inner thoughts echoed, everyone in the interrogation room, except for Jing Feng, widened their eyes in astonishment. Shuewei was somewhat prepared, having heard of Xiaoxia's peculiar abilities, but the man sitting on the iron bench was completely taken aback. His previously arrogant expression vanished in an instant. How could this woman speak without uttering a word? Yet after the shock came unease.
What did she mean by that?
What is wrong with being lovesick? I take pride in my romantic inclinations. Xiaoxia finally spoke, addressing the suspect. "Ah, what a pitiful fool, my apologies. Wang Jing."
Was it?
Pfft, Wang Jing?
Ha!
I think it would be better to call you Wang Fool. Wang Jing was seething with rage. This woman was utterly insufferable. "Wang Jing, are you not aware that your girlfriend has long since taken up with someone else, and they even have a child together?" Wang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. "You must be joking." "Oh, spare me the theatrics. While you languish here in prison, they are out living lavishly on the fortune you sacrificed your life for. Who wouldn't laud you as the ex-husband of the year? Actually, I was right in my assessment earlier. You are indeed a pitiful ex-husband." Overwhelmed by the revelation, Wang Jing, who had entered with an air of arrogance, could no longer contain his emotions and began to sob, covering his face. Beside him, Shuewei stood in stunned silence. He had not shed a single tear upon learning of his impending 10-year sentence, yet here he was, reduced to tears by a few words from Xiaoxia. With a sigh, Xiaoxia turned away, disinterested, and left the room, followed closely by Shuewei. Xue Tao, brimming with excitement, was at a loss for words. Repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Xiaoxia, she waved her hand dismissively and turned to Jing Feng. "Have the traffickers arrived?" Jing Feng nodded in affirmation. "They are ready." "Then let us proceed." Xiaoxia remained hidden behind glass, listening intently as the police interrogated several suspects connected to Uncle Gue, none of whom had uttered a word of value. The head of the trafficking unit, visibly anxious, addressed Xiaoxia. "Master Yu, is it possible that Uncle Gue does not exist at all?" Looking up at him, she replied, "Oh, he exists, but you have misunderstood. Uncle Gue is not a single individual, but an entire organization." Chapter 99. The woman is exceedingly sinister.
What?
The officer was taken aback, astonished that Uncle Gue was actually an organization. Xiaoxia nodded, inquiring of Jing Feng, "How many traffickers have we encountered so far?" Jing Feng replied, "Including the one inside. There are a total of 7. Xiaoxia nodded thoughtfully, bring in the 2nd and 5th. "I wish to interrogate them personally. By the way, I have the authority to do so, correct?" Jing Feng affirmed, "Of course, you now possess special credentials. In terms of rank, you will face no restrictions in your future endeavors." Unaware of the additional benefits of her special credentials, Xiaoxia's interest was piqued. "Then let us compare ranks. Who holds the higher position?" Jing Feng chuckled. "Undoubtedly you, for you are my superior. I am but a mere captain." Xiaoxia smirked, recognizing that, regardless of her political naivete, with Jing's family background, this captain must either be a rebel or merely a figurehead. In her eyes, Jing Feng embodied both. The 2 traffickers were soon escorted into a room, one named Wang Wu and the other Li Tao. Xiaoxia took her seat behind the table and directed her attention to Wang Wu on her left. "Please repeat the statements you made regarding Uncle Gue." Wang Wu glanced at Xiaoxia and then at the police officers standing behind her, showing no concern for her identity, and promptly recounted his earlier remarks. "After I took the child away, I found myself at a loss for options. It was then that I learned of a man known as Uncle Gue, who held a formidable reputation in the underworld. I sought him out, and upon our meeting, he assured me that he could handle the child. The price he quoted was agreeable, so I entrusted the child to him. Xiaoxia inquired, "What does Uncle Goe look like?" Wang Wu replied, "He was in disguise. I truly could not see him clearly, and besides, it has been so long that I have forgotten his appearance." "You are lying." Xiaoxia suddenly raised her voice. "You have never even met Uncle Goe, for you are Uncle Goe." Wang Wu was taken aback, and then burst into laughter. "Officer, where did you find this lunatic?" "She claims I am Uncle Goe. Do you believe her?" The head of the anti-trafficking unit's expression hardened. "Silence. Answer only what you're asked. Do not speak unless prompted." Wang Wu closed his mouth. Xiaoxia turned her attention to Li Tao. "What about you? Have you also encountered Uncle Goe?" In light of Wang Wu's testimony, Li Tao felt apprehensive, but recounted his earlier statements. "My experience is quite similar. Uncle Goe is notorious for dealing in children, well known in our line of work. As I have previously mentioned." The officer nodded. Apart from Wang Wu and Li Tao, many traffickers they had interrogated claimed to have seen Uncle Goe. Yet each description of his appearance varied significantly, leading the police to suspect that perhaps Uncle Goe did not even exist. Xiaoxia asked, "Then why can't the police locate him based on the composite sketch you provided?" Li Tao shook his head. "How would I know? Perhaps you are simply not diligent enough. Because you are also lying." Xiaoxia's gaze was piercing. "Li Tao, Wang Wu, your performances are commendable. It is evident that you are old acquaintances, yet you feign unfamiliarity." Both Wang Wu and Li Tao were startled, and even the officer was taken aback, for their investigations had shown that while both men were traffickers, they had no known connection and should not recognize one another. Xiaoxia tapped on the table, exuding an air of authority as she addressed them. "Let me remind you, 3 years ago, your organization held its final gathering in the Northwest region. Li Tao, Wang Wu, after the meeting, you two indulged in a scandalous affair at a small hotel in Gancheng. Would you like me to present the video evidence for all to see?" Cough. The officer, Jingfeng, and those observing from behind the glass exchanged incredulous glances at Xiaoxia's words. What had she just said? Li Tao and Wang Wu? Engaging in such activities? Did it imply what they thought? But Li Tao and Wang Wu were mere rustic men. To this, Xiaoxia retorted, "So what if they are rustic men? It is precisely rural fellows who can indulge the most extravagantly." Suddenly, the faces of Li Tao and Wang Wu flushed crimson. In the aftermath of their panic, they both vehemently denied her allegations. "What nonsense are you spouting? Officer, can you truly allow such fabrications in your interrogations?" "Indeed, I do not know him at all. This gathering is a baseless accusation against me." Xiaoxia let out a cold laugh. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." She quietly murmured a few words to Jingfeng, who exited and swiftly returned with a tablet. Xiaoxia tapped a couple of times before handing the device to the officer. The person in charge took a glance at the video and suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. This is... Xiaoxia shrugged. "It's a video from the meeting organized by Uncle Goe. This organization is a coalition of several human traffickers, aiming to confuse the police's focus. In case one day they are apprehended, they can shift the blame entirely onto the so-called Uncle Goe, thus seeking a reduction in their sentence." The person in charge observed the video, which displayed individuals of various heights and genders. No wonder every person they interrogated described Uncle Goe differently. With just a little disguise, these traffickers all claimed to be Uncle Goe, complicating their search for the truth. The person in charge felt invigorated. With this video, if they apprehended individuals as depicted, it would be significantly easier. Wang Wu and Li Tao, eavesdropping on their conversation, gaped in disbelief, yet remained reluctant to accept it. They had been extremely cautious during their meetings, even forbidding mobile phones. How could there possibly be a video? Wang Wu retorted, "Stop deceiving us. There's no such video." "Oh, so you're admitting to the meeting?" Wang Wu immediately regretted his words and fell silent. Xiaoxia smirked. "Not only do I possess footage of your meeting, but I also have videos of your clandestine dealings. Care to take a look?" The two exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting disbelief and shock. This was impossible. It couldn't be true. Just then, Xiaoxia abruptly stood up, smiling as she patted Jingfeng's shoulder. "Let us go."
Hey.
Wang Wu exclaimed, alarmed. "Are you leaving? Aren't you going to continue the interrogation?" In the interrogation room, Wang Wu suddenly trembled uncontrollably. "Wang Wu? What's wrong?" Li Tao, panicking, forgot to conceal his concern. Wang Wu's teeth chattered. That woman is too sinister. At that moment, the person in charge looked up at the two. Wang Wu suddenly cried out, "I'll tell you everything." Li Tao was taken aback. "Wang Wu, you." When faced with the specter of death, no one is devoid of fear. And human traffickers are no exception. The woman had just told him he was about to die. A cold sweat broke out on Wang Wu's brow as he realized he did not want to die. He wanted a reduced sentence. I'll tell you everything. Chapter 100. Let us enjoy the show. Beneath a cerulean sky and amidst swaying coconut palms, 5 beach chairs were lined up by the sea on a private island far from the city. Xiaoxia reclined in the middle chair, donning sunglasses and cradling a coconut, sipping the refreshing juice with a satisfied sigh. Gu Xiqing, your private island is quite splendid. Gu Xiqing beamed with pride, of course. It took considerable effort to acquire this island. What do you think? If you truly like it, I'll gift it to you. Xiaoxia rolled her eyes. I'm now a specially designated talent. Are you testing my integrity with this? Let me tell you, don't even think about bribing me. Laughter erupted among the group. Gu Xiqing had already anticipated this moment. Do you remember Nanyan? One of her novels is nearly adapted. I can give it to your friend Linlang as a gesture of goodwill. Before Xiaoxia could respond, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. She had heard from Linlang that Xiaoxia had expressed that any drama adapted from Nanyan's novels would inevitably become a hit. She had been pondering how to negotiate with President Gu to secure a project for Linlang, and unexpectedly, this opportunity had presented itself before her. Song Linlang removed her sunglasses and expressed her gratitude to Gu Zong. Gu Xiqing lazily waved his hand a couple of times. After basking in the sun for a while, Xiaoxia, who was restlessly shifting on her lounge chair, felt as if she were a desolate fish. Recently, due to the reputation of a fortune teller, she found herself either searching for lost children or helping to solve cases, having been exposed to the darker aspects of human nature far too often. This left her feeling quite unsettled, her heart heavy with gloom. However, lying under the warm sun alleviated some of that darkness. Feeling the warmth envelop her, she sat up and declared, I'm going to ride the jet ski. Who wants to join? Before Gu Xiqing could raise his hand, Jing Feng had already stood up and said, I'll accompany you, take me along? Xiaoxia agreed, sure. Gu Xiqing, now sitting up, watched the two board the jet ski park nearby and grumbled, can't you two ride separate ones? They're not unavailable. Jing Feng stretched his long legs and chuckled. I'm afraid to ride alone, but with Xiaoxia, I'm not scared. Xiaoxia donned her life jacket and said, hold on tight. Jing Feng wrapped his arms around her, all right. Let us go. The jet ski roared to life and sped off. Gu Xiqing, nearly exasperated, turned to voice his complaints, only to see Qingqing and Song Linlang boarding another jet ski. Left behind, Gu Xiqing exclaimed, all right, have you all forgotten whose island this is? Just then, a yacht appeared in the distance. Due to concerns over Song Linlong's celebrity status, Gu Xiqing had deliberately chosen his private island for this vacation to avoid disturbances. Thus, when he spotted the unfamiliar yacht approaching, his bodyguards promptly moved to shoo them away. However, a voice suddenly called out from the yacht, Song Linlang? Is that you, Linlang? Qingqing remarked, it's a bit far. I can't see clearly. As they spoke, the yacht came to a halt, and 2 figures, a man and a woman, descended, making their way toward them. Upon closer inspection, Song Linlang turned to Xiaoxia and confirmed, indeed, they are acquaintances. Out of courtesy, she initiated her approach toward the two. Meanwhile, Qingqing whispered, while on the other side, Hu Lingling had already struck up a conversation with Song Linlang, introducing her companion. Are you filming a variety show? Song Linlang hesitated. They were on vacation, and moreover, this island belonged to Gu Xiqing. Any lodging would require his consent. Gu Xiqing would surely prefer not to be disturbed. And just as he was about to decline, he heard 2 coughs from behind, Xiaoxia's voice. Gu Xiqing understood. Among these people, there was surely some intrigue to uncover. He nodded all right then. Meanwhile, Qingqing had searched for information on Hu Lingling's filming and discovered that they were shooting a couple's variety show titled Intimate Lovers, featuring 4 pairs of celebrity couples, and it was currently live. Xiaoxia and the others gathered around, and indeed, the live broadcast of Intimate Lovers continued. Due to a malfunction with the yacht and the impending darkness, viewers were expressing their concerns for the guests' safety in the comment section. Hu Lingling smiled and said, so it turns out that Song Linlang is indeed on the island. She and her friends are on vacation. By the way, this island belongs to Mr. Gu, and we've already received his permission to stay here for 1 night. As her words fell, the yacht erupted in cheers. Hu Lingling's husband, and Qing, quickly stood up, grasped her hand, and wore an expression of pride on his face. It's all thanks to our Lingling. You're amazing, my dear. The others on board laughed, expressing their gratitude to Lingling. The barrage of comments on the screen overflowed with sweetness. Qingqing curled her lips slightly, since they were all acquaintances. She seized the moment before anyone disembarked to share some gossip in a hushed tone. You know, and Qing is in a relationship with Hu Lingling, and there's an 8-year age gap. I've heard he has been unfaithful for quite some time. Everyone in the circle knows it. I can't believe he still has the audacity to appear on a couple's reality show, pretending to be the perfect husband. Song Linling, puzzled, asked, does that mean Lingling is playing along with the charade? Having collaborated with Hu Lingling before, she found it hard to believe that someone with such a strong personality would endure such humiliation or compromise her integrity for the sake of a fee. Qingqing shook her head. I have no idea. At that moment, Xiaoxia wore a mysterious smile and remarked, that's because Hu Lingling intentionally brought her husband onto the show. Once this woman sets her mind on something, no one can dissuade her. She raised an eyebrow at the others. I foresee some juicy gossip this evening. Don't sleep too early, stay alert for my lead, and I'll take you all to witness the drama firsthand. Gu Jing and Song Qing responded in unison, understood. Chapter 101. Women should never support a Phoenix man. Before the guests on the yacht disembarked onto the island, Xiaoxia and the others dispersed. Although they were all affluent celebrities, they were still awestruck by Mr. Gu's private island. Upon meeting Gu Xiqing in person, everyone approached him cautiously to greet him. In front of outsiders, Gu Xiqing exuded an air of authority, casually waving his hand. Since you are all friends of Linling, please feel free. Don't hold back. Just let the butler know if you need anything. The barrage of comments had already gone wild with Song Linlong's appearance, and even her own fans hurried over upon hearing the news. Oh my goodness, is that really our Linling? Are you feeling better now? Poor thing. You must have some lasting trauma. If Song Linling is here, does that mean Xiaoxia is also present? Great. I'm staying up all night to catch the gossip. Is this considered a dream collaboration? By the way, when does the 3rd episode of A Slower Life start? I'm eagerly waiting. Aren't any of you surprised by this island? Hu Lingling just mentioned it belongs to Mr. Gu. So, it's a private island? Oh my gosh, I'll compete with you all in wealth. At this moment, on the balcony of the 2nd floor, 3 heads were peeking over the railing, quietly observing what was happening below. As Gu Xiqing stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of these 3 individuals bending over, their postures rather unseemly. Annoyed, he walked over and kicked Jing Feng lightly. What happened to your dignity? It's one thing for the 2 young ladies to be peeking, but why are you joining them? Take a look at what a ridiculous sight you are. Upon lifting his gaze, Gu Xiqing realized that there was indeed quite a spectacle unfolding below. The balcony faced the courtyard below, wherein Qing sat on a chair, his arm draped over the neighboring seat, which was occupied not by his wife, Hu Lingling, but by Gu Xiqing. Isn't that woman someone we know? He mused, recalling how Hu Lingling had introduced her moments earlier, though he couldn't quite place a name. Model Lu Hanyu, the wife of singer Zhang Liqing, Qingqing interjected accurately. Yes, yes, Gu Xiqing recalled. At that moment, and Qing's arm rested on Lu Hanyu's shoulder. Xiaoxia suddenly giggled softly. She just wants to seek some excitement right under everyone's noses. If it's not thrilling, why would she bother? Does it concern you? Gu Xiqing remained silent. Qingqing's eyes sparkled as her cheeks flushed. Indeed, I've heard of people with various peculiarities, like enjoying exposure or being watched. Xiaoxia nodded in agreement. Yes, many books depict such themes. Jing Feng and Gu Xiqing exchanged glances, bewildered by the audacity of these 2 women. How can they be more daring than us? What books are they even reading?
Below.
And Qing's actions grew bolder. His hand even brushed against Lu Hanyu's face. Uncertain of what was said, Lu Hanyu shot him a playful glare, her voice laced with allure.
Stop it.
What if someone sees us? Unfazed, and Qing suggested, let's sneak out tonight. This island is vast, and it would be a shame not to explore it while we have the chance. Lu Hanyu felt a stir of temptation but hesitated to give a definitive answer. Let us talk about it later. Please don't press. And Qing pressed down on her shoulder, preventing her from rising. What a splendid place this is. The moon is lovely tonight. Just imagine, listening to the waves by the beach, while your husband and my wife are not far away. It's bound to be thrilling. Lu Hanyu rolled her eyes. Aren't you worried your wife will find out? And Qing scoffed. And if she does, what of it? Would she really dare to divorce me? The cost of leaving me is far too high for her. She simply cannot let go. Though Lu Hanyu belonged to the modeling sphere, she had heard rumors regarding Qing and Hu Lingling. When Hu Lingling rose to fame, Qing was merely a supporting actor. And it was she who had helped him build his career. Hu Lingling sacrificed much to elevate Qing, which is why he felt so secure now. After all, abandoning Qing would render all her past efforts futile. Now, with Hu Lingling's star waning while Qing's career soared, divorce meant Hu Lingling would lose everything, as Qing's earnings would be considered marital property. Thus, despite knowing Qing was ungrateful, Hu Lingling could not easily relinquish him. As Lu Hanyu pondered this, she playfully poked Qing's chest. "You truly are incorrigible." Qing grinned proudly. "A man must be a little wicked to be loved by a woman. Do you love me?" Lu Hanyu chuckled, and just then, the call for dinner echoed from inside. She stood to leave, and Qing, without receiving an answer, quickly followed her. On the balcony, as the two below indulged in their brazen display, Qing shared the backstory of Qing and Hu Lingling with the other three. Xiaoxia sighed. Women should never support a phoenix man. Indeed, came the agreement. Observing the two individuals depart in succession, Qing nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, she suddenly twitched the corner of her mouth and exclaimed, "Look beneath the tree." Xiaoxia and the others quickly turned their heads to see Hu Lingling. Her expression dark and foreboding, standing beneath the tree, her icy gaze fixed intently on the two who had just left. Qing gasped. When did she arrive? This is truly terrifying. Just then, it seemed Hu Lingling sensed the commotion, as she abruptly lifted her gaze toward the balcony on the second floor.